Can we put a
Well,
pin in that? Chuckster, did you want to respond directly to what I said before? Because this is changing the subject completely.
I don't worry.
Yeah. So what you said.
If your model, which you firmly believe in, would be true, there would be curvature.
Right. I believe there is curvature.
That's
and
your
that
belief.
and that is okay.
But
That is provable.
you cannot measure that
and not
curvature.
only that, I believe that flat earthers have measured it and then been proven themselves that the Earth is round.
How?
There's videos of this happening.
What? Explain yourself.
Like, have you seen? Honestly, hold on one second. There's a documentary that was just made a few years ago.
What, you're talking about the Netflix documentary, the hit piece on flat Earth?
What was the name of that?
Beyond the Curve or something?
Check. That was the one that I want.
The one with Jaren?
Behind
where, something. Was it on Netflix that you saw it?
Yes. I did not see it on Netflix. I had it separately from Netflix. I don't know. But it was in 2018, Behind the Curve. Yes.
Yeah, that was a hit. That was a hit piece. So that was an observation that we were all aware of. Jaren went out with a bunch of flat earthers and a bunch of globers.
Have you seen it?
No. Yeah, I've seen it, but I was
Did you see
aware.
There's at least 2 experiments that they did. They spent tens of thousands of dollars buying lasers, and every experiment that the flat earthers did concluded that their Earth is round.
No,
and
that's incorrect.
And then at the very end of the film, they did an experiment over a body of water.
Yeah, on the lake with the boards.
It was only after he raised it far above his head.
Bro, you're yapping. I'm fucking aware.
Okay.
Will you fucking listen, for God's sake? I'm very aware.
You don't have to get.
Stop yapping. I'm aware, and I told you it's a hit piece, and we as flat earthers were aware of the actual date of the event that happened. And if you were in the community, or if you were following along when that was happening, there was more footage that wasn't shown. After he said, I can't see the light, literally 30 seconds later he goes, I see it now. And to top that off, at the end, the globers and the flat earthers all come together and realize that they had not taken into account many atmospheric conditions, and that they weren't prepared for that, so that everybody wrote it off and said that was inconclusive. But 30 seconds after the camera cut, he could see the light. But they don't show you that in the Netflix documentary.
They actually do show the moment he saw the light, and it was after he raised it far above his head.
No, but afterwards, a couple of minutes later, exactly, I can't remember exactly, but I do remember that there is footage 2 minutes later, the exact opposite of what they were claiming on the Netflix documentary happened, and either he could or he couldn't. The point is that was cherry picked and taken out of context, and then made to seem like flat earthers had just proven that there was a geometric curve. But it's impossible. There is no geometric curve, and every single test shows you that.
Let's ignore this documentary. do you? Because I know that there's different flat earther people that have different beliefs on the sun and what it is and how.
No, listen, you're interrupting too much. You're interrupting too much, mate. I don't know who you think you are. You seem to think like you have some knowledge on the Earth. So I'm going to ask you some questions. So if we live on a ball, right, with a circumference of 25,000 miles, yeah, how big would the radius be?
Let me do the math. Let's see. What is the radius of the Earth? All right. The equatorial radius is about 6,378 kilometers or 3,960 miles. Polar radius is slightly
Close enough. Close enough. So do you know that because we have those numbers, these are the numbers that determines the distance to the sun, determines all of the cosmology we have.
I'm not sure that the radius of the Earth determines the distance the Earth is from the sun. That doesn't make sense to me.
That's how we figured out how far all of the heavenly bodies are away, because we figured out the size of our Earth. Are you aware of that?
Are you saying according to people who believe the Earth is a globe or according to flat earthers?
According to the people who believe the Earth is a globe, in order to determine how far the heavenly bodies are, you must first know the size of the Earth. Then you can start making calculations. Okay. Of course, how do you think they determined that the sun was 93 million miles away? You don't know, do you?
If you don't know, just say you don't know. We're not going to judge you for it, bud. We've had plenty of people come in and just go, fuck it, I don't know.
Well, I do know that it's not based on the radius of the Earth, because that doesn't make any sense. Because
it doesn't make sense? Of course it doesn't make sense. There's a thing called angular size. So what they do is they look at the sun and go, it's such and such angular size. Now, that still doesn't really give you a distance from an object just by knowing how wide it is with an angular measurement. So what they did is they assumed Earth was the same size as, I think it was Venus, was it Roots?
Transit of Venus, yeah.
Yep, they assumed the angular the Venus was the same size as Earth. Looked at the angular size of Venus and went, well, the angular size of this is this much, and the angular size of that is that much. Let's compare the transit of the two, and they guesstimated the distance from there. But in order to get that angular size in the first place, they had to assume that Venus was the same size as Earth. In order to get Earth's size, somebody had to dodgy up a measurement. It's very interesting stuff.
So it looks like there's different methods throughout time that calculations have been made. There's the parallax method in ancient Greek. Astronomer Hipparchus, I guess. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
They didn't think it was 93 million miles away. It's fluctuated so many times over the years, from 1 million to 100 and something miles away. They keep changing it.
So what is your guys' belief? How far is the sun?
We don't make claims about things that we can't validate. We try not to dabble in pseudoscience, globe model.
Okay,
so don't make assumptions.
But you do believe that the sun is a lot smaller than we believe.
Stop telling us what we believe. Listen, we're not interested. We're not interested in sitting here and speculating.
So I know
and speculate with you about how big the Earth could be or how close the sun is. This is stuff that cannot be verified. This does not help the flat Earth argument. Stop trying to take it into a place that confuses the conversation. What is testable and provable?
So you have no answer.
What is testable and provable is that there is no curvature or drop over distance at any observation.
It seems
yeah.
If you have
the only time
no
you will
answer,
see,
then you're just a nihilist.
What do you mean have no answer? I'm going to repeat myself every fucking time if you keep doing this. We are not going to sit here and speculate with you. You particularly, we are not willing to speculate with. We're going to keep your feet to the fire, and we're going to talk about the facts of our reality. And the facts in reality shows you live on a stationary topographical plane, my friend. And water is always level and always seeking its level. So you can't have curvature because bodies of water cannot stick to a ball. So you have no science, my friend. You have no argument. All you can do is say, well, you guys believe this. Well, you guys believe that and this, that. No, that's not what we're doing, my friend. We're debunking your belief. We're not here to push any belief on you.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. You are debunking. You're denying.
So what you want us to do is, after we've hammered the shit out of your belief system, you want us to replace it with some glorious story. That's all it is.
No, I'm saying...
Because that's what you've asked for the whole time. What's our model? What's our map? What's our sun?
Let me give you a summary of how you guys sound to me. I don't believe that 99% of the world's belief in the Earth is true, but I have no belief of my own. I make no claims about the shape of the world or the distance of the sun or the size of the sun.
No, we make no claims of anything that we can't verify.
I'm just saying,
let me give you
Chuckster.
Let me just give you a reverse summary, my friend. Okay, you came in here thinking that you know things about flat Earth. You clearly know nothing about what flat Earth claims are, and you have a false sense of confidence about your knowledge of the globe. Okay, so we're the ones teaching you your own model right here on how they determine the distance to the sun. You came in here thinking that you were going to talk
to learn more about your model, but
you came in here making a bunch of claims, and you don't actually know any. No, you don't have a model either, my friend. You have a little cartoon globe that you can picture because you don't even know what a scientific model is.
A model.
You came in here thinking that you were going to talk to a bunch of stupid flat earthers, right? No, but you realize you don't actually know anything about... Hold on, don't interrupt me. You don't know anything about flat Earth, and you don't know anything about the globe Earth. You've realized you have no ammunition. No, you don't. You don't know what the radius was.
Christianity. You don't know, I'm a Christian, but there's also a bunch of different Christian beliefs and a bunch of different Christian.
And the relevance of this is?
Why are you changing the subject?
Because he's saying that I came in here thinking I know a lot about flat earthers and blah 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 blah. The reality is
because you keep trying to strawman us, telling us what we believe.
It's like me coming into a Christian channel and saying, I've heard that this is the way you baptize, and then 5 of you are in 5 different Christian religions.
This is not a religion, my friend. This is not a religion.
It's your belief.
It's not a belief.
It's not a belief. That's where you keep coming unstuck.
You're not listening.
It is.
You're not listening. It's not a belief. A belief. What is the difference between belief and knowledge? Do you know?
So this is what I'm trying to say is
I'm asking you a question. What's the difference between belief and knowledge? Do you know? I'm going to mute you because you keep making claims you can't back up. You made a claim. It's a belief, right? Do you know the difference between a belief and knowledge?
Yes.
What is the difference between belief and knowledge?
A belief is something you have faith in without seeing and or knowing with 100% certainty. Knowledge is something that you know because you have absolute
evidence.
Sure.
Yeah, you have evidence and proof. So belief is that without evidence, and knowledge is that you have and can evidence. The fact that the earth water is always level, and every observation that you take will not deviate from level apart from topography. Yeah, that is knowledge. It's not a belief, my friend. The globe is the belief.
Right,
you are the person who has... I'm going to finish because you talk too much. You are the person who has a belief, my friend, because you cannot evidence with primary source data your globe. We can evidence with primary source data the lack of deviation, which insinuates that we are not living on a curved surface. We can evidence that.
Well,
You, my friend, have a belief. That's the difference.
I disagree. I believe that you don't have evidence.
And he starts the sentence off with "I believe."
I believe. Yeah, I believe.
So answer me this.
You believe we know.
A simple question. If I live in Alaska and it's during a certain time of year, there will be certain, this is a fact, that there will be certain months of the year where it is dark day after day after day, no sun. The sun is not visible.
That's correct.
And there's other days where the sun is visible the entire time. It's there. So
you don't know anything about the flat Earth claims.
Well,
that's what you're making clear right now.
That's the thing. There are flat earthers that have claimed that the sun travels above the Earth in like
imagine that
a figure 8 or something like that, and that doesn't.
Well, you can tell those numpties that say it's a figure 8 just to pop in here, and we'll have a little chat with them.
Sure. And so whenever you keep saying that I don't know anything about what flat earthers believe, but I'm literally stating to you exactly what some flat earthers do believe.
No flat earthers claim the sun does a figure 8, man. Just made that up.
Or that it's a circle. It goes around in a circle above the flat Earth, right?
We all see the sun move east to west across the sky, right?
Okay. Got it.
On your globe, the sun isn't moving from your perspective, and you're spinning backwards. What's making the sun appear to move across the sky? We're claiming the sun moves across the sky. We're claiming what we experience in reality. You're claiming the opposite of what we experience.
Right. So could you please explain to me how it's possible that in one part of the Earth, they would be able to see the sun day after day for over a month, and the rest of the world wouldn't with the model of the globe, it makes sense. But with the model of a flat Earth, I can't imagine any flat Earth where that would make sense. It wouldn't appear day after day.
Make a lot of sense in the globe model, to be honest.
It absolutely does.
Okay, so in the North's winter, on the globe model, the sun is over 3 million miles further away from the
It makes absolute sense.
Closer. Sorry. Hold on a second.
On a tilt.
Did that wrong. Yeah, right, but it's 3 million miles closer during winter. I mean, during winter, it's 3 million miles closer.
It absolutely makes sense from a globular model.
Chuckster, you missed what he said. Okay.
Yeah.
In the heliocentric paradigm, hold your socks, sunshine. It makes a hell of a difference because a light source gives off energy, heat. So, in the heliocentric paradigm, the Earth follows an elliptical path. It's egg-shaped.
Sure.
In the northern hemisphere, as you would call it, during their winter time is when the sun is at its furthest distance. The closest distance, sorry. So it's at its closest distance to you guys. And that's something like 3 million miles difference.
The distance of the Earth is not.
So you're telling me 3 million miles would make no difference at all, but yet, the tilt of 23 degrees, which offsets us about 1,200 miles, creates a 100-degree difference.
So you're confusing temperature.
No. Use your brain.
Visibility.
1,200 miles. Think about it. Just hold on. 1,200 miles makes a difference, but 3 million miles does not. That has to be silly, mate. Come on, you've got to use your brain.
It's not the distance.
It is the distance. The distance from the sun. It's the sun that creates the warmth. The warmth, or lack thereof, creates the cold.
You sound like a crazy person right now.
You answer the question, my friend. You've got nothing. Go on.
You guys.
How does that make sense?
All right. So the sun is traveling in a elliptical fashion around the Earth, and it has a tilt. And there is a point, and it doesn't matter what the temperature of the Earth is not what I'm talking about in Alaska. I'm talking about the visibility of the sun. And there's a point where during the cycle around the Earth, there's just a 300.
You have 24 hours of daylight in Alaska. We already know that. It works fine on either.
If you don't mind, let me explain.
We already know the globe model 100 times better than you.
You don't have to explain it
because
you don't have to explain anything. Okay. We know that there's 24-hour sunlight in Alaska. Obviously, you're not listening very well, mate.
Not even 24 hours. We're talking about like
24 hours a day for a couple of days on end. It happens. We've got friends that live up there. If we could snag hold of Drace, we could call him in here and he'd tell you it's true.
So now explain to me how that makes sense from a flat Earth perspective.
Because what we experience in reality...
Wait. We're waiting for you to explain how your tilt makes sense on a globe. Don't try and distract people and change the subject. You said that the globe model makes more sense, right?
It does.
So explain how the tilt makes sense in the context of what Matrix just told you, how summer the sun is further away. How does that make sense?
So when the Earth is tilted towards the sun, the top half of the Earth will receive more sunlight than the bottom half, like in Australia, for example.
We understand that. When it tilts the other way, the other part gets warm.
And so even during a full month period, when the Earth is rotating day after day after day, it has a direct contact and visibility with the sun, according to a globe model where the
we understand that bit. Now let's get to the 3 million miles.
Okay, so I just explained to you.
You're not listening, are you? I want you to draw on a piece of paper. I want you to draw a circle in the middle. This represents the sun. Then I want you to draw an egg shape around that. This represents the Earth's travel path. You can put the Earth on a little tilt if you like. That's all well and dandy. Sure. But the fact of the matter is, at one end of this egg-shaped elliptical path, where there is a 3 million mile difference than the other end as it's going around the sun. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Excellent.
Well, I'm not sure.
Address it.
Okay. How can, when it's 3 million miles further away, how can it be colder? As opposed to when it's at the other end. So, Northern Hemisphere, in wintertime, it's at its furthest distance. Southern Hemisphere, at the other end, it's at its closest distance, still wintertime. Shouldn't it be winter all round when it's a long way away and summer all round when it's closer? Remember, it's rotating in front of the sun like a big doner kebab.
No, I like this question. But it's a totally different topic. You're talking about.
It's the same thing. Because it's the sun that gives off the light and the heat.
Don't interrupt me. Let me explain why it's a different topic. My topic was about the visibility of the sun. Your topic is about the temperature.
Okay, well, let's go back to that then. We'll put a pinhole in that one. Let's go back to your one. I want you to explain to me how a 24-hour sun will not work in Antarctica on a flat map.
He was talking about Alaska.
Oh, Alaska, sorry, my bad.
You could say Alaska or the North Pole. It doesn't matter.
Pole, yeah.
Right.
North Pole would even be more.
It is fair. He did ask that first. So just let me explain it on a flat Earth, just quickly. So on a flat Earth, the sun circles around the Earth, right?
Sure.
Okay. As far as we can tell. Okay. So it rotates between the tropics. Okay. So it goes from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer every 6 months, and that's what creates the seasons. When the sun's rotating closer around the north, you have 24 hours of daylight and 24 hours of sun in the sky from the north. Perfect sense. And the globe model also has an explanation that makes sense. I can show you a video, but it's like it'll probably be like a 5-10 minute video that explains it. It shows animations of it and how it works, and it explains the seasons on a flat Earth.
Okay,
makes perfect sense.
In the Tropic of Cancer, during that cycle, you're saying that's when, for example, the North Pole would see a full month of the sun. But that doesn't explain...
you'll have longer and longer days as the sun comes closer towards the north. As it circles closer towards the north, then you will see the sun in the sky.
The problem with that is that in Argentina, if the sun is all the way up up where the North Pole is for a full month, then in Argentina it would be black for a full month. There would be no sun for a full month.
No, you'll have winter in Argentina. You'll have shorter days.
Short days, yeah. That's what we see. That's
within
what
Australia, where I'm from. Yeah, it's just the opposite. That's why you have winter in Australia when it's summer in the north. Like right now in Australia, it's starting to get warmer, and in the north, it's starting to get into winter, getting colder.
And that's why the winter sun always seems low. You always find that in the winter, if it's sunny, it's always blinding you because the angle of the sun is much lower in the sky because it's in the southern hemisphere, much further away.
So you're saying that when it's in the Tropic of Cancer, the northern, I mean, it seems that would cover all of America. I'm looking at your map, your picture that you
it's not changing your height. It's just that illustration is just to show the path.
It doesn't make sense how the North Pole.
No, it does. You just don't quite understand it yet. But once you understand how it works, then it will make perfect sense to you.
So, could you show the exact same map but from a bird's eye point of view?
Yeah, I can see what I think I have
somebody just posted one. It looks like that's
okay.
And
so brother, the thing to remember, if I may jump in for a quick second, the thing to remember is that when you're dealing with a tropic that is south of the equator, I believe that would be Cancer. I apologize because I always get them mixed up. The sun and the moon have a further track to traverse, right? Because the circle outside of the equator is bigger. And then the tropic inside of the equator is a lot smaller. So the track that the sun and the moon have to traverse is a lot.
Hello?
Yeah. Discord it's everybody.
Okay, so I'm looking at this, and
Killian was in the middle of saying something. You still there, Killian?
Yeah, I am here. Thank you so much, Ruth.
Start again, please, bro.
Appreciate it. So I just posted a picture that I actually was able to observe the sun and the moon from my location, and I pointed that out, which would be Ontario, Canada. And I show the overhead map, which is based on the moon map, which again, nobody can really take that away because the moon can't be affected or changed. And hello? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so
you're good.
All right, thanks, brother. So from a standpoint of observing, again, the equator being the middle circle, the Tropic of Capricorn being on the inside and the Tropic of Cancer on the outside, again, the bigger track, the sun and the moon take a longer time to go around that track versus the inner track, which would give the idea for a longer exposure of dawn and dusk versus the actual sun being present. Thank you so much for the space.
So if you want to look more in Chuckster, if you want to look more into it, there's just a 15-minute video. It explains it all extremely well.
I'm still looking at this Tropic of Cancer, and it appears to me, unless I'm looking at this map incorrectly because it's not a perfect bird's eye view, but it's somewhat of a bird's eye view, it appears to me that the Tropic of Cancer is hovering above the United States and Europe. Russia, China, basically. Is that correct? So are you there?
Oh, it's not correct.
Yeah, we're here. I'm not looking at the map though.
So maybe I need a more bird's eye view than this because this is at an angle.
Keep the video that I've just posted and just have a look through it. You'll see the animation just near the start.
Watching this.
You can take your time and have a look through it. We'll be right here.
We understand that this is a lot to take in, and we understand that you're naturally going to think that we're wrong and that, the mainstream narrative is correct.
Okay, so at the start of this, again, it's not a perfect bird's eye view. It's more at an angle, but it looks like the Tropic of Cancer is hovering across, I guess, Mexico. And
Again, brother, did you look at the picture I posted up?
Red line is
line. The video, and you said at the start of a video, it's showing where the Tropic of Cancer hovers over. I'm looking at the video.
Well, technically, and I say this respectfully to anti-globalists, but my picture came before the video, and I gave you exactly what you asked for.
Okay, I'm at the
moon map, my friend.
Sorry,
yep.
I'm at
101 guy here. We can't go into the moon map.
Right, but in terms of, and all I'm saying is for the get towards making poopy pants. I'll back out. Disregard.
Okay, so we're discussing how it's possible that somebody in Alaska or in the North Pole would be able to see the sun for a week straight without ever losing visibility of the sun. And your explanation for this was that the sun travels around the flat Earth on these different tropics of Cancer, then the equator, then the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, like when you see the 24-hour sun from those regions, it just kind of hovers along the horizon, goes up and down. It appears to go up and down at times.
I'm at the part of the video at timestamp 44 seconds into the video, and it looks like the image that somebody just posted. And the orange, the bright 3 circles. There's a yellow circle, a dark orange reddish circle, and a light orange circle. Light orange circle is the Tropic of Cancer, and it hovers over Mexico, the north part of Africa, and the southern Asia. Is that correct?
Yeah, it works perfectly. The red line's the equator.
So if I'm imagining the sun traveling along the path of that bright orange circle, and I'm in the middle, I'm in the very center of the map at the North Pole, and I can see the sun without losing visibility of the sun for a full month or for at least a full week, wouldn't the people that are even like, I guess, and there's no darkness. Do you get what I'm saying?
Everyone can see the sun.
What's your question?
During the day. No matter where it is, everyone can see it during their own daytime. It's just going to appear to be higher or lower in the sky, the perspective, depending on where they are.
Okay. And so you're saying that the sun would not be able to that light doesn't travel further than how many miles?
Well, it's going to vary, but obviously if you have an atmosphere, light can only travel for so long during the atmosphere. So if you have a light and it's moving away from you, it's going to basically take its light with it because of a light attenuation, right? It's how far the light can travel through an atmosphere, and also the inverse square law of light. So both of those things are going to cause the light to take in, like, just say you've got like a big football stadium and it's pitch black and someone walks away with a torch, or in a forest and someone walks away with a torch and they're shining it on the ground. You can only see it for so far.
Okay. Looking at
obviously,
this
map, light can't travel forever through an atmosphere.
So looking at this map as well, the distance between, I guess, New York City and
you need to remember, this isn't an official flat Earth map. This isn't the flat Earth map. This is a globe projection. So remember that you're talking about something that's going to work fine for either when you're talking about distances.
Okay, so there is no flat Earth map then? There's no
there is no official flat Earth map, and there is no correct map that exists. We have a bunch of projections that all have massive issues with them.
Why is that?
Why are all maps false?
Yeah, buddy, talk about it. Because all men, and that's my point, all men made those maps. And the reason that the moon map is interesting is because no man made that map. They just interpreted it. Thank you.
Okay. So what would happen if you got to the edge of the Earth?
What's the edge of the Earth?
What happens if you get to the edge
Where'd
of
you
a
get these
puddle?
ideas from? Hold on, don't answer that question.
Sorry.
We're
Thank you.
answering questions we don't need to answer, guys. This guy is asking straw man questions that none of us have said.
So, do you know what the definition of a straw man is? Because you did not use it correctly just now.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I may have misused the term straw man, but you got what I was trying to say. You are creating, I've forgotten the correct fallacy. You're right, I used the incorrect fallacy. Shut the fuck up for a moment, please. I am sick of this guy talking through everybody. Who does he think he is? Seriously?
Well, so let's ask him a question.
Talk through everybody. Sorry, bro, but I'm sick of him talking through everybody, thinking he has some right to interrupt, and then the points he's making are so basic and misinformed that I'm just sitting here thinking, who does this guy think he is?
But that's
the attitude and the ego stinks.
That's what's called lily padding. Hold on a second, boy. When you start to drown, right, you start grasping at different lily pads, attempting to keep yourself afloat. So I'm going to ask you, our friend that just asked us, what happens if you're literally on land in the middle of a puddle? Where is the edge if you're on land in the middle of a puddle, my friend? That's for you, Cluster, or whatever your name is, Cluster.
Cluster?
Sure.
He doesn't know anything about the flat Earth claims at all, so we need to teach him the very, very basics. So if you want to address what Killian just said, Chuckster, because we're not claiming an edge or a disk in space or anything like what you thought when you originally came.
That's fine, and that would be an appropriate answer to my question. And then you could also expound upon that by telling me what there would be. Like if I travel in one direction on the flat Earth, eventually I would reach. What would I reach? You guys just don't know.
So eastern. Okay, so north is where all compasses point to, right? And east and west on a globe or a flat Earth are just circles around the north. Okay, and if you go south, you're going to hit ice eventually.
Okay, so
on a globe as well.
Right, gotcha. So I guess my question then, sorry to understand your perspective. If I travel south on a flat Earth and I hit the ice, what, like, explain to me that experience. Like, how high is the ice? What's on the other, like, is it not possible to...
Well, we're not making definitive claims about what happens when we get out there because nobody's allowed to freely explore beyond 60th degree south parallel, right? Because of the Antarctic Treaty that was created in the 50s. So you're not allowed to just freely go and explore out there. So you need to jump through a whole bunch of hoops and have tens of thousands of dollars and apply and abide by all these really crazy conditions to even just be able to get a permit to go there. What we know about Antarctica is that it's the highest average elevation landmass on Earth. It has, I think, about 8,000 foot above sea level average elevation height, and the coastline is basically like a wall of ice. So on a flat Earth, you would speculate that wraps around the edges, which is making the shoreline of the world ocean. But that's not something that we're making definitive claims about because we can't go there and check it. But there have been people that... One second, almost finished. There have been people before the Antarctic Treaty, like Captain Cook, that went and tried to circumnavigate around Antarctica. And they took what should have been a 12,000-mile journey, ended up sailing over 60,000 miles, took over 3 years, and said he saw nothing but a big giant ice shelf the entire trip. So you've got a bunch of stories like that pre-Antarctic Treaty. But now you can't go there, but it is like a shoreline of a lake.
Okay. And so you mentioned that if you were to try to travel to Antarctica, you wouldn't be allowed because you need special. What was it that you said?
Yeah, you need to get a permit. The permit costs tens of thousands of dollars to apply for. Most people get rejected, and if you do get rejected, I don't think they actually refund the permit fees. You're not allowed to take fuel with you. You have to carry your piss and shit. You're not allowed to do this, that. It's basically like all to do with the Antarctic Treaty, protecting the ice, protecting the penguins, allegedly, and that's why you're not going to find anyone that's ever freely explored Arctic.
But what if you do it without a permit? What if you buy an airplane and you fly south from?
So there was a
any
guy.
Number.
Right. So you're going to get turned around. Basically, they have radar. They're going to know that you're coming. They're going to send something to stop you. There's plenty of videos of people accidentally going over the 60th degree line. A big battleship shows up. A drone flies over, tells them to turn around. There's also been a guy, I forget which country he was from, he tried 5 times to go on his own ship to Antarctica, and he got turned around. He ended up getting arrested, and his ship got sunk.
Okay. So...
I just posted, sorry, I was waiting for this one, just posted a video in the side chat, Corey, if you're interested, of a manned vessel attempting to cross the parallel and him getting stopped by a big-ass warship. Go ahead.
That's the New Zealand fishing boat that actually did that. So there's actually islands where they have military bases all around the perimeter, basically.
Yeah, you should look up Jarl Antehoy.
That's
Jarl Antehoy is the guy. His ship got it sunk, and he was like Norwegians. They took him to court, and he had to pay a huge fine, and but he's still trying, always trying to go there.
And what's interesting about New Zealand is that, again, based on the moon map, Australia is at the closest to the edge. Then you have the Bass Strait, which is the sea that's in between Australia and New Zealand. And New Zealand is apparently the closest to the quote-unquote edge that you're referring to. So them having a boat there stopping people from crossing over makes perfect sense.
Okay. Right, so juxta on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth, east and west are circles. Thousands of people have circumnavigated the Earth east to west. Very easy to do. It works fine on both theories or models or whatever you want to call it. But nobody's ever actually circumnavigated the Earth north to south. The few that have claimed to have done it, if you actually look at their path, they kind of go from the north, they go down to the Antarctica, and they turn around and they go back, basically. They'll take a right-hand turn and back out, which works fine on both. And it's not a true north-south circumnavigation where you would actually go over Antarctica and come back around the other side of the globe.
What are your thoughts on the International Space Station?
Sure.
Would you...
Yeah, there's so much footage. That's been proven to be faked using green screens, harnesses.
Would you say that there is an International Space Station that's circling the flat Earth above?
There's definitely something up there. We can't confirm exactly what it is, but there's definitely nothing at the height that they're telling us with people in it, because the amount of faked footage just doesn't make sense. And also, we can go over that. That's like a whole extra topic to talk about. It's not something that's just like I can answer in one sentence. What did you want to know particularly about it? I mean, one of the greatest feats of mankind.
I don't know. I'm curious to just see what your guys' you answered my question for the most part.
Yeah,
do you believe that there's nobody in the International Space Station, that there's something that's circling, but you don't know what it is?
This is just like a fishing expedition. Like, I think you're effectively trolling now at this point by just
I'm not trolling. I'm literally
now we're going to talk about the ISS. Like, is there any other questions you're going to throw at the model just to try to figure it out? Sorry.
He's very new to it, though, Killian. He's literally he's only seen the propaganda that they put out against flat Earth, so we have to explain.
You think?
This is where I turn to Pluckster. No, hold on a second. Pluckster. No, Chuckster.
I'm talking through Killian.
1 second, Chuckster.
Chuckster, again, this is where I ask you, right? Your cognitive abilities, your ability to plug things together, 2 + 2 = 4, and all these different things. When are you going to start asking some questions where you're actually taking the information that's being presented to you and start to plug them in so that you can effectively start to build something that you can understand and stand behind, versus just asking a series of questions that really aren't following a logical pattern of sequencing for your cognitive abilities? Go ahead.
So I'm asking questions that follow what I understand. For example, there's lots of things that happen that make sense to me with my model, right? And they don't make sense to me under a flat Earth model. For example, how when there's eclipses where the Earth is between the sun, where the moon. There's lunar eclipses where the Earth...
Look, we know what eclipses. You don't have to explain how they work in detail. We all know what eclipses are and how it's claimed on the globe model. So just let me explain to you that there are some eclipses that go directly against how the globe model explains eclipses work, like the Selenelian eclipse, where we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, and the shadow on the moon comes from the wrong direction and is the wrong way around. They call it the impossible eclipse because it does not match up with how it's explained on a globe model. There's a lot of problems, and it's one of those things you're not going to be able to verify. You're just going to choose whether you believe the globe model or not. So what we're trying to show you or teach you about is things that are empirical and things that we can actually test and repeat here on Earth. Not things that require just believing a model.
So, for example, the lunar eclipse, when the shadow of the Earth is blocking out the sun from shining onto the moon, that makes sense from my model. I'm trying to understand how that makes sense in a flat Earth model.
The globe model is an amazing model, but it's just a model. It's a theoretical mathematical model, and it's filled with explanations, right? Explanations aren't necessarily proofs. Everyone is taught this theoretical mathematical model from a young age and has it deeply ingrained into their belief system, right? So most people have never actually checked into the model to check whether it matches reality, because our reality is that we all experience a flat stationary Earth, right? Against the model. So when we go out and we check the basics of the model to make sure it, just the base values in the model work, like the radius value, the rotation, outer space, being a vacuum next to a gas pressure system. There's these base core principles that are required to exist to have the entire globe model, right? And we're going out and we're putting them to the test. We're finding that they don't match up with reality.
So
exactly.
So when I'm looking at the moon, and then all of a sudden I see it eclipse over, what happened according to your guys' model?
Would you would you agree that falsification is independent of replacement? So if we can invalidate something, we don't have to replace it with a new theory. We're not claiming to know everything. We're not claiming to know everything.
So then you're saying that you don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, we don't have answers for everything. We can admit that. So we don't know exactly what anything too high for us to verify is. So if we can't validate something, we're not gonna make a bunch of presuppositions and give you something that we can't back up, because we're gonna hold your feet to the fire when it comes to certain claims, and you would be able to do the same thing back to us. And if we can't, provide that back to us, then we're in the same boat as you. We're giving you baseless claims. We don't want to do that.
And looking at the globe model, right? When you say that something doesn't make sense to you on this model, so you're going to go back to the sphere claim, right? What doesn't make sense to us is upside down people. Because if you believe that you live north of the equator, then you also believe that the people who are south of the equator are relative upside down to you, which doesn't make any sense, because the construction industry builds to a principle called level. And level can only be based on two directions, up and down.
I mean, it makes sense to me with the massive size of the Earth and how gravity works.
Right. But can you imagine if they had a super zoom telescope on the moon, and then they pan into the north and they see airplanes flying upright and people standing upright, and then they pan that camera down, and all of a sudden there's upside down airplanes and waterfalls and birds, and people and buildings.
Like at that point, Chuckster, you would have to literally take on the idea of there being, and this is where we get into investigating the spheroid, the drop over distance claim versus looking up at the sky.
So I believe that if, for example, I'm a little confused what you meant by waterfalls and airplanes on the moon, because there, as far as I know, there's no.
No. If you were on the moon, look. If you were on the moon with a high zoom telescope, some type of telescope, and then you zoomed into the north of the Earth, and then you panned down, you would see upside down waterfall.
No, you'd
upside
actually
down kangaroos.
No, like if you were to see, let's say, an airplane flying at the North Pole, you would be able to see the side of that airplane. But then if you panned down towards, let's just say, North America, you would be seeing the top of the airplane.
And if you kept going further down to Australia, it would be upside down.
No, it wouldn't be upside down. It would be the side of the airplane.
It would be upside down relative to the other airplanes that were the opposite orientation at the top. It would be upside down by
and I know that in your guys' mind that might seem ridiculous, but it doesn't seem ridiculous to me.
It's always absolutely ridiculous, because the only justification you've got is this magic word you used called gravity, which isn't even a force. So it is ridiculous
to me that the edge of the Earth is surrounded by ice and that it's impossible to get.
Nobody said anything about the ice. Well, hold on. Let me have 5 minutes with this guy, because I'm getting a little bit annoyed by him not listening. Okay, we're not going back. No, Chuckster, we're not going back to flat earthers claiming ice walls.
Look,
that is on Google.
Let me just say one thing, and then you can say whatever you want.
No, you're going to listen to me. The ice wall is the claim of the globe. The mainstream narrative is that Antarctica is the highest landmass on the Earth, surrounded by this big ice shelf that the mainstream globers claim. Yeah, this is Antarctica. Okay, then the sea level is well below that. This is not a flat earther claim. This is mainstream. Chuckster, if you don't admit that this is a mainstream claim, I'm going to leave you on mute, because we're not going back to ice walls and bullshit that you think flat earthers believe. So I want you to admit that the mainstream narrative is that Antarctica is the highest elevation on the Earth.
I'm not sure. I'd have to Google that.
Then stop saying it's a flat Earth claim if you don't know who claimed that there was an ice shelf at Antarctica.
I just posted the Google answer for you there, Chuckster. It says Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth, with average elevation of 8,200 foot. And if you look up what the coastline of Antarctica is claimed to be, it's like 90-something% ice.
I thought that the Himalayan mountains were the highest elevation.
Highest overall continent on Earth.
Yeah. So you said it's ridiculous, Chuckster. You said it's ridiculous because it's flat earthers who come up with this, but now you're slowly starting to realize this is not a flat earthers claim. This is your side's claim. This is the mainstream claim.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. So earlier you said that you think it's ridiculous that, if there's an airplane at the North Pole and an airplane at the South Pole, and you were to pan from the moon at one and then pan to the other, they would be upside down relative to one another, right? And I didn't get mad that you called that ridiculous. I don't see it as ridiculous, but I understand that you do. Now, when I did the same thing as you, and I called something that you are making a claim of
No, it's not our claim. I'm going to mute you.
Finish.
I'm going to mute you again, and I'm going to have to reset. Okay, so the claim of the ice wall has not come from a flat earther in this room. Okay, the only claim of an ice wall that we're talking about is the mainstream narrative that Antarctica is the highest elevation. Go to Google, type in Antarctic ice shelf, you're going to see an ice wall. So stop saying this is a glober's claim, a flat earther's claim. This is a glober's claim. Pack it in.
So the claim, though, that you're making is that this shelf surrounds all of the continents. Is that not true?
No. You're claiming the ice wall is only that which was made up by a flat earther. No one in this room has told you that. The only thing we've told you is that on Google, you can see an ice shelf. Every picture you will find of Antarctica is an ice shelf. A real picture is an ice shelf. And Google will tell you it's the highest elevation. So what about that is ridiculous? Because you need to go to Google, not us.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the videos and the pictures that you guys have linked. And in this video and in this picture, it shows an ice shelf, or whatever you want to call it.
Showing an AE map. It's showing a globe projection. AE. That's a globe projection. That's a globe map.
Basically, it's showing that no matter where you are on Earth, if you travel south, you will run into an ice shelf. Is that not true?
Same thing will happen on... No. If you go south on a globe, you will hit an ice shelf.
Yes. Wakey. Stop straw manning.
Sorry, what was it? What are you asking?
Shoot just drops. Sorry.
If you go directly south on a globe, you will eventually hit ice.
Yes.
Oh, so it's not so ridiculous now, is it? And this is my problem with you, my friend. You make these hollow comments and you're not really thinking before you speak. This is your side's claim.
Cognitive abilities, right?
So when you said see this together. When you said see this, that's a globe map. That's a globe projection. It's the AE projection.
Uh-oh.
So Chuckster, are you like taking on the ideas that we're putting forward, or are you just like dismissing them and jumping to your next question?
Yep.
I think he has a better understanding. He has a better understanding now of our perspective than when he came. I think that's progress.
I guess the thing that bothers me most is that sometimes I'll ask a question and I'm sincere about it, and you guys get so offended and defensive about the question. Like
stop complaining.
Hold on, let him finish because I have an answer ready for him. Go ahead, finish up, Chuckster.
So let's just say if somebody were to ask me questions about my religion, I would be more than happy to.
So once again, I'm having to mute you because we do not have a religion for the third time. Flat Earth is not a religion. It is not even a belief. There is a difference between knowledge and belief. We've been through this. The knowledge is that there is no curvature to be observed, and that water seeks its level and lays flat locally. So there is religion, my friend. Every time you go back and you make a claim that we've already addressed, I'm going to mute you and I'm going to clarify.
Dude, you're getting babysat on Discord. That sucks.
Yeah, so I find what you're doing to be incredibly abusive.
Victim. Okay, stop playing victim. We get it. So again, question for you. Do you believe, what is your definition of the horizon, Chuckster?
So I'm not going to have a conversation if you're going to keep muting me.
Stop playing victim.
Goodbye then.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
Hold on a second. Before we get rid of Chuckster, I just wanted to explain.
This is not...
Chuckster, just listen to me for a second.
I believe in freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech, just listen to me for a second. Okay? We already know your model better than you do. We know the globe model really well. So you don't know anything about the flat Earth claim. So when you're making these claims about what you think we believe, you're making false arguments. You're putting bullshit into our mouth. Okay, so that's why we're getting annoyed with you, because you're using fallacious, whether you know it or not, you're using fallacious tactics in your argumentation because you've seen hit pieces about flat Earth as your flat Earth research.
There's no question that you've asked me that would make me get as offended as you guys have got over simple.
We're not offended. I'm going to have to mute you again because you keep making things up. I am not offended by you.
It's
but
okay.
I do not. I'm going to mute you again. I am not offended by you, my friend. I just do not suffer fools. And when I see what the behavior that you're doing, I will always jump in and I will always correct you and put you back in your box because you have a false confidence about you. You have a Dunning-Kruger attitude. And I think people like you need a kick up the arse. So yes, I'm the bad cop in the room, but I am 100% not offended by you. I pity you and I don't suffer fools. Simple.
Damn,
and
bro.
This is going to be my last mute because I feel I am being harsh now. So I'm going to withdraw. And apologies, guys, if I'm being over the top, but this guy's pissing me off a bit, so I'll withdraw.
Oh, you're straight. I think it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to, I'm not trying to...
Let's just move on with the conversation, Chuckster. We'll all try to be super chill, all right? How about that? And let's just move forward.
That's fine. I'm not trying to make anybody mad. I'm not trolling. I'm literally trying to learn more about what you guys...
All right,
but honestly, I'm not really interested in continuing with as much mute as you guys have done. I'll be happy to join a different room and just chat with other people on this server about other topics.
Just said he's going to stop muting you. Okay, so again, I'm going to ask you again. What is your understanding or your definition of the horizon? I attempted to move this on prior. Go.
So I see, again, the horizon is basically the same. My understanding would be the same as an understanding of the globe, basically, that you're seeing the edge of what you would, the curvature of the Earth, basically.
Stop trying to imagine what you think we want you to say and just say something along the lines of the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, like most normal people do.
Yeah, that's really, again, I'm trying to be really nice in this conversation, but you guys are really, like, the tone at which you guys talk to me, it's not a good
trying to deal with a snowflake, my friend. Look, we're doing our best, and if you just read out the definition of horizon, which is not what you just suggested the horizon is, just posted in the chat. Just read it out.
Quick comment. You could also admit that you never really thought about this that deeply before.
So what I said the horizon was also can be true as well as this.
Oh, got a minute.
They both they don't contradict each other. I said because I believe the Earth is a globe, and there is a curvature to it, the horizon would be the edge of what you could see. And and it is also a line in which the Earth's surface does appear to meet the sky, but it doesn't mean that they're actually touching.
Okay, good. So if the Earth is a globe of this exactly horizon should be, and you make an observation. Right?
All right. Hello?
Hear me? It keeps doing this reset thing today. Bug.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Jamie, I can unmute you, but you just started interrupting the conversation. Anyway, Chuckster, so you have to have a geometric horizon on a globe, right? What you described, yes, that is how it would work on a globe. It keeps getting more frequent, this little reset thing.
It's really bad.
Painful, isn't it?
Yeah. Chuckster.
Yeah.
Almost as painful as Chuckster's cognitive dissonance.
Again, this is the type of rhetoric that's just going to make me leave. If you're going to be,
I knew that was going to trigger you.
With you, bro. He was just messing with you, bro.
I'm just saying, I've literally been trying my best to be as kind and sincere in everything I'm saying, but I've asked questions.
Quick question.
I'm willing to do a fresh start with you, Chuckster. You seem to have dropped your condescending tone and attitude, and this is what normally happens after I do this. So I'm having, this is an opportunity now. You know that we're not going to tolerate it. So let's just be cordial. Let's be friendly, and I won't be harsh anymore.
Quick question, Chuckster. How old are you, mate?
I'm 42. I'm 41, turning 42 in November.
Cool.
But as far as condescending, like I'm not the one that's claiming to know so much more than the other person about not only my model but your model as well. That's what that's a lot more condescending. I'm not the one being condescending. Sorry.
I disagree, but let's draw a line under it.
Well, it's funny how you associate knowledge with observation, right? To be able to look at something and form an opinion.
Yeah. And if it gets...
Hold on a minute, boy. Versus theorize how that thing came to be are two different things. Again, we're observing the horizon, and if modus ponens is in fact true for the spheroid, then as I gain altitude, the curve should start to present itself as I go up. But the problem is the curve doesn't start to show up. We just see further out. Therefore, reinforcing after the idea of an infinite plane, which really nobody believes in an infinite plane because we observe gas pressure. Thank you for the space. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if it's just the bad quality of your mic, but I didn't quite catch what you just said.
Do I need to appeal to the room and ask them if I was clear in what I said when I came through? Or
you just got a bit of echo.
Yeah, there is a bit. There is a bit.
I apologize profusely. I withdraw. Thank you.
Chuckster, just let me explain sort of where the to have a specific rate of curve, and it has to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance away from you, depending on what height you are above the water. Okay? When we go out and do multiple different types of observations and experiments to try to find the geometric horizon, we can see countless times further than it, like thousands of % further. When we look to the globe side and say, okay, well, who actually validated this geometric horizon that has a globe? You look throughout all of history, nobody's ever measured it. Nobody's ever found it through any experimentation at all. So we're going out, we have hundreds of things we could show you right now that completely destroy the notion of a geometric horizon. These are experiments that anyone can go and test and repeat themselves to make sure they're valid.
Maybe it's just because we're speaking two different languages, but I'm not sure if I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just too stupid.
Okay, so on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, like you said, right? Like a geometric horizon would be, the physical curvature of the Earth, and then everything behind that would be hidden by a certain amount of Earth or water on a globe. That's the geometric horizon. Okay, so you have to have a geometric horizon at a particular distance. So if you do the math, like we've looked into this math pretty deeply, but you can check it on any Earth curve calculator, or we can give you the formulas if you want.
I'm following.
Just say you're what?
Now.
Yeah. So just say you're what? Just say you're at a 10-mile lake, right?
Okay.
So set up a camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. It's a very still lake, and you would be able to do the calculation and work out that the geometric horizon has to be at 1.22 miles away from that 1 foot observer height. So if you do the math, that's the correct according to the globe model. Okay, so if you then zoomed across that 10-mile lake, you shouldn't be able to see the other side of the lake because it should be hidden behind 66 foot of curvature, and everything beyond that geometric horizon be hidden by more and more curvature as you go further away. You with me? You're at a 10-mile lake, right?
Gotcha.
You've set up a camera at 1 foot. You're on the shoreline. You've set a camera up at 1 foot off the surface of the water. According to the globe math, the horizon should be around 1.2 miles away. everything behind that should be hidden by a certain amount, depending on how high it is. Do you follow? Right, so you shouldn't be able to see the shoreline of that lake on the other side of the 10-mile lake, because if you do the math, it should be hidden by 66 foot of drop, or by curvature. Right, so over 10 miles, there's 66 foot of drop. You following?
Uh-huh.
So if I then say that camera that I set up, that's a super zoom camera, like a Nikon D900, one of these really, really powerful zoom cameras. And then I zoom in and I can see the shoreline at the other side of the lake. It should be hidden behind 50, 60 foot of physical Earth curvature. That's what we're talking about. But then you could go to a different body of water and test it again and say, okay, shit, I can see way, way too far. How can I see way, way too far? So that's like 1,000% too far. Then you can go to an even larger body of water and you'll be able to see like 15 miles or 20 miles right along the surface of the water. Okay, and then it's not just observations. People have taken $20,000, $30,000 lasers and shot them across these big giant lakes of all types, all different types of lakes, frozen lakes, salt lakes, regular lakes, and they'll set up like an archery target on the other side, and they'll shoot this laser right across the surface of the water, and it'll hit this target every single time. These have been like countless amounts, hundreds and hundreds of these observations and laser tests that we can show you. They've been done by teams of field engineers and like qualified people as well. But anyone can go and do these tests themselves to verify, the discrepancy, of the curvature. So when you look, we go out and do these observations, and we're like, okay, well, right, where this globe model isn't matching reality. So we look to the globe side and we say, okay, look, who throughout all of history has actually measured the curvature of the Earth and found this geometric horizon or the rate of curve? And it turns out it's all just based off the mathematical globe model. Nobody's actually gone out and measured Earth. They've just done calculations based off the model. Following me?
Model affliction.
If you have a look at the what Matrix just posted in the chat, this is a good observation, and this is just a screenshot from the full video. So I can give you the whole video as well, but this is just a screenshot from the Zoom. Can you see it?
I just see you're saying the latest thing in chat.
Yeah, it's a picture of two oil platforms.
Yeah.
So in the video, which we'll post the video in a moment for you, I'll just explain it first. So this guy's set up at the shoreline of the ocean here, and he's got the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. And these oil platforms are verified distances. So the oil platforms are just there as distance markers. So in the full video, you can check where they are. He shows you the distances on Google Maps, etc. So you can validate the distances of the oil platforms from the server. So the platform on the left, platform habitat, that's 9.41 miles away. So when you do the math on this, like I explained to you before, from a 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon has to be at 1.225 miles away. But where do you see the horizon in this image? Clearly the horizon is well behind the second oil platform, right? That's not up for dispute. So the horizon has to be at 1.22 miles, but we have verified distance markers here, which is the oil platforms, and we can see the horizon behind them. So that's a big, big discrepancy and a big problem for the globe radius. It's hard to take in all of that math, the first time it's explained. So
I understand what you're saying.
So the globe model, it claims a horizon at a specific distance. It has to be there if the Earth is this. All of these observations, like countless amounts. This is just one example, and it's a good example because it has these verified distance markers. If those oil rigs weren't there, you wouldn't know how far away that horizon is, right? Because the oil rigs are there, we know that it's beyond a specific distance. I'll just post quickly just another clip from that video, which is showing you the zoom from the shoreline to the full zoom. Just uploading. And there's a full video that goes along with it, like a 20-minute video that goes through the entire process.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of experiments over water, and I've also seen some of these oil rig things, and I've seen different explanations for them in both ways, for and against.
I can go over the explanation from the globe side, which is the agreed upon explanation, which is that it's terrestrial refraction, which is a type of refraction that pre-assumes a globe. Right? So they're pre-assuming the very thing that's in question to begin with. But let's just say we grant that to them. What they're trying to say here in this observation is there really is a horizon at 1.22 miles. For some reason, it's completely invisible, undetectable, and everything behind that horizon isn't really where you see it. All just appearing to be refracted up. It's just a mirage, basically. It's an illusion. Really, it's really that second oil platform that you can see is hidden by 50 foot of Earth curvature. It just appears to be completely visible. No, it's just their excuse. It's just an excuse. So all of these observations that we're making, they just worked out a blanket statement. So they just say refraction. Oh, it's not really there. They're suggesting that if you shot a line of sight weapon at that top of that oil platform, it would just go straight through it because it's not really there. It's a really, really terrible cop-out on the globe side.
If you don't mind...
There isn't, 1 second, last sentence. There isn't even any refraction formulas that account for this type of discrepancy. And we have like much bigger discrepancies in other observations than in this. Go ahead.
So if you don't mind, I do have like other questions. And I'm not trying to, I'll definitely look into the oil rig thing that you just posted here, and it's interesting.
That's all I was looking for. I was waiting for you to say interesting. Then we can move forward.
There.
It's a lot to take in.
But I just want to be careful when I ask these questions. I don't want you guys to like. When I'm asking the questions, I'm not like trying to do a gotcha question, or I'm just trying to get your opinion on, or whatever I know that some of the words I use make you upset because it's not your opinion according to you, right? It's your knowledge, right? I guess I'm trying to get your perspective of where you're coming from, what your viewpoint is, okay? And so it's okay if you don't have an answer to some of the questions I have. I'm not going to say, oh, that means that you're wrong, okay? That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm curious, and I've talked to other flat earthers, and I get different answers to a lot of these questions, but I find it as a fascinating topic, okay? And I'm not trying to trip you up or anything.
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess when I think of the idea of thinking that the world is flat, I get a lot of like, what about questions in my mind? Like, what about this? Like, how do they explain this if the world is flat, and how do they explain that, right? And so
Naturally.
I just want to ask some of those. And again, I'm doing this as sincerely as I can. I'm not trying to trip you up. And if you don't have an answer, that's fine. That doesn't mean I win the debate. We're not even debating. I would like to not debate. I would like to more just have a discussion, right?
Yeah.
I think that's more. I think it's more productive. Fine. Okay. So, just I guess we talked a little bit about the International Space Station, right? So, according to, I guess, mainstream's, thought, I guess, is that there's astronauts that are living in the International Space Station. Can't talk.
Right.
And every, few months, they usually don't spend more than like 6 months because there's, cosmic radiation, etc. So I guess my question is, we see a rocket fly up into the air, right? And then we we see it go super high, and they say it goes to the International Space Station, and then 6 months later it comes down with a person, right? I guess according to your view, is it empty when it flies up and it's empty when it comes back, and then they like quickly, put a person inside and pretend that, like, all for show that they were up there? I guess
there's no validation that it's actually going where they're telling you. So if you actually look at the trajectory of these rockets, most of those ones that you're talking about are launched from a place called Cape Canaveral, and they are directed basically straight out into where the Bermuda Triangle is. And if you look at the path of these rockets, they basically make what looks like a parabolic arc. They don't just go up, 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 and then pop out. So.
So you're saying you can see it come down into the ocean?
I'm just saying, no, you don't see it come down into the ocean. We see it appear to make a parabolic arc, but that's not proof, obviously. That's just what it looks like it's doing. But you have cameras sometimes on these rockets. There's never been one time that they just keep one camera rolling. You can just watch the rocket go and go and go and do its thing, and go up to the space station. There's always all of these Hollywood-style edits where they keep switching to different cameras, and then all of a sudden it switches to what really does look a lot like CGI.
So let's ignore what you can see on the internet. I'm saying if you actually went, because you can go to a launching, and you can actually see it without any cameras or anything. You can see it with your own eyes.
Right, but when they show you those launches on TV, you're so far away from them. Like when they show it on TV, it makes it look like the people are close. That's just like the camera they're using in that particular like image to make it look like the people are closer. If you look up what the actual limit is that you have to be away, you're just seeing a rocket take off from a really long distance away. That's all you're seeing. You're not seeing it go to space. You're just seeing a rocket launch. No one's doubting rockets are being launched. Where are they going? We can only trust footage. And it turns out that there's a lot of footage that's been faked. Really faked, like ridiculous. Like we have literally like 6-hour-long compilations of NASA fakery on the ISS and things like that. Using green screens, harnesses, hairspray, all sorts of different, glitches and things that just are impossible.
I guess I'm just trying to understand if you believe that the rocket that comes down, let's say 6 months afterwards, is the same rocket, or if you're thinking that it's a different launch and a different returning of the same, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm wording my question very clearly.
It's just one of those things that's going to come down to whether you're willing to trust what you're seeing from NASA. So from the amount of stuff that we've seen that discredits NASA, it's hard to believe anything that comes from them. It's hard to trust, like, just say you have a friend that lies all the time. It's hard to trust anything they say.
And what about satellites? Do you believe?
Sorry, just quickly. I've just placed in the side chat a little short video, like 2-3 minutes, and it's a child. Like it's depict. You hear the voice of a child, and you'll hear adults as well. But from the perspective of a child, they're watching a rocket launch. They're like panicking, and they're like, "It's going down." And like the adults are trying to reassure the child, like, no, it's not going down, right? Looks to the child like that rocket is starting to go down, and it looks bad, and they're like, "Oh, this has failed. It's not going into space," right? So this is from the vantage point of somebody who's not really subjected to all that indoctrination and narrative, not so much as the adult. You know what I mean? Like, so from their perspective, they're just expecting it to watch this rocket go up into space, and it starts curving over and going down towards the ground, and they're like, "What's going on? This is what So it's really interesting to hear that from a child's perspective. Yeah, give that a watch in your own spare time.
I just wanted to cut the head off the snake before we talk about the snake, so to speak. Like, okay, so from the flat Earth perspective, or from the perspective of gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics, is described on the globe. Cut out for a second, then. Just I'll say it again. Yeah, so according to us, or according to gas law and all practical demonstrations, you can't have outer space. It's scientifically impossible. So as outer space is defined in the globe Earth model, where you have a vacuum of outer space adjacent to Earth, basically, that is a gas pressure system with measured gas pressure at sea level, 14.7 psi. You can't have a vacuum adjacent to a gas pressure system. Okay, so it's not possible to demonstrate. You should look at any practical demonstration on any smaller scale. The high pressure instantly equalizes violently with the low pressure. That's just the way everything works in nature. Hot goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. So you can't have a ball of gas inside a vacuum chamber without a physical barrier separating the two pressure systems. So that's what the globe Earth model is insinuating, is a big giant vacuum chamber and a ball inside that vacuum chamber covered in gas, the outer physical barrier separating the two. So outer space nobody's been able to prove outer space can even exist. And then once you start looking at the stuff NASA gives you, I mean, these pictures of the globe from outer space, once you look into how they make them, they're just composites. They're just a bunch of low altitude photos of Earth stitched together in Photoshop and wrapped around a ball, and then they add in some clouds. And that's exactly how NASA admits making these.
So you don't believe that outer space exists? I got that. Sorry, I just wanted to mention, because I was listening to everything you said. I wanted to mention to Twad Wazzle about the video that he just was talking about, the rocket launch. I think I just did a little bit of research, because the video you linked on the description, it doesn't show any details in the description about like when this was or what. Like, it's just it's hard. So, but I did notice that one of the videos, it looks like there's multiple videos. It's not just one video. There are multiple videos stitched together. If you move to the 1 minute mark, you'll notice that there's like a timestamp on the video of October 29th, 1998. But then if you move to other parts of the video, there is no timestamp. So it doesn't look like this video that you linked is actually one consecutive video that was filmed from start to finish. And so the audio that you're hearing is probably, it seems like it's probably overlaid on top of the spliced videos. But on
videos.
But on October 29th, but on October 29th, 1998, there was a launch from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It says the mission was particularly notable because it marked the return of John Glenn to space at 77 years old. He became the oldest person to fly into space. But I just thought I would mention that. Like, the thing that would make this video that you linked more interesting to me would be if the person that shared it, which seems to be this channel called Taboo Conspiracy, if they gave more context to the video, like they said, "Hey, this is the video."
It's probably probably a mirror. It's probably been mirrored several times. Like, I don't even know where the original source is, but like it's definitely the transcript of a child like talking about they're seeing space launch, a rocket launch. I do, and anybody can go. They call it a gravity turn.
I'm just saying, like, if you look at, like, if you jump to 140, there's tons of clouds.
But nobody ever goes to see. Nobody ever goes to see a rocket launch and stands there and just has to crank their neck right up above their head, like, to see it like anymore, because it's not doing that. It goes up a fair way and then starts turning and then starts like it look like it levels out and then starts arcing down. Does this parabolic
again,
flight.
Like skip through the video and like
look they all do that. They all do that. Nobody ever goes to see a rocket launch and just sees it go straight up. It doesn't happen. They call it a gravity turn. They claim that they have to do that in order to achieve orbit, right?
Have a look at the two images I posted. I mean, that's what you see, regardless of the video being stitched or not. this is what you see when you see a rocket being launched. It appears to be going up and then back and back down again.
I believe,
and I said that doesn't prove it to be fake because they have an explanation for everything.
The explanation they have, I believe, is that you need to exit the Earth's atmosphere at a certain angle, because if you go head on, you'll burn up in the atmosphere, basically.
There you go. Yeah, gravity turn. Yeah.
I just find it interesting that an aeroplane, when it leaves trails behind it, contrails or chemtrails or whatever the shit they want to call them, are straight lines. But yet a rocket, which is allegedly also going around the Earth, does a big hockey stick. I've just always thought that's amazing.
Yeah, I think
that's interesting.
I think the reason.
Hold on a second. At the end of the day, they have explanations for these things.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're going to end up having to choose whether you want to believe NASA or not, because they're not even giving you like a camera view where you see the whole thing happen. It's always switching between 50 different camera shots, and at the end of the day, it's something that you're just going to have to choose whether you want to believe it or not.
And it's not just NASA, right? There's NASA, then there's also
SpaceX.
SpaceX. There's Blue
SpaceX
Origin,
pretty much is like an affiliate of NASA. I mean, they said
Origin,
they couldn't do anything. Well, Blue Origin just went up. Blue Origin just went up to around 300,000 feet. It wasn't even high enough, according to the people on board, to see the curvature of the.
Well, I think there's people on board that said that they did, but I guess the explanation from a flat Earth perspective would be that they're lying or they're paid or something.
I don't know. One of the people on there. Hold on. One of them on there is a trained astronaut, and she said that she really wanted to see the curvature of the Earth, and she said she was disappointed they didn't go high enough and she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. And then astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson came out after that in 2 separate interviews and said he did the math, and at that height you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
I guess I'm thinking maybe it's the Virgin Galactic or something. There's like multiple companies now that are going into.
And not Bezos and Branson are not achieving orbit, and like Elon kind of rubs it in their face. You can't achieve orbit, I can, like, sort of thing. But I don't doubt that like Bezos are sending things really, really high into the sky, as high as they can achieve, right? They're really trying their best, right? But they don't achieve low orbit. They go up really, really high, and then they just come straight back down.
So I guess my question is
relatively within like a small radius, like of where they started too. They're not even that far away. Like Earth didn't spin thousands of miles, right? While this thing went up, and so they just go up, and so people often, I don't know how how educated you are on this topic, but many people have this misconception when they see that kind of thing. They think, oh, they're floating around because they're in space, right? In the footage, you see them floating around and they're enjoying that zero gravity environment. That's not because they've gone to space. It's not because they're so far from the Earth that the Earth's gravitational pull, right? And I'm granting you all this as being true, right? Which I don't believe it is, right? But it's not because they've gone so far away from the Earth's surface that the gravitational pull of the Earth is no longer affecting them as greatly as if they were on the ground. They simply have gone up, and then they've started falling back down. And so the moment it starts falling back down, they let them get out of their seats a little bit and sort of start. Because so it's like the vomit comet that does the parabolic arc. You can go and experience zero gravity, because it's not that it's in space. It's because you're falling. You're doing this free fall with the object that you're inside of.
Right. No, so it feels like you don't have to explain to me how that works. You can do that in an airplane. What was it? The
right. Cool.
Video. Cool. Right. Here's
that's good, because we get lots of people that have a misconception about that.
I just did a quick search just to see Blue Origin. I searched for Blue Origin Spaceflight in YouTube, and there is just one of the very first videos that came up was this Dude Perfect video. It's a popular YouTube channel, And if you skip to like the 9-minute and 44-second mark, you can see that they're in the space flight. They're floating around. So from what your perspective is, they're just like in an airplane that's dropping at a certain speed. So that's why they're floating, right? But then they turn they turn the camera around, and you can very clearly see the curvature of the Earth.
Right. Let me just cover that really quickly. Okay, so if you, sorry,
post a picture.
I was just going to, really quickly, if you just go
the video just now in chat.
Yeah, that's cool. We've all seen the video. Okay, so even if you go to the start of that video, when hold on a second, when they're on the ground, you can see the curvature of the Earth, like really, but even just from ground level, proving that it's just a wide-angle lens effect. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
Here's a picture we prepared earlier.
Yeah, we've already looked into these things 1,000 times, man. These are just deceptive.
So you're saying, but they were there, right? And they were looking out at the window. So forget the camera. Wouldn't they be able to testify? Yeah, I didn't see a curve. Like
what they saw and what the camera is showing you is two different things. The camera is showing you that it's curved. What they saw was probably a beautiful plane of existence.
But
let me just go over that really quickly. Hold on a second. Look at the post directly above what Matrix just posted. Here's literally a trained astronaut that went up to that height or even higher on the Origin flight. And she said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. And then literally one of the most popular science educators and astrophysicists in the whole world came out on TV 2 times and said you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Right?
So is it possible that in that flight, the one that you're giving an example of, they did a lower flight, and then in the other flight they did a higher?
It's around 300. It's around 350,000 feet. This flight. No, it's not a higher flight. It's actually slightly lower. The Dude Perfect one. The Dude Perfect one was, I think, about 5 miles lower than this one. But you can see the curvature from the ground level. Look at the curvature from near the ground level. It proves 100%.
Dude Perfect, right there. No, when he got out and they interviewed him after the experience, they didn't ask him, "Did you see the curvature?" They asked him, "Is the Earth flat? Is the Earth round?" And he just said, "Yeah, definitely round." In like giving the impression that his experience indicated that to him, right? But that's not what was said. He never said, "Yes, I looked out the window and I could see the curvature of the Earth." He never said that. Not in that interview when he was asked.
One thing really quickly, Chuckster.
What was the name of the one that you said was 5 miles higher than Dude Perfect?
You can have a look at it. There's a whole article there about it. Hold on, I just wanted to explain why some people might think that they see the curvature of the Earth, because if they have a presupposition in their head already that the Earth's a globe, and then they go up and they have a huge angle of view, they can see all around themselves, like someone skydiving, for example, or someone up really high, they can see a lot of the horizon. Okay, so they can see the same distance due to perspective in every direction. Okay, so if you mark that distance out just on a map, you can see, okay, I can see 3 miles this mark actually forms a circle, because we see in a circle due to the way our angle of vision works, due to our limits of perspective, right? So you might mistake seeing the curvature of Earth, but you're seeing a big flat circle due to perspective. So that's how some people...
What was the name of
the Picard, right? Picard, what was his name? August Picard? Back in the early 1900s, he was like the first person to reach the stratosphere. Was it the stratosphere he reached? Into the upper limits of the stratosphere or something?
What was the name of the woman you said that flew and said she was disappointed? Oh, is this one right here, right? Was it Alex Wilkins?
I forget what her name.
So, am I coming through?
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's all right. So, one of the first people to ever reach the highest. It was early 1900s, I think. Augustus Picard, I think his name was. Researcher, physicist, something like that. He built a balloon. He had a guy with him too, an assistant. They went up really high. I'm not sure of the actual height that they achieved. It was the highest that anybody had ever achieved in a balloon, right? At the time, right? And when he came back down, they asked him, "Oh, what did it look like up there?" And he said, "Look, the Earth looked like a flat disc, upturned edges." So you can imagine he's looking out just like DJ was describing, right? He was seeing this sort of like an arc of view right around him, right? So it seems because, and you know, it may have been twisting and turning too. So he might have actually got a bit of a panoramic view, right, during his. But so he's interpreted that in his mind as being, well, that's an arc, right? So he's described it as a disc. He didn't even say it looked like it was curving. Like he just said it looked like a flat disc.
Yeah,
with upturned edges, right?
Just if you're out in the ocean and you can't see anything around you but ocean, you look around 360 degrees, you're just going to see a flat, circle. That's just the way our vision works. But I just posted for you, Chuckster, the Neil deGrasse Tyson clip after the Blue Origin flight, where he tells you himself that he did the math.
I'm having a real time finding the name. All I can find is the name Fox. Yet in a post-flight interview
Fox
with Fox, Wally.
Fox.
Okay, got it. Wally Funk.
He's a trained astronaut.
Yeah, got it. Wally Funk. Sorry.
Yeah, there's the Neil deGrasse Tyson clip. Chat there. It's just a few seconds if you want to just quickly have a look at that.
Is this the one where he talks about how they didn't go high enough?
Yeah, because what you're dealing with these companies, you're dealing with really, really good marketing team. They want the general public and the media to think that they went to space. Yeah, they went to this ridiculous height. That's why they're using these fisheye cameras. They did the same thing with the Red Bull jump. First, they did the Red Bull jump without fisheye lens cameras, and the horizon just looks completely flat. They redid it again because it didn't look good. They redid it with GoPro cameras, where you see this extreme curvature. You can see in the Matrix posted just above what I just posted there.
Okay, so I did a little bit of research, and it does look like Wally Funk went 62 miles on her Blue Origin flight, where Dude Perfect went 66 miles. So it was actually Dude Perfect that was 4 miles higher.
It's not significant enough. It's not significant enough to have to make that much of a difference. No way. And there's someone called Paul Larson, right? He wants to debate flat earthers, right? He doesn't think that the Earth is flat, right? And he's a planetarium director and high school physics teacher, right? And he says, right? He goes on public record saying, "I've done the math." He even has a thing on a video, like he's saying, he has like a little ball that he's saying, if this was Earth, and he has a circle drawn on it, right, an area shaded in, and he says, if this was if the ISS was like that far above, that's the range that you'd see. That's how much surface of the Earth you'd see if the ISS was that as high as what they say. He says you wouldn't see the horizon as curving from that height. It'd just look flat, like it does from the ground.
Yeah, and not even the footage from the supposed Chinese space station is around the same height. It's around 210 to 280 miles, depending on where it is, allegedly. And the main cameras on the Chinese space station show a completely flat horizon from all angles, except for when they switch to their extreme fisheye camera. Part of the video here.
Okay.
I just posted that for you. So that contradicts. I think it's completely fake. It looks ridiculous. Obviously, that's what we would claim. But
So help me understand your perspective on satellites. Do you believe that there's satellites floating around above the Earth's surface?
Once again, you're gonna have to get back to the proving it's possible to have outer space to begin. So that's where you're gonna fail first. But if you Google photos of satellite from space, you're going to get a whole bunch of CGI cartoons. And nobody's doubting that there's technology in the sky. There's definitely satellites. Like NASA's first satellite was literally a big, giant, massive balloon with a satellite attached. NASA's the world's largest consumer.
So do you believe that Starlink
satellite balloon program
is...
And not Starlink. I'm talking about NASA.
So I'm just asking if you believe that Elon Musk has launched Starlink satellites. Sorry, we're breaking up.
We're all breaking up. I've been having connection issues. It keeps authenticating me and logging me out, logging me back in.
Yeah.
So for example, I believe that Starlink there's hundreds of satellites in low Earth orbit around the Earth. But I guess, and like you can actually see them with your visible eye. You don't even need a telescope.
Hold on a second. Right. So do you think that Elon Musk sent it to space?
Sorry, you're asking me if I believe that the Starlink satellites were sent into space by Elon Musk?
No. Elon Musk, previously to that, Elon Musk said he sent Tesla, the car, into space.
Oh, I'm not sure what that has to do with satellites, but sure.
It's to do with the credibility of Elon Musk. Go ahead, Twad.
Elon Musk does not do anything purely independent of any other corporation or government body, right? He works hand in hand, side by side with them, doing anything with his so-called space programs independently, purely independently, without permission from anybody else or anything like that, right? He's working in conjunction with other agencies. Now, another thing is there is no there's no lack of techniques for putting technology in the sky. I mean, we've got drones, there's balloons, you've got high altitude gliders and other aircraft, right? Solar powered even, right? That are capable of maintaining high altitude for very long periods of time. Right? You don't necessarily need something that's like a tin can and using gravitation and all that for them to claim to do what they do, right? Need any of that.
I don't know if I know of a drone that could stay in the sky for like multiple years without coming down, but I don't know. I guess you're saying
but nobody can verify that those things are actually doing that, right?
Okay, so if you flew a drone, how would it? I guess. I mean, we know that Starlink works, right? There's people that have satellite dishes that communicate with those dots in the sky flying above their head.
Have you seen the same satellite twice in one night?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not staring up at the sky.
Right? You don't know.
I know that there's millions of people. I know there's millions of people that track or maybe not millions. There's thousands of people that are tracking the satellites of Starlink, for example. It's not like a secret. If they were like we know that they're there. We can see them. They're not even hard to see. You don't even need like a telescope. But if you do get a telescope, you can see them in more detail, right? But
can I put in real quick, Chuckster? I posted content for you in the voice chat channel. These are the requirements to get the top jobs at SpaceX. You tell me if this is openly verifiable or not, what they're doing and working on.
I guess I don't know what that has to do with. I guess I'm just trying to understand if you guys believe that the satellites are traveling above the world.
No belief. No claims.
Tech in the sky, yes. Tech in the sky, yes. Tin cans doing magical orbits around a sphere Earth that's spinning on its axis and going around the sun, no.
Okay.
So even when you think about the sizes of these things, it doesn't really fit either. I mean, you can't even see a giant jumbo jet that's nearly the size of a football field when it's just 8 miles up in the air. You know, you've got these tiny little tin can size.
Hello?
Hey.
Did it again.
Yeah, we're back.
I don't think they're tin can. I mean, they weigh about 2,700 pounds. So.
Yeah, but I'm talking about angular size right now. So you've got like a giant jumbo jet that you can't see at 8 miles because the angular size is literally too small, right? And then you're talking about 300 miles approximately for these Starlink satellites, which are, what size compared to a
This is crazy.
The disconnects with the server, you mean?
Yeah, it's happening to another server where I'm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting worse actually as the day goes on.
Wonder if they're getting DDoS.
Right, so anyway, I was talking about the jumbo jet. DDoS.
I mean,
So, can you hear me? So
yeah,
these
I
little
guess
satellites are meant to be about 3 meters wide, as high, 3 by 2, basically, and that's giving them extra size. But you can't even see a jumbo jet at 8 miles. Imagine if that jumbo jet was double the height at just 16 miles. There's no way you could see it. Imagine if it was 5 times that height. There's not a chance in hell you'd be able to see that thing.
I think it's because they're like they're shining light or something. I think that's why it's like reflecting or shining light, and that's why they're visible. So it's not
funny.
really
American Airlines used to paint their aircraft. Well, not paint. They used to have reflective steel on the outside of their aircraft that should reflect light brilliantly. Nobody can see them flying at night.
Well, right, because they're flying a lot lower, so they're not just like for example, the moon, it reflects the sun's light.
How would you reflect light from the sun when you're 400 miles up on the opposite side of Earth from the sun?
Yeah. I don't know. All I know is they're visible.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it?
So the question is, like, why are they visible? Like, if they're so small and they're visible, that actually makes it more remarkable. Like, are you like?
That's why I was talking about the. That's why I was talking about.
Roboting pretty hard, bro.
Could this be because of us?
No, it's everyone.
Yeah. Are they taking everybody else out on our account? Wouldn't that be funny?
You know what it is? It's all these damn satellites.
I'm not on satellite. I'm on fiber.
No. Right now. Yeah, look, man, there's some stuff in the sky. People that tell you they are shady. You can believe them if you want. It's going to be one of those things that's going to be something that you can't validate at the end of the day.
I think the fact that they're smaller than jets and still visible kind of shows that the reason why they're visible is because the height at which they are, and the fact that they're catching sunlight from the angle.
Right. But what's a jet? What's a jet? 10 miles high?
Right. Okay. I don't know if it's that high, but
so that's
let's just say.
Yeah, that's probably even lower than that. To be honest,
I think
it's like 60,000 feet or something.
Yeah, it's like a few miles high, right? Yeah. Or I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I've seen jets even during the day. I'll see a jet fly over during the day, and you look up, you can't see that damn thing anywhere. They're so high, you can't see them.
Where these Starlink satellites are 340 miles.
Right, but the jet's also bigger than 3 meters long. But yeah, you've got these like 380 mile away or whatever.
Yeah.
Starlink satellite. That I think that,
so because they're so much smaller, you'd think you wouldn't be able to see them, right? But you can. And so
that distance, due to the but even due to the angular resolution limits, it's small. So you're seeing these big giants of light that kind of look like stars in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why don't you take MS Paint and draw the angles of the sun to one of these objects, scaled down to, I don't know, the size of an MS Paint canvas relative to Earth's curvature. See if you can come up with any geometric angle of incidence and reflection.
With the 300 miles.
Angles. I can just see a Jedi. That angles.
Oh, it makes sense if you're on the surface, and depending on the angle, it does make sense that something that's 300, almost 400 miles in the sky might be able to catch light at certain times of the night and be visible.
You know what that height relative difference is? It would be about 3 centimeters above a 6-foot diameter beach ball.
How do
you reflect light from the sun on the opposite side of the beach ball off of something that's 3 centimeters away from the beach ball?
So what's your explanation for how you see them?
Well, the explanation is they're not what you're told. They're not what you believe they are, because it doesn't make any sense.
So they're not communicating the internet down to satellite dishes.
We don't know what they are, dude. That's it. Like, we don't know. You don't know either. We know that the explanation they gave is inadequate.
It's about verifiability at the end of the day. Like, you can't confirm or deny. It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I mean, the scary part is this is a big mystery, and realizing that is a scary thing. The implications make it scary, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Think about this. There's some very rich people offering you a service, right? Richer, right? And they're offering you a service by means which you can't validate.
To work on this stuff, you need a top secret clearance, like what I shared is a job requirement in the chat. So much for being a public and verifiable.
Let's put it this way, right? So I guess we're talking about Starlink.
Yeah.
So imagine if a bunch of stars appeared in the sky and there was no explanation whatsoever. What do you think would happen?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Imagine if a bunch of stars appeared in a line in the sky and there was no explanation as to what happened.
Okay.
You need a cover story.
You need a cover story, right?
So that's what your theory is? And I say that's the theory, right? You don't know, right?
Not my
theory.
Dude, it's not my theory. Think about it logically for a second. If they wanted to put something in the sky for a reason, and they didn't give you a reason, then you would be wondering what that is. Yes, no?
I'm not sure. I mean, so you're saying that they predicted and they knew that stars were about to show up in the sky, and so they made a cover story ahead of time that they were going to launch these satellites, and then they did it just in time.
Flat Earth motherfuckers. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they probably have put something in the sky. So am I breaking up?
Yeah, your sister's coming and stuff too. So we can just postpone.
Got some major issues.
I'm starting about.
We can hear
you. Order it, sure.
Hot mic and DJ.
Hot mic, mate.
You could pick it up.
Yeah, sorry. Am I coming through?
Mute him. Yeah, you're coming through, Kunta.
Sees him. Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that they probably did put something in the sky. They don't want you to know what it is, so they tell you, oh, it's internet.
I thought you said it was stars. And so this
What
was
is
their
a
cover
star?
story.
What is a star?
That's a great question. What do you guys believe the stars are?
Well, what I see in the sky when I see a star is a point of light in the sky that I can't verify what it actually is.
And it moves.
Right. So it is a star. It's not necessarily a burning ball of gas billions of miles away, but it is still a star.
Okay.
Yo, Haystack, did you catch the Alan Shane debate last night?
Yes, I sure did.
Oh, that was a fascinating watch.
I'd say that's the right word for it. The challenge is...
Sorry.
Yeah, go.
Oh, the Lucas guy was squirming. Oh, my days.
It was too bad that they couldn't challenge the fundamental premises of anything. Like, oh, you're claiming muons appear in the atmosphere and they go down to Earth. Well, why don't you prove that they're going to Earth in a radial fashion instead of perpendicular to the surface?
Right. Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of information in that debate where I was like, oh, this is new to me. But as soon as you understood, because I was frantically Googling stuff and finding that Peter and Lucas were wildly misrepresenting most of the things they were saying. And then you just realize, oh, they're just being fallacious as usual, but just with subject matter I'm slightly less familiar with. It's just the same fallacies, but applied to new material.
Yeah, and they do it in an advanced way because they're using the knowledge gained from PhD programs and master's degree level programs to render the same fallacious arguments in the same formal fashion.
Right. It's just like, wow, intelligence really doesn't make you more logical sometimes, you know? I don't know.
Right. They were well trained on the current rhetoric.
Exactly.
But they didn't understand the logic.
And they won't be told otherwise. It's fascinating, you know? And when it's pointed out to them, they're just like, nah, this is what a PhD said. You know what? Anyway, I'm back in a sec.
Looking good. Haystack honk. Like the new
Thank
display
you.
picture.
I identify as handsome.
Yes, I like it. Very funny. Sexy Amish guy.
Oh, it's triggering my enemies. Like, I've got a lot of people that I think I'm on their list of targeted people to harass, and this is just driving them bananas.
Good stuff. I'm glad Chuckster's still here, though. He's been here for a good few hours. Fair play to you, sir.
Yeah.
Yep, this world isn't what you think it is, and neither are you.
What do you mean by neither are you?
Do you know who you are? Do you know what you are?
I believe I'm a child of God.
That's a great start, and probably the end of it, too.
So
a lot of people who argue with us are pure atheists.
No, I'm not atheist. I'm very religious.
What about evolution, Chuckster? Do you believe in that?
Yes and no. I don't believe that humans are our ancestors are monkeys, cell organisms. So I don't believe that like one animal just even over years. I believe that our ancestors are humans and they've always been human. that being said, I do believe in like adaptation. Small, like even, and I don't believe that small evolution has led to completely different animals. I believe that there is some adaptations that can occur within a species that gives their DNA certain traits, if that makes any sense.
I'd agree with that too.
100%.
I'd actually call that gene expression, though. I'd call that epigenetics, not evolution.
Yeah, I mean, for example, like there's people in, I think, near, was it New Zealand, Australia? Their DNA basically makes their lungs breathe underwater, not breathe underwater, be able to hold their breath underwater like 10 times longer than like the average human. There's Eskimo people who have a special, like, their veins like vibrate and contract in super cold weather to keep them where other humans don't. So like there's little adaptations that people have had over, depending on where they live on Earth. Even skin color is an adaptation to the sun. The more you're exposed to the sun, the more melanin you produce. And over generations, there are people that are darker skin colored in sunnier areas of the colder areas of the world. They have light skin, whatever. And I don't want to get into like the weeds on that in case you guys argue with me about that. That's minor. But the gist of what I'm saying is, sure, there's small adaptations, but I don't think that we have evolved from these.
Do you think flat Earth makes it more apparent that we are created and we're living in a designed realm?
Not necessarily, no, I don't.
Oh, it destroys the entire Big Bang cosmology completely. And evolution.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand.
Do you believe in the Big Bang, Chuckster?
I don't have
as a creation story.
I don't have a strong belief about the Big Bang one way or another, but I do believe that God is the creator of our universe, and that if let's assume that the Big Bang is how our universe kind of like came from or whatever, then I would believe that it was God's hand that created that, if that makes sense.
But if that's the case, then you'd have to include evolution, right? How do you get a Big Bang without evolution?
You wouldn't have to.
Origin.
You could say that, for example, the Big Bang was God created, all the matter or whatever, in the universe, and that from there he organized that matter into worlds, and he created creatures upon those worlds.
Well, you could, right? You could. The whole Big Bang and evolution, double-decker cosmology, gives people an excuse to be atheists and to avoid the consequences of their moral actions in this life.
Perhaps. I'm just saying...
It does. It absolutely does.
So yes, but what I'm saying is it doesn't... You can also believe in the Big Bang, and that doesn't disprove God, is what I'm saying. So it could be either way.
You have a much harder time denying a creator when you see flat Earth in the created realm in front of your face.
But the thing is, my belief in God isn't dependent on the shape of the world. I believe
mine's not either, but for many people, this has been a necessary consequence of a radical shift in their worldview. Many atheists have approached flat Earth and have become Christians or other theists.
Perhaps.
Yeah, like me. I was an atheist before flat Earth.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. That was it.
Yeah, can I just get in quickly, because I think I'm about to hit a bad patch of reception. So the way I see it, you've got three ways of doing it, really. So you've got God created everything in a globe Earth cosmology. You've got God created everything in a flat Earth cosmology, and then you've got nothing exploded and created itself, right? There's no like fourth option where nothing creates an intelligently designed system. Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So
you're preaching to fire. Because I don't have any disagreement about God existing. I do believe he is.
So no, but I'm not even a Christian, right? But my point is that the godless, evolution is obviously to me an attempt to explain a godless existence.
Yep.
And it needs to be interpreted in that way.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I think that we largely agree on whether or not there is a God, and our viewpoints on evolution tend to agree as well. We just disagree on whether or not the world is flat.
One of the things that gets up a lot of people is they'll say the Bible proves flat Earth. They're incorrect. Flat Earth proves the Bible correct.
Nice.
And you seem like
you're roboting pretty hard, brother.
You're breaking up, yeah.
At one point, my dad was really into
crypto. We didn't catch that, mate.
Person actually.
Hello?
Having gone today.
Thanks for hanging in there, Chuckster.
At one point, my dad was really into the idea that the Earth is hollow, that it is a globe, but that it's hollow inside, and that there's this like little mini sun in the center, and that like the lost 10 tribes of Israel live in the center of the world.
You can still have that on flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's just ancient. That's just ancient sort of mythology, but you'll find that all over the world. All cultures share a story of whether it's the Indians of North America calling them the Anunnaki ant people, or whether that is, people, human beings went underground, or whether it's the gods in Agartha, or I can't remember the other name for these underground cities, but yeah, every corner of the earth has stories of underground civilization at some point in history.
Yeah, I personally just don't believe that there's entire civilizations currently living under the Earth's surface. But
I never said currently. Not necessarily currently, but at one point at least.
I don't know.
Created realm offers more possibilities than you can imagine. Because you're not pigeonholed into some framework of cosmology, which the prevailing framework is beyond broken. You got the great cosmological crisis. Everything Einstein dreamed of is turned into the biggest predictive failure in all of science, in all of scientific history.
Let me ask a question. Is there a way, am I just missing it? Is it maybe just because I'm new to the server? Images in chat? Maybe I just have to earn that privilege over time or something?
Yeah, you normally earn the rights, but I mean, if you hang about, we can get you those
Okay,
rights.
I promise I won't spam nudes or anything crazy. I assume that's why new people aren't allowed to post pictures, because then people could just join the server and then just start posting.
Yeah, they normally get banned for doing silly things like that.
Right. Well, yeah, it's up to you guys. No big deal. It'd be nice to be able to post photos in chat.
Yeah, you can post photos now, Mo. No problem.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks. Appreciate
Good
it.
man, DJ.
There's nothing in particular I wanted to post like right now, but there was a couple of times earlier in our conversation that I was wanting to post.
Yeah, no worries, man. No, you seem completely genuine. But we don't expect you to listen to this.
Well, we kind of
conversation
got
today.
off on the wrong
got off
foot
rocky.
because I was asking questions and I'm serious. I'm not trolling. I literally am genuinely fascinated and curious, and I know that we disagree, but I would just ask a question and then some of you guys would get pissed off just at the question. And
right, but you got to remember that the perception you had of what we claim was completely the propaganda perception, the type of claims that is designed to turn people away from flat Earth.
Do you see though that my perception? You guys aren't the first flat earthers I've talked to. My perception is based on other people and what they've talked, other flat earthers and what they've said. There's flat earthers that say that the sun is exactly this high above the Earth, and that it, there's, and that's why
really
I compared it.
I mean, that's kind of you might get a couple that say something crazy like that, but you're going to get some globe earthers that say there's alien bases inside the moon.
Yeah.
Well, there's also flat earthers that use this map. Here, let me just post this if you don't mind.
Yeah, so let's pause right there real quick. There is the Flat Earth Society, which we are not, and they're very historical, and they started as a parody organization. Then there's a new crop of flat earthers that we call Flat Earth Society 2.0, where they represent this azimuthal equidistant globe map, which is a globe that has been flattened out and that uses a non-uniform scale for distances. And these flat earthers pretend that non-uniform scale doesn't exist. And it leads them down into looking like complete idiots.
So earlier, I guess I caused a lot of offense when I compared the flat Earth beliefs or knowledge or perspective, I should say, because when I say the word belief, you guys get offended over that. But I compared the flat Earth perspective to how there's lots of Christian religions that believe totally different things, right? And then you guys put me on mute and said, we're not a religion. And I never said you guys were a religion. I never said you guys were a religion. I just am saying that just like Christian religions have multiple totally different beliefs, there's a lot of different beliefs within the flat earther community.
And within the globe earth community.
We are not believers. We are hardcore empiricists, defenders of the scientific method as a means to arrive at knowledge.
So I understand that you are very sensitive when it comes to the word belief.
Chuckster, please can I address what you're saying, because it was me who was muting you, and it was me who you think I was angry with you. Yes, I did get stern with you and I got tough with you, but this is my tactic when I come across people who come in this room and don't really listen, because you wasn't at the beginning listening. You were just kind of just throwing reasons why you thought flat Earth wasn't correct.
I disagree. But go ahead.
Chuckster, you did come in hot, but what I have learned is with some people, logic is enough to have that conversation, but with some people, they're so ingrained into what they think that they're not actually willing to listen. So sometimes a little bit of a shake actually creates a better conversation, and I would argue me doing that created the groundwork for what we have here. So I would, I said to you, clean slate. It was nothing personal. It's just a tactic I have. If I see that somebody is not really listening and just kind of gish galloping a little bit, then I will do that. But it's nothing personal, my friend, and I hope we've drawn a line under that.
I want to, sorry, just quick. I want you to try and make the distinction between so what we do here on this platform versus what other people claiming to be flat earthers are doing on other platforms like TikTok and YouTube and things. Okay, so our goal here is to deal with three fundamental tenets of the globe narrative, right? Yeah, that it's in motion, spinning on its axis, right, orbiting the sun and all that, and the vacuum of outer space, right? So we contend with the idea that we can have a pressurized gaseous system that we can breathe, right, adjacent to an ever expanding volume of of a vacuum, right? So that's what we deal with, right? We just want to focus on really core fundamentals, right? Empirical stuff that we can actually go out, test, verify, observe, measure, etc., versus all this other speculative stuff about ice walls and the exact configuration of land masses, all this other stuff, right?
Right. So I again, sorry, I'm just saying that you guys have like accused me of coming in here with like an idea that I know everything about flat Earth. Absolutely not. I wouldn't be asking any questions to you guys if I knew everything. I guess what I'm trying to say is I understand that there's I don't know, maybe you guys don't understand that there's multiple, like, I guess I don't know what the word to use. I want to say sects.
People are going to have different opinions,
but multiple like groups of flat earthers, and they all believe different things, right?
There's lots
really
of stories
isn't.
out there.
Yeah, look, man.
There's lots of stories out there. There is
okay. So look, we have giant flat Earth servers. Our main server has over 30,000 people in it. Like, everyone pretty much agrees on the same things. You're going to have some people will come more from a biblical point of view or something like that, but you're not going to be able to show that map and get away with it in any of our servers. Whatever you just showed, you might get someone that's been looking into flat Earth for 6 months on TikTok, and they're all excited about it, and they're like, "Oh, I heard David Weiss show this map," and then they're like, "Look at this outer lands and stuff." That's just like, that's not a true flat earther. That's just like a newbie that's just excited and they haven't looked into it properly, and they would get destroyed we would be the first ones if they came in here to say, "What the hell are you talking about?
Okay.
How can you prove that?"
So, for example, I know that you're not a fan of that documentary Behind the Curve, right? But would you say that the people that go to the flat earth conventions, the people in that documentary,
yes,
are they flat earthers, or are they?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me explain the documentary quickly, okay? So it was a hit piece on flat Earth to make flat Earth look stupid. It didn't start out that way. There are genuine flat earthers in that film, some of them.
Because they have this convention where they all have these maps, the ones that you are saying that are like
base and things like that as well. You have conventions. It's just, you can call it a convention. It's just a meeting where flat earthers go and they make presentations to show, research and things like that. But what happened was the producer of the show wasn't hating on flat earthers that much to begin with when he started making it. But he went to one of these conventions and he realized there were children at the convention, right? And that pissed him off. He thought, okay, these flat earthers are corrupting the children with their flat earth lies or whatever. And he made a decision to turn on flat earth mid documentary. Okay, so after that, he decided to make it more into a hit piece. And what you'll find, which is even the consensus amongst flat earth debunkers, is that they edited that in a dishonest way at the end. In regards to the Jaren experiment that you're talking about, where he was lifting up the light, blah, 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 there was more footage they didn't show where he lifted it back down and they could see it again, but they didn't put that in the documentary.
Right? So I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but I understand
but
your perspective.
You did. Look,
mainly I just
sentences.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay. So they misrepresented what actually happened. What actually happened on set was everyone walked away from that experiment saying that didn't prove anything. In fact, they were supposed to use a laser for that, but the collimator on the laser broke. So because they'd put a lot of money into it, blah, 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 they had a schedule, all those people, all that equipment, they decided to just use a flashlight, which was a terrible idea to even do that experiment with a flashlight. Okay, so there are more aspects to that, but you can't take your flat earth debunking thing from a hit piece made by anti-flat earthers.
So when I brought up the documentary just now, it wasn't to say, oh, this proves that, because your response indicates that you are mainly taking issue with the experiments and how they did them wrong and stuff like that. But mainly I brought it up just to show an example of genuine flat earthers in that documentary that have completely different beliefs than some of the things that you guys have told me.
The problem is they have beliefs, and we don't purport to claim beliefs. We have knowledge claims, and that's a very important distinction we make.
Okay. I mean, they would say the same thing. They have different knowledge claims than what you guys.
Yeah, they can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, they can't put up any evidence for their beliefs, just like Glovers.
Yeah, so
they'll use light.
Get in here on this one. So this is an interesting psychological phenomenon that I find with Globers when they're trying to analyze flat earthers, where we're never in a position where we can't be criticized. So let's just say that all flat earthers agreed on everything, and we didn't have any divergent beliefs or views. Oh, sorry, am I coming through?
It sounds far away, but I can hear you.
Okay. Because I just disconnected and reconnected, so I thought maybe I was probably wasn't over. Yeah, so let's just say that flat earthers don't have any divergent views or whatsoever. Then the criticism from Globers would be, you guys are all reading from the same script, you're all brainwashed, you're all parroting each other, yada yada, right? But then when we have differing views, that's also criticized. Oh, you guys can't even agree, you don't even have consistent views, blah blah blah.
Right.
So what position could you be in as a group where we're not going to be criticized? And the answer is
right,
because the game is to criticize, it's not to actually objectively analyze.
Right. So I understand what you're saying, but like, if you remember, I'm a Christian, and there's all kinds of different Christian beliefs that some of them believe things that I don't believe, right? And that doesn't mean that invalidates all Christian beliefs or that Christ isn't our savior, right?
Christianity is a religion, my friend.
I know.
My friend, Christianity is not comparable. Christianity requires faith.
Sorry, I guess I'm not connecting the dots for you very well. Like, all I'm saying is...
How about I connect the dots for you? Repeat after me. Belief is acceptance without verification.
Okay. So didn't we just all agree, or most of us agree, that we're children of God?
That's a belief, and maybe something you can know.
Yep.
Sure. And I would agree with that as well. How do I try to explain what I'm trying to say?
We know what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say that it's okay that there's different
views.
So
stop trying to compare flat Earth, ball Earth to religion. It's not a religion.
You can know Earth is flat, not believe it. That's our difference.
We are distinguishing the difference between belief and knowledge, like clearly and concisely, and I use, very precisely identifying when it comes to something that requires belief versus something that can be verified and become a knowledge claim.
Okay. I'm not very good at explaining what I'm.
No, you're right.
To say.
We know what you mean. It's different sectors. It doesn't mean that they're completely wrong about everything. At the end of the day, all the flat earthers know the Earth isn't a globe. They might agree, or some might claim certain different things. But
I'm trying to like explain what I'm trying to say, and I think I'm giving the wrong message, and you guys are getting really mad and offended with what I'm saying.
No, we're not getting offended. We're not getting offended. You're focusing. What you're focusing on is the speculations of other flat earthers you've spoke to. Every flat earther probably has their own speculations, but that's not what we're focusing on. It doesn't matter whether some flat earthers think that it's an endless plane, and it doesn't matter if some flat earthers think we live in a dome. That is where it is just metaphysical. It's just theoretical speculation. But
yeah, so just quickly, I just want to get in. You shouldn't worry about offense in this room. Offense doesn't matter. The only thing that matters in this room is truth. Right? Well, so if people are offended,
I do worry because
no, don't worry about it. You're not in a leftist room, bro. You're in a truth server. If people are getting offended, just listen. If people are getting offended, that's their problem. It's not your problem, right?
But it is my problem when you put me on mute for offending you or something like that, or when you yell at me.
We had a fresh start.
People aren't doing
a fresh start.
People aren't doing that because they're offended, bro. Like, I mean, for instance, when I said to you about Globers putting flat earthers in the category where they can always be criticized, I wasn't talking about you. I was saying that that's a psychological, rhetorical trick that globers often play, right? But then if you thought, oh, he's talking about me, I'm offended, I wouldn't care, because offense doesn't matter. What matters in this room is truth. So if someone is offended by your stuff, they can get over it. But also, when I'm talking passionately, it's not because I'm offended, it's because I'm passionate. So I would also say, don't be...
Well said.
Yeah, don't confuse the two.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I wanted to say. Is like, this room, I'll say it for a 500th time. If you offend someone, that's their problem. They can get over it. It's not your problem.
I'm offended that you think I'm offended.
So let me give you a little bit of a kind of a summary of, like, if I had to tell my wife, hey, how did this conversation go? I would probably just say I learned a bunch of new things about what your perspective is. But I guess where I'm disappointed is that a lot of the questions I had, the response was like, well, I would ask a question about what your perspective is, and your answer would be, this is why the global perspective is wrong. And then I'd say, okay.
The good thing is...
Let's see how it breaks down.
One second.
Yeah, go.
The good thing is this was all recorded, so you can actually play the entire thing back to your wife if you like, and you can see that you were actually...
Right,
but you'll be able to see that you were actually being a little bit confrontational with us at the same time.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, like, I would ask a question, and instead of answering the question, you would give me an explanation for why globalists are wrong, or globe theory is wrong, and then I'd say, okay, that's why the globe theory is wrong. What do you believe? And then your guys' response would be, well, we don't know. For example, the very first question I asked, was a model or a map of the Earth. And your guys' answer was, well, the globe isn't a globe because that's wrong. And I said, okay, so what does the Earth look like? And you guys refused to show me a model. And you said, all maps are wrong. It's impossible to make a map that's correct because all maps have problems. And I guess it's hard for me to agree with your guys' perspective when you're giving me
the reason for it, you wanted us to come in and answer questions. Here's our map. Here's our model. Here's how the seasons work. Here's how the tides work. Here's how sunlight works. Have a nice day. Get out.
Not
and that's
necessarily.
99.99% of globers that come in here, mate. So don't be offended by it.
We're putting your model to the test, my friend, and it does not match reality.
And I guess that's my problem, is that you're denying the globe model.
No, we're not.
We're falsifying.
Okay,
falsifying your model.
We're actually going and showing testable. Hold on a second. We're actually going out and putting it to the test using practical demonstrations and experiments that are testable and repeatable by anyone. These have been repeated hundreds and hundreds of times. You haven't even wanted to go over them. When I did show you one, you wanted to move on to space talk.
We can go. I'll be happy to join another day, and we can go dive deeper into some of those experiments.
I just want to point out,
but regardless,
you said that one of the issues you had was people would say, I don't know to certain things. But would you rather somebody make something up and tell you a lie than just admit that they don't know?
Obviously no. But I just find it strange that you would that there's such a fuzzy lack of knowledge over what the world
but my friend,
where the continents are.
I get it. Can I respond? I just want to say I've been holding on to this. My friend, you've got to understand that the claim is that the Earth is curving, okay? When it comes to logical reasoning, you've got to understand that our position is the logical standpoint because it comports with nature. So the claim on the table here is that the Earth is curving when that's experience, and that the Earth is in motion when that's not we experience. So you guys have the burden of proof to convince us or show evidence of these claims, because you are claiming we live on a ball and there are consequences to that, and they can't be experienced. So this is why we are falsifying the globe model. Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to replace your cosmology, but we do need to point out to you that what you're claiming is not observable in reality.
So I would agree. I would agree with you if this was just a pure debate and your only goal was to prove me wrong. But this isn't just a debate, and your only goal shouldn't be to just prove me wrong.
Yeah, but this isn't about you, my friend. This is not about you.
Exactly. It's
This
not.
is
That's
about
exactly what I'm
this
saying.
is about the claim. This is about the claim you're backing. You're
That's what I'm
backing
saying.
the claim. So
This
now you're
isn't-
making it about you. When you come in here and start defending a position that
it's
has
not
no
about me.
evidence, no, but then you make it about you by sitting here moaning about how you've been treated and rejecting the reasons why you were treated
That's not what
that
I'm
way.
talking about right now.
You were
That's not
treated
what
that
I'm
way,
talking about right now.
mate, my friend. You were treated that way because you don't understand that you and your position has the burden of proof.
What I'm saying is a burden of proof that's something that would be a term that you would use if this was just a pure debate and your only goal was to prove me wrong.
It is a debate. It's been a debate for a very long time.
Well, I'm saying there should be a burden of proof, not just on one side, but to everyone to prove what's true. Wouldn't you agree with that?
We're not making claims, my friend. We're not making claims. We're telling you what is observable in reality.
You can observe the shapes of continents and the locations of them, can you not?
We can also observe a lack of curvature.
Great. So can you
So
observe
your claim it is when you came in here as a ball believer,
and so what I'm
inherently
saying
that comes with your belief system. So we would like some proof of curvature.
So let's just say I concede the world is flat. Now let's all work together to make a map. Now let's all work together to make a map of the world.
You want to just get to the speculation bit. Yeah, you want to get to the speculation bit. And
you
we
don't
do
get what I'm
speculate.
saying.
Listen, we do get what you're saying, but what you've got to understand is we reserve.
You can't provide
Am
a
I not
map
speaking?
is a huge problem.
Dude, am I not
provide
speaking?
an accurate map either.
I'm in the middle of saying something.
Way for him, guys. We have a thing called Speculation Sunday. If you wish to come in here and speculate about whatever you like on politics, on the main server, or in here, you are more than free and welcome to do so. But normally, the guys will not speculate stuff that they cannot.
I'm not asking you to speculate.
Yes,
you should be able to verify and back the location and the shape of all the continents in the world.
Why? I haven't been to all of them, so how can I verify something I've never been to all of?
There's people all over the world. There's cartographers, and I would imagine that if there's tens of thousands of flat earthers and they're passionate about this topic, somebody would be able to make an accurate map.
Passionate doesn't
We
pay
don't
bills,
even have an accurate map. Hey, let's Roots wanted to say something.
I was just going to comment. Have you ever heard of the coastline paradox? There isn't an easy way to measure coastlines. It's very, very hard to get accurate measurements of any land masses because of the coastline paradox. There is nobody who has measured the Earth like that. It's almost impossible. You can't get an overall measurement and size of the Earth. It's too big.
I understand the surveyors are measuring the Earth to be flat.
I think
that's the best we can do.
I think we have plenty of tools to measure exactly what the distance from coast to coast each continent.
No, maybe you don't understand. I can go into this in some detail. So the problem with the coastlines is that it depends how granular you make the measurements. So, for instance, if you have, say, the coastline of Scotland, you could do a straight line across, say, a 100-mile stretch, and then the coastline's 100 miles, but that coastline isn't straight. It's jutting out side to side. So then do you make it 1 meter chunks, and then you measure all of those meters, and that adds up to 110 miles or whatever? Or then you can go even more granular. There you're doing it 10 centimeter chunks. Now it's even longer. The problem isn't in measuring, so to speak. It's in how you measure.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
So, let's start over. I'm not asking for a perfect map. I'm asking for as close as possible to accurate. I mean, obviously, like you guys were talking about, there's coastlines that the waves come in and out. So it's like not like I would criticize if it's like a millimeter too long, or even a few feet too long on one.
That's not what he meant.
Okay.
The coastline
sure.
paradox is due to the fractal nature of coastlines, and because the coastline can be seen as a fractal, it can be endlessly extended to be bigger and bigger.
So I think we can both agree that making a map is difficult, and that no matter how hard you try, there's probably going to be a better map that you could make if you continued to work on it, right? But I think what I'm asking isn't for like a perfect map. I'm just asking for a map that's like 95% to 98% there, if that makes any sense.
But okay, so if a map is 95% as good as perfect, what perfect map are you using to validate that it's 95% perfect?
I guess what I have a problem with, for example, let's just look at the map that we used in the video that you guys shared with me.
No, but you haven't answered my question.
Scroll up.
Your question implies that there is perfection possible that you're comparing to.
The opposite. Yes. I'm agreeing with you guys that perfection is not possible.
You can't just say nah to that criticism, because that tells me you didn't understand the criticism, right? If you're 95% of the way to perfection, then you need to know what perfection is in order to make that statement.
Sure.
So you can't say that.
He's posted an AE map in the chat.
What's
your point? This has been explained to you before, last time that you tried to put this map on us.
No, I was just reposting.
Do you understand? Let me ask you a critical question here. Do you understand the origin of the latitude and longitude coordinate system? And do you understand that there are other coordinate reference systems that aren't latitude and longitude that can be used too?
Sure.
Are you sure that you're
sure? Do you really know that?
Yeah.
Do you really know how latitude and longitude came to be and why it's used?
I don't. So let me just.
Oh, I don't know.
You're taking this tangent off. Look at the map that I just posted. Do you see the shape of Australia and the shape of the United States? I guess
it's a non-uniform scale, brother. Like I mentioned before,
so
this is
I'm
the
just
problem.
I'm asking for a map that's closer to accurate, because we know that Australia is not shaped like that, right?
I would love to explain this to you, but I don't think if I provided you a map that you need, that you'd be able to evaluate its veracity. And it's because you don't understand the coordinate reference grid in relation to terrain.
Right.
Well, the problem with maps on a flat surface.
I don't understand. Can you explain?
Yeah. So one of the reasons why that's a perfect image. Actually, this goes exactly with what I was trying to say. So all of these maps that you have listed here is a result of the fact that it's really difficult to take a sphere and to put it on a flat surface. And when you try to do so, you get all these different shapes and ways that you can cut the peel of the orange and lay it down.
We can make maps without the sphere, Chuckster. Right. We can make perfectly fine maps without a sphere at all.
Right. And so because we don't have the sphere problem if the Earth is flat, we shouldn't be having these warped images of Australia or none of these issues would happen correctly. Like
Australia is warped because they started with a globe and they flattened it out, and then they provided a non-uniform scale. We are not claiming that that map is accurate either.
Right, and that's all I'm asking is give me an accurate one, like a more accurate one than that.
How about you ask instead how maps are made in the first instance, and this would give you the knowledge you need to critically evaluate the map as a claim.
Because you're asking as if like
it shouldn't be this difficult to get
free hall pass, right? You're just instantly just assuming that, well, these maps are accurate. That's okay off the bat. They're accurate, are they? How do you know that? And they're based on the globe. Oh, are they? Are they exactly? What is this projection that you're using? Is it a projection, or was it advanced knowledge that the Earth is a globe? That was the reason why we're able to create this flat 2D map. Like,
but you just somebody, not you, it's the person that spoke before you.
What's your level of knowledge on cartography? Is what you're being asked, basically.
No, the person that spoke just before you said that this map that I posted right above the last image is based on the globe map that they took a globe map and flattened it out, right?
How do you know that it's accurate?
Well, what if I told you that the globe was preceded by a flat Earth, and that the globe was created from a flat Earth measurement, and then once they fashioned the globe, they then flattened it out using a different method?
I would rather you just provide a map that is not based on the globe, that's based on the flat Earth.
All right. Let me go this another way. Do you benchmark a reality claim to a model or a map?
I believe that the shapes of the continents do not match this flat Earth model that you guys have provided.
You're not answering the question, and it seems to me that you're model afflicted. You're asking us to benchmark reality against a fictitious model.
No. I'm asking you to provide a non-fictitious model. Benchmark reality
all
versus
models
a
are
model.
Fictitious.
Chuckster, can I ask you a question? Chuckster. Do you know what a reification fallacy? Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
No.
Because you're committing it right now. So when you take something that's conceptual in nature and then give it concrete. Sorry. What's going on? Hello?
I don't know.
So I don't know why I keep disconnecting and connecting it.
Discord is having issues with crypto.
It's Discord, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize if I'm being choppy. I'm not trying to be. So you're taking something that's conceptual in nature and pretending that it has concrete reality. So you're taking the globe. Yeah, the globe map is conceptual.
No, yes, let's take the flat. Let's pretend there is no globe map.
Yeah, but that's what we're looking at is the globe map, right?
And I want to look at a non-globe map. Show me one.
You don't have to interrupt me. Let me finish, and then you can respond. Okay. So the globe map is conceptual. So when you then take that concept and try and make it into a flat concept, there's going to be warps and transforms. Okay.
Right.
But what you're pretending is happening is that the globe Earth itself is being transformed into a flat map. And that the warping proves that there's a physical globe in reality. When that's not actually happening.
That's not
what's happening. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're making false claims about what I'm claiming.
Well then, yeah, but if you understood what I'm saying properly, you would already have addressed it in that way, and you haven't. You're taking a concept, pretending it's the globe itself, and then saying, when you transform from this globular concept into this planar concept, why are there warpings? Well, there's going to be warpings because that's the nature of changing map geometry. But it doesn't prove the shape of the ground. Now, what Amish was telling you is that that's already been transformed from a flat measurement in reality into a globe map. There would have already been warpings, but they would have fixed those to a globe, and then you're trying to transform them back into a flat map.
You lost me, man. You lost me. I don't.
What? This isn't hard to understand, dude.
Yeah, you need to stop asking for a map and start asking for reality.
Right. But I felt like
I don't see why it's problem, Matt. Why it's such a problem.
for the reasons I've just explained that you didn't understand, apparently.
You're trying to benchmark a reality claim to an ideal map or model.
It is harder to make a flat map of a globe than it is to make a flat map of a flat Earth. Would you agree?
You don't, right, and you don't have a globe in the first instance.
Well, wait, hold on.
Yeah, I agree. You don't have a globe in the first instance.
Then that means it should be easier for you to provide me what I'm asking for.
No, I'll tell you why it isn't.
Okay.
So
this isn't a simple question, okay?
Yeah. The origin of
it's
the modern map we use today.
So that's why you're being asked.
Yeah.
Do you, to qualify your question, right? Being even like worthy of asking us, right? We need to know: do you understand how cartography is conducted? How much?
So I have a general basic understanding of cartography. I'm not a cartographer or a super expert in that field, but I know enough about common sense to know that if you have something that's flat, you should be able to make a smaller replica of that.
Yeah, and we do. But listen, flat earthers are like 0.0001% of the world.
That's okay.
So if you gave me $2 billion in an expeditionary team, I might be able to give you a flat map of the world. It's centered on Polaris.
Okay. Would you like be able to do, like, let's just look at, for example, you can go to, we already have maps of each country, right? Which country?
Yeah, the problem is they fix their control points to a celestial reference grid. Do you know what I mean?
The maps that those people are using to navigate around in their own country and think, like those local maps, they're done. It's all done in small segments. I mean, people have to get out in the field, or they have to send up some aircraft, right, and take some snapshots, whatever. Then they try and piece all this together. Like, I mean, because we think we live on a globe, we're trying. How does this fit here? How does that fit there? Right? And they'll just make it have to work, right? No matter what. In the field, what are they doing exactly? Are they actually treating the Earth as a globe when they're going out and trying to map terrain and distances between places? Is that a requirement?
It's not a requirement, Twad. There are multiple methods to create maps, and one of them will automatically produce a globe if you use that method.
Earlier you said that you guys are like 0.01% or 0.00 or whatever 1%.
Yeah, there are like dozens of us.
And so that's why it's just you guys don't have enough resources, is what you're saying, to create an accurate map or a semi-accurate.
That's probably a fair description. Now, let me ask you: do you know how latitude was derived? Basic question. This is a test on your knowledge.
No, I don't. I'm sure that there's some sailor in the sea with compass and looking at the stars and measuring things.
Right. So, yeah, latitude and longitude are sky coordinates. Does that make sense to you?
Sure.
All right. Can you explain why that makes sense to you?
I don't know. If you don't mind, instead of like step by step asking me a question, you could just try to make the point that you're trying to make.
Yeah, well, latitude is derived from elevation angles to Polaris based off of the observer's location.
Okay.
A latitude uses an angle of elevation to Polaris, and the distance is calculated based on their angular relationship to the surface. Sorry, my cutting in. Discord's been so shitty.
Yeah, sorry.
It's freaking awful today, isn't it? What's going on?
So the angle that you take is an elevation from a horizontal plane, extending out to the horizon and beyond to infinity.
Okay.
Do I need to let that?
I'm not sure if I'm connecting the dots. I'm sorry. Maybe maybe I'm just too dumb.
So it is assumed in celestial navigation and in cartography and surveying and related fields that
Hello? Lots of disconnections.
Sorry, was that choppy?
Yeah, you said it's assumed in cartography and surveyed
that you can
fields.
stand underneath a star.
It's getting disconnected.
For fuck's sake, man. Every star is assumed to have a ground position that is directly underneath it. So when you stand underneath, you form a 90-degree angle out perpendicular. If you are at 45 degrees north latitude, it means that Polaris is 45 degrees up from the horizon in the sky, and there is a point underneath Polaris that is perpendicular to Polaris and your feet.
Okay.
The base
guess what you're using as a reference for that?
The baseline of this angle is not curved. You cannot have a curved adjacent on a triangle.
And what are we using as a reference?
We are using the surface of Earth as a horizontal plane that extends into infinity. And our elevation angle to Polaris is assumed to be at a point of infinity too.
If you were to fly,
to the horizon,
if like I guess when you fly from Argentina to Australia, I guess the shortest path.
I need you to stop on this point for a second. I'm telling you that if you are at 45 degrees north latitude, there's a right angle that is made from your feet to directly underneath Polaris and going up vertically to Polaris. That's a 90-degree angle. It's not a curve.
I mean, I'm imagining this, but I don't even have a reference point for where Polaris is.
You heard of the
Polaris is
45 degree, and so like I don't know what the point is that you're trying to say by this.
Did you know that the North Pole is directly beneath Polaris?
Okay. I did not know that. Is that okay.
As you move away from Polaris and watch it, it descends in your field of view.
Okay.
You know how far you are from Polaris by measuring an elevation angle to it. If you can form a 45-degree elevation angle from the surface of Earth up to Polaris, then you know that you're a specific distance from Polaris, and you also know that you're halfway to the equator.
Okay. Got it. So then at the equator, there would be
Earth is flat.
Yeah, I guess maybe if you had a model, I would be able to understand that better.
Do you ever play with astronomy programs like Stellarium? That's a model.
Celestial sphere model.
I would imagine that most of those models are
celestial sphere model. I'll post a little snapshot of a thing. I'll post. I think the link's provided on the image. If it's not, I'll post it for you. You can see how astronomers use a flat Earth model, map stars, map the sky. and give it a relationship to the surface beneath them as well, a location.
This is a model. Keep that in mind.
Model, yeah. You'll have to bear with me. Like, it takes me a couple of minutes to actually get there, but I'm on it right now.
You're going to hear words like zenith and ground position and elevation angles. It'll be worth adding these to your casual lexicon if you're going to engage this topic.
Do you mind if I ask a question about a flight path?
It's irrelevant right now.
Okay.
Flight paths are not verifiable. Tracking is estimated over vast distances over water. It's not measured.
Okay, so you're saying that a plane's equipment can't track how far it's traveled, or that it's just
not accurately, not to the degree that you believe is possible. If you open up Flight Radar 24 or any of these flight tracker apps, you'll notice that intercontinental flights over sparse areas of land or over vast tracts of ocean have a dashed line or some caveat that says this is the intended or estimated path. Mm-hmm. And airplanes routinely end up hours before or hours after their intended time.
I'm just looking, and it would seem that Australia and Argentina are on opposite sides of the world.
You are using a flattened globe projection, and you're not applying a uniform scale, a non-uniform scale properly.
Okay.
You're making the same errors that some flat earthers make.
Well, I'm saying if you measure the flight paths, whatever the distance.
Airplanes are terrible measuring devices because you have drift. You have winds aloft that can push and pull airplanes forward and backward and left and right. You also have unsurveyed areas of land and ocean where distances have not been verified. Airspeed indicators are rough estimates too.
Here I was thinking that our modern technology was accurate in, I guess there's just no way of knowing how far we've traveled in an aircraft.
Right. There's a modern hubris that technology is more advanced than it really is. When you talk to people out in the field, engineers, even pilots, people that do this very shit day to day, they'll tell you all kinds of problems with it. We speak with globers who have expertise in these various fields, and they're quite honest that the technology is not really as advanced as people think it is.
I mean, there's lots of pilots that have thousands of miles in airplanes, and I think we'd hear a lot more about how they're completely inaccurate in their ability to measure a distance traveled.
Yeah, we do. We talk to them. And we have airline transport pilots who are flat earthers.
Pilots.
Yeah, we do too. We have military pilots, commercial pilots.
Airspeed's calculated, it isn't measured.
Yeah. No, we have a famous airline pilot who flew from for KLM, the Dutch airline company. And she was grounded because she came out public and said, "Oh my God, I just realized Earth is flat." And it's because of her avionics equipment that taught her that Earth is flat. Would you like to hear more about that?
I don't know. Sure.
Well, I mean, you've got somebody flying professionally, right? Being trained, everything, right? And they're realizing I am not needing to consider as significant anything I've been taught about the shape of the Earth and its other aspects, like it's moving, right? Beneath me. I am just flying as if this is flat and motionless. I'm flying as if I'm above a flat and motionless plane. This is weird, right? And now people can't even talk about that because they'll lose their job. Because what does it goes against some ideology that's accepted worldwide, like it's a religion.
Yeah, disgusting. Look at all the marketing materials for the airline industry involving a globe. They can't walk that dog back very easily.
Does a flat Earth pilot endanger people's lives? You know, something.
Yeah. Do you know what the artificial horizon is? Also called the attitude indicator?
I'm not sure.
So the artificial horizon is helpful, particularly in low visibility conditions, because it's a bubble with a line going across horizontally in the glass enclosure. And as you tilt the plane up, the line in this bubble scrolls down. And as you tilt the plane down, it moves up. It is affixed to a gyro inside, where the gimbal is retaining rigidity in space so that it can measure deviation from that rigidity in space and deliver you a scrolling up and scrolling down and a tilting left and tilting right artificial horizon. It's maintaining level as the plane moves. Well, this Dutch Airlines pilot said, oh my gosh, I'm flying thousands and thousands of miles intercontinentally. If I'm following the curvature of the Earth, then I should be seeing my artificial horizon move up and up and up. If I make a flight all the way around the Earth, that damn thing should be upside down.
I think that just goes with a fundamental misunderstanding of how gravity works and everything else.
Oh, how gravity works, huh? The artificial gyro is
I've heard different
holds rigidity in space.
If you don't mind, I've heard different theories on what flat earthers believe when it comes to gravity. Do you guys make any claims, or just you don't have any gravity?
Gravity's an acceleration that we can witness.
So
that's about it.
If you don't mind, could I tell you what I've heard? Like I've heard some, and you could say that's not what we believe. If that's
right. So here's what I can say, Chuckster. Let's say I grant you gravity, Newtonian, Einsteinian gravity, whatever you want, even specific gravity, buoyancy, and density. You have all of it to its full maximum values. How do you know that it's pulling things inward radially to a center point of Earth, as opposed to just being a down? How do you know that it's pulling stuff inwardly to a center of a ball, as opposed to just being going downward perpendicular to the surface?
I mean, both of those are true, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, they could both be true for now, right? Well, so how come this artificial horizon, which is affixed to a gyro, which maintains rigidity in space relative to path of travel, how come the plane itself isn't rotating?
Because it's in relation to the Earth below it and the location on the Earth in which it's hard to explain. But so one of the things that I've heard that flat earthers believe, and feel free to just reject this and tell me this is not what you believe, is they believe that the Earth is continually traveling upwards in space, and that's why if you jump up in the air, you fall back down.
Oh, brother, that's flat Earth society bullshit. Yeah, no. Earth is not in space. Earth is not in an outer space.
Okay. Well, I've just heard that they believe that it's continually traveling upward, basically. Like there's a thrust of the Earth upwards. So that basically when you jump up in the air, it's not that you're falling back down towards the Earth, but the entire Earth is coming up towards you.
I don't know. I don't know if any genuine flat earthers believe that. That's something the Flat Earth Society came up with like 30 years ago as a way to have a laugh at us.
Okay.
We're genuine flat earthers, man. Right. You know, in my case, I was a globe earther for 40 plus years before I came to this.
So would you mind now that you've rejected that as a
it's silly. There's no evidence for it, and it's a silly thought to begin with. I mean, I think even Einstein came up with this idea, joking around about relativity in one of his screeds.
So what are your thoughts on why do we fall to the Earth?
Oh, okay. You want to go to that way? Because I was just going to quickly say, right, that I challenge anybody to prove that the Earth is in motion. You'll only find things which you can interpret possibly as the ground being in motion.
So if I hold my cell phone in the air and then I let go of it, what causes it to fall to the Earth is my question.
Well, the lack of a medium to support the cell phone. You caused it to fall because you picked it up. You imparted energy. You imparted energy to the cell phone. If you diagram this out thermodynamically, you took something that was at rest in equilibrium and you upset that. You picked it up and imparted energy to it. So when you let go of a support structure, it now has all this potential energy that turns kinetic. You let go and it's returning to equilibrium again. And it does this because it's denser than the surrounding medium.
But we
can prove that and test that.
Right. But it's also denser than the air above it or to the side of it. So what causes it to go down towards the Earth and not up towards the sky or up towards the wall?
Right, because it's seeking its equilibrium state with other dense things. And you don't have other dense things that are out in front of you or out behind you or above you. You have denser things below you. Density sorts itself out according to vertical things. Different densities arrange up and down. Same densities arrange horizontally.
It sounds like you have a very close understanding of gravity to what I understand gravity.
Well, we don't require a mystical force or a bending and warping of space-time. We can rely on Archimedes' principles, that famous Greek who came up with buoyancy and density himself.
Right. So
it explains everything and it can be tested.
So the density and the mass of an object attracts another object.
No.
Right? Well, I mean, you said
that's not proven.
Below the cell phone would cause it to drop.
No, you caused it to drop because you displaced it. You displaced the cell phone. It never would have moved if you didn't exchange your own energy to displace the cell phone. It simply reseeked equilibrium once you released it.
Again, and then I asked what makes it go down towards the Earth and not...
Because it's more dense than the air, right? So if that was a helium balloon and if you released a helium balloon, it would go up because it's less dense than the air. If you change the medium from air to say water or something, the objects are going to behave differently, right?
Right, but it's also less.
And just to add,
my question was, what makes it go downward and not upward? Because it's less dense than that, or it's more dense than that, right? And his answer was because of the density of the Earth below it. And so that is a good understanding of how true gravity works, according to.
Gravity is a concept only. You can't see it. You can't test its cause. You think it's a force of attraction between objects that have mass. We were all taught that. That's Newton's law. When you get to college, they actually tell you in freshman physics, well, that's not entirely true. They tell you that is what they used to believe, but now that's been integrated into Einstein's field equations and the theory of general and special relativity. and that relativity has replaced the concept of mass attracting mass with a new concept of a bending and warping of space-time, which doesn't necessarily require mass.
I mean, I don't think that the law that mass attracts mass has been replaced. I think it's still.
Well, it was never proven to begin with. Newton never created a scientific hypothesis or demonstration of this. And Einstein has not offered a single scientifically testable hypothesis for relativity either.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we don't know what gravity is. We don't know where gravity comes. It just has to be there. Basically, to have your globe model, you have to have gravity, right? As described, as you describe it. But you're not able to validate that that is the cause of the effect. You're not able to manipulate it or run it through the scientific method to validate it. It just has to be there, or you have no globe. Your entire model is gone. So you're going to have to defend it to the death.
Yeah. Michio Kaku was speaking to a bunch of students at an astrophysics conference, and he said, "You've heard that mass attracts mass. We lied to you. Gravity's not a pulling. If anything, it's more of a push."
Yeah, and that's, so you've got practical physics where they, like certain equations with like G in it, right? That just represents the effect of a solid falling through air, right? And that's, you can use that, right, to describe certain processes, mechanical processes, whether it be natural or man-made, right? And that's fine. But as soon as you start going into the why and the how, right, leads you into you get to university and you want to study that, you have to take a theoretical physics course. And Michio Kaku himself will tell you, right, that nobody that he knows of in his field uses the so-called scientific method. All leaps of logic and guesswork. Right, what he says.
May I ask?
I have to take off. I'll be listening.
May I ask how old some of you guys are? You could just say in
over the hill.
20s,
yeah,
30s.
I'm 40s. 42.
Oh, so I mean, it's interesting. I don't know what the future will bring as far as we were talking earlier, for example, about like some people that have done like light trips into low Earth orbit, like with Blue Origin and whatever. If SpaceX or anybody will ever have like the ability to have a relatively inexpensive flight to go higher than, let's say those flights were around 66 miles above the surface of the Earth. Who knows if maybe in the future you might be able to buy a ticket for $5,000 to go, 100 miles above the Earth's surface or higher than that.
If
right?
I'm still around when there's a Mars motel, I'm there, man. Okay.
I guess where I'm going with this,
not going to happen though.
So long story, what I'm trying to say is, I could imagine the possibility that might happen within the next 15 to 25 years. And I hope I'm still alive. But if it does happen, where let's just say 15 years from now, you guys are alive and they start having a lot of people, like, a few hundred a day at least, that, are taking flights into space or whatever. Let's just say it's a few a week, but there's dozens upon dozens upon dozens, which adds up to be hundreds and then adds up to be thousands of people that can testify that they have been up into space and seen the Earth as a globe from afar. Would that convince you that the Earth is a globe, or would you just?
You know, we've been 15 or 20 years away for over 50 years now. So I don't know. It's kind of an idiotic question. I hate to be blunt like that, but ultimately, that's not a question you can ask because
I don't
they're
think
not
it's that
getting there.
idiotic
They're not
because,
going there. So, you know, I don't know what speculation has to do with any of this, my friend.
So
They've been pretending that they're building hotels on the moon since the 80s.
Again,
did convince me, dude. It did convince me. I just want to talk. I want to address your question.
Okay,
it's not fair that you can ask a question and then get like one quick or two responses and then not let anybody else want to respond to that. I was convinced by that, like the whole moon, into the moon, like the supposedly six 3-man crew sent to the moon, right? All the imagery that reported back, all the TV programs about it, Right? I think I always reserved some doubt, had questions, but I was accepting that was a reality. Long time. It did convince me. Now that's been how long now? And it was like it was easy for them. It wasn't a matter of difficulty in achieving that caused it to shut down. It was time, resources, and money, etc. They said was the problem. Haven't we done anything? Are we really interested in doing that now? Are we really interested in going to Mars, or are we just happy sitting in low Earth orbit, not doing anything? Not going anywhere else. And promised over and over and over and over and over that there's going to be returns to the moon. There's going to be men on Mars, and there's going to be this, and there's going to be that. Be space elevators and all this garbage for the last how many decades. None of it comes to fruition.
Yeah, if you look into the history of their promises, it just they keep pushing things back. They keep making these big claims, and then every 4 or 5 years, they just keep pushing it back. And when Don Pettit, hold on a second. And when Don Pettit, NASA astronaut, was interviewed, and they said, "Why can't you go back to the moon?" He said, "Oh, I would go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back again."
So, I almost want to say, like, are you kidding that we're not making any progress? Because, like,
I just told you what the NASA astronaut gave as the reason why they can't go back to the moon.
I'm talking about all of the advancements in rocket technology that has been made.
What advancements, though? What are you getting better CGI than before? You're not getting anything from
CGI. Okay, so
nobody's denying rockets exist, but you're getting like a production. When you see one of those rockets going up, you're going to get 50 different camera shots that contradict each other. You're not going to get evidence. It's going to be the end of the day.
Sorry, broke up. There's a million disconnects.
Okay. Basically, what I was saying is that they have, it's like a production. You're going to have all these different cuts in the footage. You're not going to be able to validate any of it yourself. It's just going to be something that you're going to have to decide whether you want to have blind faith in it or not.
No, I'm talking about, like, for example, the ability to reuse rockets, like the ability to land a rocket back on land, and which has been something that previously thought would be impossible. And SpaceX has done it hundreds of times.
Rockets are getting better. That has nothing to do with space.
Well, it has something to do with whether or not commercial tourism into space would be.
Yeah, you can appeal to the future all you like. Like I just said, like there's a really good document.
They claim to have put 6 crews of men on the moon. It's already achieved.
It's as if we're talking.
It doesn't need to advance, right? It doesn't need to advance any further to be able to get to the moon. What do they need to do now? Get to Mars? They need to advance to that. Well, how many decades have they had
No, they need to actually make it so that it's affordable, is what I'm saying. So
they said they went to the moon on 4 kilobytes worth of RAM in a spaceship that looked like a freaking tweaker shelter. Okay, and then they said they destroyed the technology, so that's why they can't go back again. They taped over all of the original footage, and they lost all of the telemetry data. That doesn't raise any questions to you? Whether maybe they just faked it?
It's as if we're talking. It's as if
ridiculous.
I'm having one conversation and you're having a completely different conversation. You're having a conversation about whether or not it's true that we've landed on the moon. I'm having a conversation
talking about the technology you're saying is advancing.
Advancements and making it affordable to go into space. And
there is no space, my friend.
Right.
Can't even validate. You can't validate that you have space to begin with, nor can you validate that you have a globe Earth. These are both requirements for you to go to your space. It's just something that exists in your mind or in cartoon form.
Again,
you can appeal to the future all you like, but it's just a fallacy. What an appeal to the future fallacy.
All I said is hypothetically, if there were hundreds and hundreds of people that would testify that they have taken these flights and that the Earth is round, would that convince
you? How about
you?
How come they say that they have rovers and helicopters on Mars, but they can't find 60 foot of curvature over 10 miles?
Not sure what.
Why don't you would need to have curvature for your whole Earth to exist, and nobody's ever found any. And when we go and test for it, there's no curvature. This is something that can be tested. We don't have to appeal to the future. We don't have to go to space. We can test large bodies of water here on Earth. And when we do test them, there is no curvature. That's a huge problem. And you don't seem to want to talk about the Earth. And we see that from globe Earthers in here all the time. Everything goes back to space. They have your mind in space. Which is fine. Obviously that's just the way it is. And it's not your fault. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You're just watching the media, getting notifications in your news feed on your phone. Grew up, getting fed all of this stuff on the television. All I'm saying is that there are fundamental requirements for all of these claims to be true. They fail the tests, and there's no evidence that they're true to begin with. It comes down to you having to have faith. Almost like a religion in a way, in the sense that the scientists and you have these gods and these deities like gravity, and you just have to trust the science basically. And you get condemned for going against the mainstream science.
It is in fact a religion centered around the god of sun called Helios. That's why the name of that religion is heliocentric. It's centered around the god of sun, and also to confirm that it's just a pagan religion. All the missions are named after that god of sun. Apollo, it's the other name of that god of sun in the other beliefs, in the Roman beliefs. And they name those planets with the name of God. So yeah, you didn't. You're not wrong. It's a religion, literally. You have to believe those prophets, like believe in Muhammad that he went to see his God in the back of a Pegasus. You have to believe just because they told you that. You have to believe that they went to the moon. They landed the rover in Mars just because they told you that, like a prophet.
And it's only high profile, people that are privy to be able to experience any of this. Rich, powerful, elite, chosen.
Sorry, what?
It's just convenient, right? Average Joe Blow just has to rely on word of a relatively small handful of people to rely on a perspective of reality that never achieve themselves, never be able to validate as being true. It's a relatively small amount of people that even have had claim to have had a low Earth orbit experience. It's not even reached the thousands yet. Your everyday experience of reality is of being on a motionless plane. Right? You will treat it that way. You see it that way. You measure it that way. Operate and function within reality as if it is that. You want strangers, a handful of strangers, tell you that is an illusion.
Yep, and you build on its surface, assuming that it is a flat. You use those experts called plane surveyors. They all assume a flat horizon.
So earlier I was telling you guys some things that I've heard from flat earthers, and you guys said that those are all from the Flat Earth Society and not what you guys believe, right? I'm just trying to do
There's
some
been a
research.
resurgence of that amongst a few.
I'm just trying to do some research on the
people
history.
that have gone back to the whole upward rising Earth thing, right?
Right. For that was just one example of one of the things that people that I've heard that flat earthers believe that you guys have rejected.
No.
So
It
uh-huh.
just lump everyone together under that just because one person says
right.
they're a flat earther.
I wouldn't want to lump you together
or
with
even
anybody.
A small group or
right.
a number of people.
Sure. I'm not trying to lump you in with that. I'm just trying to research, like, how long have people been thinking this, like the world is flat and everything, and
like centuries, millennia.
It says the modern flat Earth movement began in 1956 with the Flat Earth Society. Sam Shunton. He was inspired by an 1881 book.
There's the Flat Earth Society, and then there's the International Flat Earth Research Society. Right? So, Flat Earth Society seems somewhat of a satire of of an ideology or a cosmology where, like, you can just posit things like Earth is a disk in space rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared, with water falling over the sides and all sorts of strange stuff, right? Okay,
so
but that's
I'm
not
finding
us.
that
it's
Samuel
not real
Fenton,
flat earthers,
right? So I just again, maybe my research is wrong because Google's corrupt and lying to me or something, but I'm finding that Samuel Shenton.
Don't rely on the first 10 pages of results, right?
So I'm finding that Samuel Shenton founded the International Flat Earth Research Society in 1956, as well as the Flat Earth Society. Like same dude.
Are you Googling this?
Right. So can you show me?
Are you Googling this?
Yes.
Okay. Stop that.
Okay. Well, you know.
You have a home
I have
server,
no
right?
reason to believe that this source.
I just want to tell you something
I'm
for a
not finding
moment.
any other
Chuckster.
sources that are telling me that.
I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something for a moment, Chuckster. Relax, man. You have a home server, right? Hopefully, I'm not talking over anybody else that's speaking because I can't hear them or something. Discord has been crazy today. Got a home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, EG, whatever you want, however you type it in. I can message you a link if you like. We have a library there, together, alphabetically arranged, all the topics, right, relating to all the, addresses questions everyone asks, all that sort of stuff, and it fast-tracked information that will bypass any algorithms that are present, conventional search engines and such, right, which are deprioritizing or shadow banning the content that we want to put forth. Right? If you're interested, I can link you that, and you can scroll at your heart's delight and click on all the information. There's videos, there's PDFs, there's documents, there are links to websites, etc., etc. Would you like that? You'd be interested?
And
all right, I was on. I could hear everything you said. I just had my headset on mute because I had to go to the restroom and come back. But I could hear you. If you want to link me to vast treasure trove of information, I might be able to check it out. But I guess I'm just saying, like, I feel like if the Flat Earth Society didn't start.
Hey, Chuckster, let me interrupt you here just a second. And the reason is I have a little in-depth knowledge on the subject of the Flat Earth Society that some of my other cohorts and colleagues here don't have exactly, because I've just uncovered a bunch of really interesting information. So just bear with me 1 second here, if you would, gents. What I want to share with you is there is no such thing as a monolithic Flat Earth Society. It's a name that's been adopted by a bunch of people for who knows how long. As of current, there are at least 4 different Flat Earth Society groups, and they all say contrasting different things. There's one that says the Earth is rising. The other one says that that's hogwash. And then the other two, of course. So my point here to you is, if you're using what you think as the Flat Earth Society as some sort of barometer, you're barking up the wrong trail, because Samuel Shenton didn't really have a society. He had more or less a magazine that he published that he called the Flat Earth Society. And then Charles K. Johnson jumped in after Shenton's death, and he had bought some of Shenton's archives. So neither way is one of those a monolithic society that transferred to somebody else or whatever. They were just publications that use that name. You have you can search through what T-Dub there is sharing with you is a really wise thing, but you can chase a lineage of flat Earth people from the early 1900s who were doing experiments with telescopes. You can chase them back further than that to Lady Blunt, Samuel Rowbotham, and many others, and there's an unbroken lineage over the course of several hundred years. But you need to stop barking up the trail of the Flat Earth Society, because it's taking you to a dead end. And just one other note that I have before I run back in the office here is, the Earth rising up like that, as you mentioned earlier, that's a joke. And some Flat Earth people play that just to see how dumb globies are and if they'll actually believe stupid things like that. So long story short is, have a laugh. You fell for the joke. There's some other jokes that some Flat Earthers tell globies, and they're just jokes. So don't take the jokes too seriously, because you'll be barking up the wrong tree. I don't know if you're doing like a school project. I don't know what you're doing exactly, why you're trying to ask questions. on this kind of meta level that really don't matter. But ultimately, you need to stop barking up the tree, the Flat Earth Society. If you see something that seems a little odd, have a laugh at it, because it was meant to a joke to see. So anyway, my friend, I do wish you all the best in your search and your whatever project you're working on or whatever.
So I as far as the Flat Earth Society or whatever, so ignoring them as you've told me to do, other than that which started in the 1950s, it doesn't appear that I'm not finding much information on anyone throughout history besides a couple of ancient Greek philosophers.
So there was Samuel Rowbotham. There's Lady Blunt.
Oh, plenty. There's heaps, and it keeps going back through the ages. I mean, there's always been contention about it.
And if you read
at the moment, someone's like even suggested the idea that they live on a giant sphere, right? There's people have contended with that, opposed that idea, right, because of their natural experience of reality.
It seems though that the few like Greek philosophers and the other people that you just mentioned, though, it seems that they were in like a minuscule minority of people compared to the vast majority of humans throughout time.
Throughout history, no. Greeks even had a flat Earth cosmology way back to Mesopotamia, like all throughout history. The general accepted cosmological view was of a motionless, stationary, and enclosed form. And then there was a handful of Greeks that suggested they lived on a sphere. Didn't really take off, right? Didn't make the rounds that much, really. And people have this idea that suddenly, because a few of these guys suggested Earth is a sphere, that the whole Roman and Greek Empire, right, accepted it as being true and taught it and everything. Like, I don't know that's true.
So I think that what I'd like to do is just do a little bit more diving into some of the experiments that have been done, such as the ones that you're talking about over bodies of water and 10 miles, etc. And I'll have to do a little bit of diving into that, and then maybe I'll come back here on another day when I get the chance. I often don't get the chance because I have a son and a wife.
Now, Chuckster, I'm going to interrupt you one more time here because I want to give you one more piece of information. So, if you look into the old newspaper archives, there are heaps and heaps of articles from the 30s, the 20s, the 10s, the aughties, and even the 1890s, and which is pretty much where the modern newspaper archives seem to kind of stop. And then there's some sporadic things from the 1850s. And one of the topics, if you search for under newspaper articles, is the word flat earth man. That was the nomenclature that was used before the term flat earther. So if you look for that term flat earth man in the old newspaper articles, you will find scads and heaps and scores of articles from each of those decades that I mentioned.
So it's my understanding that the vast majority of people during those decades you mentioned believed the world was round. But I don't doubt
it doesn't
that there might have been some people that have purported differently in those times.
But your point, your specific point was talking about the Flat Earth Society of the 1950s.
Sure. Yeah, I was exploring a little bit of the history just to get a little bit of an understanding of the foundation.
Sure. And that's my point to you is it's been moving. There's an unbroken lineage that goes on centuries. And when you get into our home server, you'll see some more information that'll push you that way. Look in the old newspaper archives. There is There is no real say modern because it's an unbroken succession.
Like I said, I think my next area of research that I'm going to be taking is to just dive a little bit deeper into some of these experiments that you guys are talking about with the
best wishes, my friend. I'm running back in the office, but I do wish you all the best, my friend. I sincerely appreciate the chat. It means a lot to me.
Yep. Yeah.
Look, I've sent you an invite to the home server, right? And linked a page called information
what is the
A
home
to L,
server?
right?
It's just it's like a special flat Earth server or something.
It's where we've migrated from to here, so we're branching out into borrowing channels in other servers, right? They've allowed us the privilege of being here on this server, right, with a channel. They accommodate people who want to discuss politics, religion, and other sociology and other aspects of the world, including flat Earth, right?
Okay.
So
well,
we've
I just
taken that
accepted your
opportunity to
DM.
set up a channel here, right? Not kind of as representative of the home server, right?
Gotcha.
Allowed to post. I don't think we're allowed to post invites directly into chats here.
That's
but
fine.
We can, we can talk to you. I DM'd you that.
Yeah, I just joined
a channel.
I think I joined. Do I have to click this join?
So I've linked you the channel to additional information A to L, and then it goes on from M to Z as well. That just has a alphabetized list of subtopics that you can browse.
I don't know how much time I'm going to have to go through all those topics, but
that's all right. You don't have to. I was just going to say, right, particularly take note of like channels like Curvature, long distance observations, water,
well, because
horizon.
I've seen videos that do these water experiments, and they and the opposite has been true of what you guys are saying from the videos that I've seen, where basically they've flown they've had boats, for example, that are far off, and the whole of the ship is completely invisible, but you can see the top of the mast and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so it's
there's something optical going on, right? Obviously,
right.
There's seeing something take effect, but we can address that, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm
these light
gonna try to find a half a dozen different experiments and just see
laser tests. Take note of the laser test channel as well. Have a look through the laser test channel.
Yep.
Interesting stuff there.
It'll be interesting to check it out and see what I can find, and maybe I'll come back another day this week. Again, I often don't have the time. My wife usually keeps me busy if not with stuff to do. We have a baby that we're taking care of.
That's fine, man. You're welcome in that server, in this channel, anytime. When you get a chance, you got more questions, ask them.
Yep.
A chance.
Have a look at
a couple of videos, whatever, just good.
And
go outside. Next time you're outside, start observing reality. That's the main important thing, is when you're out in nature, out in reality, out in the world, take note of what you're experiencing and think about it. That's what we're saying.
Yep. Cool. Well, it's been real fun talking to you guys, and see if we run into each other again in the future. Appreciate it. Take care, guys. Sorry. Before I go, and I know that we kind of butted heads in disagreement, and some of my questions kind of, you guys thought maybe I was just bringing them up in a what's the word? A
important aspect is to understand better,
not in a good faith. I wasn't making questions
it's
in
fine.
Good faith. I was doing it. And I don't blame you guys, because I imagine that there's a lot of people that just pop in and just troll you guys and say stuff like that. And I just want to let you go. Like
they don't even. Some people don't even mean to troll because they come in as if they've got the upper hand without even bothering to know enough about what they think they believe in. That's trolling, right? That's like, I have this consensus view. I don't know anything about it. I can't articulate it. I can't prove it or anything. But because it's a consensus view, I'm the upper. You're the lower. I dominate. You must, answer to me. Sort of attitude, right?
Yep.
To be in.
So I can imagine.
Yeah, and Chuckster, if I
that.
Sorry, dude. I was just going to say, if I did seem really sharp or harsh with you earlier, what you said is true. We do get a lot of trolls, and that approach sometimes is a good way to demand a bit of respect, I suppose. So it was nothing personal, and I actually really enjoyed the convo, and I'm actually really happy that you've been here for so long. I've been in a couple of meetings and you're still here. So I'd love you to come back, maybe next week or something, do some research and pick back up with us.
Yeah, I will say I'm not sure. I really don't think that way that you tried to control the conversation, constant mute is. I know that you think that it changed me, but it didn't change me. I really think that I, from the beginning, have been the same as I was till now. And some of the questions that I asked were just honest questions, and people would burst out after I asked a question and accuse me of making straw mans, which isn't even, and just a bunch of stuff. And I feel like at first I was being treated unfairly especially when you started muting me. But in the end, I don't blame you too much because of what you said. There's probably a lot of trolls, and that might be the best way to handle it.
It's not just that, though. Even if you're genuine, if there's fault to your logic and reasoning behind your question, we're going to point it out. It's part of
it's fine to point it out.
You would
but
do that in any scenario, right? Any topic, any subject, do that.
I think that you'll notice that for the most part, once you start talking, I will be quiet and I'll listen. And that's not to say I never talk over what you're saying. Sure, there's been a couple times or more, there's been times when you're talking and I'll start talking. It depends, but in general, I think that I've been a really good listener even from the start, and that there was no reason to mute me. And I'm a real strong believer of like the First Amendment, which in the United States is the freedom of speech, and I just don't think that a discussion should ever be made in a way that you're like controlling it to that extent.
I do apologize if you felt like I was being out of order, and yeah, I would agree. I probably was being a bit sharp with you, so I do humbly apologize. And yeah, just keep in mind though that online discussions are different from real life, and when somebody has a lot to say and it's all based on a flawed premise, then we're only going to sit there for so long until we will stop you and say, hold on, before you go through all of that, which we've heard before, we want to make you aware you've made a faulty premise. And you should online allow us that right, because otherwise we can't get in to tell you. That's all. But I do apologize if I was sharp.
It's all good. All right, again, take care, guys. Hope to meet and speak with you guys in the future.
Yeah, man, come back anytime. It's been good chatting with you. Have a good one, and see you next time.
That was a long session.
Yeah. I didn't think he was going to last long by the way it started off, but he stuck in there.
Hi guys, what's up? What's going on?
Are you coming in really low?
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Good to see you, sir.
Hello to all my flat earther brothers.
Good to see you, Vignesh.
Yeah. Hey, just looking in the side chat. I made a fake planet by my own editing.
Congratulations.
It's so easy to make it's so easy to make fake planets. Just take 2 or 3 color backgrounds, just put some lightning, make them circular, put in space, and kaboom!
That's as good as
to make anything you have in your imagination with the PC. Anything. Just just to
And
imagine.
this shit, yeah, this is the same shit NASA has been lying to us.
But what
I was
about
going to
those
say
guys on
that's
the
better
street?
quality than early NASA.
Those dudes on the street with the spray cans and that. They're just some amazing cosmological work. Like can of spray paint and a stick or something. Like they're amazing.
At least this one.
These guys on the street.
This one Vinish just made, I consider it real art, unlike NASA, which is just copy-paste. Copy-paste clouds, copy-paste everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah.
Some imagination into it, man.
It's very easy to get. Like just put some stars, put here and there, move some editing, and kaboom, you
He's
got
like,
your
oh,
own
I'm lazy.
world.
Probably one of the last bits of the project, and he's probably like, "This is taking forever. I'm nearly done though." Copy paste.
I wonder how many graphic designers who work for NASA thought that they would be working for NASA as a graphic designer. You know, like what you envisioned the work you would do working at NASA, and then you get there and you're basically doing graphic design. I bet there's a few of them just questioning themselves.
They want people with a little bit of expertise in that field, right? Whatever, like, as well as art, right? So you majored in art, minored in astronomy, or vice versa, right? And they get them in there, and then they say, you know what this data here means? Oh yeah, that means shifting, or that means that there's a high amount of helium or hydrogen or whatever. So now, like, we want you to portray based on that data. Right? There's ones and zeros and shit there. Present it visually to us. Oh yeah, I can do that. Yeah. And of course, they've got the whole idea of balls in space and all that already embedded in their mind, so they've got a mental image, something to work with, based, and as well as the data, and they totally fabricate these images.
Yeah, NASA will provide them a page of data and they turn it into a picture. Red means expansion, blue means contraction. Yeah.
Yeah, and in fine print, often in fine print at the bottom of these articles and things on the NASA website, even, or in other, like space.com or whatever, it says artist impression. People don't read that; it's like a photo.
Yeah. And one more thing, I just did a simple experiment. Like I went to the magnetic. I took both magnetic balls and the copper sulfate, which is very strong magnetic field, right? As in liquid material. So what I did, I took the ball and put copper sulfate in the water and mixed it and just let the water flow over the ball. Now just imagine, we all know that the gravity works as it is on a
sphere, right? Which will cause the water to maintain its level. Literally, by freaking chance, the water didn't even stabilize on the ball. It just fell down and down. If the water cannot be on the sphere by having the magnetism, how the fuck do we believe that this freaking sphere have water in it?
I'm a bit lost, my friend. I don't believe they claim magnetism has anything to do with it.
Well, the shitty NASA believes that the water level have the maintenance because of the gravitational magnetism. Bullshit, my ass.
Well, don't get confused. Don't confuse magnetism with gravity. They're two completely different things, right? Magnetism is a force. Gravity is a description for the fact that things go
No,
down.
just imagine. Just take an example. The ball is the metallic ball is the base, while water is its object. Even by the contraction of two things, the water didn't stabilize. And we are believing in the shit term that water flows over the earth, which is a sphere. Also, one thing, I just searched over the Suez Canal. Suez Canal, by the more of its length, there should have been some kind of curve. But no, there is no curve.
Yeah. What do you mean a Swiss candle?
Like the Suez Canal, how much it have the length, there might should have been a curve. Or by the biggest ocean pull of China, there should have been a curve. Or the greatest river that should of Africa, that should have been a curve. But no, literally miles per 2 miles, there is no curve. This is all straight.
Oh, you said Suez Canal. Okay,
Exactly,
I'm with you
Suez
now.
Canal.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Great point.
Neither Suez
With
Canal
candle.
nor the Great China
That's my bad.
Not the only
Oh,
one.
beautiful.
Suez
neither,
Canal,
yeah,
the Panama Canal also.
Exactly. Neither Suez Canal, neither the Great Wall of China, neither nor the Chinese huge bridge, nor the Great African River. These four things, which are per miles to miles long, doesn't even have a freaking curve, and we are believing we are on a globe.
Have you seen the TED lecture I posted up in the chat here? Where they're photographing the black hole behind Sagittarius A asterisk or A star.
The biggest shit these people have been telling us that there is a black hole just 5,000 light years away from us.
Yeah, exactly. But this one is 27,000 light years away. And they managed. This is the famous picture of the asshole that some employee took a very dodgy photo of to get
When
the
you
funding.
say is the black hole when you say is the black hole can suck anything just to 420 billion, take second.
Yeah. They're using an algorithm that's also searching the internet for selfies on Facebook and verifying against the photos they're taking of the black hole. It's fucking ludicrous, man. It's crazy how these people get the money and funds, man.
When you say is the black hole can suck anything 42 trillion miles per to the distance, there is a whole freaking gigantic black hole just right side above our Milky Way galaxy. How is it not sucking us? They think we are blind. We are just out of our mind. They want us to believe anything they say.
I can't believe people believe that they can take photographs of light from 20, what did you say, 27 million miles away?
No, 27,000 light years. That would be one light year of 1.5 billion miles. So 27,000 times 1.5 billion miles.
Exactly.
And they took the picture of the event horizon of the black hole where all the particles, they're particles that is just fucking hilarious, man. You have to watch it. And it's like this young girl, and there are pictures of her, and the only pictures of her is like she's sitting next to a iMac with a Photoshop on it or something.
A video I just sent in the chat that shows also the contradiction that they have with the gyroscope, that the level created by the gyroscope will change because of gravity. So they have that contradiction that gyroscopes hold the same position in space. Same time, they change their position because of gravity. So what do we have to believe? Do they hold the same position in space no matter what, or they follow the gravity?
Literally just need to be happy.
And that video is literally a measurement for of Earth being level. 10,000 miles.
Exactly.
10,000 kilometers, sorry.
Okay, another thing is that when people say that the sun is thousand or very much times bigger than the earth and is 2 light years away that it looks small. Okay, I just practically did a thing. I just took a basketball and took a bowl and took a small cricket ball and put both aside. Literally, even by putting that basketball, I looked from the scope. Fuck, man, the basketball is still looking so big. How?
Yesterday I was debating the people in the awakening server about that acceleration because they claim that there is no acceleration on the surface of the Earth, but we know that the orbit around the Sun is shorter distance in one place than the other planet.
What I did, I took the basketball and took the cricket ball. I put it away. Like I put the basketball on another corner and put the cricket ball to another corner and looked through the camera. Fuck, the basketball is still looking so big, or at least as big as the cricket ball. How? Fuck, man. Fingers.
Yep, it's not a ball, my friend. Can't be a ball. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, we are on the flat Earth. It's just the fact people don't accept.
Even in geodetic survey, they measure it flat. They measure the Earth being flat, and then mathematically they add the they add the curvature using refraction and that radius that have never been measured.
Imagine when you says that the world is circulatory. So why don't the plane takes a straight away line to one country to another country? Why they are moving here and there? Does this make any fucking sense?
Yep. The flight plans don't make sense. It's like they don't like the southern hemisphere. What's wrong with the southern hemisphere? Why can't we fly across the oceans of the southern hemisphere?
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey John, just wanna Ethergrass, just wanna make sure you're cool, bro. Hope everything's good for you.
So, Roots, war happened because of that southern hemisphere. So why do you want them to let just normal people to go there if they didn't let a complete country with its ruler that to not go, like what happened in Second World War was all about that southern hemisphere, not letting people go to Antarctica and beyond.
Because they know that if we went there, the whole bullshit will be cracked out.
You're very quiet, my friend. We can't hear you.
Because those shitty people knows if we went to there, we will know the truth that they are lying to us, and all of them will be debunked, and we won't believe them. Their home won't run again. They won't have any food. They won't get any money. This is the reason they always hides everything to us. Everything.
Yeah, and they have also to make another lies, like for example, that hollow earth to say that there is the cities underneath the earth and show propaganda of and pictures of the earth and being having a big hole in the south, in the South Pole. So
Exactly.
just to not talk about the reality, at least they have to show that it is a ball. But yeah, there is some things that we never seen, that like that big hole where Agatha is, that legendary city that is in the middle of the earth, below the surface, in the hollow earth. And they said in some books and some articles, they said that Hitler was believing that there is a city called Agatha in the hollow earth, but it's not the case. The guy was knowing something else, something real about lands or
Actually,
extensions beyond.
if you see, Hitler literally wrote more than 200 books. And among them, we just watching just 50 books. Where are the other 150 books? Where did they went? You say he wrote so many books. Where are the others? Why we are just seeing these ones?
Yeah, Roots, heard about that story of Agatha? That city underneath the surface?
So this is what I said earlier. There is legends in every corner of the earth, in mythology, of underground cities. I mean, whether that's humans that went underground because of a cataclysm, or whether that's ancients live underground with high technology, whether that's the controllers, the Anunnaki, as the Hopi Indians said, our ant friends that live underground. But there's always been mythology surrounding underground civilizations. But just to add more fuel to the fire, there is endless amounts of architecture and tunnel systems that all lead to multiplexed, multi-layered, multi-floored cities. I think the Vatican has like 20 floors, and apparently there's a whole complex of tunnels that lead to the Vatican City underneath. So this is what we're seeing underground all over the world.
Yeah, and the most famous one, and I think that you heard about at some point, Gog and Magog. But they are not underground. It's some myths. They are underground in some beliefs, but in other beliefs, they are behind an ice wall, like they depict, like a ice wall, or just some other beliefs, just a wall, and they depict that in many movies. And you heard that story that Gog and Magog, they will die just like a single man if you kill their leader, like they show in Lord of the Ring, in Game of Thrones, those like zombies behind the ice wall, and when you kill their king, they will die just like one single man in the same instant. And the other movie called The Great Wall, which shows the Great Wall of China, and those monsters come trying to invade them, and when they kill their queen, they died like a single man. So yeah, yeah, there is many stories about extensions of the earth or cities underneath the surface. The globe itself is just an idea that came just lately, just in 15th century. I don't believe that it was there before that, before the 15th century. If someone think that, just give me a proof, a real proof. So if someone think that there was a person called Eratosthenes who measured six and shadows, show me something written by the hand of Eratosthenes to believe that. But they have nothing. They had just those new books or translations that they made up just recently.
Yeah, even Plato. Show me Plato's original work. You know, what all you'll find is Neoplatonism. And they'll say that this is, translated or whatever to be Plato's original works. We don't have Plato's original works.
Yeah, you translated it from what? From what? We want to see that thing. I want to see it in its original language, and let me do the translation by myself. But I want the original thing. If there is nothing from those people, it means that there is nothing. Those people never done those stories and never done those measurements and those things. It's fake. Based on what the people are just saying, it means just I have just to believe them, believe what they are telling me about those people.
Yeah, and like you said, where's the primary source evidence? Where are the letters written in their day talking about them? If they were so famous and they were so well, well respected, then other people would have spoken about them in their own time.
Yeah. No books from those ancient people, those ancient books that we could find, Persian and books and many things. No one were talking about those fake characters like Eratosthenes, Aristotle, those people. No one talked about them. It means that they never existed. They started to exist after the creation of the globe idea in the 15th century. Even the maps just contradict the narrative, because maps before the 15th century, they never showed a sphere. They showed that AE projection, aka the flat earth map. This is really cool. With the north and a map of the north and the mountain in the north and the tree in the center of the north called the tree of life in some traditions like the ancient Egyptians, or Ixodrail in the Nordic. Yeah, Ixodrail in the Nordic belief that which is in the center of the earth, that the earth were called Oh my God, I forgot the name. So the Earth was in ancient Nordic belief. The Earth was a plane. Helheim, the hell, was another plane below Earth, and Asgard was another plane above the heavens, like in the Greek mythology. So how those people would just disbelieve in their mythology and their religion, which depicts a flat plane and a solid sky held by a titan called Atlas, and the mountain, and in the top of that mountain, the mountain is in the center, and in the top of that mountain there is that heavenly city which is called Olympia, which is the city of the gods. So how those Greeks were just going against their own belief. I'm sorry, they created what's called philosophy. So there were philosophers who just went against their mythology, and no one could harm them, because we know that if you just don't follow the myth in the Greek belief and Roman beliefs, they won't let you do that inside their lands. They will just banish you or kill you.
Well, that's what I believe the Crusades, the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition, the book burnings. It sounds like they did that over the Dark Ages, which is a 1,000-year period. But I'd argue that was probably over less than a 50-year period to 100 years. They did all that because they wanted to recreate the world. The old controllers lost control of the world, and we got new owners, and the new owners were astute enough to recognize that if they get rid of kingship and they implement world democracy, then they can run the world forever. And I think whether they knew that previously or whether they came to the conclusion, either way, this has been in place for a couple hundred years now, and they know what they're doing. There's a long-term plan. They're reinventing everything. Yeah, they're reinventing everything and giving you new origin stories. They've given us new origin stories, new cosmology, and then eventually a new religion, because they know they cannot control us. If one, we have kingship, because then they can't take over the country, and two, they can't control us unless they have a religion that they control, which basically is owned. The organization is owned by people who don't represent those ideas. So the whole thing becomes discredited and a joke. And now we're going to be left with a new religion that resembles nothing of what the old texts used to say. This is what's coming. Predictable. So just get ready.
Yeah, create a giant prison, divide people with the division of put many religions, many understanding, many beliefs, so to facilitate the division of the population. Create a giant. First place, you create that giant prison, so you limit the extension. So there is nothing to discover anymore. So what we found is just what we found where we live in now, and also make that big prison smaller by creating those borderlands that between each country, and name each country by a different name. So you divide again those people. Create just fake like those people that experiments that they have done, where they put those animals, sheeple, inside the cage, and in the third generation, they took out the cage and they just left the door. The sheeple were just acting like if there is always that cage. They were bouncing against nothing, because there were some animals pushed them against that fake border that doesn't exist anymore, but they still work as if it is. So that's what happened now. You have those fake limitations between countries, so that you created those smaller prisons, and you can't go out. They don't let you. That person who ruled the country won't let you just go out if you like if you are in a prison, literally.
Plato's cave, mate. All over again.
Yeah, brother. And you do the hard work also for the one holding the capital. That's why they made the capitalism, to preserve the interest of the one holding the capital. So now, if you cut the head of the snake, there will be nothing left. Cut the head of the snake. Those people that we are working for them, they are just sitting in their thrones. Call them thrones. They're sitting in their thrones, doing nothing, just controlling some bunch of people, and those bunch of people control the rest. And we are working for them like slaves. They have everything. They have the gold, and they give us paper. They take the gold and they give us paper, call it money, and let us just work with that. But they have the gold, the real money, God's money.
Absolutely. We all have God's money in a way, but we should always be able to get more.
What do you reckon about that saying then? Give to Caesar what is Caesar's in terms of money. Do you think we should turn away from money, or do you think we need money?
I think the most desperate people should get more money. I think people on disability, who are really on disability, should get a raise. I think independent workers should get a raise. I think we should pay our employees more. I think we should care about profit less as corporations. I believe there are other things to strive for, like competitive price lowering, or I think money is the root of all evil, but there are people who need a lot of it. I think it should just be rerouted differently. I don't know where our tax money really goes. Does it really go to these places? Is the IRS necessary? I mean, can we get rid of the IRS? Get rid of income taxes?
Oh, hold on. Hey, Archangel, would you demand a premium for risk?
I have no idea what that means.
Well, I mean, if you're going to embark on something new, you have no idea if it's going to work out or not. You invest your sweat and labor. So do you demand a premium for the risk?
I think so.
Okay, guess what? That's what profit is.
Yeah, but use that with real money. Use that with something that hold the same value everywhere, with every person all the time. If it change, it will change for all, like gold, silver, and copper, like ancient times. Those things, those metals, they have value, and that it's a real value. It's not unlike paper with symbols. It's a real value. So that money can have that great use that you are thinking about. So we've replaced that fake money that is creating that problem, that you making difference between each country, each side of this world. If you use the gold and silver, it will be just the same value everywhere. No problem. exchange. It will be just an exchange. You will be able to exchange material. The thing that you are selling, you can exchange it with that gold or another material. We are selling fish, for example. You can take meat and you give fish. That will be a fair trade also, and you use the same thing and with the same value using gold and silver instead of paper with numbers or digital. Now they
Interest
are
is also a risk premium.
Government could put money in our bank accounts faster than we can even blink. They could give anyone any amount of money, no matter what they needed it for, if they wanted to. There must be some value in the way they treat their subjects, like clients or citizens. And I'm speaking. I'm talking. I'm a nationalist. I'm talking about America right now. It's just the money doesn't really go to your property tax money locally doesn't really go to help the schools. It goes to the rich politicians. Let's bet the government. Let's bet the government. That's where we start. We start at home in the Garden of Eden in America. That's my home anyway. So I'll be subjective when I talk about this stuff. Cosmology is subjective. If you ask a person if the Earth is round or if the Earth is flat, their answer is always right. Because it's their cosmology. Mine happens to be flat. I believe we've been brainwashed by smart people. And I believe global warming is a big fake to get Democrats more money. I believe we live on a plane. We live in a garden. We live in the Garden of Eden still, and we've been allowed back. I guess Adam and Eve had to leave, but now we're coming back. And I believe if you want a rough map of the whole flat Earth, which is impossible because it's infinite, just think of a thawed out circle and think of the Earth as, if you have to globalize it, think of it as a moon like shape, like different size craters of ice and melting ice and slush. And our ice shelves are melting. It's because eventually we're going to be able to travel over them. Yeah.
The only thing I'd say about that is I don't think you could say, you said, your cosmology is flat. I don't think there is a cosmology. Flat Earth is literally that, opposed to curvature, flat being, the dichotomy opposite to curvature. So for me, it's not about cosmology or belief at all. I have a bunch of beliefs. I have a bunch of ideas, but when it comes to like flat or flat Earth, for me, that's just strictly knowledge, and then we have some speculation on flat Earth, which can lead to cosmology. But I keep that separate.
Okay, so it's not a cosmology. It's just flat Earth. Maybe that we should name it something different, like
geocentric cosmology, not geo. Planar-centric cosmology.
You said it's not cosmology.
No, if you wanna talk about the speculation of cosmology, then I'd say that's not flat Earth, is it? That's you could call it planar cosmology if you want.
Well, cosmology, as I understand it, is just a description or definition of one's structure of his own universe. And I've seen so many variations of it. There's this guy named Lord Stephen Christ who was really persuasive with his graphics and his YouTube channel. He was saying how light can bend and how he had the whole structure mapped out. And I was like, wow, this guy put a lot of thought into this. The graphics were beautiful. He was an animator, like old school computer animator. He used Adobe Illustrator and After Effects and made his videos really, really high quality. And but he was a drifter, and he came up with a lot of great points. But well, he eventually threatened to kill the president, and it was Donald Trump at the time. And he went to prison and died in prison about 3 years later.
Who? Stephen Christ.
Lord Stephen Christ. That's how he went by.
He's still on YouTube now.
Well, his channel is still there, yeah.
What? He's died.
Yeah, he passed away in prison.
I thought he uploaded a video recently. Maybe somebody's running his channel.
He has his minions that maintain the site, I think. But he was real influential in my learning about my own cosmology.
Yeah, Stephen Christ is. I don't know if he's dead, bro. This is confusing because I'm looking at his channel now, and he's uploaded 4 videos in the last 2 weeks, and he's on the videos.
He is.
Yeah, do you follow him on YouTube?
I used to.
Well, he's a grifter.
I'm not sure. I'm not at my computer.
It wouldn't surprise me because I actually think he's a grifter. I actually think he claims to be God. Do you realize that? He claims to be Christ.
Yep.
For real.
Yep.
He's crazy, bro.
I know.
Money.
That was his downfall. No, but
it wouldn't surprise me if he faked his death.
I would go to the federal Department of Corrections website and see if he was still alive or if he's getting out. I would go to the prison website and track him, and then one day it just said deceased. And then I went to his YouTube channel again, and one of his minions was there, and he said, "Oh, he finally passed away in prison."
All right, fair enough.
Seems like
it's definitely
that he threatened to kill a president and they put him in prison because that's not what they do.
Well, I'm not sure about the whole story, but that's what I understood. That's what I got out of it. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm going up to Panhandlers.
There's some strange fellows on YouTube. That Stephen Christ is loony. Mental health problems. Right, I think I'm going to go and watch Alan and Shane's debate against Luke and the other guy, Luke and Pete. Anyone seen it? I believe it come out yesterday on Geronism.
Step one. I'm just trying to go away from the main thing now.
That's step one.
Explain
no, I know you're trying to
Saturn, Uranus, they all appear round,
Have a look at that.
but the Earth is flat.
Have a look at that.
Right, have a look at what? You tell us what it is.
Okay. I literally sent it on the thing.
Yeah. Read it out, whatever is relevant, who measured
On
the curve,
a given
how did they
day,
measure it.
if many cities measure the angle of the sun at local noon, the resulting data, when combined with the known distances between the cities, show that Earth has 180 degrees of north-south curvature.
So what kind of angle are you talking about? What kind of angle are you talking about? An elevation angle?
Wait, I'm reading it. The difference is the angle of the sun. If there's literally a picture, if you want to look at it, maybe on the Wikipedia. I'll post it in the chat even.
An elevation angle to the sun, is that what you're talking about? So off the ground to the sun?
So from off the ground to the sun.
From the ground to the sun.
And you can see.
Oh dear.
So that would be a horizontal line there that you're raising up an
angle. You can see on the image shows it better than I can explain.
So is it a horizontal baseline?
It shows it. In fact, it shows the thing I was talking about. Parallel sun rays hit.
Parallel sun rays. Where do you see those?
On the red lines.
The red lines.
On the photo. Are you not looking at the photo?
A cartoon. No, I'm not. Where is it?
In the chat of this voice chat.
Oh, the cartoon?
Yeah, whatever you want to call it.
Cartoons are my life.
Okay. Well, we're not that into cartoons. We're kind of looking for empirical evidence.
So you're just going to deny everything I say?
You can't use parallel, mate, when explaining curvature, and you can't use angle, mate. You're using the wrong words.
Okay, fine. If you don't want to, we can't even agree on this.
I want someone. I'm gonna post a website link to prove the Earth is flat. I want someone to. I want you to go through all 7 of these ways and prove to me each one. Disprove each one.
Mario, calm down.
Now go into it. Disprove each one.
So ChatGPT, I'm going to help you out. So what we're looking for is observations, measurements, experiments that you or I could do. That you or I
could do. Okay, that's a great one. That's a great one. So all you want to do is you want to get a level.
Look up.
You want to get a level. No, listen. You want to get a level, and you want to get a laser, and you want to get a friend. Get him far enough away.
Can't use level, mate.
Hold on, guys. Let him go.
Look, and you want to aim the laser at him from a further enough distance. And if the Earth is flat, then you should see the laser in the exact same height where he's from. But if it's not, have you ever seen that Netflix documentary about flat Earth? Over the curve or something? I think they do that exact experiment and they prove that the Earth is round. I'll show you. I'll send a photo.
All right, I got disconnected. I got a phone call there. Where did we get to? What were we talking about? You were trying to find that curve.
Look at the
something
photo
that
I sent.
You can do in
look
reality.
at the photo I sent. That's a photo. You can go to the sent. Just look at the photo. It explains it.
What photo?
It explains it better in the chat.
I'll just bring it up to date, Cyclone. He's just trying to explain curvature, but he's explaining angles.
It's literally in the photo. If you just look.
The last thing I see from you is a cartoon.
No, it's maybe I haven't sent it yet.
I mean, stating something that you can't just state it's a cartoon without evidence, right?
Yeah, I can just observe. I mean, what I'm looking at here.
Yes, it's drawn, but it's still real.
So if it's all about observation and we've never observed the ice wall,
I see the water and the grass in that cartoon picture. That's really cool.
The one with the 3 sticks in it. The one with the 3 sticks in it. That's a cartoon. Why did you say?
It is a cartoon, but it's the idea of the experiment you could do.
What a photo is and what a cartoon is.
We can draw a cartoon.
But look, do that
Did I
experiment
get
in
a
real
real
life.
photo? Right. Okay. Yeah. To be fair, good for you. You've managed to figure out a good method for testing the curve. The problem is, this is what people are doing, and they're getting the results that say there's not curve. They're hitting targets with lasers further than they should. They're
The Flat
observing
Earthers
things
literally
further than
did
they
it on their
should.
documentary. Someone
No, that
did
was
it
just
already.
edited. No, that was just edited that way. I mean, we've got
Oh, so you're just gonna
hundreds
say
that we could
edited?
show
How am I
you.
gonna say?
Yeah, well,
How am I gonna?
listen, we've got hundreds that we could show you on our server where it's not been puff
I'd have to see it in
documentary
real
on
life, because how do I
Netflix.
know it's not edited?
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, you can go and do this in real
I'm
life.
going to
That's
do.
exactly what we would tell you to do.
Okay, I'm
Well
going to
done.
do that in real life.
Yeah, you should. Good for you. Come back when you want your flat Earth badge.
My Flat Earth badge. I don't understand why you think that the scientists would be lying to you. What do they gain?
Well, I mean, at the point where you realize that there's no curvature, it doesn't really matter why you think they've lied or if you think they've lied. I'm not saying they've all lied. I mean, most of them just assume it is the case, like you do, because they've been taught it too since they were kids, just like
I
you
mean,
were.
you haven't really proved much.
No, I mean,
No,
listen,
you haven't. You
prove
showed
anything
us a
to you.
cartoon.
You've just
You
figured
haven't
out
proved
that
much.
you can go
Why are
and
you putting
test
the
it
onus
yourself.
on me?
You've just figured out that you can go and test it yourself. Listen, I'm not trying to prove anything to you here on Discord. I'm just telling you, you should go and check this yourself, and you'll find out what we've all found out, that there's no curve. So, at that
Okay,
point,
then I have
why they
another
would
question.
lie,
How did
academic.
they get photos of the moon in like 1969 before CGI?
They had other production technique. They were making space movies before the moon landing was filmed, you know. Stanley Kubrick. And
Where'd
they
they
had
get
loads of
that?
Hollywood special effects.
Damn,
Where'd they
good
get that
film.
really cool picture you brought us that was of the moon? That cartoon blue
shown you yet.
grass and the green water and the orange, like the cartoon picture of the sticks. And how do you get a ball? If you imagine you got a ball sun and you imagine you got a ball earth, where do you get all these fucking angles from? You guys are
What do you mean?
weird.
You don't know how
Nah,
angles work.
a ball and a
But
ball.
angles,
Ball
a ball.
sun. Ball earth. Now show me
Ask me a
what you're
question.
talking about in the lab.
Because you have
What
parallel
do you
sun
mean?
rays.
No, stop imagining. Go get a fucking light source. I would roll a
You
ball and another
you
ball.
don't observe parallel light rays though. What you observe
I was-
appear to be crepuscular.
What I observe isn't what it is. I can't see the parallel
Right, but
light
this is
rays,
the
but
thing.
that's
This
what
is
they
the
are.
thing with the globe, right? This is what they've taught you to think like. Everything you see isn't what it actually is. Only they can tell you what it actually is. The flat horizon isn't actually flat. The motionless Earth isn't actually
It's just a
motionless.
parallel ray. I think it makes a lot of sense that light
The
travels in a parallel ray.
divergent ray isn't actually
Hello?
divergent.
I've got a flat
So basically,
earther. I've caught one.
What's your name,
they're
boy?
all here.
Yo,
Anyways, so I was in the middle of saying something. So why light
Did someone
travel?
go into the fact that if the Earth is flat, how come there's different time zones?
Yeah, actually, that's a
The
good
sun
question.
moves.
What?
You guys noticed that the sun moves?
Yes, the sun.
Yes.
Oh no, yeah, the sun moves.
Yeah,
No, the
the
sun
sun.
does not
The sun
move.
is the sun
It
moving
does.
is
does
what's
move.
causing
It
damage.
does. It does
Oh wait,
move, but
it
we
does
move in
or it doesn't
a
move.
spot. It does. There's a
We
good
orbit
animation.
the sun.
We orbit the sun, but the sun's moving. I'll show you.
What evidence have you got?
Is anyone else also disconnecting a lot?
Yeah.
It's a Discord issue. It's everyone,
Yeah.
basically.
Well, hold on. What evidence have you got that we are orbiting the sun?
That we are orbiting the sun.
Space-time theory of relativity.
Go on.
Einstein's
That
theory of
we
relativity
relative.
stated that in space-time exists, that with a heavy mass object, it will bend space-time, and things will orbit around it.
Yeah.
Right.
Where'd they see it?
That would be a claim at best. What's the evidence?
Show us
So
space-time.
So wait, everything you
It's a
say
fourth-dimensional
is
object. It can't be shown, and it's also just a
right.
theory.
all
So you
you
That's
gotta
not
say is
proven.
that
Wait,
if you can't
no,
see it,
no.
you don't believe it. How are we
No,
supposed
no.
to get through anything?
Well, we can see the sun moving through the sky every
So
day, right?
if you've
That's
never
clear.
seen okay,
Yeah, but you haven't seen the Earth moving around the sun.
because we're relative on it, we're moving with
Right.
the Earth.
So what is the? Well, that's the claim. What's your evidence that we're
That's
going
not a
around it?
claim.
It
That's
is a
how. Have
claim.
you ever been in a car before?
We can't get
What's your
anywhere. Like
evidence?
ChatGPT's right. We
What's your
can't get
evidence?
anywhere if
I'll
you're just gonna
tell
have
you.
the
I'm gonna
attitude
tell you.
of if you
I'm gonna
don't see it, Because either way, there's no way to.
I'm
going to tell you, have you ever been in a car? When the car moves, when the car moves at 60 kilometers, you move at 60 kilometers. Do you feel like you're moving at 60 kilometers? No.
No. Being inside a bucket is being on a ball.
Hold on. Yeah, you're on the outside of a ball, remember?
A ball.
Not inside a car. Your globe Earth mythology. You're on the outside of a ball, not the inside of a vehicle.
Yes, I'm talking about relativity, because you don't
being
believe.
in a car doesn't tell you that you are going around the sun. I'm asking what your evidence is that the Earth is going around
the sun. Oh, DJ Mario fan explained it. That the space-time will be warped when something large.
What does that look like? What does that look like in reality to us?
It doesn't look like us because we can't see everything. But
So how do they know that's what's occurring? How do you know that's occurring then?
How do we know that's occurring? Because we use actual science to measure it. But either way, no matter what
that doesn't make sense. Science is not a measuring tool.
Okay, if I tell you what science they use, you're just going to say, "Oh,
said you can't even see it." How are you measuring what you can't see?
How do you measure the ice wall? Like that's the same idea.
I have a question for you. How do you measure what's in your computer right now? You can't see the electrons.
What are you guys
yet it's still working.
The Earth goes around the sun. I said, what is your evidence? And now you're doing this.
I just told you, but you were like, I can't see it.
Cars doesn't tell you the Earth is going around the sun.
Well, you're like,
yeah, you said you measured something you can't see. You said we can't see it, we can't feel it, we can't measure it. Now we're asking you how you know that then, and you don't know.
The point of it is just to wait. The thing is, we don't really know why the Earth orbits the sun.
You guys should practice the art of saying, I don't know. It would save you a lot.
The thing is, like, fine, like, I don't know, like, no one really knows why the Earth orbits the sun. The point of space-time is just to give an
explanation. Stop saying it that it does.
Yeah, so why are you claiming it?
Stop saying it does.
There are some tests.
Of course we orbit the sun. No one knows why. Because if we didn't orbit the sun, we'd be moving away from the sun.
You want to know how we know special relativity?
Now you're a universe maker.
Do you want to know how we know special relativity?
No, I want to know how you know the Earth is going around the sun when all you observe is the sun moving.
Because of the special relativity, which I said. Do you want to know how it works?
Well, that would just be theory.
Debunked
that would be making the assumption. That would already be assuming that what you're claiming is happening. I'm asking how they know that it is happening.
Because that's what the law states. The law states that what DJ
Mario
said basically.
It's a theory. Don't get confused.
Okay, theory, law. My bad, I used the wrong word.
Yeah, very different things.
Okay, theory. The theory states that we are going to move around it because it bends space-time.
And what is the evidence for the theory?
I was about to tell you. You can actually. The first one was in 1851. He used the interferometer arrangement to measure the effect of the movement of a medium upon the speed of light.
Who did this?
Bizal. Don't know how to pronounce it.
He doesn't know. Did it use
not that Einstein, the guy whose theory you're proposing.
He measured a relativity. Einstein made special relativity.
When's he going to show us space-time?
What does that mean?
Can't see space-time.
Can't see space-time, can't see curve, can't feel motion. Not a lot you've got with
I have a question. Can you see, do you understand how computers work?
We can see them.
The Earth not being a globe.
Can you see the electrons moving from one side to the other of the transistor? I assume you can't.
What are you talking about?
What's the evidence of a brain?
Yeah, what's the evidence of a brain? What's the evidence for anything if you can't see it?
Are we just
people have seen brains. Do you think people have never seen a brain before? What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Have you seen the neurons in the brain? How do we see the neurons in the brain then?
I love that you gave that response.
In a brain.
Because why cannot we can't just turn around and say the same for all the thousands of scientists?
You guys are spiraling. You guys are spiraling because your argument
everything
relies
we say,
on claiming things
everything we say
provide no evidence for. Because you're just saying, you're making claims and saying, I can't provide evidence for this, and then saying, well, we don't have any evidence.
I've asked you questions and you say we can't provide evidence.
Let's go back to before. What are your claims that the Earth is flat? Tell me your claims that the Earth is flat, like all together. Bring it all together.
I already told you. There's no
Bring
curvature.
it again.
There's no motion.
I just mentioned the fact that a ship disappears if it goes over the horizon. You said it was just perspective. Go back to that. Explain how it's just perspective.
I said who measured the curvature that you assume in that explanation, and you guys didn't give us anyone.
They obviously don't know what latitude is, do they? Hey?
Latitude, of course we do.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth measurement, mate.
No, go and Google Earth and you can actually see what latitude looks like on a
How's it? Do you know what latitude is?
Latitude is a vertical measurement of.
How do you
I have
measure?
another question. You claim that like all these huge things.
Quiet. We're talking. Rude person.
From the axis of the Earth.
Let one deck finish.
Rude person.
Let him finish.
Yeah. So the other guy, how do you measure latitude?
How do you measure it? Well, you start. You start from what's it called? You start from the, I think the axis. No, you start from the top of the Earth. Essentially, latitude 00, not the axis of the Earth. You start from basically the North Pole, and you draw lines down perpendicular to the longitude.
How is it measured? How is it measured? What tool? What's the method?
I'll search it up.
Just say you don't know.
I don't know, which is why I'm searching it up. Is that not the point?
Right. Well, it's a flat Earth.
Angles to polarity.
It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate, from sea level. Yeah, that's an elevation angle measuring tool. Straight lines, nothing to do with curvature.
I have a question. This is a question about the curvature. Wait, Patrick, can you give me a sec?
Is this the rude guy again?
Yeah, I have a question. If the Earth was
people
flat,
finish talking. Stop being rude.
Yeah, Mario, let's just say, just control yourself, Mario. The other guys are talking. When they've finished, you can go.
Thank you.
Okay, go, DJ Mario fan. You had something to say.
Yeah. So latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris using sea level. It's a flat Earth measurement that's wrapped around the globe. Do you believe, or are you believing latitude exists on the globe?
Am I believing? Yes, it does.
So how's it measured?
I just told you that tool.
Yeah, with a sextant. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. It's not measuring curvature. It's not. Yeah, it's not measuring curvature. It's measuring horizontal lines at sea level.
It creates.
For all mapping.
It measures a circle on the surface of the Earth, and the angle.
Circle of equal altitude. Circle of equal altitude.
Equal
elevation
altitude,
angle.
No, it's going to be on you're going to be the angle of elevation to the horizon.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth elevation angle. Nothing to do with curvature.
It's literally, it's used by, could you observe the stars?
You measure an angle off sea level. It's got nothing to do with curvature.
Nothing to do with curvature. How?
No,
it's an elevation.
It's an elevation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yes.
Has it got anything to do with curvature?
It does. You can have an elevation angle on a curved line.
No, you can't. Incorrect.
You can.
Why not?
Because it's two straight lines. It's in the definition. It requires a horizontal baseline and a line of sight to an object
two
above
straight
horizontal.
lines. Then the bottom line is tangent to a curved surface. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's a tangent.
No. A tangent's a straight line. Nothing to do with curvature.
Tangent's a straight line that's
curved
equal
line touches.
You're talking about measuring an angle on a sphere.
Yeah,
right?
That's what happens when you have a flat line.
Like the bottom line for your angle does not have to be curved.
Okay, the point beneath Polaris, 90 degrees, and the point at the equator, 0 degrees, that's 2 points, correct?
What?
There's 2 points between the GP below Polaris at 90 degree angle and 0 degrees at the equator. That's 2 points of reference, correct?
You think it's possible to cite the GP of a star?
2 points, correct?
Think you're citing the GP of Polaris?
Hello?
So you're citing Polaris.
Yeah.
Hello? You're not with the conversation, my friend.
Hello? I didn't hear what you said.
So there's 2 points, yeah? The GP of Polaris...
Just sorting through your word salad, dude.
Third time. The ground position of Polaris at 90 degree angle at sea level, yeah?
So you're not citing the ground position of Polaris.
Yes,
Okay,
you
the
are.
baseline of your
You're measuring
angle, right?
latitude.
Hold on.
No,
You want a straight
you're
He's
line?
measuring
you're
latitude.
interrupting him, Jesse. Just let him finish. He hasn't even explained it.
I
Polaris
have
has to start
explained it.
being the ground point.
Yeah,
He
I
doesn't
have
need
explained
to.
it.
It doesn't make sense. I would make more
Yeah.
Explain
sense
to me
to
the
him right
ground
now.
point.
They're getting triggered because it's an elevation angle at sea level.
Yep.
It's
Explain to me.
latitude. It's
Explain to me a ground point.
If it's surface measurement on Earth using sea level elevation angles, it's flat Earth proof.
Explain to me a ground point, though. You're not explaining. How can a star have a ground point?
You get the GP of it. You know what a GP is? Ground position on the ground. Yeah, the ground where you're navigating points
You
on
mean
the
a
ground.
navigation?
Yeah, your
I'll be honest.
elevation
I don't
angle,
know.
right? Your
I don't know.
baseline of your elevation angle is not fixed on the GP of the star. You understand that?
The what? Can you say that
How
again?
could I possibly cite the GP of a star if I'm like
Yeah,
10,000 miles away?
that's what I said. Wait, but
Yeah, well,
DJ Marfan, the scientist there. DJ's
Yeah, so
Marfan, say your point.
how have
Say your
people been
point.
doing it for thousands of years with sextants, navigating the surface of Earth,
That's not what
obtaining
they're doing, no.
the
Say your
The
point,
scope
DJ
does not,
Marfan.
you're not putting the GP of the star in your crosshairs. Otherwise, I
That's
can get
not
the
how.
height of
That's
the
not how we
star.
explained it.
DJ
That's
Marfan,
not
I
how
want
it
to
was.
hear your point.
Yeah, because he's explaining it horribly.
DJ Marfan, explain your your
point.
point.
I have a question. This question is about the curvature of the Earth. Let's just say, I'll just search up a flight from Sydney to. Notice how, sorry, I just
Hold on.
Notice how every single flight path is a
We have to
curved
finish this
line.
point before we moved on to another. Okay, he's trying to explain how we obtain the latitude lines.
Yeah, sure.
There are
Finish that
some
point
measurements,
first.
right? Yeah, so they're measurements you take from Polaris because it's
I hate
you're trying.
niggers.
The reason you're trying to use the reason you use a sextant is because it gives you a line of sight to Polaris.
I hate niggers.
You get a line of sight to Polaris, and that because Polaris has a relatively fixed ground position. In that position, you can have a distance to yours, and that will be called a latitude line. That distance is a
I'll tell you, I
linear
hate
measurement.
niggers.
All right.
Who's that?
I hate niggers.
Or get out the voice chat. Who's that? Bobby
I
chat.
can have this dude removed, bro. Who's this dude?
Yeah, can someone maybe like ban him?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. So, anyways, latitude line measure keeps coming out here. Latitude lines are measurements that you're making from the ground point position of Polaris to your position. So, let's say you're at the 45 degree. That means that you're you can measure it and translate it into nautical miles to know how far.
Anyone speaking now?
I don't know. I'm a
Keep
bit
going.
confused also.
I just want to know what you guys think a tangent off, or at least misunderstood.
No, a tangent is begging the question. They're saying that you have a straight line, and the straight line meets at a point on a globe. In order for you to say that it is a tangent, you have to have some measurement of a drop over distance. So that's just affirming the consequence, begging the question fallacy.
Oh, okay, but like, so you understand what a tangent is, right? Good.
Can we move on? I feel like DJ Marfan had a good point to say. Can we just
He wants to talk
ask
about
it?
flights, right?
Yeah, flights. Just say it.
That's a good point. Search up any single flight path, and it's always curved. Why the hell would a plane take a curved path? Why not just take a straight path to the destination if the Earth is flat?
This is kind of obvious.
Why the obvious?
So why would
Planes fly horizontal?
Flights.
What was that?
They don't fly hard. Yeah.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
yeah.
So
The planes fly horizontal to the Earth.
They
How
fly
does
curved.
that say why they curve themselves?
Curve themselves.
Yeah,
They
any
don't.
flight
Look
path.
at the
Yeah,
flight
flights
paths.
don't. You mean
The
if you're
flight
looking
paths
at overhead,
curve.
so you have like an over eye position, and they're making left and
No.
right turns?
Yeah, look at
No,
the flight.
they're going straight, but the flight paths look like they're being curved.
Yeah, it looks.
Just search
They're
up
going
any sort
straight.
of flight path.
How do you measure the curvature?
How do you measure curvature?
Nah, you don't. You can't just go back to that. Just look at any sort of flight path.
You just claimed that they're curving. So how did you measure that curvature of?
Well,
is it you're just looking at it?
I'll tell you.
I said the planes are going straight, and the Earth is curved.
It looks curved on a
I
flat
say
Earth.
the Earth is curved, and when ChatGPT, go on.
Yeah, it looks curved on a flat map because that's what it would be on a flat map. But on a globe, it's not curved at all. So go on Google Earth and you can look at the same flight path.
No, even on Google, if you search up a flight path on a flat map, it shows a curved line.
You mean on a cartoon? Like they show you a cartoon, or how do you verify these curves?
They're they're literally from the Qantas website. I just searched up Sydney to London. This is what comes up.
They
track these things all the time. Every single scene.
So you can't verify. You've flown on these sites, and you notice yourself curving from Australia.
I don't notice yourself curving. I notice the Earth is curved.
You don't notice yourself curving because on a round Earth you aren't curving. On a flat Earth it is curving.
I'm saying you don't have any evidence for this that you're trying to say. When I'm asking you how you measure this curvature, you're saying I'm strawmanning you in some way.
There's no curvature. What I'm saying is
right.
That the
so there isn't any
straight,
curvature.
but the Earth is curved. The Earth is curved. So
You're
when the flight goes forward, because why would it not just go in a straight line from Sydney to London if it want to fly?
So you believe that the plane is dipping down on a constant rate?
Plane dipping down? No.
No, right? So it flies horizontally.
Straight.
Right. So it flies horizontally, right?
Yes.
Parallel to the Earth's surface. It's flying horizontal.
Relative to the Earth's surface, not parallel.
No, so I'm asking you, how do you get this curve?
No.
Why do you move from one question to the other when I'm asking you questions you don't answer?
It's relative.
It's about this question. It's about this question. Let's have a question. It's about like everything we're talking about.
How do you move on without answering the first question?
Why do you so badly feel the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think all these scientists and all these huge corporations are lying to us? Like, why do you reckon that?
So you can't answer. You want to move on. You're gonna give guys another.
I'm happy to not
it'll help everything. It'll help all my. It'll help your point.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It will help you because it would only help you reconcile your fact that you can't prove that this Earth is curving. No, hold on. No, I need to answer the question. How? Okay, the planes, are they flying and constantly dipping their nose down over a curve? Is that what you think it's happening?
They're not, because they're not going
okay,
straight.
So they're flying straight, right? Horizontal.
They're flying relative to the Earth.
Horizontal, right? They're flying horizontal to the Earth's surface.
Call it horizontal.
Don't call it that.
Right.
No, you don't call it horizontal. Don't call it horizontal.
He doesn't want to. He knows what that means. At least what it was.
Horizontal means you're flying straight, like a tangent. Yeah, that would mean you're flying out of space, but you're not.
Oh, so you think it's going? If it flies horizontally, it's going to go into outer space,
Considering a curved, curved, it would.
So even though
globe,
you understand that it requires you to fly your nose needs to be on a constant pitch angle up in order for you to have lift.
No,
it has to fly with your nose pitched up from the horizontal.
No, because the plane stays relative to the Earth because it's on the Earth. So it
stays horizontal. That's the thing, that is a fact, that it flies horizontally with a nose pitched up in order to generate lift.
Oh, you mean that has to go up so the air pressure? What are you talking about? How a plane works? Are you talking
No. I'm talking about how lift is generated. In order for you to generate lift, you have to have your nose pitched up while you're flying horizontal. So the nose never pitches down around a presupposed curve that you believe exists.
I don't think this
Well,
disproves the round Earth at all.
to generate lift, you have to. What do you mean? That's only slightly.
Like, the
you
words
don't
you're
have to move it
using,
up.
AE, it just doesn't make sense. Like, it's not proving anything.
You can say it doesn't make sense to you, but I just explained to you that
explaining how a plane works,
you saying it doesn't
not
make
change
sense, and you
anything.
want.
It doesn't.
So let me say it. Let me say it again. In order for you to generate lift, you have to hit the plane is moving, the nose is pitched up.
And I agree, yes, but what difference does that make?
Because you're flying horizontal.
You're flying up slightly, yeah, that's the cruising altitude.
Right,
But
so you're
always
not
slightly going up.
pitching down over a curve.
Why would you be pitching down when gravity yanks you down?
Yeah, gravity pulls you down because you're relative to the Earth.
Like, create a model that actually like disproves it. Talk about things that actually disprove it, not just the functions in which things exist.
No, this is something somebody brought up as a globe proof, saying that they fly horizontal. You can't jump from me trying to disprove a Earth if I'm trying to debunk that this is somehow proof of Earth curvature.
Why would you need to point it down though? What reason? The Earth is gravity.
Because if it's curving, you're going to have to pitch your nose down relative to your horizontal.
Why would you have to do that?
Because horizontal has no curves. Horizontal would be a tangent, right? It's a horizontal on Earth's surface.
Like,
you guys
I want to draw this on a paper, and I want you to
explain
to me on paper. Like, jeez, please. Like, if you can go to Paint, and just draw this out for me of the way you see things work, it would make so much more sense for everybody.
No, because it's not my claim. Do you understand that this isn't my claim? This is
you're making the claim that the nose has to point down on a round Earth. That make sense.
The claim was that that's going around in a circle.
Are you gonna
Why they're flying around in a circle in line? That's the original claim.
Are you gonna let me answer it? Because gravity pulls everything to its center. Why it doesn't have to pitch down?
That's incorrect.
What's incorrect? Gravity. Gravity pulls everything
doesn't
to its center.
Yeah, gravity doesn't pull anything.
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere, and I'm wasting my time if you guys disagree with everything I say.
Okay, I'm gonna post something for you. It says, see if you even know who he is. Read it. Weep.
You put a text on a person. I don't even know who that is.
Of course you don't. The physicist.
One
pretty famous.
physicist.
Yeah, all of them say this.
All of them.
Gravity
really?
doesn't pull anything down. Space-time pushes things around.
How did that work?
So you agree with this quote?
You tell me. I didn't create the story.
Do you agree with Michio Kaku's current opinion on the Earth being round then too? Or do you just believe what he's saying in this picture? Are you...
He's my hostile witness. Yeah, I don't believe anything he says.
But he's citing it.
So you're
no, it's a citing. He's citing. He's making a citation to disprove for him saying that the gravity pulls on things. That's the point of the citation.
Michio Kaku says there's a we lied to you. Space-time pushes you into your chair. That's the full quote.
Did you just post the article in which this person said this thing, where like there's some sort of like
it's a YouTube video? It's a YouTube video.
He said it in a lecture. You can just say Michio Kaku.
But I don't know why you wouldn't just post that. It's just so weird. Like, why would you just like? It doesn't make sense why you'd post a photo of a meme of someone saying something when you could just post the video in which you saw it.
So now we're having a conversation about the conversation.
It's easier for me to ruin your day with that, and then we talk about it.
You just look more retarded. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm the one who says things are pulled down by invisible ropes to the center of Earth.
Did I ever say that?
Well, how would you pull on something?
I never made the claim that gravity pulls on anything.
Oh,
yeah, that's why he didn't say it to you. He already left. So he was wrong about it, and then he didn't like it, and he left the room.
I'm not arguing on that guy's argument. I'm arguing is that to prove your point is just, it's kind of stupid. Like, that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't bring anyone to your side or understand.
Well, your conversation about the conversation is kind of lame.
No, that's actually functionally the thing that you need to get through to people. If you want people to believe what you're saying, then you need to be able to get through to them.
I don't want anybody.
We don't need your
word
advice.
that you're
Yeah.
saying. We don't want anybody to believe us. That's what religions are.
Who is
you
us?
just believe in things.
The
Who's
people
us
in this
again?
room, the people that are in this
Flat
room.
earthers. Flat earthers don't want you to believe in flat Earth. If you do that, we don't want you around.
If you believe in flat Earth, you don't want that person to be around you?
You can't believe that water is flat and level. You can't believe in geometry. It just is what it is.
So are you guys just all saying that the Earth is flat and you just semi-believe in it? Or I don't understand.
No, you believe it's round. It's only... Yeah, he believes it's round. You believe it's somehow we're spinning around a gas giant in a vacuum.
Why are you saying what I believe in? I don't get how that works.
Because this is your globe belief. This is all of your religious belief. You believe you live on a water gas ball.
Can you not ascribe things
in the
without talking to
vacuum of
someone?
space, spinning, and then going around a big giant gas fireball in the vacuum of space at 66.6 thousand miles per hour.
You love sucking your own cock, don't you?
You triggered now? You triggered now? Is that...
That's all you ever think
Because
about.
I never bring anything up. I never brought any of that up.
You
But
gave a
you're
reason
bringing
why.
it up.
You gave.
Yeah, because you're talking about a subject I never brought up. That's why.
You just came here to give us advice on how to engage
No, because
people.
I was hearing the argument, and then I was like, okay, wait, hold on. If you're gonna send something something that you want to say is proof that this is the case, or is a reason for why you believe it, it's weird that you'd post a photo with text on it when you're like, oh, well, I got it from a YouTube video. Well, then just send the YouTube video so I can watch it myself.
Yeah, but
like that doesn't make sense.
You understand? That's called unsolicited advice. No one
You're in a
solicited
public
your
Discord.
advice.
What type of
No one solicited your advice
I don't
about
care.
how
You're in a
we
public
should engage.
You're in a public Discord, dude. I don't know
It's
what you think is not
advice
public.
about how we should engage and prove our point. That's what I'm trying to say. You're having a conversation about having a conversation.
I'm having a conversation.
This is how you.
That was not a great way to. No, it's not about the
We
conversation.
can just actually
That's not a
talk about
great
the
way
conversation.
yeah.
We can just talk about the conversation. How about that gravity doesn't pull on things? That was the actual topic. Because they're invoked gravity pulling on things as a way to say why planes don't pitch down around any curvature.
I wouldn't say that's so like from my understanding, I can't like perceive gravity as a force because I can't like test for it, sadly to say. But what I do know is due to the fact that what takes to get an airplane off takes thrust, takes lift of some sort. Normally it takes more thrust. I think it's like the percentage rate of thrust for a plane decreases at certain velocities, certain heights above the Earth. So it just depends on what you're trying to get at. I never made the claim that you have to point the nose of the plane downwards or anything like that. It's so weird that the conversation even got to that point.
Well, the point was that someone did state, and they're no longer here because they don't like rebutting the point that their point was that it's curving. Do you understand that? They made the point that they're actually curving along their paths are curving.
Yeah, they stay in tangent.
No, tangent would be going straight.
Are you stupid, or do you know how tangents work? If I was to take a line around a circle, and that line, no matter what, stays with equal angle from both sides of the circle constantly, that's called staying at a tangent.
You're dumb because angles ain't on circles.
Are you
just invoked a tangent.
I'm
That straight line is straight, right?
And I might have to explain this to you via
No, you're getting triggered. Can you just relax? You're getting triggered here.
I like how the person that normally brings out you're getting triggered seems to be the one that's a bit off in the subject. But,
brother, you're making shit up. You're saying your sphere's got flat portions and angles on it. Are you okay?
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you know how to draw a circle?
We're not waiting.
Sir, do you know how to draw a circle?
No, we're talking about a sphere. And then show us your fucking angles on there.
No, a circle. You're talking about circle.
You're talking about a tangent.
Circle's flat. You live on a flat circle?
Wait, so I don't understand why you keep thinking that we're talking about circles and spheres. We're talking about tangent to a circle. So what that normally dictates is a flat line on top of a circle. It's when a flat line meets a circle. What does that look like to you? And when it's considered tangent, the angle between the straight line and the side of the circle and the other side of that line to the other side to that same circle, but to the back of
line meets a sphere, it makes the number 5.
Wow.
Yeah, so what are you talking about again? There's no line angles. There's no point dot fucking
you know
angles.
what? When you look at the tangent, that's not a tangent. That's not a tangent.
You're begging the question when you're saying tangent. Do you understand that?
We
That's a
know
logical
what mathematically
fallacy.
means is tangent. Are we all retarded
No,
here?
you're begging the question when you're saying we're flying in tangent. Because in order to invoke a tangent, you're going to have to measure drop over distance. In order for you to say that this line is a tangent, a curving
First off, I don't
surface
think everyone in the room knows what tangent means. Clearly,
distance.
So
we already
what you're
passed that.
saying
We
is
already
that we
passed about
haven't-
what a tangent is. You're invoking a
So it
tangent
seems like half the people
without
doesn't know.
evidence. You're
The reason why so what we need to get, so what you're saying is that we don't have as evidence, is that when I draw a line and make a horizontal equally, like where if I stand in a place on the planet and it's perfectly horizontal and it's perfectly
You don't
flat,
have horizontals on a curved surface.
Okay, so I don't know.
You understand that horizontals and verticals are axioms that are perpendicular to each other. You do not have this on a curved surface. You have to invoke something called a tangent, which is a straight line meeting a circle on a point. You don't have to re-explain this to everybody. We understand that. But planes do not fly on tangents. You're begging the questions when you're trying to invoke a tangent because you have to first prove that a line has a curve that drops over distance.
Okay, so what we would do as an experiment, right? This is what you probably have done, right? Where you go to a point on the Earth where you stand there, and on a very visible area, you calculate the distance of, say, for instance, 30 feet, and you go over like a couple hundred miles in a direction, regardless of the direction, because it's a sphere, and you would make another 30 feet marker, and you would take a straight line that would make it equal on both sides of where that straight line's being from the back. So if I was to run a line backwards and then forward in a very straight way, you would measure to the ground 5 feet ahead, 5 feet back. It's equal angle. Everything stands horizontally. And if you were to look at the 30-foot thing a couple hundred miles away and you see the distance, and if it doesn't correlate, then yeah, there's an issue. If it does correlate, then wow, the Earth's flat. That's what you're saying.
Can't
right?
see a couple 100 miles away.
I don't know what he was talking about. Did you do this, or is this just a hypothetical?
But this is what the proof that you're needing, right?
Example for him. I posted an example of his tangent
I'm asking you a
plane.
question. I'm
You
asking you a
need
question.
the
Is
center.
that what you? That suffices for
center
you?
of Earth. You need the center of Earth for a tangent plane. Do you have the center of Earth?
You don't need a center of Earth tangent plane.
You.
So like
yeah, you need the radius. You need a measurement of the radius.
You notice how like you have the photo that guy posted, right?
Are you talking about the picture that this depiction?
So if this is the case, and if
it's not the case because it's not the case. It's just not the case. So
that's a Glober's drawing anyway. I use Glober's artwork against you guys.
Wait, this makes sense for me, not you. Because
if you don't have the center of Earth, so it doesn't make sense for you. You're just dreaming that you have the center of Earth.
If you go to the top or bottom of the Earth, when you look at the stars, why does it make swirly circles then?
You've never been to the bottom of Earth.
So then why is it when I go to the areas that we considered colloquially, that's the top of the Earth and that's the bottom, why does the stars make circles?
So you went from tangent planes to stars in the sky. Do you see how you Globers do this?
No, I'm asking you a straight question. Can you answer?
Are we done with tangents though?
No, we can go back to tangents. Tangents prove my point.
I don't know what the sky does. I don't live in the sky.
No, we'll get to that, but he needs to give Galish to another point. So tangent, right? So because I asked you a question
about it. We're talking about that photo, and it has to do with tangents too. Because if I was on of one side, say if I was in North America and the other side I'm in Asia, we both have a north, we would both be saying the same star. In your world, that wouldn't be the case, would it? Because that would be
tangent. You'll give Galatian. You'll give Galatian up because we're talking about tangents.
I'm talking about tangents.
In order to, you have to prove that it is a tangent first before you invoke the star's measurements. If you're saying that you have a tangent, hold on, almost done. If you're saying you have a tangent, you need to measure drop over distance.
Yes. So the
do you have drop over distance from a tangent line?
You would do what I said, and you'd go find out. Yeah.
Have you done this?
We found out the Earth is flat. That's why we're all here.
Wasn't there an entire expedition where that was done already, like visually videotaped and debunked? Right?
No, you mean the one your Netflix thing?
No, not
that thing. Nobody watches that shit. Who the fuck would watch anything on Netflix like that? Make their own.
I watch Netflix from time to time, but like that's for like
That's not where you get your. That's not where you get your education, is it?
I just said I don't.
Oh, so don't use anything from there.
Is a little late there. Upgrade.
Here, let's go ahead. Yeah. Anyway, so when you use a sextant, do you mean a curved Earth or a flat Earth?
Just say again. What was the first word you made?
Sextant.
Oh yeah, you use that.
Celestial navigation.
Yeah.
Do you use a curved Earth or do you use a flat baseline?
You use it what's relevant to your area. So, like, if I look at a certain set of stars, the entire designation.
Another locally flat guy.
What?
So it's measured flat, right? So locally, it's going to be flat.
So if I could see X and X stars, but I can't see X and X stars, so it's like
You can just talk about Polaris.
No. You can solve it like this. So say if I was to use that tool and I was to use it in an area, I only can use the things that and information I can perceive in my head. And that's the viable amount of stars that are within the area. So if I look at the stars that are within the area of sight versus the stars that are within the area of sight on the other side of the planet, you'd see quite different scenarios, wouldn't you? Right?
Why does he keep begging the question?
The point is that regardless, you perceive, like naturally when you walk around, the Earth probably doesn't seem to be really, really round or has some sort of curvature. So if that's the case, then why is it that when you look around, that's the case, but when you actually look at how boats go over the horizon, you see their sail sink below the horizon line.
What's the horizon?
A horizon is in which the line of the water meets the sky, so that's where there's a dipping point. That gives proof to the Earth. Yeah.
Okay. So the horizon's physical Earth curve for the boat to hide behind, then, yeah.
It's called a horizon, and the boat goes into the horizon.
I'm trying to follow your argument, dude. So you're saying the horizon is physical Earth curve, so when the boat goes over it, the physical Earth curve is obstructed.
I never made that claim. I never made the claim that it's a physical Earth curve. I'm saying the horizon, so as far as you can see, where the sky meets the ocean, when there's no island around or no plains of Earth for that sun to go behind, you're going to see a line that's developed between the sky and the Earth. When that happens, when you see when the sky ends with the Earth, what occurs is that you see the boat go through, and then you see the bottom of the boat start sinking, and then you see the sails disappear. Why is that? Why do I see what would be your observation when you see that?
Refraction.
You can make optical horizons on flat surfaces if your optic is low to the surface.
So if I was to go up 30 miles in the air, 30 feet in the air and then see it, and I see the same thing again, what happens?
It's still an optical horizon. Did you not listen to what I said? You're begging the question. Sorry.
You said that plus something.
Sorry.
What was the plus something?
Dude, I'm trying to engage with you.
Right?
I'm just trying to engage with you. That's all I'm trying to do.
So I was talking to another person previously. So
okay, then go back to talk to him. Then no problem at all.
I don't know where you think you just hop into conversation, but go for it, bud.
I can hop into any conversation, but if you don't like it, go back and talk to Amir.
I was just told that this is a private space for whatever reason, so I don't know.
This is
actually right. This is a
when you're measuring angles, right? Your lines are set, dude.
Yeah, one sec. This is a group
measuring angles.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the conversation. Cool meta.
1 second.
When you're measuring angles,
1 second.
They're coming from the side.
I'm talking for you.
For meta?
I'm talking for you.
Yeah. Go ahead, meta boy.
So anyway,
go ahead with your meta.
This dickhead. God, just shut up. Right. So the previous guy who was complaining about private conversation. This is a public room, so anyone can interject anytime they like. Obviously, people will follow the etiquette, and that's nice. But if Jedi wants to ask you some questions and you don't want to answer them, I would advise you just leave the room, because that's going to happen a lot in this room.
That was the reason why is because if you were here at all for the past 10 minutes, someone made that.
I've been here for the last half hour.
Oh, so you remember that the whole conversation? How like someone was telling me that I should just leave because I shouldn't be espousing my views or whatever the line of argument.
Did I say any of that?
No, not you, dingbat.
Okay,
I'm talking about it being a conversation
that's
previously.
not relevant then, is it? Because I didn't say it.
That's where the room.
So why don't you address what I said?
Why, when you're wrong, if all you have to do is just.
How am I wrong? I'm a moderator in this room.
I'm supposed to care about that. Why?
Because I'm telling you the rules of the room.
And did I break any of the rules of the room?
No, but would you like to?
Then why are you telling me the rules of the room? Like I don't know.
Would you? Well, apparently not. Would you like to address what I actually said instead of complaining about a bunch of?
You brought up that this is a public PC, which I already know, and in the instance
you actually are just
you're talking over me. Wonderful moderation here.
You're just here to argue, aren't you?
I'm here to argue of the topic of the room. Yeah, that's kind of the point of it.
No, but you're arguing with everything everyone says. It's really
kind of the point of the debate politics Discord server in the 24/7 flat Earth.
No, it isn't. The point isn't to just argue blindly with everything everyone says.
No, it's supposed to be on the topic of flat Earth, in which we're doing.
Exactly. So would you like to address what I said without just auto-arguing it?
Because what was said was in reference to what happened 10 minutes ago that you do not remember.
Yeah, you just want to auto-argue everything. That's just really pathetic, dude. You need to change your mindset.
All right, bud. Have a good one.
Yeah, go away.
Is he gone?
I'm not going to
argue with everyone over everything. Just leave. I'm just telling you, if Jedi wants to come and ask you some questions, you shouldn't fucking cry about it like a teenage girl. Just get over it. It's a public room.
Just wanted to know what the horizon was from this guy's point of view. Fuck now.
Well, that was my point, is that he started crying.
We're having a conversation with AE and Radwin, and that was what was being referenced for why I said, oh, this isn't a public
I'm just
PC.
a moderator.
And that was that
conversation. Oh, it's fine. I get that you just want to auto-argue and you won't yield on any point. I
using the term auto-argue when I actually verify what was being said is crazy. Crazy concept.
Yeah, but does anyone here think that he's not auto-arguing?
Absolutely.
The audience?
That's exactly what everyone knows you're doing, dude.
What a cuck behavior.
Oh, yeah.
I do want to get back to the conversation.
The opinion of Please do, but I just don't want him to complain again when people ask him questions. It's really pathetic.
Yes, because the thing is that when Jedi brought up, it was a different topic about the horizon, so he could have a new line of questions, and you can have a conversation on that, because we were still getting about we were still talking about your claim about a tangent line to a curving surface.
That's a mathematical and geometrical fact that can be the case. Yeah, I'm describing that.
It can.
Not that the Earth is this way. Just that simple concept. Because that's what would seem to be what the room is struggling with at the moment.
No, see, the thing is that we don't struggle about the principles of things. It's not that we struggle to understand what the principle of measurements are. But Jedi had a particular questions about the horizon. So can you finish that conversation? Because that was very entertaining. To be honest,
it's weird how we hopped away, and we're going to here now. Like, why are we we were having a clear conversation between you and I, but now you just kind of went silent.
He wants to argue again. He just wants to argue, dude. Just stick to the conversation.
I'm sticking to the conversation with the person I had. I don't know why he went silent, and I don't know why Jedi's butting in. Are you guys get exhausted, too tired?
No, Jedi had a line of questions regarding the horizon.
And I just randomly heard a voice in the void. Not, hey, Katana, can I ask you some questions like a civil person would?
Okay, so do you want to answer? You want to continue those?
I don't mind asking the questions, but I don't mind being asked questions in any way. It's just really weird how we're having a simple conversation that's flowing to someone randomly hopping in and begging a question. It's like, okay.
I just think you're scared to ask questions.
What? When the fuck did I beg the question when asking you to define the horizon from your point of view?
Are you autistic? You just begged the question right there and then. What?
When asking you what the horizon was.
Yeah, when you weren't in the conversation at all, and I have no idea where you came from.
You said horizon. I wanted to know what you meant by horizon.
Conversation.
What I mean by horizon, I explained already. So unless you're autistic and I need to explain it to you again, I can. Sure.
Yeah, he doesn't know. This guy doesn't know what begging the question is. That's why he said you're doing it. He doesn't know what it is.
Begging the question. So we're
Can
talking
you
about
define
the
that for
idea
us?
of a.
Can you define begging the question for us?
Begging the question is normally used whenever you have, say, for instance, I'm talking about the Earth is flat, and I keep saying all the things that vaguely imply that the Earth is flat, but never saying it. That's begging the question. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Excuse me. Then
Begging the question has a very specific definition in logic. It's assuming the truth of the conclusion in the premise.
How did I do that when I asked you to define the horizon from your point of view?
You can't.
Exactly.
So he doesn't know what begging the question is. That's the problem.
It seemed like he'll rather talk about anything but that.
Wait. So you're just gonna want to ask me just random questions? Then that's fine.
You said horizon. I wanted to know what you meant by that.
And I explained it at the time, and I can explain it again for you. Would you
That's
like
fine. So
an
when you
explanation that I already gave?
That's fine. When you explained it, I was hoping to still man your position until you started crying.
I didn't cry about anything. I just was
You
curious.
did. We're still into it 10 fucking minutes later,
That's
child.
why I was mentioning. That's why I was crying. Is because you're saying, "Well, I'm a moderator here. I don't give a fuck that you're a moderator. We're talking about the subject.
that
why
was
you're bringing up?"
I said that. He didn't say that. I said that.
I also said that.
There's a very
bunch of people are
specific
saying it,
reason why I said that. And it's because I was talking about the rules of the room. I don't like. Other than that, I don't
If you're
fucking
following
care.
the conversation, you would have realized that
Why are you
that was.
talking over me? Why are you talking over me? In terms of, it's not relevant that I'm a moderator in terms of the general conversation. That doesn't make me better than anyone else. But when we're talking about the rules of the room, it is directly relevant.
Did I ask for the rules or say anything about the rules?
I did. You know, when you're having a conversation with someone, what they say
or made any reference
when
to
you're having a conversation with someone, what they say also matters. I think you just want to auto-argue with everything and just
Why is
dictate
it an
the room.
auto-argue when you're the one bringing it up and you're the one saying I'm moderating?
Hold on, Katana.
If you don't agree with
Katana,
then you are all
nothing
stupid.
of that. No one said anything about that.
It's just really silly. Dude, we can all hear the condescension in your voice.
So you're gonna now call to the fact that my voice is a certain way? That's weird.
Hey, Katana, you're the one who said, I thought this was a private conversation.
No, I said that jokingly because the guy before.
Oh, you're a real comedian, bro. Way to go. You sent.
Oh no!
No, actually, hold on. So your joke.
You sound so similar to the other.
Can the conversation just get back on track, please?
Turn everything into a shit show.
Yeah, we can get back on. Please go ahead and get back on track. But I mean, I just like we need to be aware of this guy's psychology because you're not going to get anywhere with him.
This guy's psychology.
While he is condescending.
That's why I was introduced to the conversation. 100%.
Interesting.
Let's see if we can get back on track, Katana. You were having a conversation with someone. They were asking questions. You were responding. Let's do that again.
Okay, we can do that. But do you even know the topic?
Tangents. It's relevant. It's relevant. You are having a conversation with someone else. You have that conversation with that person. Go.
Yeah, I was trying until Jedi butted in, but apparently that's not a thing here.
It seems like you keep whining about things and not having the conversation. Go.
Well, I'm waiting
All
for
right,
the
let's
person
go
to
back.
respond,
Let's go back to tangents. Okay, let's talk about tangents.
Yeah,
we
what was the
understand
topic
in principle. No, we understand in principle what tangents are. It is a point, a line that means a circle at a certain. The claim or the actual fact is that we don't have any measurements to these tangents, and tangents in reality do not exist. We don't measure tangents. Planes don't fly in tangents. Sections don't work off tangents. This is all to beg the question that you have some type of curving surface that you can, and there's no measurement of drop over distance. So we can pick on that.
Well, I never mentioned in my argument. I never mentioned planes. I was just off the previous argument. On the actual actions in which something is tangent, my only argument was about the fact that there's a misunderstanding in the room about tangents. Now I'm going to argue about the ways that things work on a spherical Earth, where that's a different conversation outside the means of what's a tangent. So
okay,
if you want to go off what the other guy was saying, that's
no.
cool.
So you claim we don't understand what tangents are, and I just explained to you that a tangent is a line that meets a circle at a certain point, at one point. Is that correct? What in principle, that's what a tangent is.
No, it's not. You're missing the specific factor, which is on both sides between the circle and the straight line is equal. That's what defines
equal to what?
Equal distance from the circle. So if I was to draw, say if I was to make a point on equal points on that line, like say for instance I was to cut that line in half and draw it left and right, and I went 5 feet out left and right and I counted down both sides, it would be considered a tangent if there was equal distance on both sides. And or if you were to measure the angle and that curved surface and that flat surface on both sides from where that point it meets and the other side, that would be equal distance and would have an equal angle at play. That's what defines a tangent. Yes.
Okay, so you just provided just more detail about how to measure a tangent,
but
because it's still going to be a straight line. No, hold on, I wasn't finished. It's still a straight line, and it's still a circle, and it meets at one point. Correct?
It meets at one point.
Right.
So
this is the definition of a tangent line.
So okay, let me, if you guys don't mind, this is what I'm trying to say. God.
No, you already repeated. We're still dealing with the original claim. Is he gone?
No, I'm here. What the fuck?
Okay. So the original claim is that you say that we don't understand this.
So my issue is that when you make that statement, what you're saying, if you come into the stream, this is what you're saying is still can be possibly a tangent's the issue. So if I was to erase this, right? This isn't here, right? Let's delete that. God, I don't know how to erase that properly. But let's go ahead and make a line. What you're saying is that this is a tangent, right?
That's the definition of a tangent.
Yeah. But then this also is a tangent to you. You see that second line over here?
No, it's not.
A tangent? No, it's not, right? Yeah, but that's what you describe when a line meets.
Also, you don't understand. So you understand that the first line you draw is what we said was.
Or you defending?
Yeah. This is a tangent. You know why? Because this side, here, like right here.
No. You understand that is what I said it is.
And this side are equal.
What? Are you listening? Are you listening?
This is an angle.
No, this is very the way that is the definition of a tangent. That is what I described.
No,
you just your argument is completely based that we don't understand something that we have in fact explained to you.
Like what is happening?
That second line you draw had nothing to do with my explanation about a line.
What I was trying to get at, this is a tangent. This whole thing here is considered a tangent.
Okay, so you don't. What he said about a tangent, maybe. Like, what was the point of this? Did you hear what he said?
The reason why is because initially in the previous conversation, people were describing a tangent completely wrong.
No, see,
math.
No, you understood it incorrectly. Do you understand that the first? Hold on. Do you understand that the first line?
Just throw in the caveat that it doesn't intersect. Done with it. Fuck's sake.
It's really cool.
You understand the second line that you draw doesn't have any drop over distance with that line, right?
Let's get right to the bad part of what you have there. You have a
tangent. He would rather us argue the nonsense and not the point.
Oh my God,
what is happening?
Do you not hear me?
I hear you.
You're very low. Sorry.
So you have a tangent point. What's the angle to a tangent point? What's the angle of a tangent point?
Depending on what it would be, an
angle. You can't have an point. Can't have an angle. Yeah, point can't be an angle of the point. Action to create an angle from.
Wait, so you're just talking about one line making 1 point? Yeah, there would be no angle because it takes 3 points to make an angle.
Okay, then you lost your argument.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
You don't have the center of
and
the
you're also incorrect.
Here, I'm going to post what you're supposed to have.
How many points it takes to
what
make
you're supposed
an
to
angle?
have, so you can look
It
at
takes
it.
3 points to make an angle, yeah, because it would make 2 lines It takes 2 points to make a line. It takes 3 points to make an angle. Yes. I don't know who said I was wrong about that. Try to go back to geometry, buddy.
Yeah, so you don't have the center of Earth.
It doesn't take 3 points. An angle is 2 lines meeting at a vertex. Like, say you have 3 points and they're all on the same vector. They're all on the same dimension. That would not be an angle. That would be one line.
You asked a basic question.
No, I'm just trying to
make an angle.
You said it's 3 points. No, it says it takes no point. It takes 2 lines and a vertex to create an angle.
I see the type of weasel this is. What he does is he would. I see the type of weasel you are. Yes, that's what I said.
The weasel.
What he does is,
yes,
when we try to argue his point, or he immediately changes the subject. No, that's not
I've
what
been
I'm
on the
arguing.
same subject from the very beginning, buddy. You haven't been here. No, I'm not.
Shut
Shut
up
the fuck
for a
up, dumb
second.
bitch.
I just got here, and you've been doing it since I've been here.
Go suck a dick,
What
buddy.
he does is, once you start arguing his point, he switches the subject and says, "No, I'm not. That's not actually what the argument is. It's something else. It's something else that we're talking about." Like, what's happening?
I see. The thing is that a lot of these globers, they think that if they argue by principle, they prove the principle of their argument, and therefore it is true. It's like, I can't point out the fallacy on that there, but like you said, he just had a tangent, and just saying, if you just describe what a tangent, we just don't know what a tangent is. If we knew what a tangent was, we would understand how measurements of Earth are now curving.
Instead of him listening to the two people just told him about his tangent, he would rather argue for what a tangent is. Like, nobody's.
No, he assumes we assume we're dumb and we don't know what these words mean. And so, like, we don't know what horizontal, vertical, tangent lines. We just don't know what any of these means because we're dumb flat earthers. So the whole point was that he thought that we didn't know what a tangent was. Now that he understands that we know what a tangent is, he still has yet to prove or even measure a tangent line on a curving Earth and having some drop over distance.
It's deeper than that, because that wasn't even the argument in the first place. Someone was tearing down his tangent argument, and then he switched it and said, "No, you guys don't understand what a tangent is," and then started arguing for that and making his little diagram.
That's true, because we brought up the angle measurements to Polaris, and he believes this is being measured of a tangent.
100%. People, as soon as I got in, they were destroying the argument of the tangent. That's what I heard. And then he switched it and said, "No, that's not what the argument is. You guys don't know what a tangent is." That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. So there's no destruction of argument. We're just talking about the concept of a tangent. There's nothing about
that's what
Earth, nothing about anything else. We're just talking about a tangent, dog. I don't know where you think an argument's being destroyed. There's none of that.
Okay, I've been here.
Is it based in reality? That's what the point was.
We've been on the topic of tangents. That's it. There's no Earth.
Flat Earth Danger just gave a great synopsis. That's exactly what happened. We're talking about angle measurements to Polaris, and then you brought up that these are being measured of a tangent.
Well, that's what.
And we just explained to you that it's
you knew what he meant, right?
It was through the dude.
Katana, you knew what he meant, right?
Proceed. Sorry.
Katana.
Wait, am I hearing
knew what he meant by tangent, didn't you?
No, because the way they're describing it was extremely idiotic.
You know what a tangent is. You are able to identify the difference between a straight line which crosses
and I was
the curved line,
the entire time to make sure
one that just
knew what
touches
that
it
was
at one
and
point.
Understood what that was. That's why.
Yeah, disingenuous asshole.
Because that's what the point was. He's just not listening.
No, that's true. Because what you believe that we thought that a tangent was if that line kept going through that circle, it would become a chord. It wouldn't be a tangent.
Yeah, I'm glad that we clarified that, because I wanted to make sure, through drawing it, that you understood. It seemed like verbiage wasn't enough for you, so I had to draw it. And when you said, "Hey, that one that's close to the line, that's a tangent," good. I'm glad we're on the same page.
No, you haven't elucidated
your tangent, and then you changed the subject. That's what happened.
Yeah, you haven't elucidated anything we didn't know already. What we're trying to say is that when we measure angles to Polaris, hold on, I'm almost done. If we measure angle to Polaris, we're not using a tangent. That the surface the observer is standing on to the ground position of that celestial object is a linear distance that is measurable
on the surface.
It's on the surface. So
what you're saying
just to
is,
reiterate,
where I see Polaris, wherever I see Polaris, you see, like, your eyeballs see it, right? That creates a line, and whatever line that is from Polaris downwards would make the third point, and that would make a triangle, right? Like, that's what you're trying to get.
The third line, not point. It's a line, not a.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He understands.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, okay, I get what you're coming from, but are you saying that it's not, like, what do you disagree with? What's the like the average principle? Like the common.
So this would be the proof that we're standing on a flat Earth, is that the ground position of Polaris is making a 90-degree angle to your position, and that you're getting a measurement from. This can then be converted into a calculation of distance, and that will give you a latitude from Polaris.
Okay.
So the measurement of flat Earth would be the line of sight to Polaris, and then it will make another line to make this angle will be the surface that you're standing on to the ground position.
Okay, I do better with drawings, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna draw something, and you tell me. And I don't mind anyone else wants to talk or whatever, but I'm gonna draw this out, and you tell me if this is what you mean. Okay.
Dude, you barely know how to use the eraser tool.
Yeah, I don't. Do you know how to use the eraser tool better? Which one's the eraser tool?
Yeah, just make the eraser bigger next time.
Yeah,
How do you do that?
bigger than 1 point because you were driving me crazy.
Wait, how do you do that? Where do I go for that? I never used Paint before.
You're the genius. Figure it out.
Well, I use CAD, retard. So yeah, it's not the same thing.
Okay, I guess you're just left with trying to trace lines then.
He's above all you guys. He only uses CAD. I actually use SolidWorks. I'm above him.
Well, I use Rhino, so I'm even above you. So.
Well, I just gave you a depiction of it.
I got more.
Oh, you got other softwares? Which software do you need?
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to give them all away. Let me look
at the moment.
Wait, what do you mean give them all?
Computer.
We don't need
anything CAD orientated. I consider anything that knows any of that
software.
pretty,
Sorry to interrupt. I do apologise, but before you go onto your software to draw triangles, 2 of them with regards to celestial navigations and citations have been posted in the text chat. One is called the solar elevation angle. You'll notice that this is taken from the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. 36 minutes past the hour.
You said that was Jedi, the one that shows a little green land. Okay, that's a good photo. That makes sense.
Cool. So that's what we're talking about. You notice the 3 lines. The one on the bottom underneath the star, we call it the sun, is a 90-degree angle. You see that little box?
Yeah, if you were to drop a straight line down, like a plumb bob.
That's what we're talking about. So you'll notice within the citation, this is a altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle. Describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That horizontal plane extends from the observer's position to the ground position of the sun, where it intersects the Earth at 90 degrees.
So you're saying that I couldn't see that ground position? Or I can?
It depends how close you are to the ground position of that star. If you're at the North Pole, then you're at that ground position.
And on a round Earth, I would expect that if the farther away I get, the likelihood of me seeing that would dissipate, right?
Seeing what? The star?
No, see the ground point of that.
Well, yeah, of course. The further you get away from the location, yeah.
Okay, and what you're saying is that line basically has to go through, that bottom line has to go through the ground in the logic of a flat Earth? Or not a flat Earth, a round Earth?
We're just using straight sides. You understand that, right? Straight sides.
Yeah.
You know, it is not done on a round Earth. There's a different explanation about how you convert this into a globular measurement. Actually, whatever it is.
Oh, he's going to go ahead and open his CAD software like I posted. Draw me a circle with a radius of 3959. Go ahead and share your screen, and we're going to work out something for you.
I haven't done that, but if you want to do it, sure.
You don't use CAD.
Why wouldn't you?
You don't use CAD?
Wait, No, why wouldn't you use CAD as an example? I thought that's something you're saying.
I want you to open it so you can debunk yourself, and then you can be in shock. Because I'm going to do something with you.
So are you saying that CAD, when you open it up, and that's how the real world works, is in a 3D flat plane?
Oh, now he's giving up on his own fucking software.
He doesn't have CAD.
Well,
I know.
Let me double check, because I am a student still, so. Hoping I still have
I
it on
should
this
have
one.
guessed anyway.
CAD.
Oh, it just so happens that I don't have it right now.
Well, when you get in the real world and we get in meetings, we're not all light and fluffy and rainbows and sunshine.
But
I'm just warning you now.
when you go
in
to
the
work,
engineering
you don't
world,
bring your
we
computer
actually
with
talk
you, do
real
you?
life shit.
Do I bring my I stopped 3D printing for a while, so I don't need the software, and I have all the software at work. If I need to design any files, I do it at work where they pay for it. Operates way better than a free one. There's no reason to really have it. Regardless, is that inside that 3D world, that's my question also, if you don't mind me posing it, is the world like that? Like a 3D modeling software. Yeah.
Yeah, 3D
space,
XYZ. Yes, the world is XYZ.
And
yes.
that's the way things are. That's the way it exists.
Yes, X, Y, and Z. X away from you, Y left and right, Z up and down. Got it?
So then explain to me why I see the moon as often as I do in the
Oh my God, he went to the moon now.
Well, because you said that's the way things are, that we work in a plane. If that's the case, then I should see the moon. Why is the moon changed the way it does? But the circular aspect of the way that the moon gets cut out is so accurate. It runs in line with the way the calendar works. We can predict using mathematics to what it's going to look like and when.
Calendars. There's several calendars. Some are based on the moon. Some are based on the sun. 28-day calendar.
At least the calendars that are sold in North America, man. They line up. Whenever the calendar says it's going to be a full moon that day, it's a full moon that day.
Because it's based on the moon
that day.
It's based on the moon.
So then all of our calculations are based on the moon?
No. There's different. It's like you didn't hear what I just said, dude. There are several calendars. That means more than one. Some calendars, like the Jewish calendar, are based on the lunar cycle, 28 days. The beginning of the month is when you see the first sliver, just after the new moon. Some calendars are based upon the sun.
It's not about calendars. It's the fact that they predict exactly what and where and how things happen when there's going to be a red moon. When we see certain things that happen outside the Earth, we get to see and experience those different events. And it's true. When I go outside and when I see a red moon, I see that it's red. Yeah.
Therefore, globe.
What?
How does this tie back to the original conversation?
So I asked about asked the dude, is the world, I begged the question of this, where is the world like it is in CAD? 3D, X, Y, and Z, surface and plane. And the dude said, yeah, that's the way it works.
In CAD work. That's why buildings drawn in CAD work in real life. You know that?
Well, the thing is that the curvature of the Earth doesn't change the way you build things. And factually, you can go build a football field of a mill, literally with 9 to 10 spindles on it to cut out plane wings.
So 100-mile long doesn't have to account for curvature?
Football. If I said a football.
So 100-mile long bridge that we have doesn't account for curvature, is what you're saying?
Well, it depends on the load structure that you need.
So it accounts for curvature, the 100-mile long bridges that we already have.
You just said it depends on how
100-mile long bridges? I've never seen a 100-mile long bridge.
Yeah, he's doing a shell game at this point.
Really fast for you.
I've seen I live in Southern California.
You're very learned in the subject.
I don't have a lot of long bridges.
Explains a lot.
How does my location explain a lot?
Yeah, totally, bro. It has nothing to do with anything.
Oh, damn. Have we moved away from solar elevation angles now?
Oh, that's what he wanted.
No, because I asked if it's a 3D surface, if the model of the world that acts in a CAD-like software, where if I go straight and I continue straight, I should never be able to see things behind me, right? If I walked in a straight line, theoretically, I should be able to run into new things constantly, ideally, right?
Yeah.
Or how does that
Guess
work?
what?
How do I see?
California,
I want to
man.
know how things work.
For fuck's sake, dude, stop
No, you
talking.
don't. You
How come when you
switch
design
subject
something
and
on
stuff.
your
Well,
3D
because
printing
I
software,
wouldn't
fucking
mind
print
seeing
it, how come it comes out correctly?
what? Because I'm able to
I'm
fabricate
gonna have
flat
to shout
surfaces.
into my
Okay, there's your
microphone like
100-mile-long bridge. What's
this
your
comes
rebuttal?
over me.
100-mile long have some sort of variation of account of curvature. So, like, if I was to make a flat table for a car, I don't really have to worry about it. But if I
No
make
flat
a, say,
car.
for instance,
The
table
people
that's
that
1,000
build the
miles long, yeah, I'd have
100-mile-long bridge say they don't account for curvature. What say you?
You might find a potential of a variable that you didn't account for that might cause catastrophic destruction.
So we don't know. The people that done it say they don't. You just say they don't. They do.
Wait,
Just you.
who are you talking
The
about that
people
build
that
bridges?
build the 100-mile-long bridge say they
Who do you
don't
know?
account for curvature. Just you say they do. Correct?
The engineers that design it, they have to make accounts for almost every variable possible for in the
Yeah, he
conditions
just
that
grasped
They
at
say they
straws
don't
now.
account for curvature. Why are you saying
because
that they
they
do?
don't make 100-mile bridges. That's why.
The one that I just posted for you. Oh my god!
Where? There's a million and one posts y'all fucking like to see and do weird shit in the chat. Which
You are
one is it?
tagged in it. You are tagged in it. You weasel,
Jesus.
fucking liar.
You didn't post anything in here
I
about
just
100-mile
see
bridge.
Radwin adding me there. I'm scrolling down. Is
You
that
didn't
one?
post
No.
anything in here
Oh, there
about
it is. Here we
100-mile
go.
bridge, dude. You're in the wrong server.
Grand Bridge. Let's go take a look at this. I want to see what this bridge look like because I do appreciate really good building structure. And 100-mile
Are you gonna fucking use your brain now? The people that built the bridge say they don't account for curvature. Why are you the only one saying that they do?
Where do they say that? Where is it that they say
So
that?
now you want to argue something else? Do I have to look for it? Once you see that,
That's
what's
your
going to be your
argument,
next
dog.
argument? Once you see that, what's going to be your next fucking excuse?
Then I would,
Yes.
I would say, damn, that they don't account for it apparently.
Quit changing the fucking subject. The people that built it say they don't. You're the only one saying that
I
they
already
do.
said if I was to see the actual verification of those people saying that they don't, then yeah,
Would
I
you
would say,
change your
wow, it
mind?
looks like they don't need it. Yeah.
Would that change your mind?
Would I consider that the fact that when you build a bridge 100 miles, that it
Would
doesn't really
that
have to worry
change
about the
your
curvature of the Earth?
mind? What we were just talking about.
I
Would
would say
that
that
change your
wouldn't be
mind?
a quality or qualifier for building 100-mile
So
bridges.
nothing
Yeah,
would change your mind, basically.
Wait,
No,
what
these
do you
are
think?
all
So
these
wait,
are
one
all red
point that
herrings.
does so let me go through this real quick. You're saying this is what you're saying, right? That if I don't concede that the Earth is not a globe, and that's factually wrong, that it must be that I'm wrong, that it's not a globe anymore because of this one fact.
No, I haven't said that at all. You said
But then what do you want me to concede? Like I already
that's
said
not
that.
what I
Okay,
said
then
at all. Can I start over?
please. What are you wanting me to
Thank
concede
you.
is my
All right,
issue?
now stop talking. You said that people build things and account for curvature. And I said, what about the people that build 100-mile-long bridges? You said, we don't have 100-mile-long bridges. I post 100-mile-long bridge. It's fucking funny. You keep trying to change the subject, my guy. Are you going to address the point ever?
So yeah, if you found a 100-mile bridge, cool. There's a 100-mile bridge. You
The one I
enlightened
posted
me
that you
today.
tried to refute in the beginning. Now that we
So I'm
established that
looking at
there
the
is
same
a
thing. Yeah.
100-mile-long bridge, let's go back to the original point. Why is there a 100-mile-long bridge on the globe? Thank you.
Why is there a 100-mile long bridge on a globe? So you think that you can't just keep making a bridge over and over again on a flat?
That hasn't been accounted for. The curvature hasn't been accounted for in the
So
one
let's
that we
see
have.
here.
Yes.
So where do they
No
say that?
curve. You know why there's no curve to it? Because it would fall apart.
Anything to change the subject. Exactly.
Wait. You
100%.
made the claim
Whoever
that
said that.
you made the claim that they said this. Where did they say this? I would like
So
to read that.
more proof for you. You want more proof?
It's not more proof. You made the
Okay.
claim. There's no proof in this claim.
What did change your mind?
With you saying they don't account for curvature for construction.
What the fuck?
That's how it
Anything to
started.
change the subject. That's how it started. What he said.
But you said that this bridge was made with them saying that, right?
Yeah, and you said that they don't account for curvature when they construct things. That was you.
That was the
Because I was under
original
the
point.
assumption that
That
people
was
don't
the
make
original
bridges that are
point.
100-mile long. I don't.
The original point was.
Well, you need to get out more.
But also, that's not really a. Wait, what?
Wait, what? Huh?
Like bridges are normally built for the reasons of either. That's a highway, my guy.
Oh my god!
So that's the
Dude,
that's the new argument now. That's the new point we're gonna lean on. Good job. You're a fucking expert. Let me use my psychology degree and show you how you're a fucking weasel. You fucking liar.
Imagine being a
Yeah,
flat
no
earther
clue
and being a psychologist. Interesting.
Imagine attacking the people and not the subject.
Yep. Thanks for your non-globe proof today.
Psychology. Hit me with the psychology, buddy.
Look at this guy. You see it happening right now?
Is Katana still white?
Bridge.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
he's still white. Fair enough. Carry on.
Staying on the bridge, or
So we all agree there's no curvature in the construction of this bridge or any highway, right?
He's made the claim. I'm looking at the bridge now via Wikipedia, and I haven't seen anything that said anything about how they don't use curvature of the Earth. And I don't know why you would make the claim if there doesn't say it anywhere near.
It's logically refuted.
Okay, look for it specifically. You have to dig a little bit. Maybe do a little actual research and not go by what you've been told.
Where I was talking. Come on,
I don't understand where it's like this is the proof, and it's like I don't understand. Like, tell me.
Because people like us have actually looked into it, maybe. And you have.
So if you've looked into it, it's crazy because when I look into things, I can go to exact sources and be like, "Hey, it says it X, Y, Z here. That's the reason why I came to this conclusion."
Yeah, because I don't have to change the subject and change the argument.
Okay, so you don't have to.
I don't have to change what
I
the point
hear
is.
you.
That's what
The
you do,
legwork
because you
is
have
not
to
in
change the
your
subject.
position. It's me to do.
Yeah,
the
because you have to change the subject. I don't have to do that.
Let me
I
go
have a
find the research for
specific
your point. Yeah, let me go.
Can I get in then? Can I get
Exactly. Anything to change the subject.
Just chill, everyone relax, okay? This is logically refuted anyway, because with the variance in temperature, with weather, there would be a much greater need for flexibility over a 100-mile bridge than any curve would offer anyway. So they wouldn't need to factor in the curvature of the Earth because of the needs for flexibility in the bridge. Very simple.
Shut up, Meg.
Okay, so we got so far from the proof of solar angle elevation measurements. As soon as that got brought up and Jedi made that point, he completely skirted off to two different tangents.
No, because
yeah, but what is the tangent? Okay, it's Johnny B. Johnny B. is in the house. Johnny B. is in the house. And if you're talking about the tangent, well, this and space is not a reality in our minds.
What the hell are we actually doing? It's hard enough to try and keep this guy on one subject, and now we're offering him red herrings to fucking take.
Exactly.
So you are nothing to you are not understanding what we are talking about.
Yeah, I'm getting disconnected because of the Discord.
Yeah, it's happening to everyone. Yeah, it's happening to
we
everyone.
We have a problem here. We have a problem because we are talking about.
Be off in the weeds.
Isn't all right. The things where we want to go?
No.
Why?
No, not really.
Why don't you want to go in the weeds of things?
Because if we end up in the weeds of things, things get convoluted and the point gets lost, like's happened over the last 20 minutes.
But isn't the details are what matters?
I would rather you have a conversation with Jedi, Katana.
Because
but you keep changing the subject.
The topic is going to be solar elevation angle measurements that he showed you that require the plane of equal elevation that you're measuring off of.
Equal elevations, yeah. So like if I lived in, say, Southern California and in San Fran, I made a measurement, and I plumb bobbed the sun, and the measurement between me and there has to be specific distance between me seeing that site of where that plumb bob is and the site of the sun. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, solar altitude angle.
Yeah, so this plumb bob is going to be vertical to the ground position of the celestial object you're measuring. In this case, it would be the sun. So these two verticals are parallel to each other, correct?
Wait, say again, parallel?
Yeah, all verticals are parallel, all horizontals are parallel, and horizontals are perpendicular to verticals. So when you're using a plumb bob and you're doing an I forget what they call it. You're doing a line of sight to the sun. Yeah, that's right. You get an angle. It's called the co-altitude angle if you're measuring for latitudes, but that angle is going to give you the distance to that object in nautical miles. So your zenith and the ground position are parallel to each other.
Sorry, you kept getting kicked fucking DC'd and then coming back in. Do you mind like redoing that 3 sentences? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I saw it happening. Sorry, but I did want to let Jedi finish his point, but I wanted to bring back this conversation.
Okay, but like I'm just trying to be in the same place as you, and I missed chunks of it because people keep joining and entering and everything DCs.
Okay, so you talking about using a plumb bob now to establish.
Ideally, what would happen is that you hit a plumb bob from the circle or the sphere that you call we colloquially call a sun. It drops down via whatever force you want to call it. If it's just things that go down, sure. And that we draw a line from where we are on the planet, where our eyes can see in this case, the sun, and that therefore makes an angle between the plumb bob, me, and the sun.
You'll need a radius for that, but the angle you're actually measuring is the line of sight, and it creates against your zenith, your vertical. Correct? Do you understand that that's what the angle is measurement?
The angle's measuring the wait.
So
zenith.
in order,
I don't know what that term means.
Okay, so an angle is 2 straight lines meeting a vertex. The vertex you're creating is that which is vertical to you, or your zenith, the line that is where you're standing on, going straight up above your head, right? And then that's how the plumb bob is measuring, because now you change from plumb bob to then from sextant, and it's creating an angle from this plumb bob all in a line of sight to the sun.
The plumb bob is a straight line from where the plumb bob is to the sun. Yes.
It's a vertical, right? So it's
perfectly vertical.
The plumb bob is creating a vertical, right? And your line of sight is creating the other line, and that's giving you a vertex to have an angle measurement.
We're talking about a triangle here.
Right, but now it's going up. It's the angle.
Yeah, my eyes looking at the sun is the line that's going up. Yeah.
Man, no, but the plumb bob is going to be the vertical line that to make the vertex. Did I explain that?
90-degree angle between, supposedly 90-degree angle if you want to make a normal triangle.
No, it's not going to be 90 degree. No, that's what I'm trying to get away from. It's not going to be a 90 degree.
Okay, and that depends on the distance between me and the plumb bob. Yeah.
No, it's not, because you're creating a vertex. The plumb bob and the angle going up give you a vertex.
Yeah.
Okay. So that plumb bob and then the ground position of the sun are parallel.
Sure.
Right. So the 2 lines going down, the one coming the ground position, and then the vertex. Sorry, not the vertex. And then the vertical zenith angle that you're standing on are parallel to each other, and then your line of sight is going up towards the sun, and that will give you your right. That will give you that will give you the triangle.
So what you're saying is that the angle in which I stand, me standing up and looking straight, does not contort to the logical way we calculate that, and it wouldn't stand foot in a circular or a spherical environment, a heliocentric model, right? Because we draw lines in straight, and it wouldn't make sense for me to stand in, which would have to mean that I stand perpendicular to the Earth, therefore I'm tangent to the Earth. And if this is also a tangent Earth, where the sun is, where the plumb bob is, that's a tangent. not tangent. That's a specific point we're referencing. It wouldn't make sense for me to draw a straight line from me to the plumb bob because it would have to go through the Earth, quote unquote. But you're saying it doesn't. It goes in a straight line, correct? And it would be
I'm
90
with
degree
the
angle.
yeah.
It would be a 90 degree angle.
Like, why would you try to change the subject so blatantly like that? Like, what the fuck?
No, because
We're talking about the
he
same thing.
understands. No, that he understands that this is being done differently on the globe. On the globe, these lines are not going to be parallel. You understand that the verticals aren't going to be parallel on a if you're trying to claim that this is being done on a sphere surface.
I would never make the claim on a spherical surface that both of the positions of both, because it would be impossible. You're living on a planet that's spherical. What would occur is that if I stood in say in China and you stood like, a couple thousand miles away, our parallel to the Earth, our tangents should be not on the same. It should be slightly different. That would make the heliocentric model run true. In theory, that's the way it would work. Yeah.
So it only works on paper?
No, I didn't get any of that, but what I'm trying
doesn't work on paper is that's what the heliocentric would need to use to prove itself, right?
Yeah, something that only works on paper, right?
Wait, so all because things work on paper, did we ever test this? Has anyone, we might just be in a room with people that just tested it. Or you have video evidence of you testing it and showing it and giving an explanation up against the
Anything to
current,
change the subject. Yeah, we were talking about measuring the surface and the ground position under stars,
Why do you keep
to
saying
get
we're
the
changing the
angles,
subject?
to
We've been on the
acquire
same
the
subject. The other
angles,
dude's even saying we're on the
acquire
same
the
subject.
angles
Cut that shit out.
required,
You're being
to
super
acquire
dumb
the
and saying
angles required,
like
and you
autism
actively tried to
only
change the
goes so far.
subject, you know what I'm saying?
There's
Yeah.
no change of subject.
Okay,
No
you guys. Yeah, you guys are talking about the same thing, but he's trying to reiterate that we're doing this on a flat surface, but
No,
we're
I'm
trying to
not.
also explain.
I'm not saying that it's done on a flat surface. What you're describing seems to be somewhat logical. I'm not saying it's illogical. What I'm saying is that I just want to see how that works. I haven't personally experienced or went out with a laser beam and saw the drop or the specific drop. I have never had the verifiable ways of me seeing it myself. But the current scientific understanding that there is. So please
so the way
tell
that
me what I should be understanding, what you should be understanding, and what.
No, so we're understanding here. Okay, this is what I described to you. I did it with Polaris, and I'm on the 39.12 latitude. Like with a plumb bob, I had to use a plumb bob in order to do it. But to get the angle to Polaris from my position, I get an latitude line of 39. So that what I'm trying to describe is that this is how it's actually done because you're doing it on the surface. When you're trying to apply this to a globe, you turn this surface into the center of the Earth. Now, that these measurements that you're getting off now are brought that you pretty much invert the triangle and then also reverse it. So then the angle is now below your feet. And the parallel lines are no longer the verticals. The parallel line is now the zenith angle and your line of sight.
It would really help if you drew this out.
I mean, I did post it a 36-minute on the previous hour.
36 minutes of the previous hour.
Yeah, it's just a couple under my solar elevation.
I see that. Which guy? What was your name?
Hey, Emir.
Oh, that was old man. The old pause. Wrong guy.
Yeah, so 36 minutes past the previous hour.
So it's currently 9. So it's 03 right now, and you said 36 minutes of 36.
No. Yeah, whatever your hour time is, plus the 36 minutes in the previous hour.
Okay. I'm looking at it. I'm not finding it. Radwin, Haystack Hunk, Jedi.
Right after Jedi.
And then Haystack Hunk. Where after Jedi was Oh My with an Asian dude's face on it.
Right after that. Right after the.
And Haystack Hunk says, what is this? Who told you there was a 14.7 pounds of air pressure? My borrow
It's
money.
right after that.
What? Haystack Hunk. It's just a bunch of DMs that you snip. Time traveled back. Time answers. Well, I don't.
It's right after that. I don't know how you skipped it.
I have Radwin making a comment.
Incredible.
Like, you can out me
Dude,
in
I
it
don't
if you
want to hear.
want.
I don't want to hear that whole conversation that we had. You just reading it all out loud.
Why is the can you go put that guy back in his closet, please?
Have you found it?
Honest to God, you can at me in it because I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not making.
I just reposted it, so it should be at the bottom.
Perfect. Thank you. Making it simple. Are you talking about? You posted it? The AE?
Mm-hmm. Yep. 5 minutes after the hour.
Cool.
Do you got it?
Can you explain what this is saying? I don't.
It's everything that I just explained to you. Okay. There's the co-angle or the zenith angle. Because, okay, you see what the observers is on the right side.
Yeah, co-angle.
And yeah, you get
there's two triangles in the rectangle. Yeah, I know what this is.
Okay. So the celestial is on the opposite end. So that's going to be your line of sight to the celestial. Your co-angle or zenith angle would be that angle that you're making with your plumb bob and your line of sight. That's going to give you a vertex. That vertex can be then will be your co-angle with the ground position of your celestial, which will give you a 90 degrees if you look at the bottom left corner. That distance, that co-angle will give you a distance. And on this example, that co-angle is 60 degrees. And that calculates to 3,600 nautical miles.
That's dependent on the distance between the sun, where the plumb bob is, and where you are. That angle could the what's it called? The distance between things aren't solved for, so you cannot as much as you want to have angles. If I put this as a 1 foot thing between the 90 and the 60 on the left, that doesn't ever give me the distance. So what's the distance between the plumb bob, the sun, and who we are? Can you give me
the distance is the distance is calculated because you have to have a known distance. So that's why you have the nautical almanac. So if you have something like that's why I like using Polaris, because Polaris is going to be at a relative fixed position. So if any observer looks at Polaris, they would have a fixed position that in all your latitude lines will be distances from that fixed position. So imagine that celestial is a Polaris, and that's going to give you 90 degrees, and that angle is going to correspond to a nautical mile distance. So right. So I'm currently at 39.21, or is it 39.12, I believe. And that was the angle that I got, 39. So if you do nautical miles conversion here, which is I'm about 2,340 nautical miles from Polaris, the ground position of Polaris. Did I do that right?
See here. Let me make my triangles and my numbers.
No, I need to times it by 60.
Are you having a 1-on-1 or?
I mean, if you want to hop in, go for it, buddy. Or if you want to have a 1-on-1, we can have a 1-on-1. But thanks for asking. not even.
I think the question, at least in the flat versus globe debate, would boil down to in which map we can draw those circles to figure out where they intersect.
Let's see here.
Not on a curved map. It has to be a flat map. That's the map you need.
Right. Which one?
A flat one.
Yeah, like a topographical map.
Yes. Which one?
Any topographical map shows contour lines that are perpendicular.
So all maps are going to give me the same result?
No, but I just provided one example. A topographical map shows contour lines of elevation that are perpendicular to the base throughout the whole map without distortion.
Okay. Can I use that to draw circles of equal altitude to figure out where I am?
Yes, you can.
Oh, is there an example of that?
Yeah, pick any topographical map you want.
Second
Okay, let me do this right now.
Anyone, just a few clicks.
Have fun,
and
knock
distance.
yourself out, brother.
We do it all the time. We did it in basic training in the army.
I would love to see that. I didn't have any success.
You can do it with any map.
Oh, that's weird because I've tried different maps and
that
gives me different answers.
Bacon is right. You can't with any projection. You have to use a projection or use the right kind of map.
Go flat.
Oh.
That's you might want to use a Mercator projection or something, right?
Yeah, the nautical charts that use the Mercator projection, they usually represent a small section of Earth where you don't have the circles within them. So if you want to draw circles using the map, but that won't do it.
They're all measured flat though, mate.
Sure, yeah. I never said anything against that. I mean, not in this conversation, at least.
Yeah, what we're saying is besides the point.
Yeah, I'm trying to say this is working, right? Because I have a very
Do you have a point,
strong.
Do you have a point?
No, I just want to see this working. Like I'd like to see this demonstrated, or at least explained in such a way I can try it myself. So I'm not finding any topographical map that is big enough that I can draw circles of equal altitude.
Do it yourself.
Why do you have someone that's yelling in the background? The dude came here and asked a question. Yeah, just to see.
Bacon. You can just Bacon. You can just find one and do it yourself on any.
Yeah, it's easy, Bacon.
What can we
do? The issue that I'm having. Sorry, the issue that I'm having here is that when I try to find topographical maps, they're all local maps. So none of them are going to have a big enough area where I can plot 3 circles of equal altitude, because those are well, I think I have some connection issues. Everyone
DCs right now whenever anyone comes in or out. So just keep that in mind. It'll always do that. It'll be repetitive in conversations. That's just kind of a standard right now.
At the moment, we're also.
I don't want to interrupt. I just want to ask whether.
God's sake! Really?
Okay.
He sounded like the lemur from Madagascar.
Anyway, so yeah.
Right. So and I'm not finding, at least I'm not having an easy time finding any topographical map that has a big. Oh my god, that's really annoying. Anyway, I'm not finding a big enough map. That's the deal. So if the answer is a topographical map does it, I really need a more specific direction here, because I'm not finding any.
I mean, that's terrible if you're doing that on your own. That's terrible, but I don't know why you're.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You want to be too specific. You want to have one map for everything. So go find it.
I mean, well, actually, I just want one example. So the answer I was given was any map.
Go do it.
What?
Can't you go do?
Yeah, the answer I got was that any map does it. So now you're saying that no to that is that. So do I have to find a.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but what we're saying originally is that you have your own dilemma. You have to go figure that out, whatever you have to figure out on your own. I don't know why you're here asking us for that.
Because you're
you guys made those.
This conclusion.
Yeah, you made that claim that you can do this, and I only said there's I
We didn't
want
make a
an
claim. You made a
example.
claim. You came in here making a claim and then asking for
What
stuff.
claim?
That's what happened. And Katana, what?
Well, what claim did I make?
Have you tried the nautical chart, Bacon?
Yeah, nautical charts are all. Yeah, the nautical charts I've seen are also local. They
That's
don't fit
terrible.
circles of equal altitude.
That's
so
what
terrible.
they use when they're navigating, mate. Nautical charts.
I know, but I don't see anybody drawing circles on those nautical charts.
Yeah, there's
Where
two
would
ways.
you-
There's two
where would
ways
you
to do this.
Sorry, Jedi.
One is there's two ways to do this. One is to draw the circle of equal altitude around the ground position of that object using the distance between you and that object as the circumference of that circle. The other way to do this is draw a horizontal bearing line through your position and then through the ground position of the star. There's two ways to do it.
Right. So what I heard here is that the first thing works, right? So I'd like to see the first thing are they demonstrated, or at least described in such a way that I can try myself.
I'll tell you what, Bacon, because I kind of like you, I'll go and find you a really good piece of video reference material where a navigator draws a circle of equal altitude on the chart. I can get that for you if you wanted.
That'll be lovely, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Give me 5-10 minutes, dude, and I'll see if I can find that for you.
Take your time. No problem.
Jedi, he's top Jedi, and it goes out of his way, gets all. Make sure you read it, Bacon. Have a good look at it. I'm surprised you've not seen this before. You talk about.
I'm surprised no one.
Sorry,
I'm surprised no one gave me an example of that before.
Sorry for cutting you off. No, we do not here for examples, mate. You know, it's celestial navigation. That's how it's done. People who are navigating do draw circles of equal altitude, 3 of them on the charts to pinpoint the position on the flat Earth after they've made elevation angles using sea level. Nothing to do with curvature, by the way. Flat Earth measurements. This is what happens.
Yeah.
It's been happening for years.
Yeah, I heard that claim many times, but when I dig into learning how to do celestial navigation, I never actually found any person describing that process so far, which is why I'm challenging that even works. Because
I'm guessing you're not in America, Bacon?
Just a second. I also tested it. So I've written software that runs automatic fix exactly the way you described, and they never work. They always give me contradictory results or inconsistent results. That's why I'm skeptical of that claim.
Well, I have a suggestion. You can publicly contact Fort Benning, Georgia's, military basic training, and they will talk to you. You can talk to the navigators here who taught us.
I've talked to many navigators already, actually.
Yeah, and you can talk to those guys, and they will talk to you. They will give you answers.
Right. When I talked to many navigators already, not from these communities, but from communities specific of the purpose of celestial navigation, and I didn't get anyone that would provide me a method like the one deck just described. The methods I got from them are actually exactly the same as the methods I derived when I was trying to do celestial navigation on my own.
Cool. Yeah, like the ones that one deck described. That's how we do it in the military. Yeah, you can contact Fort Benning, Georgia, United States Army, and they will talk to you.
Right. I guess you're not familiar with the process, right? I have to call that person.
I'm 100%. What? So
talking about using a nautical sextant. Talking about using a nautical sextant.
Familiar with the process and has done it in the military. He says is not familiar with the process. Congratulations.
I'm asking you if you're not familiar, because if you're familiar, then I don't think you should be pointing me to someone else.
Why is it an issue when I'm telling you that I'm familiar with the process?
Oh, because if you are familiar with the process, I don't see any reason. I don't see any reason for you, instead of pointing me to another person for me to talk to and maybe get an answer in a couple of days, instead just describing the process in such a way I can do it myself.
It seems like you just want someone
when they use a nautical sextant. Ask them do you know how to use a nautical sextant?
Oh, I think I know how to use mine, because when I used it, I got correct answers. Yeah,
did you ask them? Did you ask them about how they use a nautical sextant, Bacon?
No. That's not related to my question.
Wow.
I've already used the sextant and I got good results. I'm not sure I need more guidance on that. But that's not actually related to the question. The question is how I use circles of equal altitude, which are acquired after you have the readings, to then figure out the location of the observer. That's what I'm trying to find, and I'm not getting an answer. I might get one from Jedi, but so far I haven't got any for the past 2 or 3 years.
To which point degree does your map go?
Which map
Go
did
ahead.
you use when you used your sextant at your house and that you drew circles on? Which map did you use?
I use Blender. I use I plotted the circles on the sphere on Blender.
That's your sextant?
No, that's the first method I use. I then developed others, which are described in my website.
He wasn't on a boat.
Didn't you use the bundle?
I'm sorry to interrupt.
One at a time. One at a time.
I'm
sorry.
sorry
Didn't you use but didn't he use a water bucket
to the ground in Blender? You got all fucked
Yeah,
up.
one at a time.
Yeah, that's what happened. But I would like to ask a question. Yeah, Bacon. Which method are you using now to do this process? Are you using a pen and a paper map and a sextant and a compass? Are you using those things?
Oh, I have at least 3 different methods I can use now. One of them uses pen
Are
and
you
paper.
using those things which I just asked you about?
You missed the question.
I actually answered after I said that. Yeah,
so which
I also
method
know
are
the
you using now?
Okay, if I get to the end of my sentence, you'll know what method it is.
It's a closed question.
Let me finish. Yeah,
One simple answer.
I'm trying to answer. If you stop asking the question, you might get the answer. Okay. Yeah, there is at least 3 methods I can use. One of them uses pen and paper. One of them uses pen and paper, just like you asked for, which is intercept method. I can do that myself.
So which one are you using now? That was my question. Which method are you using now?
At this you're asking for.
Say again.
Yeah, at this second, I'm not doing celestial navigation. So right now, I'm not using any method.
So which is the best method for you to use?
The best method for me to use will be the most accurate method will be to use a minimization algorithm on an objective function. That's the most accurate one.
Not the pen and paper method?
No, that's not the most accurate one.
So plugging things into the computer where you don't have to use your brain at all to do this process. You plug these things into the computer and it does it for you.
That's not true because
paper is less accurate for you.
Let him finish.
Hang on a second.
No, let him finish.
Yeah,
that's my question.
He already did.
Before you tried to interrupt it. It's not using the pen and paper and the compass and the sextant and is that not more accurate for you?
No, but to answer your first claim before you ask the question, when I'm plugging, but you made a claim you just don't want to answer. That's not on me. You said I'm plugging in on the computer so I don't have to use my brain. Actually, when I'm plugging in the computer, I'm plugging into a software that I've written myself. So yes, I definitely had to use my brain for that.
Oh, so you wrote it yourself? Oh my god!
Bacon navigation.
You're an expert on the subject. You're writing your own software to analyze the information that you input into the software. Oh my god!
Bacon navigation.
No, the information comes from well, I can put the link on the text chat. You can feel free to use it.
The Army, they teach the best and most accurate way to perform this process and use your mind and keep track of the measurements yourself without using the software is on pen and paper.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah, Ranger.
I can do with pen and paper too. In my experience using the software, I develop is more accurate than using pen and paper. Pen and paper relies on some approximations that my software doesn't need.
Yeah, well, listen, Bacon.
Congratulations.
Bacon, we're talking about how it's done in reality. We're not talking about your software. We're not talking about Bacon's celestial navigation. We're actually talking about celestial navigation, how it's done in the army, at sea, how people are saving lives. Not your program that you've written, because we don't know what you've written, but how you've programmed it. We're not talking about that. Well, that's a fact.
That's all public information, but it doesn't matter if that's what you're talking about. That's what he asked me for.
I've got a good question for you. Have you ever considered building a map using landmarks instead of celestial navigation fixes?
There you go. You can make your own map where you can use your circles.
You use landmarks. Don't use the sky at all. Use landmarks, and then try it out. See what happens.
That is beautiful.
I do that.
I'm sorry.
If you want to have the time getting the data and want me to build a map from it, I can do that. But I'm not going to spend time
Listen.
getting the data
We're
for you.
asked all the time. We're asked all the time. Hey, if you think Earth is this way, then you need to go build us a map. And I say, great, give me $2 billion, and I'll get the best survey team in the world, and we'll give you a flat map, and we'll do it with landmarks instead of using stars.
Well, I don't see how that answers the question that I brought initially.
You don't know what your original point was?
It invites a very intriguing thought, doesn't it, Bacon?
It might, but it still doesn't answer the question I'm trying to get an answer to. Which might come from Jedi in a couple minutes.
Okay, it may not answer your specific question, but it's going to answer a lot more for you than that.
It might. But it's just not something I'm talking about right now. I'm trying to get to this method of Sociological navigation as was described by one.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to show you that there are other ways to build a map than using the stars and using the graticule from latitude and longitude. You can build maps using landmarks.
Sorry, I missed part of what you said because I got.
You can build marks using land. You can build maps using landmarks instead of latitude and longitude from the sky.
Of course, if you have distances between points, you can map them out. Sure.
Furthermore, I interrupted saying that your original.
Post your source code.
I already posted on the chat. That's a web page. You want a source code? Hit Ctrl-U on Chrome or whatever other browser you're using.
So we established that you are not an expert on the subject, yet you write your own code on the subject.
Well, you can actually verify that yourself. My code is already posted on the chat.
I clicked on his link. I want the back end.
Say that again.
It sounds like to me, Bacon, like you're having trouble with drawing a circle on a map, but we're not going to be steering away from that. Measurement.
Say that again. I think we all cut out for a second there.
You're having trouble drawing circles on a piece of paper. That's your problem. But you're not going to be steering away from the elevation angle taken from sea level to get the elevation angle, proving a flat Earth. Stop skipping past that.
Wait, why are you under the impression that I don't believe the Earth is flat?
Because you're a glober?
Well, of course not. You just convinced me the Earth is flat. I'm just trying to figure out how Sociological navigation works on this flat Earth.
Well, it
works. But I'm not finding any method.
Okay, I'll give you the secret. Do you want to hear the secret? I'll give you the secret. The objects in the sky that are used for celestial navigation are in an apparent position that are subjective to each observer and are therefore in a dynamic position that changes depending on observer's position. For it to work on a globe, they're required to be fixed such that the light is coming from a very distant source and a very large source far away, so that the light's parallel to the observer on the globe as well as to the center of the Earth. Now, this requires Earth to be curved if you assume this. But if you accept instead that the stars are in an apparent location that's dynamic and observer dependent, then you can have a completely logical flat Earth instead. And we can't test the nature of stars. We can't test the ray path of light at all. But what we can test is the surface. So you can break this tie by going to the surface to do action.
Can you finish the last sentence? We got cut off.
Sorry, where did I get cut off?
The last 3 or 4 words.
I was saying that you can break this tie by going to.
Oh, it just happened again.
Somebody's
sorry, my thing cut off again.
Fucking Bill Gates.
No, that's Discord. That's not on you.
Shit. Okay, where did I leave off?
Well, I got your point. I just don't think it's
okay. Good.
I just think that's a separate point.
It is not a separate point because in celestial navigation, in traditional methods involving a globe, there's a geometric equivalence between globe and flat Earth that is presented, as well as a method for doing a coordinate transform in real time that converts between flat and globe Earth concept.
Are you disagreeing with circles of equal altitude?
It has to do with the parallel light rays claim, where you have a light ray touching the observer on top of the ball, and the same light ray being parallel from its source touching the point of origin in the center of Earth. So as a glober, you're going to assume that the Earth is curving beneath you and that you are on top of the ball. As a flat earther, we say, no, the point of origin is us in the middle of that circle that you draw. And that circle isn't Earth, but is you. And you are an observer-dependent location, and therefore the light is dynamic. It changes depending on your location. But it is consistent nevertheless. And that consistency is what we rely on.
Well, you seem to be claiming that there's a... Oh, don't seem to. I think you clearly stated that there's a equivalence, right? Between...
Yeah, there's an equivalence that is presented.
Okay.
So you claim that the
Let me expand on that.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think, in reality, if two people observe the same star at the same elevation angle, are they from the same distance to its GP?
To the GP, yes. However, the light itself is appearing personally to each observer's location. It is absolutely observer dependent, kind of like a rainbow. Well, except the rainbow is much closer and is in only your field of view.
Okay, what you just agreed to breaks any compatibility between globe Earth and flat Earth, because on globe Earth, you can have... Oh, hang on a sec. On globe Earth, you can have, for example, 1 point surrounded by 5 other points that are equally separated, and have all those distances be the same. And on a flat surface...
Yeah, you have this on flat Earth.
No,
like I said, the difference. Let me get this through. I don't have much time. The difference is that the point of location in the sky is observer dependent, but it's consistent. If you move away from it and get a different location, and then go back to where you started, it'll be consistent.
Yeah,
and it will converge to the same GP. You'll have the same. The mathematics works out such that the GPs converge to the same location. Now, what's happening is you assume that these are stars in their fixed locations far, far, far away and are of enormous size. Neither you nor I have the ability to test that.
Well, I have the ability to test whether there is a compatible transformation between a sphere and a flat surface. But however, if you accept that there is a relationship between the angle and the distance, that breaks the compatibility, because, as I said, on a globe you can have 1 point surrounded by 5 points, and if you connect the 5 points with that 1 point, you get a certain set of distances. If you connect in the adjacent points, you get the same. You can get the same distance on a globe. You can't have that on a flat surface. So that you can't have the equivalence between those two, because if it works on one, it's not going to work on the other, and vice versa.
Well, I'll tell you why it works. Is we're not claiming that the light that we're seeing is in a fixed location in our point of view.
There was not an assumption of my argument. I
know, but it has to be an assumption for globe Earth celestial navigation to work.
Yes. So I'm not claiming it does work on. I'm not claiming it does work on a globe. I'm claiming if it works on a globe, it won't work on flat, and if you work on flat, it won't work on globe, because there is no compatibility.
There is if you change the assumption. Like I said, instead of a fixed location that is far away and massive, you change it to be dynamic and observer dependent, and yet nevertheless being consistent in the way it's observed.
Yeah, I'm granting that. That's not what I'm attacking. What I'm attacking is there's equivalence between doing the process of slash negation on both globe Earth and flat Earth.
The coordinate transformation process occurs when you take the parallel light ray and you conform one that is hitting the center, the point of origin in the middle of Earth, and one that is hitting the observer on top of the ball. You use the curvature of the Earth as a coordinate transformation metric. We say that curvature is in the sky. You say it's below your feet. It's the same thing.
Okay, if you for a second want to consider, let's say there are 5 points on Earth, on the globe Earth, and they are on. Sorry, the points are on the same latitude. They're on latitude 26.5, but each one of them is separated.
01, 02. I'm happy to be here as a flat earther, and I'm happy to share
Can we get rid
my
of this row?
thoughts and beliefs with all of you. I hope in the future.
Thanks. Okay, so if you have 5 points at latitude 26.565, let's say, and they're separated by 72 degrees of longitude, they all have the same distance to the next one, but they also have the same distance to the North Pole on a globe. So you have these 6 points surrounding the North Pole, and they all have the same distance to the center one, but they all have the same distance to the ones on the sides. That's something you can get on a sphere. However, if you do the same thing on a flat surface, if you surround a point with 5 other points, then the distance between the points that surround the center one is actually larger than the distance to the center one.
So why even discuss the one not based in reality, Bacon? Why even discuss
because
it? Why are we even
Hold
discussing
on, let him finish. He was almost done.
Yeah, because I'm addressing the claim that there is a compatibility between the way social navigation is done on globe Earth and the way it could be done on flat Earth, right? That was the claim. That's the claim that was put on the table that I'm addressing now.
Yeah, we know. Why does it even matter? It doesn't work in that conceptual reality that some people have called the globe Earth. It's only based in reality. Why are we discussing it?
Hey, Bacon, I hear you. My point is that these points.
Hey, Ego, I think you have to start from the beginning.
I can't engage anymore. I have to go. I've things to do. I'm going to listen. Bacon, feel free to talk. I'll be listening, okay?
Thanks.
Bacon.
You were very. Oh, it just happened to me. But you were very badly lucky because the disconnection was happening mostly when you were talking.
I'm claiming dynamic observer dependence on the stars, which does permanent points in the sky. And
you roboting, Haystack. You roboting.
Oh, anyhow.
Again soon. Take care.
Nathan, I just have a question. It seems like your complaint is not with celestial navigation, but it's strictly that the geometry of a flat Earth can't match up with the geometry of a globe Earth. Is that what you're saying?
That is now. My initial point was I was trying to get to see if there's any demonstration that you could use a flat Earth geometry to plot circles of equal altitude and find where you are. And one of the answers I got is that there's a compatibility between the globe and flat Earth. So if I can
move the curvature of the sky to the curvature of the ground and vice versa. I gotta go.
Sure. So
we can get to that. So that's why we dived into this scenario, because I don't think there's this compatibility that he's saying. Well, we can get to that later because he's busy now. But we can go back to the initial point, which is, can we draw circles of equal altitude on a flat surface to find our position? Does that work? And to my experience, the answer is no.
We've been over that. We do that in the Army. We've been over that.
Are you familiar with the theorem egregium from Friedrich von Gauss?
Say that again?
Friedrich von Gauss. Actually,
no, the theorem. What's the theorem?
Theorem egregium. I'll post it in the chat. But it's exactly what you're saying. Is that a curved geometry cannot be mapped onto a flat plane? He proved it mathematically.
Oh, not without distortions. But the problem is, maybe the angle versus distance relationship in reality between the globe and flat Earth are different, which could account for the distortion. So, if you start there, then you might think there's still a possibility that those distortions could still work out within navigation. But as soon as you find situations where all the distances are the same on the globe, if there's a relationship between angle and distance, then those distances will have to be also the same on flat Earth. They don't have to be the same as the globe, but they have to be the same as each other on the flat surface to preserve the results of celestial navigation. But that's also impossible. So that's, yeah.
So you're just saying words?
We are always saying words here. It's a voice channel.
You were asked a specific question.
Yes, you said what my answer is actually
not by me.
Yeah, you said it's done in the army, right? But I don't want to take your word for it. I need something more than your claim. I don't go with trust
in
and
the
go.
army.
Celestial navigation, intersecting circles on a flat map.
It's been done. You don't have to worry about it.
I do. I want to see that that's true. I don't want to take you your word for it.
You don't have to worry about it. So do you believe a globe Earth or a flat Earth? Which one?
Say that again?
Which do you believe in, the globe Earth or the flat Earth?
Oh, flat Earth for sure. However, I don't know how to do celestial navigation using this concept. However, when I was a glober, I could.
Yeah, good job.
Did you get server muted?
Right. Somebody did. Yeah, somebody just muted you, Bacon. You say you're a flat Earth.
It's a bug.
I thought I had. Yeah, I thought I had a red mic. Oh, sorry, a hot mic. It was so hot it was turning red. But
happened to me too.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah.
You are a flat earther, correct?
At the moment, yeah.
At the moment,
one that convinced me.
At the moment, okay. You can be lying or telling the truth. It's irrelevant. You are a flat earther. You know this process is done on the flat Earth. Why are you arguing for? What
I don't know that. I'm trying to find it out. I'm being 100% honest when I say I never see this working on flat Earth.
So
that I'm being 100% honest. And I also just a second.
Can you post some information?
I just have one more question. If you are being honest, Bacon, why is it an issue? You should know that you're measuring a flat Earth at this point.
Okay, I'm not
yourself.
Hang on a second. Hang on. For the ones who know me, I'm obviously not being 100% honest when I say I'm a flat earther. I'm a glober, obviously.
Okay, since we're
meant to be
now
taken.
that we're
Hang on. Let me just finish that.
No, I was
what I'm
asking
being
you a
100%
serious question in the beginning. There's no need for us to have this conversation now. I was asking you a serious question when I asked you if you believe the flat Earth or the glober. Now that we can start over. Are you a flat earther or not?
No, I'm a glober.
Okay,
that should be obvious to everybody.
You guys are a bunch of
now that
pussies
it's
over
obvious,
here.
you don't have to wheezy your way around a fucking question.
Yeah, you sure know how to muddy the water. And it's belief in a globe or understanding of a flat Earth. You believe in a globe. You don't understand.
What I believe is irrelevant.
It is, and I'm trying to get back to the point here. Look, I'm trying to get back to the point here in his claim.
Excuse me, people are talking over me. What you believe is exactly relevant. What you know is you believe you're on a spinning ball.
Oh, who said I'm a heliocentrist? I could be a geocentrist. I mean, that's irrelevant for celestial navigation.
Can you post any information on this that you say you done it yourself and you couldn't get a fix?
So he muddies the water. So he muddies
the water. Line is you came in here lying to muddy the water, like he said. Sorry to interrupt. No need to speak to you anymore, Bacon. You're full of shit.
Well, I just have a question that haven't been answered. That's all.
No, you came in here lying. That's the point.
Do you have?
It wasn't a lie. It's sarcasm.
Fixes. Did you have a fix on these? Like, oh, I see. I got you.
Yeah. So that website, just to give you some context, that website, it does automatic trilateration using a flat coordinate system. So I tried different Earth projections.
Yeah, what's up?
So that.
Standards are up, mate. That's why you're going to get removed.
On that link, there's no. Sorry, on that link, there's no specific set of readings. However, you can put a list of GPs and radiuses, and then it would do the trilateration from there. So I never got any set of those to work there.
Bacon. Are you going to post that source code for me or not?
It's a website. You can literally just hit Ctrl U and see the source code.
Okay.
It's completely running on the client side, so there's nothing server side.
I'm gonna do that. All right, do that.
All right. Well, if you want an easier access, I can give you the repository link.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
But that's basically the same link. You just flip the order. I'll give you the link. That's just one of them. There are several websites I've done for automatic celestial navigation.
So if you were to sum your point up in like more simple words, it is about the fact that when you use different maps, then these circles will intersect at different points, right?
Yes. So, for example, if I use 3 or 4 circles, each pair of circle gives me a pair of intersections. Those intersections don't even agree with each other if I use like more circles. Like I have an intersection at one point, and the other intersects like 200 miles away from the first one. So I get very different results with different circles that should be intersecting at the same place.
So the problem essentially is an effect of the fact that flat earthers don't have any map that they claim, and the globers have the map and it works on it, right?
Yeah, not as far as I've seen. So I haven't seen any flat Earth map where I can do circles of equal altitude and get a consistent answer, or a right answer, or either. But I've been hearing the claim that this thing exists, like that this method using circles on a flat map works and have been done for centuries. I hear this claim all the time, but I have a very hard time finding any example or any description that would allow me to do it myself.
The problem is the software you're using. Use a pen and paper, you'll do it just fine.
Yeah, the software that I'm writing, it's literally describing what I do with pen and paper. It just does it faster.
All you have to do is use the pen and paper, is what I said.
Yeah, it just takes longer. It's less accurate because I'm going to be working with less figures. I have less computational power.
Less accurate, you say? Based on whose evaluations?
Based on my experience testing those two methods.
Oh, so you're just doing it wrong. Congratulations.
Oh, that could be the case. However, when I use my software, I can get within less than 200 meters.
Yeah, that's because you have to just plug it into a computer and it's still off.
Off by 200 meters? You think that's an error?
By 200 meters on pen and paper, you can get it within one decimal point. What are you talking about? What?
You can get a position fix within a decimal point of a meter with sides to stars. Is that true?
Meter. What are you talking about? Have you done this process on pen and paper? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So you understand what I'm saying when I say within 1 point, but within 1 decimal point. You understand what I'm saying? What I mean?
1 decimal of which unit?
Of the degrees on the map. You know, there's 9 lines.
Oh, a tenth of a degree. You're saying I can be within a tenth of a degree? That's like 7 miles.
No, it's more accurate on pen and paper, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but you said I can get within a decimal point.
What I'm saying is it's more accurate on a pen and paper.
Well, in my experience,
is off by 200 meters. You can get it within 10 meters on pen and paper, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would love to see any fix within 10 meters.
Oh my god.
I've never seen anybody getting.
Do it.
I've never seen anybody getting less than 100 miles.
Less than 100 miles? What are you doing?
Sorry. 100 meters. Sorry, I missed
100 miles.
See what
No,
I'm
I
saying?
misspoke.
People that actually
I
do this
misspoke.
shit try to tell him that you can do it, and he's not listening. It's fucking crazy.
I said I misspoke. I meant meters.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I've done this process. It can be done, and you're just ignoring it because you have a software which gets it within 200 meters. When I can do this within 10 meters, are you listening?
I
Well,
call
I
bullshit
found
on
the
that.
problem why he's off, and he's using 7/6R.
Yeah, he's a dumbass who doesn't understand this process. I get it.
That's why he's so far off.
Yeah, that's for the dip. Yeah, that's for the dip. The measurements I use. Just a second.
What?
Just a second, please.
Hilarious.
Yeah, just a second, please. The readings I'm referring to that I got within 200 meters, those came from theodolites. That formula wasn't even used because that's only for nautical
So
sextant.
not your software. So not your software.
Yes, my software applied to theodolite readings.
Oh, okay.
You know, theodolite doesn't do math, right? It's an angle reading device.
Right.
So that question is just nonsense.
No, because the point was that you can do this on pen and paper more accurately. I have done it. It has been done. That's the
call
point.
bullshit. I call bullshit on that.
Nuh-uh. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, show me. I can show you my results.
No need. I'm telling you out my mouth. You can contact Fort Benning, Georgia, U.S. Army, basic training. They will tell you. Congratulations.
They'll tell me you can do socialization within 10 meters. That doesn't even make sense. The accuracy.
What's wrong with him? What is wrong with him?
Hang on a second.
Someone else answer. I don't want to hear him anymore. What's wrong with him?
I wouldn't want to answer either.
What's wrong with him?
The accuracy. Hang on. Just a second. The precision of a nautical sextant, the best ones, is 1/10 of an arc minute, right? That equates to 1/10 of a nautical mile. So that's already 106 meters. Sorry, 108, 1800 meters.
We can do this on land. We're talking about
hang
land.
on.
Equal elevation. We're not changing the goalposts. No, hang on. No. We've done this on land. It can be done on land. Of course, there's more distortion on the sea because it's the sea. You have to.
I'm not talking about the sea.
Oh, so now we're not.
Why are you talking about the sea? I'm not talking about the sea. I'm talking about the precision. The precision of the sextant itself. The precision of the sextant itself is larger than the error you claim to reach. You're claiming to reach a 10-meter error. That's not that's order of magnitude smaller than the precision of a sextant. So that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm talking about on land within 10 meters. Yeah. Because you are talking specifically about circles of equal altitude. You know, your 3 circles. It can be done on land. It's been done. I've done it. That was the point. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's a very nice claim. It's a very nice claim. But
yeah.
we have more than that.
Yeah, we've been over it. All you have is not. Yeah, we've been over it.
Ranger,
all you have is a claim.
Sorry, Bacon. 2 seconds. Ranger, what type of map did you use? Can you remember?
Say again?
What type of map did you use? Can you remember?
It was a topographical map for the specific location where we were. So it's a pretty good map for
your particular location.
I don't know if you interrupted me or not. I didn't hear what you said. Go ahead.
Did you say a topographical map that was specific to your location?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Did that have a name? Can you remember?
I couldn't remember.
Okay, buddy, no worries.
And did you draw circles in that topographical map?
We've been over this, Bacon. You just not on it. You're not on it already. Yeah, we've been over this.
I don't think you told me if you draw circles on it or not.
We've been
Are you saying you did?
You're not on it. It's irrelevant, I guess, because you're just gonna not on it. We've been over this. I said it 3 times.
Yeah, he's definitely said it 3 times, dude. I've heard him say it 3 times.
Right, well, I heard him demonstrating 0 times.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. But the guy has practical knowledge, being he was in, and I don't know what realm of the army he was in, but this would be something that any person with any military would learn how to do. Use a fucking map.
Yeah, I mean, using a map is one thing. Intersecting circles of equal altitude is a little more advanced. And if you claim you can do that within 10 meters, I need some demonstration of that. I can't take any words for it.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
What would be the accuracy if you used a theodolite instead of a sextant? Would it still be plausible?
You're asking me or Ranger?
I'm asking you because he told he said that he used a theodolite instead.
You cut off a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I'm saying that he said that he's done that on land, so maybe he used a theodolite instead, which has a bigger accuracy.
Oh yeah, that's right. So let me see. An arc second would be 152 divided by 60. That would be 30 meters. So you could, yeah, your readings are going to be within 30 meters of error. It would still be nearly impossible to get down to 10 meters even with the auto lights. And as far as I've seen, usually when you're taking theodolite readings to celestial bodies, you get around like 20-30 arc seconds of error in theodolite readings to celestial bodies, both vertically and horizontally. At least that's from the readings I've worked with. So no way you're gonna get under 10 meters. Maybe one every 2,000 attempts out of luck could be the case, but definitely not consistent. Yo, did Mark G go muted because of that same bug? Or did someone mute him for some other reason? Because if he was the bug, I think he's muted for a while now.
Yeah, the bug server mutes people. It server muted me earlier.
Right. Yeah, but he's still muted. So I mean, if it was the bug, then can we get him unmuted? Yeah, Mark G is muted.
All right. Okay.
Thanks.
Hey, I'm back for just a second. Bacon, I have something I want to post to you in VC. If you use an AI, go ahead and type this in, and I think you'll find the implications intriguing. Hang on just a sec. I came up with that expression myself a little while ago, a few weeks ago. Enjoy. Gotta go.
Wait, where is it? There's a modular division there?
I think it's talking about the fact that when you take a very small piece of a sphere, you can assume that it's Euclidean for like practical purposes.
Right. Well, if there are like if you within the R value of a point of the origin of the coordinate system, then doing x squared plus y squared is never going to exceed r squared. So the mod r squared is an irrelevant term. I mean, I think that's going to give me a square distance to the origin of the coordinate system. Oh, shouldn't you then add r squared if that adds to the distance? Yeah, if you're doing module and r squared is larger than x squared and y squared, then module won't do anything. The result's going to be just r x squared plus y squared again. I know what a module does. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. Okay, so let's say r is small, then there's some teleporting there. If you walk just a little bit more in the x coordinate,
I would like to apologize to you, Bacon. See, what happens is in the military, we use deduction to generate our 10th degree accuracy or 10 meter accuracy. What I had to refer was the original manuscripts that we used in the military, correct? So you are correct. They do often get you within, at the most, 30 meters. But what you have to do after that is use your brain, Bacon.
Well, I can tell. I'm very likely using my brain correctly because the software I developed, they seem to be working every single time to a very high accuracy.
That's fine. It's still more accurate on pen and paper. That's still the point.
I really doubt that. But okay, let's try that. I'll give you the same readings that got me within 200 meters, and then you tell me what coordinates you get. What about that?
No, I don't want to do anything. I know the Earth is measured flat. I don't want to do anything.
Oh, we're not discussing if the Earth is measured flat. We're discussing if the method you're claiming works to the accuracy you're claiming.
Yeah, I know it works. There's no need for me to convince myself.
Yes, but you're in a debate arena here, and we don't just do claims and hope the person takes it on face value, right? We usually back them up or
observations nowadays. I can save my claim and you can do it yourself. You can just use your brain and figure it out within 10 meters. Congratulations.
Well, I've been trying this for a long time. You can call that incompetence, but at the same time, no one that is supposed to be competent is actually giving me any guidance or showing me where I'm
I'll
wrong.
give you that. But that's still on you. Because we do this process. We do get it within 10 meters. The theodolite gets you within 30 meters. And that's supposed to be the most accurate. Yes. But after that, use your brain. You can deduce up to 10 meters. It's so simple. It's simple math. You can do it. I believe in you, Bacon.
Oh. The question is, do I believe you when you say you can do this kind of stuff?
I'm telling you, just apply a little bit of math and logic and you can do it yourself.
I've been applying a lot of math and logic in the software I've developed, and they're working really great. However, none of them work the way you're saying they do.
Bacon. Just use the pen and paper. It's
the
much
pen and
easier.
paper is.
I guarantee you, it's much easier and more accurate.
The coding, the software that I'm writing is exactly the description of what I do with pen and paper. However, it has a much larger accuracy.
Yes. Yeah, we've been over it. There's a 200-meter error. The theodolite gets you within 30.
That's not true.
Yo. Oh my, it's not true?
No, you're assuming there's zero error in the theodolite.
Yo, if the Earth is flat,
which is
why
irrelevant,
do I stand at the coast of UK and I cannot see Ireland? For sure, the island.
You need a better piece of optic, dude. I can provide you with lots of observations that show you can actually see Ireland from the west coast of Wales, northwest coast.
Okay, to be honest, you're using your roads against me. So can you stop doing that? Yeah.
What are you talking about, dude?
Someone used their roads against me. I don't know who. I don't know. Yeah.
So yeah,
that's called that's called role abuse, isn't it?
As man interrupts people who are already having a conversation, maybe he can ask.
No one was having a conversation. I'll be honest, no one was having a conversation. Yeah, you can't just.
You're talking. I'm telling you,
No, you can't just pull that out.
How about shutting the fuck up for a second? Yeah, so Bacon, you can do it within 10 meters. Yeah, it can be done.
Awesome. I just need a little more.
I just have one more question. If your software can get it within 200 meters and the pen and paper we know can get it within 50 meters, why not use the pen and paper?
I've used the pen and paper too, but it has lower resolution than the computer.
So why not use the pen and paper if it's obviously, provably more accurate?
It's 50.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was 10 meters accuracy.
Oh, it went to 30, not 50.
You wasn't listening.
Yeah, but yeah, the answer is that the claim that it is provably more accurate is just false, because everything you can do, hang on, everything you can do with pen and paper, you can do on the computer. However, the computer is going to be working with like 12, 15 figures, so
Right,
it can
but I
do
have to
exactly the same
interject.
thing. Just a second. It's doing exactly the same thing as you're doing on pen and paper. However, it's doing with more precision, so it can't
Did
be
not a
worse.
few minutes? Yeah, I have to interject. Did not a few minutes ago you said yes, it's more accurate on pen and paper, but it takes more
No,
thinking and work. You did not say that a couple of minutes ago.
I said the second part. I said it takes more work. I didn't say it's more accurate. Everything you're doing in pen and paper, you can do on the computer and vice versa. The computer is always going to have more accuracy than the pen and paper.
Is that because you have to use less brain work, or because it's? Why is that?
Well, because if you're doing pen and paper, either you're going to be rounding numbers. There's a limited amount of figures you can work with, right? And the limitations of the computer are quite large. Or you're going to be doing. Just a second. Or
yeah. Go ahead.
Or you're going to be doing a plotting, and when you do a plotting, then, for example, if you're using a protractor, your degree on the plotting is only accurate to half a degree. On the computer, you can get that to a fraction of an arc second.
On which side? All right. So which? I was interrupted. I thought. So how many digits could you get on the computer on your software? How many digits within digits of accuracy? How many digits? Is it a 10
How many
digit?
feet on
Is it a
a?
6 digit? Is it an 8 digit?
No, it uses double point precision. That would be around 16 digits, I think, decimal digits.
It's fucking 9 digits. 9 digits.
I'm
God
sorry.
That's not 9
damn.
digits.
So 16
That's not 9
digits on
digits.
your software?
Yeah, it
That's the
works
most
with
accurate?
double. It works with double precision. That's
Right. That's not
64
what I'm
bits,
asking.
which
That's not what I'm asking.
it does not.
I'm asking the most accurate digit you can get within is 16 digits.
let me check. Give me a second.
All right.
We got a professional Googler here.
No, I'm literally adding zeros here to see where the
Yeah, so how
floating
accurate? How
point
many
breaks.
digits? How many digits accuracy does your software produce?
Okay, I'll answer you just a second.
All right.
Okay, around 16. Around 16. If you have more than 60, it loses. Yeah.
So you can't get within 6 digits on pen and paper with a map? Is that what you're telling me? You can't get within
16 figures? No way.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's telling
Hold
you,
on. Listen to my
asshole.
question. Listen to my question. Can you not get within 6 digits with a pen and paper?
Within 6 digits? Yeah, sure.
Your software gets within 16 digits? I don't understand this process, sir.
I don't think you understand floating points.
Yeah. I don't think you understand this process, sir. Your software gets within 16-digit accuracy, but on pen and paper, you can Google it right now. With pen and paper, you can get within 6 digits. And you can deduce from that, I'm saying, within 10 meters. So who's right?
Hang on.
Your
I didn't
software is
say
more
the
right.
accuracy. Yeah, the accuracy of the fix my software gets is not down to 16 figures. That's the precision of the numbers that I'm using in the software.
Okay, so how many
accuracy?
How many digits does your latitude reach?
Well,
specific question.
I usually get within a quarter of a mile. Let me do the math real quickly. So that would be, let me see, 400 meters. So 400 meters.
How many grids is that? How many grids is that on your software? Is it not 16?
Hang on.
Because I guess you didn't understand the question the first time.
Okay, it's around, yeah, I get within around 3 figures of the degree of
How many?
accuracy.
How many digits of your grid square?
What?
How many digits of accuracy of your grid square? Specific question.
What grid square? What are you talking about?
So you don't understand this process.
No, I just don't use a grid square. If your process does, then I surely don't understand yours, which is why I'm asking you.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just trying to stay on point. So your software, where you just plug the numbers in, gets within a certain distance. On pen and paper, it gets within a certain distance. I say pen and paper is more accurate. We've proven that your software is not more accurate than a pen and paper. Why are we going back and forth?
I
think you'd have to demonstrate on pen and paper that your way is better to say that.
You can Google it right now, Cooper.
No, I want to see you do it. I don't.
So basic.
If there's any Google result that, sorry, yeah, if there was a disconnection there. If there's any Google result that you think supports your claim, I'll just post it.
There's no need, Bacon. You can Google it right now.
Disconnections all the time.
Yeah, because I'm here. Yeah, you can do it right now, Bacon. Just type it in Google. How many grid squares does pen and paper get within on a map? And it will tell you 6 digits. 6 digits. You can deduce from that 6 digits within 10 meters yourself with your own brain. That's what I'm saying. You can do it. It's simple. You can Google it right now. How many digits of your grid square are acquired during this process on pen and paper? Google it right now. It will tell you 6 digits. From that 6
if
digits,
I type that on Google,
up to 10 meters yourself with your own brain. I'm telling you, you can do it.
If I type that on Google, nothing on that question is suggesting that I'm doing circles of equal altitude on a flat surface.
I mean,
so that doesn't have to do anything.
You can branch out to that. But you can acquire a more accurate reading with pen and paper. Was the original point.
Yeah, I need to see that demonstrated.
Ranger, what's more accurate, pen and paper or calculator?
My experience says otherwise.
Yeah, I know. You know nothing. I know. Yeah.
I've tested many set of readings. My experience says otherwise.
You think they had calculators back in the 1800s?
A lot of 3 times when you first got in here, so there's no need to talk to you anyways. Goodbye.
The correct answer, well, hold on. The calculator thing is the correct answer is they're equally accurate.
Okay, he fixes, and then you compare them between different geometries. Do you have that information when you got actual measurements? A flat surface versus a sphere, curved surface?
Discord is not helping.
Yeah, sorry, it's really hard to have conversation at this time.
Yeah.
Discord's taking a shit, apparently.
Yeah, too much logic going on in here.
There's not much to understand about an elevation angle and sea level. It's not a difficult conversation to have, but it's taking you about 10 years, Bacon, because you want to live on your globe, and you don't live on a globe. And Earth's measured flat, and we're explaining how it's done, and you're trying to wriggle out of it. This is what globers do.
In order for that to be really, really convincing to me, at least I would need like one example.
Latitude measurements, mate. That's it. There's your answer. Go and research it. Go research latitude. What tools used to measure your latitude across the surface of Earth, and there's no globular measurements involved. And then when you try and describe globular measurements, you will be explaining flat Earth elevation angle measurements. If you want to give it a go, I'll point out what words you can and can't use as you carry on.
Okay, I mean, in order for that to be a little more convincing, again, all I need is just a working example, right? How to do a fix using flat Earth, and then I will be good to go. I'll be on your side here debating globers.
Okay, just use a sextant. It's used for measuring elevation angles. Use the Mariner's one. It's got a horizon mirror. Use the horizon to establish horizontal to get a distance between GP and observer across sea level, flat Earth.
Yeah.
There you go.
I already used a nautical sextant, and the process that I used to turn that into a position did not treat Earth as a flat surface.
Was it measuring curvature? Was it measuring curvature?
No, it wasn't measuring curvature. No.
No, it wasn't. That's correct, because you're on a flat Earth. It was measuring elevation angles from sea level, nothing to. You live on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I wasn't measuring from sea level. I was in my backyard, but if it's the case that we live on a flat Earth, I don't see why.
When you're using the Mariner's sextant with the horizon mirror, using the horizon to establish horizontal to get the GP and the distance between the GP and the observer across large distances, thousands of miles on the surface of Earth, the Earth's flat. Nothing to do with curvature whatsoever.
And what you did
There's a
last
guy
time he said that
echoing.
to you was beg the question.
Yeah, it's me. My bad.
What you
No
did
problem.
the last time he explained that to you and agreed with him was beg the question with if the Earth is flat, which prompted him to give you that explanation again. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
Flat, bottom line.
It's flat. It's dead easy. We've explained it 10 times. But if you can't comprehend it, that's fine. If you don't want to believe it because you want the world to be a globe, that's fine. Just go away and live on a globe. Brilliant. But it is measured flat. The Earth is flat.
It's not that I don't want to believe it. It's just that it's not a very convincing argument if I can solve a fix using your ideas of how it works.
Well, if you can't solve a fix,
the only thing holding you back.
If you can't solve a
belief in the
fix,
ball.
if you can't solve a fix, you're not doing it correctly. Because thousands of people have done it.
Right. So show me how to do it correctly. Because the way I do it, I do get a correct position. However, none of the time
You're using the
original point. You want us to show
you're using Bacon. You're using Bacon celestial navigation. We're not using that.
No. Fucking Discord. One of the methods I've derived myself is actually identical to what navigators do.
Then I say pen and paper more accurate. Why use your software? Then you say
I can do
software more
both, but in both cases, that is not being compatible with circles existing on the same plane.
Well, on the first instance of the navigators doing it and getting the correct fix, they will be using the sea level for elevation angles at large distances, thousands of miles between GP and observer on a horizontal plane. Flat Earth measurement right there. Nothing to
Has
do
the
with
bottom
curvature.
line. That's
You
the
don't
bottom
live on a
line.
globe.
Baby.
You don't live on a globe.
I understand that, but
you
there's still
understand. There's nothing
just a
else
second.
after that. There's nothing
No,
else.
yes, there is, because there's an elephant on the room. Even if I accept what you just said, that actually doesn't make the elephant on the room go away.
Yeah, we've been
What
over
the
it.
elephant
The
is.
only thing remains is your belief in the ball. That's the only thing that remains. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else.
No, I just need to see this working. My belief in the ball is not in the way of that. What's in the way of that?
So you agree with Montec when he explains to you how Earth is measured flat. You say you understand. Yes, you agree with that. Then you wobble
I
on
don't say
to
I agree with that. I just understand the point.
Now you need circles of equal altitude to prove your globe, or to prove whatever. Like I'm not.
I'm still
I
trying
said
to
I
get to where it
understand. I
says
don't
it
say
doesn't
accept
work.
it.
So where
What's that?
have you shown that it doesn't work? You said that you get fixes and then you plot these points and you put these points on two different geometries, right?
Yes.
Where have you shown that? Have you posted something?
No, I posted the link of the website that I used to apply to the flat geometries that I've tested. But if you want a specific set of readings, if you want a specific set of readings, I can do this right now.
Yeah,
just give me a second.
Earlier.
So isn't the map you're using a globe projection?
Yes.
Oh. I chimed in earlier and proved that he doesn't understand this process at all.
Dude, I'm an expert in celestial navigation.
Okay, I'll grab a real sample that came from a cruise ship. taking with a
No, no,
Davis
no.
Mark
He asked you for
25.
you doing the process. You did it, right?
Yeah, this is you,
I
isn't it?
didn't take the I didn't take the angles.
Yeah, no.
I
He
just
asked you
applied
if
them to the
you've
process.
done it. If you've done it,
You said
show
it's not
your work.
working for you.
Your
It's
work.
not working for
Show
you.
your
You
work.
said not
Yes,
working for
we want
you.
to see your work. Your work.
Yeah, the work that got from the angle to your position was done by
Not
me.
working. Show us how it's not working for you.
Yes,
And what,
I'll do that.
and what is the
I just
problem? What's the problem then?
What do you mean? What's the problem?
Why isn't it working for you? Where do you think the error is?
Well, it seems to be on the shape of the Earth because when I plot those circles on a sphere, I actually get.
Once
So
again,
Angle measurement. And then
right?
you're transforming your flat Earth elevation onto a curve. It won't work, mate.
What was that?
That's your problem. You're transforming a flat Earth elevation angle measurement off a flat map onto a curved map. That's your problem.
I'm doing what?
100%.
You're transforming a flat Earth elevation angle measurement from a flat Earth, flat elevation angle measurement, and you're transposing it onto a globe Earth. That's your problem. You've not got a globe Earth.
That's what I walked you through
that's
when I
it's
touched
working.
your software.
That's your problem. Keep it to a flat Earth.
Yeah, I tried doing that. I tried keeping
Problem
just a
solved.
flat Earth.
Problem solved. There you go. You're using a globe and you don't need to. Hooray!
Yes.
We got there. Hey.
I want to see that. I want to see that I don't need it, right? You say I don't need it,
Use
but
the
you
pen
have
and
to
paper,
give me a globe.
Bacon. Use the pen and paper. The problem is
Get rid of
your
your globe.
software is the problem. Your software.
Get
It
rid of-
conforms to the
yeah,
shape
get-
of the globe. That's the problem.
Exactly. Yeah. Get rid of your
Okay.
globe. Your globe's the problem.
Okay, but if I try to use a different model, like a flat model, then
What
the
model
circles
are you
don't even
using?
agree with
Hold
each
on a
other.
second. Bacon?
No, we haven't got
What
a model,
flat
mate.
model are you using?
Just using
One deck.
sea level.
One deck.
Sorry, mate.
Hold on a second. We need some clarification. What's this model that you're using, Bacon?
His
Well,
software.
given that I wasn't ever provided any flat Earth model, I just tried different maps.
Oh, so you used a fucking straw man like a piece of shit. Is that right?
No, I'm not assuming you guys believe in those maps.
Oh,
I'm just saying
so
those are the
you
ones I
used
tested.
models that we don't claim. Isn't that right?
I don't claim you use them. That's
So
not a
why
straw
would
man.
you
I'm
use
just saying
something
those
that
are the
we
ones I
didn't
tested.
give you? Hey, Bacon,
that's
shut
all
the
I
fuck
have.
up. Bacon, why are you using
answer my
things
question.
nobody here provided for you, Bacon?
Exactly, because
Exactly. So Bacon decided to make straw man flat Earth models and plot his points on those, and I'll be damned, it doesn't work. Isn't that interesting?
Which is
Yeah, you
still
won't
beside the
you don't
point because
explain
he's
how
still
it doesn't
using his
work under
own
any
software.
flat model, no matter what you provide, because of the geometry.
Oh, I see that Mark has been triggered. Mark's truly triggered now. Mark, you can shut the fuck up.
Yeah, sure.
So Bacon has decided to deafen himself because it got too difficult. But is that about right?
That is correct, says who, which is still besides the point because one deck pointed out that he's the problem. He's using his own software to prop these points, which conform to the shape of the globe, which is the problem.
Right.
yeah, I haven't said that.
Correct.
Because I tested those models, then I invalidated flat Earth.
What models were those again?
Can you show us the model?
Well, let me see if I can get it in a sentence. Yeah,
No, you're just going to go ahead and put the models that you strawmanned us with and put them in the side chat, please.
Okay, let me try
Yeah,
again.
let's have a look at these models.
Yeah. Yeah, I know none of those.
Yeah, I know that you're going to put those in the side chat now, right, Bacon?
Take your time, Bacon.
According to my calculations, the Earth is a globe.
Can I finish a sentence?
No, you can put those models that you used as a flat Earth in the side chat. That's what you can do. We're going to deal with the new guy that has calculations. Friend, do you have anything other than calculations? Do you have any measurements, maybe?
Yeah, we wanted the measurements, not the calculation, mate.
I will not be sharing my measurements or the calculations.
Well, you can go.
Do you have
away, then.
measurements?
See you later, then, mate. See you later. You've got nothing. Bye bye.
Any claim proffered without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So we dismiss your claim.
Hitchens razor.
Why is Bacon typing away on the keyboard and not posting his evidence or his model?
That's a good question.
Has he posted it yet? Has he posted the Bacon Celestial Navigation model yet?
Negative.
Guys, I've got to say, I'm very impressed with your selected characters and the way you play them. It's brilliant to watch. Well done.
Are you watching or are you listening?
I'm doing both. There's no way you can enjoy it without listening. It's the method of delivery that each one of you has got. That's quite what's so fantastic. But seriously, max respect.
Have we got any proof of the curve from the Globers yet?
Only flat Earth elevation angle measurements, I'm afraid.
But just one thing I guess, as an outside observer, one point of feedback. You might want to differentiate some of the characters a little bit more, because they all seem very similar. There's not a lot of variety going on, and it would be better if you just sort of broaden the characteristics.
I think it's glad you turned up, because you broke it up a little bit. You got a new personality coming in, a bit Mr. Dry personality there. So no, thanks for coming in, mate. You've spiced things up a little bit.
I don't know what that
Mr.
means.
Excitement.
I don't know what that
Excitement.
means. I don't know what that means.
Oh, well.
But well done anyway. Max respect. I mean, kind of is your fault, because.
Yeah.
Anyway, so max respect though. I mean, seriously. I mean, but if you have a failing, if there's a failing, like I say, it's just a variety. The spread of.
He's speeding up now. He's getting a little bit excited now. I can hear it in his voice. He's coming up to. He's going to come up with a globe solution.
No, you can do that if you like. I don't know what that means, but yeah, seriously, well done. Just spread the characters. That's all I say.
Is the format not to your liking?
Sorry, say again.
Is the format not to your liking?
The format is fantastic. The format is fantastic because you like whether. So I find that it's been going on. Whether the unsuspecting victims from Michael know it or not, you crowbar everything out of them before they leave. The format is fantastic. It's just the character, honestly, and even then, I'm not.
I wonder why Bacon hasn't posted his evidence yet. What's happening?
But yeah, max respect. Don't take that as criticism, please, because it really does work like a well-oiled machine. Well done.
Which character are you referring to?
Right. I can give you a specific one. I'm just saying how they play off with each other. That's all.
Let's get back to the subject of no globe proof whatsoever.
Yeah.
Bacon.
Sorry to interrupt.
Bacon's not any of his models yet, is he? I don't think we've looked at the models, Bacon models.
Looks like he's still stalling.
Right. So while he gets his models, anybody else think they live on a spinning globe-tard water ball?
I do.
Okay.
I think let's do it.
Cool. Off you go.
Do you have any scientific evidence for your globe that you believe in?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Just spiritual experiences. But nothing scientific, sorry.
No measurements then?
Well, you asked for scientific proof.
Don't talk while you're chewing, bro. It's very rude.
Shit, sorry.
Yeah. It does sound rude. It does sound rude, mate.
Does sound rude.
I'm so sorry. I know you're not supposed to do that in this room. I apologize.
You're not. Yeah, you're not, don't
You every
talk with
time
your
I
mouth
see you,
open.
so this is not going to be an exception to the rule.
I can't hear you. Sorry,
Anyway,
I didn't hear any of that. Say that again.
So we'll get back to the subject then. Forget about your eating and your personality things and assessing everybody's character. Do you think you live on a globetard?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was.
Are you with the conversation? Are you in the room or you're not in the room? You came in with your breakdown of everybody's character and personality. Are you still in the room or have you left?
Wait, let me check. No, I'm still there.
Yeah, whoever had him muted, just mute him. Just mute him. Next.
Just mute him.
Next.
Just mute him. Just mute him.
Next.
Give me attention.
Get rid of him. Get rid of him. He's a
I pissed you off, didn't
globetrot.
I? I pissed you off, didn't I? Piss you off. I'm sorry. I
Not
didn't
even
mean
a
to.
little bit. Not
I
even
just
a
love the
little
cat.
bit. We just know children when we see them. We know children coming when we see them. That's all
I'm
that
sorry,
is. Yeah,
guys.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't mean to do it intentionally. I promise. I'm
It's
not
okay.
meaning to be mean.
We
But
can tell by the tone of your voice what you like, mate.
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
dealt
yeah.
with you for 10 years.
Thank
Sorry to
you.
interrupt.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
I
psychology
appreciate the
tells
compliment.
you
I appreciate
otherwise.
the compliment. Thank you. I
Yeah, yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
it.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Next.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. I love you.
Bye-bye.
I love you. Bye bye bye. Bye.
Any other globetards in the room?
I am. I'm joking. I'm going.
Yeah. Good job.
I wanted to ask Says who, when he said that Bacon's models are strawmans because you haven't claimed that, is the fact that you don't claim any model enough on? Oh, I think I was cut out again. I think that saying that you don't claim any model even further proves Bacon's point that it's impossible to do enough on flat Earth.
I've got a model, mate. I've got a model.
Okay.
I've got a model.
Because without it, you don't have anything to work with, right?
I've got a model. It's a latitude model.
So arriving at the destination is not. You're saying that doesn't work?
Who said that? Who are you speaking to? Sorry, mate. The Glober in the room.
The Ambo.
I'm saying that it does work, but you need a globe for it. If you reject the globe and you don't have any alternative model for how the ground is layered, then you don't have anything to work with.
Embo, just one thing. Just let me one thing clear. You can't reject something that's not in existence. Is that correct?
Well, you can have something that is theoretical, even though it isn't confirmed to be existent, and still reject that idea as an idea.
Yeah. So you agree we live on a flat Earth? Yeah.
No, I disagree with that.
And why would you disagree with that? What brings you to that conclusion that we don't?
Because the globe was the only shape of the world that was so far used to demonstrate Selnath in practice.
Okay, how was it measured? How was it measured?
I think it's irrelevant to the argument.
No, you mentioned the globe, you mentioned it. How was it measured? Come on.
I don't know. I mean, I know, but this is still irrelevant to the argument.
So
I can
it's
just
a belief
given
then.
it.
So, okay, it's fine, it's fine.
Hey, says
it's a
who? I
belief.
think you're hot, Michael.
It's okay. So you're in a belief system then, Embo, yeah?
No, I'm not, because I confirmed that globe with the Selnath.
So the measurements one deck was just asking you about are irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, correct?
They are relevant to it, but are irrelevant to this specific aspect of the conversation, which is Selnath.
So specifically.
No. We're specifically talking about measurements, and we're specifically talking about.
Then why were you discussing Selnath since like last hour or 2 hours if it isn't about measuring the Earth, but rather using the Earth that was already measured? You don't use anything new there. You don't establish anything new. You only use formulas that were already established.
So how is globe measured? That's what we need to know, because I can't work it out. So if you can help me there, please, Embo, I'd be much appreciated of it. If you can just explain to me how globe is measured, what tools used, who's measured it, I'll just go away and go to sleep.
When they don't account for, like, our conversation an hour ago about the 100-mile long bridge.
Well, Embo has brought up saying that Bacon. I mean, Bacon claimed that he did try it on a flat Earth model. And then we asked him what was that model, and he said he didn't have one.
He said he was going to post one. We just haven't,
No, he
He
made a
must be still
claim, and then
looking for it.
later, yeah, he made a claim, and then later just says, "Well, there isn't one, so I haven't tried it, so I know it." And he just assume it doesn't work.
Maybe he wasn't presented any model by any flat earther, so that's why he assumed it that there isn't one.
No, I just tried to explain to you what was his claim originally. You said that, and right now you're just claiming that it doesn't work on a flat Earth. And then we asked him to present evidence. When we tried to ask him for the evidence that hasn't worked and the fixes that he got and everything, and how it doesn't comport to the geometry, none of that was evident.
Then he posted whatever his software is with part of the circle outside of the surface. Like,
I know what I'll do. If I can't prove a globe Earth, I'll admit that the Earth's measured flat. Then I'll make some software, and when I put them flat Earth measurements on my software and it doesn't work, I'll tell everybody it doesn't work, and we must live on a globe. My name's Bacon.
perfect synopsis.
It wasn't only about them not working on the flat, them working on the globe.
Say again, Embo, you cut out.
Yeah. I said that it wasn't only about these measurements not working on the flat projections, it was also about them working on the globe.
It's nothing to do with projections, mate. We talked about measurements. It's nothing to do with projections.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we've
He
been over that,
didn't.
Embo. We talked about his maps being flat. Yeah.
He didn't have any geometry with these measurements.
He takes flat elevation angles from the flat Earth in reality and puts them on his globe model. Somehow they skew whiffed and they don't work, and that's because he's putting it on a globe. And we don't live on a globe.
100%.
It is horribly cowardly to talk so much shit about someone while you have them on mute.
It's not about him, actually. If you understand that we're talking about the claim, Embo brought it up.
He's not muted anymore.
Maybe you should let him defend his claims. He's here.
He's not muted anymore. He's not muted anymore.
Oh, it might be the glitch.
Yeah.
He's here. He just deafened himself. It has nothing to do with him personally. This has to do with Embo's claiming did happen.
No, let him tug on that. Globe Earth cock tuggage.
What I understand, when Bacon said that there is no flat Earth model that was presented to him, he was incorrect in that claim. So there is a flat Earth model that flat Earthers approve, right?
No, there's no flat Earth model. It's flat Earth reality. It's flat Earth reality.
And the maps are based off that flat Earth reality. The maps he used. The maps we used, not the maps he used in his globe Earth conforming software that he made himself.
He created a program which wasn't reality. When navigators are navigating the oceans and pinpointing positions on the surface of Earth, they're using reality. That's our model. It's called reality. You haven't got that. You have a model called the heliocentric religious believing model.
I was just about to bring. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They don't use reality, they use angles that they measure and then a mathematical model by applying these formulas.
You can't use angles,
They use magical calculations. Yeah, we got it.
Don't mention
If they were
angles.
using,
Don't mention angles.
If they were using reality, then they would need to have a very literal literal shape of the ground.
You're using. We are using reality. You're using a fairy tale. You can't use the word angles.
Just want to say, get ready that the Globers are gonna presenting what Starlife posted. The green screen shot of them doing a spacewalk, the private spacewalk, private citizen.
That green screen?
We need to prove that it's green screen. We need to prove that it's animation to him. He didn't see the car. He didn't see the Tesla Elon put up there already. Ha!
Notice that Earth.
Where Bacon didn't want to stay.
It's just flat.
Something
happened. Sorry, something happened on the television. They put the word live on it, and Starlife just, oh, that was live. I'm sure it was live in a studio somewhere. Yeah, live.
Yeah, well, that's great. But that's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And me and Flat Earth Ranger have been explaining how it's measured in reality. Bacon's got also uses, in one instance, he uses reality to take a flat Earth elevation angle measurement with his sextant, yeah, in his backyard, using his horizon mirror. And then he converts all that to a program he's made on a globe Earth. And he's wondering why it doesn't work. Well, I'll tell you why it doesn't work, Bacon. Because you're trying to use.
Misrepresenting him, One Deck. Why do you do that? How about you unmute him and let him speak for himself?
Why do you keep
He wasn't muted, and that's exactly what happened
This is my
already.
first time I've interrupted you because it's
This has
been
happened.
20
Do you want
minutes.
me to misrepresent?
So,
Sorry,
he's
minutes
not
of you
listening, so we
misrepresenting
can
him.
talk about
Okay.
him now.
It's
He's
okay.
not listening. We
He
can't
stated
talk
what
about
he stated as facts. He made the software. What are you talking
It's
about?
okay, guys. Guys, I can answer this guy. Sorry, who am I talking to? Sorry, who addressed me?
Euclidean.
Yeah. So, do you want to talk to me, Euclidean, about something?
Yeah. I would
Well,
rather you talk to Bacon instead of muting him and letting him sit on
So
Duffin.
you've interrupted me in mid-conversation. Do you want to talk to me about something?
Yeah, I want to talk to you about how you're misrepresenting Bacon's argument.
So go on
Well,
then.
he's not muted. He can chime in if he wanted to. Dick Tugger.
He is
But
muted.
go.
He is
Okay, then.
muted.
Go on then. Make your point then.
Yeah, his software isn't assuming that the Earth is a globe. His software is assuming that the Earth is flat and going from there, and it doesn't work in reality. And then when he uses it for the globe, it works.
It's a globe projection.
Yeah. So have we got the software presented to us yet, so we can look at it?
He's posted it multiple times. I can send you a link to it, or
He's posted screenshots of his software with his name on it.
no,
Right. So we don't know what were the internal processors doing, do we?
Oh, yes, you do. Look at it.
Yes, we do.
Because
we built it.
Control
Yeah.
U. Press Control U. It's running all client side.
Yeah. So are we when we're looking at this program, yeah, to get a distance on the ocean, is that what we're doing? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Is that what we're doing?
Is this in? So when we're navigating, when navigators are out at sea, are they using Bacon's computer and transferring the elevation angles that they've got from sea level onto Bacon's software to find out where they are? Yes or no?
Well, no, because they don't use a flat map.
Right, so why are we talking about it then? It's not in practical use. It's never been used. Bacon has nothing to do with celestial navigation. What's the point of this conversation?
Well, exactly. Yeah, nobody uses a flat map, so I would agree.
No, Bacon. When the navigators are going to sea, are they using Bacon software?
No, they're using flat maps. One deck. Flat maps.
Yeah. So why are we talking about Bacon software? It's got nothing to do with celestial navigation. I'm correct.
He uses celestial
He doesn't want his ball taken away.
No. When the navigators at sea are at sea with the sea sextant using the horizon mirror to use the horizon to establish horizontal to get distances between GP and the observer at sea level, are we using Bacon software? No, we're not. I'll answer the question for you.
Well, yeah,
pen and paper and a flat map.
Flat, yeah, because the Earth isn't flat. We wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah, so we're not using Bacon software. So why are we talking about it?
Yeah,
remind me, please.
Flat.
Yeah, well, it is flat because it's measured flat. That's how latitude's measured at sea level.
So then, what map do mariners use? Is it flat?
Ones with latitude lines. Ones with
Yes, they are
latitude
flat.
lines. Yeah,
Are they?
latitude lines. Yeah, they're all flat. Yeah.
Really? So can you show me a flat map of your world, like
Any map, all
Every
maps,
map is
all
flat.
maps.
Really?
Every
Grab
one of
all
them.
maps and put them together yourself. So,
Every
ta-da!
one of them. Every single one of them.
Does it
As
show us
clown.
past Antarctica?
Yeah,
Do
he's
you have any
very smug
scientific
sitting
evidence
here
for your
saying that
globe? Because you're gonna
navigators
just keep
don't
asking
use
us
maps.
questions. You're just gonna keep
Absurd.
asking us questions. Do you have any scientific evidence for your globe, Euclidean?
I heard that there was a map. Can you send the map of the flat
Do
Earth?
you have any scientific evidence for the globe? You asked us multiple questions. I have one question. Do you have any scientific evidence for the
Is this a
globe?
straw man or a red herring? Or why are you red
You
herring?
asked us multiple questions. It happened. I have one question. Do you have any scientific evidence for a globe?
Okay, Mr. Red Herring? I don't have to answer your red herring ass.
So you haven't asked us multiple questions.
Excuse me, mate. You
haven't-
interrupted me. Excuse me. You're having to go
Okay.
at my friend, Mr. Flat Earth Ranger, right, for interrupting you when I was pointing out something with Bacon's misinterpretation of what he was doing and explaining it's got nothing to do with celestial aviation. But you interrupted me to explain why am I misrepresenting. But that's okay for you to do that. But Flat Earth Ranger can't ask you one question. Is that correct?
Well, no, it's just a red herring. We're having a
So you're
conversation.
making
Okay,
your
now
own mind
answer the
up about what's
question.
going on in the room.
Red herring aside, answer the question.
No, I don't answer your red herring.
Red
Lovely.
herring would be saying that navigators don't
Me
use
asking
maps
him a
because you're
simple
an utter
question is a red
moron.
herring. Explain how, please.
Well, I mean, I asked for what map that they use to navigate on the
Yeah,
ocean.
yeah, and I pointed
Flag
out that
map.
you asked us
No,
multiple
I asked
questions.
you what map, and
You've
then you
asked
just say,
multiple
"Do
questions.
you have
Yes, you
scientific
have.
evidence for the globe?" That's a red herring, my friend.
Yes, I have one question. That's irrelevant.
That's not how
You've
this
asked
works.
multiple questions. That was the point. I have one question.
It
Do
was
you have
2
any
questions.
scientific evidence for your
It's a red
globe?
herring. No, it's a red herring.
Me
I asked
asking
you
a
for a map.
question is a red herring.
I asked
All
you
right,
for a
I get
map,
it.
and then you use this red herring to try and distract from it because you know that there's not a map that you use.
After we
Everybody
reiterated that
uses
all
maps.
maps are flat. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where
I
is
have
this?
one
You're
question.
claiming
Can I have a
navigators
source?
don't use
Can I have a
maps. That's how
source?
retarded you are.
Can I have a source for this map?
So,
We answered
guys,
your question, mate.
guys, I have a question. I'm a flat
No,
earther,
no,
and
no,
I
no.
have
You can wait.
wait.
You
Just,
can wait. You can
just
wait.
wait.
You can
Just
wait.
please.
Excuse me.
I just wanted
Excuse
one
me.
question answered.
Can the
It will be
moderator
very
stop
fast.
that guy from talking? Because he's interrupting the conversation mid flow. We're talking to the guy who said we've not given him any feedback on maps. We did. We said any map you choose is a flat Earth map. Anything with
No,
latitude is a flat Earth map. That's what we
it's
told you.
it's
Then
not
I
about
said you
that. It's
asked
about the
a couple
torture
questions, and
that's
I asked you
happening
one
from the.
question. Somehow my
It's
question is a
about the
red herring.
torture
I'm not understanding anything to avoid the question. Do you have any scientific evidence for your globe?
Well, that's a red herring again. I want to see you show the
It
map.
was a simple question.
It's a red
Conversation
herring. You
aside,
know what a
a
red
simple
herring is?
question. A simple. Yes, I do. I have a psychology degree. I have one question. Conversation aside, do you have any scientific evidence for a globe?
No, I
Simple
don't
question.
answer your red herring.
Lovely.
So, guys, I'm a flat earther and I don't have any evidence for the globe, but I'm asking you just a favor. Instead of all that torture, when Bacon come back, just please show him how you plug the three circle of equal elevation on a flat map. It was just his
Can
request
I just
from
ask?
the
Okay, we
beginning.
will do. We will do.
Yeah,
Can I
we've
ask
been
you?
over that.
I'm a flat
We've done
earther.
that,
And I'm a
Bose.
flat earther. I'm still talking. I'm a
It's
flat
okay.
earther and I still don't
We got
know
your point.
how
We
it's
got
done.
your point.
Just
We
listen.
heard
We
you,
point.
Morpros. We
We got
heard
your
you.
point. We got your point. We got your point. We've got it all in. I just want to ask you one question. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
You said that it was done thousands of billions of years ago and it's still done. And I don't know. Till this moment,
Bad
no
answer.
one showed it. And
So prove how the Earth is flat.
Got a white knight coming in trying to save this guy that said navigators don't use maps. Clowns.
And
Anything
into
to
the break.
avoid the question.
How you doing into the break? Good to hear you, mate.
And
You know,
somehow
just loving life.
what's up? But somehow me saying specifically, conversation aside, one question is a red herring. It's hilarious.
It's great though when you ask him for scientific evidence of the globe, isn't it?
He knew it was coming. That's why he knows it's coming.
Yeah. God, this is great, isn't it?
You robot bad.
Sorry, mate.
Well, did anybody find the so-called method?
Still waiting for your model, mate.
I already posted 3 times. Like, now I posted it the 3rd time, but I had already posted twice before.
We don't know how the processor works in that picture.
It's not a picture. It's a link. The process is described in the source code, but I can walk you through if you want.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, walk us through how Earth is measured as a globe.
That's I was talking about the flat ones.
Basically, we'll go back to the original point. The problem is your software, Bacon.
Yeah, the problem is your software. It doesn't fit in with reality, Bacon. That's your problem. Because when these navigators,
I agree.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Welcome to Flat Earth. When the navigators,
But that's the flat model I'm talking about.
I'll nearly finish my sentence. When the navigators are navigating the sea, they're not using Bacon Celestial navigation software. They don't do that. It's not involved with the process anytime soon. Yeah.
They use rum lines, though. They do use rum lines, though. I don't think any of us.
Yeah, that's a line. Yeah, that'll be a straight line, mate. That'll be a straight line.
A straight line that adjusts every 5
Which
degrees.
is irrelevant. The point is Bacon software.
Degree will be an angle, mate. 2 straight lines.
Every couple degrees, they adjust it for some reason. Then what's up with that?
Yeah, that's an angle measurement, mate. It's an angle measurement, mate. 2 straight lines, nothing to do with curvature.
It has. Oh, what? Okay, I don't think you understand what you're talking about then.
I think I know what an angle. I think I know what an angle
Immediate
is.
logical fallacy.
No.
You don't understand.
So they're measuring run lines, they're measuring angles, nothing to do with curvature. Correct?
Run lines account for the curvature, though. It accounts every couple degrees. They readjust it.
So when you say account, is it a measure? Is a curve measured, or is it accounted for in a Haversine formula?
It's straight lines that account for the curvature.
So what's a straight line got to do with curvature?
Wow.
Do you understand calculus?
Do you understand straight lines? Do you understand straight?
I'm curious.
Straight
do you
line
understand that?
Do you understand straight lines?
I'm just asking. Do you understand that when they're trying to measure the area under a curve, they use more and more? Basically, they split it up more and more so that they can account for the curve even better and better. The more lines or whatever, the more they break it up.
Excuse me, mate. You've got it incorrect.
I think you're missing the point, though. You really are.
Stop. You've just jumped in. We're not measuring lines under curves. We're measuring the surface of Earth. It's flat.
So if you use a million different lines that reaccount for the
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're measuring elevation angles from sea level. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Nothing to do with curvature.
No need for more imagination. No need.
So
it's reality.
Nope, that's
how we're navigating the surface of Earth using elevation horizontal sea level elevation angle measurements. I didn't mention curvature once.
But the belief one, Dick, I need it.
Bye-bye, globe. Another one bites the dust.
I love it.
Another one bites the dust.
He gone?
They're all gone, aren't they? They're all in Cuckoo Land. Cuckoo Land. That's where they've gone now. Cuckoo Land. Globers are dying like flies.
Imagination is dying.
So
I like
was that map?
Stop asking questions. Stop asking questions and tell us how the globe's measured, please.
Oh, start answering our question, then we were answering yours.
We answered your question. You've got a fucking program that nobody uses in real world reality when they're
That's not what I
navigating.
asked. That's
Yeah,
not what I
I'm
asked.
telling you. Yeah, well, I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you're telling me something that is not what I asked. Congratulations, you haven't answered the question.
Yeah,
We
I don't have
asked
to answer
every
your question. You're using a program that no navigator works on Earth, and you're talking about navigation and why things don't work. It doesn't work because you're using your program, which is a globe program, and we don't live on a globe.
But it does work.
No, it doesn't work. You said it didn't
But
work.
you
You
said
said you
it
couldn't
doesn't
understand
I
why it
said the
didn't work.
flat one didn't work.
You
I
said
have
it
two
didn't work.
programs.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I have
which
two.
program have you got? Is one a globe and one an oblique spheroid?
No, one's a globe and one is
Yeah,
four
Bacon,
different
just
models of
wait.
flat Earth.
Well, you're wrong. Either way now.
Yeah, Bacon,
I
just
have
wait.
two. I
I
have
also
two.
want to know it. I
We
also
live
want
on
to
a
know it. I'm
pair
a
now,
flat
Bacon.
earther.
Don't you know?
Well, we don't use
One at a
globe
time.
problem. Bacon,
We
we
live
don't
on a
use
pair,
your
Bacon.
programs. No navigators use Bacon Celestial Navigation. Bacon Celestial Navigation doesn't work. You're admitting it doesn't work because
Oh,
you can't work
no,
out.
no,
Hang on a minute. Let me finish the sentence. You're coming on here asking us why your program doesn't work. And we're
that's not what
telling
I
you
asked.
because you can't get a fix on 3 circles on a map because you're using your
That wasn't the
program, mate.
question.
Yeah, you're using
You're
your
answering
program.
You're answering a question that I
Yeah,
didn't ask.
I'm telling you how you're wrong. I'm
Okay,
telling
now
you.
you're
I'm
interrupting
telling
me.
your program's incorrect. Your program's incorrect. That's why you can't
One
get a
deck.
fix.
I don't use
That wasn't the
Bacon's
question.
program. I don't know how it's done. Please, one deck. I never used Bacon's program, and I
He wasn't
don't
talking to
know
you,
how
Neko. He
those
wasn't
We're
talking
not
to you.
how we
interested.
plug.
Nobody
I
uses
don't
Bacon's
know how
program.
we
They
plug the
use
three.
elevation
I don't
angles.
know
They
how
use
to plug circles of equal elevation. Because you said yes, and you told him that it's on a topographic map. Please, guys, and also I also want to see it because I can't find it. Someone give me
no,
just if you don't want to.
no. You're all sick.
No need
Go
to
and look
ask
at a
for
map.
anything.
If it's a
Go and look
secret
at a map.
among the flat earthers, I'm a flat earther. Just show it to me. I just want to study it.
You're not listening, mate. Your mind's on a globe. We know it is. You said you're a flat earther. I know you're not. Right. So
I swear I am a flat earther and I'm older than you on this topic. And
Okay.
this thing, I don't know it. I never studied and I can't find it. Plugging
why are you
three
a flat
circles
earther?
equal
Why are you?
elevation on a flat
Excuse me.
map.
Shut up.
Very
As 1
telling.
second. Shut up. Why are you a flat earther?
Because water never curves. Water will seek its level, and level is horizontal, and horizontal is always parallel to the horizontal line of the horizon. And if they are parallel, they will never make a circle or a curving line because they are parallel.
Yeah,
So
but we
yeah,
use
I'm a
tangent
flat
lines.
earther. I know those.
But we
But
use tangent lines, mate.
what I'm
Excuse me.
asking, don't bullshit me with your talking. I'm
We use
asking, like
tangent
Jedi
lines.
said, Jedi told him that he will just take 10 minutes and he will show it to him. I'm still waiting for anyone just to show that how it's done to plug those circle of equal elevation, or tell him and
I'll
tell
tell you
me
so, mate.
that we never do it. We never do it. It's not necessary to plug those three circle of equal elevation
Captain
to
Cook did
see
it,
the
mate.
intersection.
So you have no
Captain
argument?
Cook.
What are you talking about? I said
What are
I've
you
done it
talking about?
earlier. What you
Yeah, that's the story. Do I
said it.
have just to believe your story? Can you show us?
Captain Cook.
Flat earthers.
Show
Captain
us.
Cook
Don't tell
did it.
me a name. Don't tell me like the Globers tell you people on ISS. No, don't say that. Don't do that like
Captain Cook
Globers.
used a sextant. Captain Cook used a
Okay,
sextant.
okay, but I'm asking for the how we plug the three circle of equal elevation.
And we said
You
it an
get,
hour ago.
yeah,
Go do it yourself and
you
you'll
get
figure out.
free. Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you.
do it.
Thank you,
Let me do it.
Radwin. That's what I was asking for. Thank you, Radwin. I'm not trying to
Let me
debunk
do
the
it in
flat earth or
slow
anything.
motion
I'm asking
for
for
you.
just an
We said it
information
an
how to
hour ago,
plug those
Necro. We
circle
I'll
of
said it
do
an
it
equal
in
hour ago.
elevation.
slow motion for you. I'll go
Don't
in
say it.
slow mo. Hello, you can calm down now. You've had the mic for a bit. Sounds like you're getting as triggered like a little flat earther that you're not. And I'll say it in slow motion for you. Before you plot your circles of equal altitude, you would have measured the Earth flat, mate. Get it?
Are you stupid or what? No one is arguing that. Do you understand what was the
Yeah, Necro,
question?
I heard you
And who don't know
do it
how
yourself. So
those
just go do it yourself. You don't
equal
have to have
elevation.
anyone post it. No
And
one
then
needs to post it,
Radwin,
Necro.
he is the only one, Radwin, he is the only one sending a link to show how it's done on a flat map, not on a sphere, just on a sphere like they show on YouTube. You find for the globe, the bullshit
So you're just
explanation
not
for the globe.
listening.
You,
So you're just
you
not
find
listening then.
no, I don't want to just listen to something that is not relevant to the question. I wanted to see how it's done, and thank you, Rodwin, the only one. It's been now 4 hours doing the same shit,
Yeah, because
and
it's
no
been
one
posted
showed
multiple
it.
times. Maybe you missed it the first couple of times.
No one
Yes,
find
yes.
it.
I'm telling you, we've been over it.
I
We've been
was
over
here.
it.
You were telling him that
We've been
it's done
over
in
it.
the
You
military.
can go do it yourself, or
You
maybe
said
look
that
for
it's
one of
done
the
in the
links that have
military.
been posted. Maybe you can do it yourself, or go look for one of the
I
links in
swear
the
I
thread
followed everything.
that have been posted already. Because maybe you missed it.
So now me and Bacon, we have the answer to that damn question. Now Bacon, you won't have that question, how you plot those circle of equal elevation. Thanks to Redwin, this moment we have that answer.
Let me see the.
Surprise! Good luck. Good
Hang
job.
on.
Now
Let me
you're
see if
happy.
that's
Now
actually
you're
true.
happy.
Let me open and link and
Yeah,
read it.
it's
Let's
the
see if there
first
are.
time. Thank you, Redwin. Again and again. It was a honest task that I asked you to do, guys.
Yeah, we
I
heard the
was
dick
really
sucking
honest.
earlier. We heard the dick tugging. We've been over it. That was the point. We've been over it
No,
multiple times.
you were.
Maybe you just missed it.
You considered me a white knight in Bacon. No,
Because
I
maybe
wasn't.
you just missed it, and we are reiterating that we've been over it.
First time someone sent that link.
And
No
now I'm
one
telling you
were
that if it's
talking
been
about it.
discussed and
When you
Yeah.
were
posted
talking
multiple
about it, you said that you've done it.
maybe you can
And
acknowledge that maybe you missed it the first time.
no, I
Hang
didn't
on. Let me.
miss it. The first time you said that the military done it,
Okay, now you see it
thousands of
now. Are you
years done
happy?
it.
Are you
Yeah,
happy?
yeah, I'm happy.
You're not butthurt anymore?
Well,
Congratulations.
I'm not happy because I don't see any circles being plotted, and there's not even any mention of circles with altitude in this reference. So how is this an example of circles of equal altitude being
And
drawn
we've
on a
been over
map?
that too, Bacon. Just go do it yourself and go figure it out.
Okay, so this link is not it, right? Because if the answer
Yeah,
is
it's
go
still
do it, then
flat, and
that's
you
not.
still don't need to speak to you anymore, Bacon.
Oh, if you have nothing to support your claim, you're right.
But your claim is done incorrectly on the software that you made that nobody else can verify. Congratulations. We've been over that too.
What claim? I'm not even asking for you to explain my software. I'm not even complaining that my software is not working.
No, we're
My
bringing it
software is
up
actually
because
working
you're
fine.
doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
No, I'm asking. Yeah, so show me how to do it right. I haven't found any
Show
flat
yourself.
map.
Teach yourself something new.
I already tried that, and then you
Why
say
do
I'm
we
doing
keep
it wrong,
circle
but you
jerking
won't
these
tell me how
same
to do it
points? We keep
right.
asking the same questions. Can you grow up a little bit? Do you have nuts? Do you have any nuts?
The fact is, they
Yes.
cannot tell you how to do it right because they do not know how to do it.
Oh, really?
What's up with this guy?
That's an
No,
interesting
no. When
hypothesis.
we explain that we know how to do it, they say, "Nuh-uh, I don't want to take your word for it." That's
You
what
never
happens.
explained it.
Omnivore.
Yep. So
You
I
never.
mean, I don't agree. There's one way we could find out. You could do it. You could show us right here.
Yeah, or you can whatever we post. Yeah, we get it.
You could.
Oh, you're
I
just not
mean,
posting.
it's try it. Come on. You know, there's a test for this.
I have a can of mixed nuts. I
No,
always
no,
have.
we've been over that too. It's beside the point. Measured flat, proving the shape. Yeah, congratulations.
Well, so you say, but this is your chance to show. This is your chance to show your stuff.
Okay, what's your scientific proof or evidence
I'm,
for a globe?
so I'm waiting for the answer to Bacon's question.
Yeah. Anything to not answer that question. Yeah, we get it.
No. I promise you, I will show you measurements that confirm the curvature of the Earth.
Oh yeah, let's see those.
I'll show you. I'll show you after you answer Bacon's question. But I will not leave. I'll promise you. I'll show them to you.
No. All these points, we just keep circle jerking with a bunch of dick tugging, and I'm sick of it. Good
Well,
job.
if I couldn't prove my case and had to run away every time, I'd probably get sick of it too.
Yeah, no, we've been over it. Measured flat, proving the shape. Measured flat, proving the shape. Case closed.
If only that were true, you could show it right. You could show it right now. But yeah,
So
I mean,
why is your presentation of your measurements contingent upon answering Bacon's question?
because I want to go one at a time. I think Bacon's question takes
Because
priority.
he's a weaseling bastard. That's
He
why.
asked it first. Not at all. I will show
you. If you can end flat Earth, if you can really end flat Earth right now, then freaking do it. We'll all go home and shut down the server.
Just
flat Earth
bullshit aside, grown up conversation now. Just
flat Earth. Flat Earth was already ended. Flat Earth was already ended.
Logical fallacies aside, just
show me. Answer Bacon's question, and I'm here for you. I will
on some other bullshit.
I will hold your hand
for 2 hours. Yeah, congratulations. Just post.
I will not let the bad measurements hurt you.
Magical proof.
I promise you that you will be safe. Yeah, I will guide you through it. Like you were on a ton of mushrooms and needed a guide.
Go to Mars in 10 years, I promise.
I will
get $10 trillion. We will be on Mars in 10 years. I promise.
Well, if you could, Florf Ranger, if there was a chance you could do what you're saying, this would be your chance to do it.
Yes, beautiful. If there was a chance you could post your curvature measurements, you would do it. I love it. I love psychology. That's why I went to school for psychology.
Yeah, you did not. I do not think you went to school for anything.
Hey, Ome.
I tell you what, Florf Ranger. Wait, one second. I tell you what, Florf Ranger.
With my government name.
Florfy.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do.
That aside.
What I'm going to do.
Post your curvature measurements.
What I'm going to do, Florfy, just for you because you're so fragile.
Thank you.
Omi sounds drunk.
No more talking needed. Just.
Have you been on a whiskey, Omi? Been on a whiskey, mate?
I was going to post measurements. But then you muted me.
I was gonna do it, but you guys. I said I was gonna do it, so we muted him to keep him from talking to make sure he posted his shit because he said he was gonna do it. But now, you guys are mean.
Florf Ranger.
That's what's coming. Watch.
Florf Ranger. No, I'm telling you because you're fragile, because you're easily breakable. What I will do for you is this. I wasn't the one who muted you.
Hey, Ranger. It's okay. Hey, listen, guys. Just let me interrupt. Ranger, it's one deck. Right. Let Globiovius, let him come up with the curvature measurement. Now it's measured. Yeah, give him a couple of minutes, then we'll destroy him.
Okay. No, what we're going to do is this.
He's not going to. He's not going to.
Florf.
Give him the mic.
Let me finish. Yeah. Give me the mic.
Give him the mic. Give him the mic for 3 minutes. Let him destroy himself. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet.
This is going to be good. Okay. So because I know that Florf Ranger is afraid, probably shaking right now, hand trembling, unable to hold his glass of water, splashing all over the keyboard. Yeah, and he's also waffling. What I will do is this. What I will do is this. Hold your horses. I will post the link. I will post
the link. The Earth, get.
And then what will happen is you will have to answer Bacon's question, and then I will explain the measurements. That way, you do not have to worry about me not putting up the measurements.
Do you remember Bacon's question?
Bacon is right here. I'm sure he can tell you.
You're speaking for him. You're speaking for him. Glur.
No, I mean it's kind of obvious what I was asking.
I like how
he wasn't.
You were about to post it, and then
Bacon stum up. Bacon stumming up.
Bacon's talking, guys. Quiet.
No, hang on. Bacon wasn't talking. Glurfer was talking. Bacon, you stum up.
Talking right now.
Listen. Let your white knight guy talk because he's just all he's done is slag Flat Earth Ranger off. He's not said anything. He's not come up with anything practical. He's got no globe Earth measurement proof. We're giving you flat Earth measurements to latitude and celestial navigation. Yeah, where's your globe proof? No one has got one.
So I'm giving you a chance to see the measurements. Okay, I will post them here. These are measurements. These are measurements that show evidence of Earth curvature.
Oh, right. Let's see them. Let's see them.
You will. You will. But in order to see the cards, in order to see the Fourth Ranger, do you play poker?
No, forget that.
Have you ever played cards?
Have you posted them yet?
I want to ask Fourth Ranger. I want to ask Fourth Ranger.
I don't answer questions.
I know you don't answer questions. I know you
started off posting proof.
You don't answer questions because you're not able to answer any questions.
What happened?
What happened was this. I told you my condition, and then because you're so easily broken,
that happened. And then
you're so fragile. Then I said,
I'm going to post it.
Then I said,
you never posted it.
What happened?
Ranger, let him go. Ranger, let him go.
Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said.
Ranger is destroying himself. He's destroying himself. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. Into the Break is mad. Into the Break. So what I said is this: I will post the link because I know that Fourth Ranger is scared. He's frightened. I can see
said this. Oh, this is the third time you said this.
We've been over these logical.
So if you make that promise that I'll post the link and then you will answer Bacon's question to the full extent, then I can walk you through the measurements and you'll be enlightened.
Oh my God! So any evidence of Earth curve measurement? Have you got any evidence of Earth curve?
I do. Oh, into the break, into the break, man! You go change your pants.
Glurfer, post your evidence.
Oh, well,
this dude actually
you gotta. You want to see the cards? You gotta pay.
You see the.
Hey, listen.
Look at these tactics.
So he's playing a game.
You got it. If you want to see the card, you got to pay.
You very tactical.
You know, it's really funny. Somebody offered me $1,500 for glow proof in DMs the other day.
Fourth Ranger knows. Fourth Ranger. Fourth Ranger. Like he knows how cards works. He knows how the game works. So he understands that if you want to see the cards, you got to pay. Means you guys got to promise
it's called
you won't need to do it.
Not playing poker. You have
you know. Yeah. You want to see the cards. You got to pay.
Bro, how many times are you repeating this shit?
Omivo. Listen, mate. I think a moderation has to step up because Omivo. Listen, we're all in here for adult conversation. Back and forth. We'll talk about the. Hello, Omivo. So we can talk about these things and we'll present evidence. You sound like you're drunk. I don't know if you are, but you don't sound like you're talking any sense. Now, if you've got any valid evidence of Earth curve measurement, please explain it correctly without slagging Flat Earth Ranger off. There's no need for that. You degrade. You're showing your truth. Listen,
you know he loves it.
Stick to the topic. We're not talking about people.
The topic is
excuse me, dickhead.
The topic is this.
Excuse me, dickhead. Listen, we're not talking about Flat Earth Ranger and slagging him off, right? Because he's got a valid point. Now, have you got any valid points to prove that you live on a globe?
I do,
well,
and after you
explain them, explain them then.
After you go through Bacon's answer, then I will do it with you.
Because we're grown up.
Yeah, we've been through Bacon's answer.
So Bacon, if he doesn't do something, you're a fucking child. Are you a child? Are you a child?
So I am not a child.
Have you been drinking?
I have not been drinking.
Okay, you haven't even repeated
cannabis. Have you been taking drugs?
I haven't. I am not nearly on the same level of copium that you are. I think you're mainlining that shit.
Right. Can we tell us what? Say the alphabet. Say the alphabet.
Backwards.
No, one day, come on. I don't think that's appropriate. Can we just get back to the actual?
Listen, mate. Don't tell one day. This is. Excuse me, mate. I don't know who's saying that. Listen, I'm on it. Right. Don't say one day. This is not appropriate. talking absolute nonsense, slagging Flat Earth Ranger off, and now I'm not appropriate. Yeah? He's not appropriate. That should have been stepped in 3 minutes before you said that to him, not me.
I agree. We tried to have a logical, grown-up conversation. We brought it up about how we're trying to have a grown-up conversation 3 times, and he's just not if he doesn't do this, I won't.
Yeah, that was out of order. Don't tell me one deck's out of order when you've got this glurf, right? Slagging Flat Earth Ranger off, not coming up with any evidence of Earth curve measurements, backing Bacon up when we've already told Bacon he's got a Bacon celestial navigation program that nobody uses, so we can't even. That's not even up for debate. That's not even in the conversation. We're not using that program. We're using what's used in reality. We've already been through this 10,000 times. Maps, latitude, sea level, the sea sextant, horizon, establishing horizontal between the GP and the observer at sea level. Yeah, distances between that, flat Earth proof. Right, that's what we're talking about.
They cut off, or did we?
No, yeah, I think it's him.
Starlink.
Yeah, did whoever he was talking to get that?
Well, he's deaf to himself. So when it comes to the original request about finding your fix, he's asking for a demonstration, right? We're asking for a real life demonstration of doing this on some type of map that doesn't involve any curvature, right?
Is the Earth flat?
Going down.
Seems they're gonna cut this short.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I was telling that glurf just slagging me off and saying I was being out of order. Them glurfs, you need to shut him up. Bacon's program, we're not talking about your program, mate.
Yeah, me neither. I was.
Yeah. So your program, I'm deleting your program. We're not talking about it. We're talking about reality, Bacon. Okay? Do you know what reality is?
Sure.
What is it?
It's well, the world around me, whatever is real. It's reality.
So is the sea level? Is that real?
I'm suspending judgment on that. I want to figure out what's the best way to navigate on this Earth to then try to determine shape.
So do you know how the people in the
Hey, you're cutting off. Or it might be me, I don't know.
No, it is. I can't hear in one deck anymore.
Okay. Yeah, I think
The bottom line is referencing Bacon's argument or his software is beside the point. The point is Omnivore would refuse to answer the question based off something that is irrelevant. That's the point.
It doesn't matter. I mean, he could just be like trolling. He doesn't have any actual linkage. What he really wants. Yeah, but you can just call him out on it, and that's all we can do about it. But I'm trying to get back to what Bacon says is a what it's called, his not claim, but your challenge, I guess, is to other flat earthers is to try to find a fix. Because I'm going to be in the open sea. I'm going to be in the open sea in a couple of months, and I'm studying to do this. So I'm trying to get what the actual problem is, trying to get these angle measurements, and then trying to find your precision with these circles of. I didn't even understand what the problem is.
He's trying to form Sorry to interrupt,
Right.
but he's trying to form the three circles of equal altitude, saying that he can't do it because, well, he can't do it, saying that he can't do it and it's not working. Then he's saying
That's not
that
what I
he's
said.
using his software. Okay, go. Well, reiterate your point while you're here. Then.
Yeah, I said many times I can do it fine. The software works. I said it from the start, right? I only mentioned the software that doesn't work, which I wrote to test flat maps. That's the one that doesn't work. That's not the one I use. I only use that to test some maps, like to see if the claims that you made, like you can draw circles on a flat map, if they actually work. And in my experience, they didn't.
Okay, now did you use, because you're using coordinate systems, right? You didn't use landmarks?
Oh, you cut a little bit.
Sorry, I was just wondering if using coordinate systems to find. Sorry, you're using coordinate system to plot ground positions.
Yes, that's what navigators do. They use coordinate systems to figure. They work with latitude and longitude.
Sorry, Baker, my phone cut off there, mate. We missed. I don't know what I was up to, but yeah, no navigators are using the Bacon Celestial Navigation programming system. That's not what's happening.
How's that relevant?
No, it's not irrelevant because you're bringing your program up, and you can't understand why flat Earth elevation.
Oh, just because you asked for it.
No, I didn't bring it up. It's your claim that the flat Earth isn't working on your globe program that you invented.
Wasn't.
So which?
Yeah, that's true. That could be
Bacon. Which process specifically is it not working on? The pen and paper.
It's not working. It doesn't matter if I do pen and paper or on a computer. When I draw three circles on the same.
A quick question. I'm interested in your program on the Earth. Bacon. Have you got latitude lines on your model?
Yes.
And how was he measured? How was he measured?
It's not measured. It's not on my program. I didn't measure them.
So have you got latitude or not?
Yes.
Is latitude a distance?
It could be interpreted then, yeah.
So are you using
latitude?
Excuse me, you're missing the point. Are you using latitude on your model that you've created?
Of course.
So how is it measured?
I didn't measure it. I didn't measure latitudes myself.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Who did measure it?
Bacon can claim an arc tangent.
Yeah. So
what he asked is how was latitude measured? That's what he asked. Not if you've measured it. That's not what he asked.
Well, before GPS, we use surveyors would use zenith transits.
Is that
what? Yeah, so surveyors would use zenith transits or meridian passages in account for the declination of the celestial bodies they were sighting.
So on your Bacon, I'm going to make on your Bacon model that you've created. Have you got latitude? Yes, you have. You just said it. So what's the distance of 1 degree?
Between one degree of latitude and the next? Yeah, they're separate. Yeah. Each degree of latitude is separated by 6 nautical miles.
So how is that measured?
I didn't measure that. I don't know.
I didn't ask who did it. How is it measured?
He did it.
I just said I don't know.
So do you want me to tell you how it? So you don't know how latitude is measured?
I know how it can be measured. I don't know how they were.
So you're using let me get this straight, Bacon. You're using a program that you're asking us it doesn't work on your program. You've got latitude on your program, but you don't know how latitude is measured.
Well, I told you how you can measure latitude. I'm not sure how they were originally measured. That's what I don't know.
So go on then. Tell me. No, you just said you didn't. You just said you did. Excuse me, Bacon. No, slow down.
It wasn't me.
You just said
that wasn't me interrupting you. That was Randy.
Okay. So we'll go back to you then. Yeah. On your program that you say flat Earth elevation angles don't work on the Bacon Celestial Navigation globe model, you said you've got latitude on your model. How was it measured?
But yet the model doesn't have to measure anything. The model simply determines the latitude.
Is there a distance between the latitude? So are you using latitude? Yes or no? It's a dead simple question.
Yes.
So what's the measurement between each distance of latitude line?
Yeah, the distance I'm using between latitudes is 60 nautical miles.
And how was it measured?
Well, by surveyors.
Using what tool?
Oh, stuff like theodolites.
That's an angle measuring device, correct? That's measuring angles, correct?
Yeah.
That's 2 straight lines?
Sure.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with curvature then. Correct.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're not talking about curvature then in your model.
No, we're not talking about curvature now because now you're asking about theodolites.
I'm not asking about theodolites. I didn't.
Specifically.
Excuse me. I'll have to stop you. I didn't ask about theodolites. You said you used a theodolite to measure.
I didn't say I used it.
You brought theodolites.
I said surveyors did.
Yeah. So
Yes,
on your
because you asked
model,
how it was measured. That's how surveyors used to measure it.
So on the Bacon globe model, which you're saying isn't working with the actual real world, have you got latitude on your globe model?
I don't know why you're asking the same question for the 6th time. I answered every other
because
five.
you keep slipping up a little bit. I'm bringing you back.
I said 5 yeses to that question, but I'll give you 6th one. Yes.
Yeah. So how's latitude measured? Is it a curvature measurement or is it a flat Earth measurement?
It's just a measurement of angles to celestial bodies, and if
So
you want to talk about the distance between them,
nothing to do with curvature then.
Correct. I already said that.
The Earth is ground tight.
To flat Earth then.
Thank you. Now that I'm on flat Earth, can I learn how to do celestial navigation on this flat Earth?
Yeah, you take elevation angles to stars and you get your distance between the GP of the sun or the star you're measuring to the observer. Yeah, 60 nautical miles per degree. It's just flat Earth elevation angle.
How do I get a position then? How does that give me a position?
Wow.
How have you not done celestial navigation?
So now you have another question.
Yes. So, but though I've done it using the model I just explained to you, that is a spherical model.
So,
so
Bacon, did you get your position correctly or not?
Yes, seems so. Within a very tight margin.
So welcome to flat Earth. It worked. Well done.
Well, but in the model that I used to get the position, it was a spherical model. I don't know why you're welcoming for a flat Earth. I mean, even if I accept your welcome,
you used the globe model. You've already said you used the globe model that you invented. You can't transfer
I didn't invent it.
Earth elevation angle measurements onto a globe and wonder why it doesn't work. It doesn't work on a globe because it's got nothing to do with a globe.
Well, in my experience, it did work with the globe, right? But I know the globe is not the reality, right? Because I was just welcome to flat Earth. So now I want to know the true way of doing celestial navigation, which according to
now
Ranger,
you are a flat Earth
can be
again
done
after you weren't a flat Earth earlier.
Meters.
So which is it? Are you just lying back and forth? So you are a flat earther now after you weren't earlier? After
I just accepted the welcome to flat Earth of one deck because he presented a very convincing argument that the Earth is flat.
Aside like earlier, so you are a flat earther now after you weren't earlier.
Sure.
Or you're just this disingenuous. We got it. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer to a question that is not being answered. What I get as an answer. Okay, what I get as an answer is welcome to flat Earth. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking to be welcome to flat Earth. I'm asking how can I use a
We've got Bacon. Bacon.
And
I'll
I'm not getting an answer. I'm only getting welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, but you keep saying to us, I've done this and I've done that and it doesn't work. We don't know what you're talking about doesn't work because
just show me an example that works.
No, that's actually what I'm trying to get to. He's saying
I don't have to give you an example. I don't have to give you an example. I've given you an example how sea level's used to gain an elevation angle measurement. Yeah, at sea level. Yeah, and that's how latitude is measured at sea level to measure latitude for all mapping and all charts for navigation. We agree on that, and that's why I welcome you to flat Earth. Now you've got I don't know what your problem is, but because you're saying it doesn't work. Now, from what I can gather, you've told me you've invented a program on your computer, and it's a globe measurement computer program. And when you take the elevation angles and you transpose them onto your computer, it doesn't match up. And we've already told you it doesn't match up because you're taking flat Earth elevation angle measurements and trying to put them on a globe, and things don't match up because you're not using the correct thing, because we don't live on a globe. We live in a reality where we're using flat Earth elevation angle measurements at sea level, and that's how it's done, and that's how people have navigated and pinpointed the position on Earth. Sailors from years and years ago, yeah, Captain Cook included, has used a sea sextant, yeah, and
did he use circles of equal altitude?
Sorry,
did Captain Cook use circles of equal altitude?
Well, I don't know, but I know he used a sea sextant, which will be measuring the sea level, yeah, and using the horizon. Using the horizon to establish horizontal to position on the surface of Earth. It's nothing to do with curvature whatsoever. They're all using flat horizontal planes of reference to navigate the surface of Earth. Nothing to do with curvature.
Okay. Yeah, but the question was specifically how to use circles of equal altitude, right, on the flat map.
How to use? What do you mean? How to use them? What do you mean? How to use?
Yes. How? Yeah. Which map should I use? What's the scale? Step by step, so I can do it myself and check if it works. Because I've only heard the claim.
So I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you take a sighting to a star, yeah. You get the elevation angle from sea level, which is a flat Earth, yeah.
Sure.
And you get yeah. So that's what they do, yeah. So you get an elevation angle from sea level, flat Earth, yeah. And you get a coordinate, yeah. And you pinpoint it on your chart, yeah. And you've got a radius line between you and the GP, and you draw a circle on your chart, yeah. You draw a circle on your chart.
I think you're going too fast. Maybe you should slow down a little more.
No, it's okay. And
I've never heard this a million times.
I was trying to explain. You've just rudely interrupted me as I've come to a crucial point.
Take your time. Take your time. Got the floor.
And I wasn't even speaking fast. I was speaking in this tone as I am now, really slowly and clearly.
Yeah, it was exactly what I want. Yeah, go ahead.
It was me sarcastic.
Yeah.
Take your time.
So So I'm not going to start again. So I've just explained the first circle of equal altitude. Yeah. Then the navigator who's trying to pinpoint his position on the surface of Earth at sea level. Now he could use the same star, yeah, at a different time, in a different position, or he could say, well, I'm going to use a different star. I'm going to get an elevation angle to that star using sea level for the baseline, and I'm rudely interrupted again. Yeah, as I'm getting to the second circle of equal altitude, get rudely interrupted again. Triggered much, Bacon?
Okay, just tell me when you're done, please.
Well, I can't be done because you keep rudely interrupting.
Go ahead. Got the floor.
No.
Go ahead.
No. Listen, mate. Listen. I'm going to talk clearly to you now. Like, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be polite. Right?
Yes, sir.
You're now showing your true colours.
Whoa.
You're being rude, and somebody's saying "whoa" in the background. You're not letting me speak. I'm getting to a point of what your question. Hello. Into the points of what your question was, and explaining them, and halfway through the explanation of each circle of equal altitude, you keep interrupting. So you've been asking for this answer that I'm giving you, and you keep rudely interrupting and not letting me finish. I thought you'd be like all ears open, thinking, Wandek's going to explain this. This is the question I needed answering. Wandek's answering it, but you're not letting me finish. That's rude. You're a rude person. And for that reason...
You got it for Go ahead.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm ending my conversation.
One deck.
He doesn't know how to do it.
All right.
It took 10 minutes. And then now he doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
I called it ahead of time. Oh man,
No, you
Bacon,
didn't.
relax, everybody. Shut the hell up.
Bacon, you ruined it. I was listening, motherfucker. I swear I was paying
Oh gosh.
attention. So it wasn't about just about you. Shut up, fuck up.
You're not
Mute
a flat
yourself or
earther,
do
Nick.
Okay, can you
anything.
just
Do
relax,
All right,
anything.
guys,
everybody?
come
Just
on.
relax. I am trying to ask legitimate questions about his claim that they don't work on a flat surface. So look, let's say I'm somewhere at sea and I'm taking and I can see 3 different stars and I'm going to try to find their ground positions. Where is it going to where's this radius going to come in factor that I'm going to have to factor it in order to find my fix?
One deck, you are no Nathan Oakley, mate. You've got a long way to go.
Relax, I already asked a question. He's already gone.
He needs to scream more.
Yeah, you got to scream. You got to scream more, and the exit is going to be a lot
All
more.
right, can we stop having conversation
vitriolic,
about the
you know?
conversation? We're not interested. He made a claim that we're not going to find a fix if the geometry of the Earth is flat. So if I'm at sea and I see 3 different stars and I'm trying to get their ground position, at what point am I going to need the radius or some of the Earth in order for me to find my position?
Yeah, for stars, you don't need the radius of the Earth. You can work
Well,
with.
the
You can work with the angular distances. So the radius is irrelevant.
That's 2 straight lines.
Okay,
It's got nothing to do
One
with
deck. You
radius.
said you were done talking to him. Come on, One deck.
I didn't say I was done talking, mate.
Yeah, no, to Bacon.
Yeah,
You
you
said
said you were
you
done.
didn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you.
Well, I asked Bacon a question about where when I'm going to need this radius when I'm at sea and getting getting angle measurement. And I'm asking this because I'm planning to do this. Where am I going to need the radius in my calculations?
Fucking Discord, man.
Bacon, do you want to answer this?
Sure. Yeah. If you don't need necessarily to work with the radius, you can work with the angular distance. So
Can't
on
use
the
angles,
globe,
mate.
between 2
One
points,
deck, come on.
and there,
Sorry,
like if you look at the distance between 2 points on the globe, they form an arc. That arc relates to an angle. You can use that angle instead of using the distance itself. But if you want to use the distance itself, then that's where you're going to use the radius. So the 6 nautical miles per degree, that would be an application of the radius.
So you believe that I'm measuring I'm on the surface of the Earth and I'm going to get a measurement in degrees, which I'm going to calculate to transpose it into nautical miles, and that has something to do with the center of the Earth, where
Yes.
the globe. So I'm going to transpose this measurement to the center of the Earth.
No. The center of the Earth is just where an angle between 2 points on its surface is pivoted. So, for example, if you pick 2 points on the surface of the sphere, you connect them with a line that goes over the surface, that forms an arc. That arc is a piece of a circle. The center of that circle is the same as the center of the sphere. So
Right.
You can think of
So wouldn't this? So sorry, I didn't mean to. But wouldn't the arc be the arc that I'm actually looking at above my head, not in the center and on the surface?
It's over the surface, below you. It's from your feet to the GP. Supposing you're standing on the ground.
No, that's transposing that measurement. So I'm making a measurement up to the sky. I know that you can now take these measurements of a triangle and flip them underneath your feet. So then you take that angle and put it down to the center of the Earth, and then going up, making your line of sight and the zenith of the ground position parallel. Right.
The what of the ground position?
So the ground, now your line of sight to the star and the star's ground position are now going to be parallel once you flip the triangle underneath your feet. Right?
I don't see where the parallel is there. Maybe I'm not visualizing
So
correctly what you're
right.
trying
So
to.
if you imagine that all the lines are if you're presupposing that they're parallel light rays, then the light ray coming to your eye and the light ray landing in the ground position are now parallel.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Right. So, but initially, how? So, do I need to? That is there any calculation that has to be done if I'm actually just measuring up to the star? In regards to
there are corrections if that's what you're getting to. Those are, for example,
what's
to account for the error of the sextant itself. One
I'm
correction
not talking
is
about
to account for.
dip correction. Just let's say we even though I'm in the city, I'm still, let's say I'm just like I'm on an island in the sea. I'm not talking about dip correction. What correction am I going to need that I will need R for if I'm getting 3 different star positions?
Well, dr is embedded in the 60 nautical miles per degree, because every degree is going to be a 1/360th of the Earth's surface, and if you split the globe circumference into 360 parts, one part of that is going to have 60 nautical miles. That's where it comes from. So that's where the radius is. It's the radius times 2 pi to get the circumference, divided by 360 gives you 60 nautical miles. So that's where the radius is.
So it's already embedded in my measurement of how many nautical miles I am from the ground position.
It's embedded in the multiplication between your reading and 60. When you multiply your angle by 60, oops, I think I cut out. When you multiply your angle by 60, you're applying the Earth's radius to that distance, to turn that angle into a distance.
And you believe this is actually how they got the nautical mile?
Yes, actually, you can go to the history of the nautical mile. It's tied to the distance between the North Pole and the equator. They split in 90 parts and then in 60 parts.
Well, it's called a measured nautical mile, and it's just a group measurement of plotting one point, then they're just traveling a distance along the longitude, and then plotting when it goes down 1 degree, and they plot that point, and that's how they got the distance to the measured nautical mile. So it's just a hard measurement.
No. There was a long discussion to what the value of the nautical mile should be. For example, there was the argument it should be 1853 meters, and there was the argument it should be. Sorry, there was a loud motorcycle here. And there's the argument it should be 1852 meters. So if you go with the average radius of the Earth, that gives you 1853. If you go with the distance between the pole and the equator, splitting 90 and then 60, you get 1852, which is a slightly smaller value. It doesn't comport with the average radius, but it comports with the average distance that you use on something like a spheroid, an ellipsoid. So that was more of established. They knew it was around 1852, 1853 meters, but it varies. It's not exactly the same everywhere, so they had to establish a value to fix it. So they established 1852 meters.
Well, they divided the meters. The measurement of the meters was divided. I believe a meter is like 10/100ths of the distance between the equator and the. Yeah, it's 1/10 millionth. It's actually the other way around. The meter was devised by the measurement.
That was the initial definition of a meter. That is no longer the definition of a meter. That's how they tried to establish the first time. Now it's defined by the distance light travel in 1/c seconds.
Okay.
But I think we're getting far from the Celestial Navigation.
No, because I do believe that the nautical mile is just a hard measurement they had to do, because before it was called a meridian arc minute or meridian arc second.
Sure, but let's go with that. Let's go with that. So
yeah, it was
on a globe. If you add one nautical mile represents 1 arc minute of curvature. So if you add 60 of them, you get 1 degree of curvature. If you add 360 of those, you get a full circle. So that should be the Earth's circumference, and that matches the Earth's circumference.
But this measurement was done from the surface, and it was a measurement of the protractor, of the actual angle that you're measuring off the surface.
Yeah, but between known distances, right?
Right. They know the distances between these 2 points, and then there was a drop measurement, which of 1 degree, and that's how you get the. Well, it was less than 1 degree, but that's how they establish the known distance.
If your point is that you don't really need the radius, then sure, I'm with you.
Okay, cool. So that is my point, because I'm trying to do this lesson navigation, and I want to know where in my measurements am I going to need the radius. Now, if the radius, if you say that the radius is needed because that comports to a nautical mile, I'm trying to say maybe we have the cart before the horse. We measure the nautical mile, and then from that you can transpose a. Sorry, I got a crying baby.
No problem.
And you. So yeah, so I'm just trying to. I hear your challenge, and I'm going to try to find my own fix in somewhere in the middle of the Caribbean, and then I'll get back to you and report what my findings were. I just want to know where I could run into some errors.
Sure. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The process basically have 3 steps, right? First one, you take readings to the celestial bodies. That tells you how far you are from their GP. That's step 1. Step 2, you work out where exactly those GPs are, because the angle measurement doesn't tell you that. What tells you that is your clock plus the nautical almanac. So you combine the time of the readings with the information in the nautical almanac, and then you figure out a GP. So now you went through step 1 and 2. You have distance, you have a GP. Now you get to step 3. What's step 3? You have to figure out where those circles. On step 3, you have to figure out where those circles intersect, right? Because that's where you are. That's what you're trying to figure out.
Right.
Yeah, that's where the real deal is for me. Like, I'm trying to figure out, okay, can I do step 3 on a flat map or a flat Earth or whatever flat thing you believe we're standing on?
Sure, and my problem would be that it's embedded in the coordinate system is some type of globe projection.
Well, projections of a sphere necessarily distort distances. So if the distances from CellNav are correct, and the globe is actually a projection, not the true shape, then the globe would not work, but the true shape would. And vice versa.
What if the distortion's in the sky, not on the ground? I've got an example to show you, and I don't mean to butt in, Amer, but I've got something to present.
Sure. That's actually the point I was trying to get to.
Okay. So this is a thought experiment, Bacon. Let me show you a diagram that I drew, and I'm going to first tell you what it is. And this is going to sound ridiculous, and this is only for illustrative purposes. So what this is going to show you is that in order for globe Earth celestial navigation to work, Polaris is observer dependent and has to dynamically move with respect to the observer. Sounds crazy, but let me show you. 47 minutes past the hour. See that? As the observer moves from the North Pole to the equator on a globe, Polaris has to shift in its position point, in order to be horizontal with the observer at the equator. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I'm following.
All right, play along with me. So let's say that I assert that this is the case, and I ask you what's wrong with that.
I don't see what's wrong with it.
So Polaris dynamically moves with respect to the observer and is therefore observer dependent.
Oh, you mean in the diagram you sent, or did you say something else that I missed?
Yeah, the diagram. In order to get CellNav to work, Polaris is observer dependent and is in a dynamic position as a consequence.
Well, if you look on the diagram, all those arrows point in the same direction. What is changing is the observer horizontal reference.
Yeah,
So it's not
but
that
if
Polaris
Polaris is above the North Pole, then it has to move out towards the equator for it to be perfectly horizontal with the observer at the Discord.
Yeah, it doesn't like you, man.
I know. All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So is that a reasonable assertion to make?
I mean, I could take that assertion as long as I can use it to test it.
You can use it. However, in celestial navigation, what is actually presented is that Polaris is not dynamic and observer dependent, but is so far away and so big, we're talking multiple times the size of Earth, that its rays reaching Earth are parallel.
Mm-hmm.
So you would not see any movement. There's no parallax discernment at all because it's so big and so far away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that testable in reality?
I mean, I think if you assume a globe, you could test that.
Right. So the same could be said on a flat Earth, where Polaris is observer dependent. You know, and we've seen time and time again where people present us that, oh, Polaris can't be in a fixed position above the North Pole on flat Earth because it has to ascend and descend vertically with the distance of the observer from the North Pole. So I say, okay, well, the same thing happens with the globe. Here, take a look at this. Polaris in this example has to move to the left as the observer travels over the curvature of the Earth towards the equator. Polaris has to move with the observer so that it appears on the horizon from the observer at the equator. And then the glober says, no, Polaris is actually really big and super far and its rays are parallel. And those parallel rays hit both the observer and the center of Earth from the North Pole at the same time in parallel fashion. And this is required. Either one of these two is required for Earth to be a globe. And the latter's chosen for our cosmology. For our globe Earth Big Bang heliocentric cosmology, the latter is chosen because we have to put Earth in a solar system and we have to have this moving around a galaxy and so on. And Polaris is 421 light years away and all this. But we can also have a dynamic position of Polaris that's observer dependent on flat Earth. Because
I want to go with that.
Has to move up and down along the y-axis with respect to the observer's movement on the x-axis in order for it to work. And they say, no, it doesn't work because Polaris is in a fixed position.
Oh, okay. I'm not trying to argue.
Okay.
This doesn't work. I'm arguing.
A thought experiment, right?
Sure. I'm arguing that my attempts didn't work. Maybe my attempts are not valid because they're not accurately depicting reality. But I need, or I want, some description of reality that allows me to test it. So, if you can tell me, for example, okay, Polaris is not infinitely far away, has this dynamic position and moves with the observers, just subjective to where you are. Right. Can I then determine my distance to the GP of Polaris, still using an elevation angle to it? The answer is yes, and I think that makes it testable. So I can still get a map where I can apply those distances.
You can. So what we can test is the surface of Earth, since we can't test what the light rays are doing. We don't know what the stars are. We can test the surface of Earth using infrared optics. Aerial infrared photogrammetry is one of my favorites, the laser transits and so on and so forth.
Lasers.
And so this gives us something testable on the surface that's in reality. Now, so what's interesting, this isn't Polaris, but FE Corps did a really neat demonstration of this using a computer simulation. They built a supercomputer and they triangulated the position of the sun over a flat Earth presumption. And what they found was that the sun is observer dependent and dynamic and moves with respect to each observer's position on Earth. And when they did their best to triangulate trillions, it seemed, of potential points of the sun, that as it traces a course over flat Earth over the course of a day, that it produces a toroidal shape. Or over the course of a year, rather. Yeah, you've seen that, right? Yeah. So this is the same principle. This is the same principle. That Polaris is also dynamic and observer independent and moves in apparent position with respect to the observer, and yet provides a consistent way for us to measure distances laterally over the x-axis.
Well, which one is the x-axis?
Horizontal.
Okay, so we can get horizontal distances using these angles to start.
Right, yep.
Right. So now we just need a map. That's
I know. I would love a map, dude. I would love the $2 billion and an expeditionary team to go do this and not use celestial navigation, not use the stars, but use landmarks to survey actual distances all over the Earth.
Well, but if there is a correlation, a known correlation between angles to stars and distances, we can easily map that like really quickly. Because, for example, when a star goes over here, where I live, I can cite a star that is over you, and we know each other's distances. And people can do this from all sorts of places, and that's not that hard to do.
Right, but the verification is difficult in the areas where there are very few people and land is sparse and oceans are wide. Unfortunately, that coincidentally has to deal with the southern hemisphere, right? It's really hard. I don't think we as a civilization of people are advanced enough to go perform a surface survey, like a planar survey of the southern hemisphere.
Well, sorry, just a sec. Well, my state was surveyed. The state I live in is in the southern hemisphere was surveyed. I think at least 6 times. But I've actually did something similar to what I'm suggesting. So there are 4 points that I picked on Earth's surface, and I try to work out the angle in which an observer in each one of those points would see a celestial body when it's over one of the other. Sorry, when an observer would see the celestial body over the other 3 points, and turn that into a distance. I did that between 4 points, and that initially gave me 5 distances. I think Discord doesn't like me either.
What's going on with the Discord thing?
That's a good question. If I answer that, I might trigger Discord again.
No, it's been happening for the last 24 hours or so. Something weird's been going on to several servers. It's not just this room, guys. I appreciate everyone bearing with it, though. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, Discord acknowledges the problem is widespread.
Probably the government trying to shut us down.
Oh, just to wrap up before Discord rages against me again. Using the first 5 distances that I got from those 4 points, I worked out if they were on a flat plane what the 6th distance would be, but that didn't match the angle. I'm not talking about real life measurements. I used a software called Stellarium, which could be flawed, but I picked distances between points where you have populated cities, so we could easily pay a surveyor to take those readings and confirm that still follows.
That's neat.
But
did you use an ephemeris, like one of the like the J2000 or whatever ephemeris?
Yeah, I used whatever Stellarium uses, which in my experience is very accurate.
Yeah. No, I'd have no problem accepting that too.
Okay, so I'll post the results in the text chat.
Yeah.
Hey, can anybody even hear me? No?
Yes.
No?
Yes. Hey, Bacon.
Ah, wonderful.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
They're a troll.
Okay, well, it's in the chat. I posted the problem that arises using the 6 nautical miles per degree on a flat surface.
Yeah, and
well, Bacon, I have one person here that supports what you do, and anyway, I respect all the work you've put in to it, even if I don't agree. Yeah, good to see you.
Thanks.
Good to see you, man. That's him. That's the guy. His phone just died. So anyway, sorry guys, I'll shut up.
60 nautical miles per degree measures angular displacement in the sky from a point of origin, right?
It correlates the angle with the distance between the observer and the GP of the celestial body sighted.
Right. So if you consider traditional celestial navigation, where you have parallel light rays and one hitting the center of Earth, I want to say that you are there at the point of origin in the center of Earth. You have a light ray hitting your head, and it's coming through a point of observation in your celestial dome that's above you. As you rotate, you measure an angular displacement in the sky that coordinates with the linear distance on the ground. There's absolutely no problem with that on flat Earth.
Well, not according to what not according to what I could check using Stellarium data. Because if you know distances between points, you can work out if they could be on the same plane or not. And with the distance I get from Stellarium and from the linear relationship, I get distances that are non-complanar. And I checked that mathematically, and I also checked that with a scale model.
It's a way to think of it. Let's say that you are taking a sighting. This is just a way to think about this. You wouldn't do this in real life. But let's say you're sighting a star that is 80 degrees. So it's not exactly 90 degrees at your zenith, but 80 degrees. When you move 69 miles in that direction towards the GP of that star is now at your zenith at 90 degrees.
Yep.
Yeah. You do this again with the next star that's at 80 degrees, and it rotates up over your head at 90 degrees zenith, and you're still moving a flat lateral distance. What's happening is your perspective, your sense of perspective is updating and mapping a new dome with every step that you take forward. So this preserves the angular relationships with the linear distance traveled.
Yeah, that is actually granted. It's part of the assumptions of what's in the link that I posted. Maybe.
Right, it's how celestial navigation works, right. So what we contend is that the surface is flat, that we are at the point of origin at that circle that you see in celestial navigation diagrams. Fuck me, with the celestial horizon running through the point of origin horizontally, that you are there on that flat celestial horizon. And that the light is coming in from up above. You think that you're standing on top of the celestial dome. We would say that. And as you move forward, that you're making a curved distance over that arc. And as you move over that curve, the parallel light rays coming in updates itself with your point of perspective. It's hard to describe, but Euclid preserves these proportions. And traditional celestial navigation is both a flat and globe Earth proof and a conversion metric that does a coordinate transformation between both. The flat Earth is depicted by the celestial horizon running through the point of origin of the circle. That's you. We say that is you. You say that you are at the zenith of that point of origin on top of the circle, seeing the same star who has parallel rays coming in to your vantage point. And we say no. We say no, those rays can't be parallel. You are required to have the parallel rays from a distant star that's big to work in heliocentrism and on the globe. That necessitates the ground to be curving underneath you mathematically. But if we say no, the star is an apparent location and is dynamic and updates depending on your location, then it works completely fine on flat Earth. The proportions are equal and mathematically and geometrically proven to be equal. And this is meted out by the celestial navigation process, assuming a globe. You could take the cell nav and flip it fucking upside down, and it'll still work.
Well, if the issue is if you start with that as an assumption, you end up with contradicting distances.
No, it's because the position of the star is observer dependent. Kind of like I mentioned before, it's like a rainbow. You can't triangulate where a rainbow is exactly.
But I'm not.
You can
I'm not
get-
making.
Okay.
I'm not making any references to the position of the stars in that document. You can read it if you want.
Well, this invokes sky magic on our part. You know, we're saying that these light rays and everything is, these stars are dynamically shifting around. It's observer dependent in their apparent locations. We invoke sky magic. I get that. But I say you have to invoke sky magic too, to say that these stars are infinite distances and light rays are parallel, which requires Earth to curve.
But he isn't.
We can't test the stars, man, but we can test the surface. We can see too damn far for it to be a globe.
Okay. The point was not like okay, you guys require sky magic, and that's a problem. That's if you go to the document I wrote, it actually says that okay, let's give you sky magic. Let's go with the sky magic, and you still get into problems. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you go with okay, sky magic gives you these distances, or you can still test if those distances are compatible with a flat plane, and they're not. At least not according to Stellarium.
Stellarium doesn't prove flat or globe either, because Stellarium treats the observer as the point of origin inside the circle of celestial navigation.
Yeah, but it provides you the angles from different places to celestial bodies. Yeah, so you can use them.
So we don't say the stars are fixed in an So we don't say the stars are fixed in an absolute sense, but they're dynamic in a relative sense.
I'm granting that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this allows them to move. This allows the stars to basically do anything.
But that's not where the contention is. The contention is not with the stars. The contention is what the distances that you get from are simply non-coplanar.
Well, the distances are determined by the star's assumed position and the way the rays manifest.
Yes, but as soon as you tell me, okay, you can actually get this from those angles, then I say, okay, then let's see if those distances apply to a flat surface, and they don't. Regardless on how you get them, they don't match a flat surface. Those distances would have to be wrong, which means you would not have the 6 nautical miles per degree.
Hey Bacon, let me just jump in. It matches the angles, right? The angles could work on a flat Earth, right? It's just that you're assuming.
I don't understand his contention. I'm looking at his link, and I'm agreeing with his link and saying this is exactly working on flat Earth because the stars are dynamic and observer dependent. In the globe Earth cosmology, the stars can't be that. They can't be that because them being in a fixed determined position would require Earth to curve to make up for what we claim is stars being dynamic and observer dependent. You remove that, Earth flattens out. You remove the determinant point of stars being in a precise absolute fixed position and allowing them to be dynamic and observer dependent, and it allows the light path to take multiple paths to different observers' eyes.
Well, what I'm presenting there, or I just posted an image that shows you what you get from the distances to stars. And those distances, they do not come from any assumption of where the stars are, how light works. Those two things, how we see the stars, is completely.
I see.
Completely
You're presuming an azimuthal equidistant map representing flat Earth, and I don't think that's right at all.
No. There's no mention of any azimuthal map there. There's no actually. I'm not using any particular map. I'm strictly working with the distances, just the distances. And because I have 6 distances shared by 4 points, I can then determine if those 4 points could be on the same plane or not. And as the picture that I posted demonstrates, those distances do not fit as the same plane. They can't be on the same plane. So unless those distances are wrong,
they map to one plane through projection. What you're seeing what you're seeing, Bacon, potentially is a fourth-dimensional hypersphere in the sky. And it's being mapped to a 3D Cartesian plane by way of celestial navigation. And the method is the method to do this is in traditional celestial navigation handbooks.
Yeah, but those distances are representing distances over the Earth's surface between points on the Earth's surface. You as soon as you have that, you're detached from the sky.
Yeah, and consider what you're looking at the skies in 4 spatial dimensions, which allows for the dynamic positioning of stars, observer dependent, which means that the path of light can take multiple different directions that seems contradictory in the sky.
But that's not where the contention is. I'm saying like
that is where the contention. We say that's where the contention is.
But that's not what the contention that I'm presenting. The contention I'm presenting accepts that and say, okay,
no, it doesn't.
What distance is? It does. It's on the first paragraph or second, if I remember correctly. Oh, take your time, take a read, and next time we're here, we go. I think you should read it first, because I don't think you're
been thought through. I mean, we're accepting 4 spatial dimensions.
Did you post something? I'm trying to look for it.
Oh no, I only posted the image. You're right. No, I actually posted, but I posted earlier.
Okay, we're gonna have some echo for a second. Sorry, guys.
All right, if this is allowable in 4 spatial dimensions, I want to see that represented. I provided you with a model, a hypersphere model of flat Earth.
Does that model comports to 16 nautical miles per degree?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, then
because the R value is curvature in 4 spatial dimension, which coincides with the Z dimension in 3D space. But in 3D space, the Z dimension doesn't curve. But in hyperspace, the R value, which is running parallel to the Z dimension, does curve.
Okay.
And my contention is this is my own personal idea. I'm not claiming this is reality, but I'm presenting a model that freaking works and reconciles celestial navigation with flat Earth. It also reconciles ECEF and ECI coordinate reference systems with flat Earth. Those both are, by the way, Cartesian and don't have a rotation vector in the first place. And this model that I'm presenting produces what could exist without that rotation vector to be added in.
You know, Amish, you just gave one of the best descriptions for like artistic teaching I've ever heard. So well done. And Bacon, yeah, you know, I see both points, but I see both sides. So well done, though. Well said.
Bacon, I admire you for being polite and holding it together and stuff. I know I've been a dick to you a lot of times.
The Z angle is like impossible to describe. So the Z angle there, but honestly, like that was actually really, yeah, better than I could do. So well done.
You know, and this is just a model, dude. Like, I don't claim it's reality, but I'm showing that you can use math to describe pretty much anything. And perhaps we are on flat Earth. We do live in a Cartesian reality of XYZ orthogonal dimensions. And when we look up at night, we are gazing into the heavens, which is the 4th-dimensional embedding space for our reality, where the Creator lives. Or where the Creator's angel... in the 4th dimension where the Creator's demons and angels live. You know? This works with satellites, dude. It works with spacecraft. It works with boats. It works with airplanes. So, you know, if you guys get Einstein's geometry, then we can use it too, right?
Sure. But
yeah, this is Klein theory. This is invoking force space.
Yeah, but that's not changing the distances over the surface, is it?
Distances are preserved. What happens? The sky is what's wobbling around.
Okay, so the issue is still there. Like, the issue comes when we get distances over the surface, and then we detach all the rest of the
No, the
stuff in the
surfaces
sky,
are
'cause-
fixed with respect to the observer's location to the sky. They are what they are. You know, this you could describe this as fucking Pac-Man Earth in X and Y directions across the plane.
Okay, let me see if I can describe it in a different way. If I give you, let's say there are 4 points, A, B, and C. I don't tell you where they are. I just tell you they're on the same plane. If I give you the distance between 3 of them, you can then build the exact triangle that is formed between those three points.
Right, but the problem is the z-axis that goes up through the center of the pyramid is curving in force space.
What?
Yeah, it's a hyperspace with a 3D Cartesian reality that we live in.
Oh, if we live in a 3D Cartesian reality, then I'm just talking about the distances within that 3D Cartesian
Yeah,
reality.
me too. They're being projected. They're being projected from fourth space, and that provides fixed distances in 3D reality from the fourth spatial dimension, which could be the stars.
Yeah, no, forget about the stars. I'm just talking about.
Well, that's what celestial navigation's about, dude. Come on, dude.
Yeah, we'll go back there, but
I know you want a piece of this.
Yeah, I want to establish something first, because if I give you the 3 points, the 3 distance between 3 points, you get a triangle. If I give you now 3 distances to 2 distances actually to a fourth point, that gives you another triangle. So you got 2 triangles, and that fixes the position of all 4 points. Now the only remaining distances, the distance is between the last point that I gave you and the distance to the other point that I didn't give you yet. So that last distance is now determined mathematically by the 4 points being on the same plane. Once you know they're on the same plane, you can now tell what's the 6th distance that I didn't give you. And so without having to measure that 6th distance, you can tell you what it is.
I gotta go. All right, so imagine the hypotenuse is curving in the fourth spatial dimension. I gotta go. Take care.
That's a shame. Yeah, run away. I'm just
I
kidding.
think you got to him.
I'm just kidding.
No, he's
Okay.
at work.
4D is quite the play, but then you have to prove it. And if it was such, then we'd have some evidence of fourth dimension, maybe.
The thing is, Bacon, like, you can practically use it to navigate, and it's quite accurate, right? So whatever the shape is, that math or whatever angles and assumptions seems to work. That's the thing.
Right. Yeah, the assumptions that I tested that work in my experience is Earth's a sphere. And the relationship between angle to a star and the distance to its GP is linear. Those 2 assumptions, they give you a method. That method is actually the same one that is done in celestial navigation by navigators.
I mean, the assumption that this relationship is linear is kind of derived from the assumption that the Earth is a sphere.
No, it also requires that stars are far away.
Yeah, that is also a thing.
And parallel light rays.
Well, if they're far away, that implies nearly parallel light rays. The further this thing you're looking at, the smaller is the angle of intersection of the light rays. So if you have stars, they don't have to be light years. If they were all 280 million miles away from Earth, I think that's less than a light year.
No, because you have the sun. You're also assuming that about the sun.
Yes,
And
but the sun has a parallax correction, so we don't actually assume in celestial navigation that the sun is infinitely far away. We use a fixed 0.15 minutes of horizontal parallax for the sun, which is usually be ignored, but it's there. The stars, we assume 0 parallax, which would imply they are around 270 280 million miles away from Earth or further. So they could be all 280 million miles away from Earth, and there would be no difference for celestial navigation.
You're assuming the also size of.
Just assuming they appear as points, right? You don't have to worry about the radius of the stars. That's not the case for the moon and sun. The moon and sun are not points, so you have to worry with their radiuses because it's visible, it's noticeable. Like when you do celestial navigation, you don't read to the center of the sun. You read to the bottom or to the top of the sun, and then you have to correct for that later.
Oh, the satellites are fucking communicating.
I think Imo is playing Among Us.
No, my microphone just has some different phases where sometimes it acts normally, and sometimes it just produces some weird noises for some reason.
Right, it very similar to the one in Among Us. When you guys like that room and you're accusing each other, that song, the sound it makes.
Are you charging something on your laptop? My laptop makes that noise when something's plugged into it that's drawing power. Maybe it's that.
Going between
I have a PC.
Four-dimensional space.
Sounds like someone's got dial-up.
Maybe he's uplinking with the fourth-dimensional space demon angels.
Oh, look who's back.
Yeah, hello.
Do appreciate everybody kind of hanging with it as well. I know Discord has got some issues, but you've managed to hold a conversation together for what appears to be almost 3 hours now, guys. So I appreciate everyone's patience with that.
Thank you.
As always, the glory goes to Bacon.
I fancy banning random Swedish people. Does anyone know any Swedes?
Into the Break is a Swede for sure.
No, I think Embo might be Swedish though.
No, he's a Pole, which might be even worse.
Yes,
I don't know, Euclidean. Euclidean, you sound like a meatball. Is that close enough?
Polish banning day tomorrow.
Depends on if I'm a Swedish meatball or not, I guess. It would be up to Crypto.
I'm a Swedish, eating my
You're
meatballs,
really
but
quick on the uptake there.
Hey, was that Larry?
Hay is for
No.
horses.
Okay.
Oh, what would I do without that?
Horse Earth confirmed.
Such a silly guy, you know that?
What happened to that Katana guy earlier?
I don't know. Bacon didn't have 2 minutes of debating and left already. That's kind of lame.
Katana left as soon as Bacon joined, about 5 minutes after he left.
He wouldn't have all the attention and fucked off.
Omnivore has also disappeared as well. He was going to give us Earth curve measurements after the conversation with Bacon had ended. He seems to have left the building.
Funny how that never seems to materialise.
I don't know if anybody wants to get on the globe Earth signal and flash a call out to him, bring him back.
Jedi, are you white?
I told her otherwise, and she doesn't believe.
No. I swear to God, I just thought we were all on camera once, and I feel really stupid. It's been like a year and a half since I've known you. I'm like, I thought that.
Am I white? Yes.
Anyway. Okay. Well, wonderful.
No, she's mixing up Jin. I think she saw
Jin,
at one time on camera, and she thinks it's you.
Oh, I'm so angry, but you don't sound quite like that.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter what it is, but I'm pretty sure.
All I know is Mayhem got us on camera like a year and a half ago. I'm sorry, man. I just had to ask. I just thought you were like this Rico Suave black guy this whole time. Sorry. You're good. We're still friends.
Not quite sure if I was being racially abused then, but cheers, Sydney. Thanks, mate.
Absolutely. Thanks, man.
It's good to see you guys back as well, Sydney. Turquoise, haven't seen you for a while. Good to see you. I wasn't
Thank you so
sure if that
much.
was. Yeah, I had to ask, Sydney. You've changed your PFP.
Yeah.
You get loads of new
Yeah,
people, so I just wanted to make sure it was you.
absolutely. Yeah. Health is good. We got a bigger house. We have a cat now, so everything's good, man. Thanks.
Awesome stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to ask this question. Are you still on the inside of the ball?
Yes.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, and I just went to see my family in the US. I came back a few days ago, and it's like, oh, okay. I went there for like a month or whatever, and yeah, I don't miss it coming back here, oddly enough. So.
Yeah, did your cat survive?
Yeah.
I got
That was his call.
I got the kitten while she was away so it could keep me company.
Yeah.
And then now I'm
Because
working.
we're all softies here.
And now I'm working. It's perfect company for her while I'm working. So it's
Yeah.
win-win for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a moo cow cat. Like he looks like the Chick-fil-A cow, you know, like black spots and white body. It's so cute. I know
Keep
Discord.
your eye on him. Keep your eye on him. He sounds tasty.
Oh, right. I know. Because we all know that one Haitian guy. I certainly did. In the US, I sure did. I actually survived I survived a free week, 9-day trip to New York City in 2009. Okay, from a fashion designer photographer that was Haitian in New York City that just found me at some like random fucking gas station in Cincinnati. This stuff happens. They're weird, man. Weird as hell. Sorry.
And you want
He must have liked my fur. That was what it was. But that was it.
And you want to check the kebab meat in England as well. It's probably not all exactly what it's supposed to be.
Well, we're okay with ducks as long as they're like, you know, not the peaceful mallard ducks, right? So it's okay.
What's strange that I can't really figure out is one half of that island.
Discord.
Very bizarre.
Well, but one half of the what? You cut out.
One half of that island.
Oh,
they produce legends, athletic legends on one half.
Yeah. Yeah. The other half is like Voldemort, you know? You just can't talk about it. So I mean it's all kind of like that. So what are we gonna do? What are we going to do?
Well, I guess someone needs to build him a baseball field over there.
I was gonna say level it, you know, level it. Something. Like at least an inhabitable.
He's talking about England.
I get it.
Yeah,
I know.
no, I'm talking about Haiti.
Strategic because of what Putin just said, and I know. Anyway.
England has cricket. I tried to describe cricket to her. It's like baseball.
I know what cricket is, man.
They hit you with a different bat, and there's
no. I like badminton. I know badminton. It's different.
You know.
But the point is.
They run.
The point. We all know which. You know. We all know U.S. and UK. Man, we all know. We're not going to talk about it, and we're not going to name it, but we all know. So it's not Putin and it's not Haitians, but, you know, strategic communist takeover of my country is definitely not cool. But I'm still not giving up my U.S. citizenship until I know it's like, okay. But I really don't like not being there this year for the election, even though I know my vote didn't really matter, but I worked so hard on election integrity. It's like, what the fuck, you know? I tried to no avail. You know, what are you going to do? So, what are you going to do? I did my best. A valiant effort from Sydney. You know? I was just being like a Mortal Kombat character. I thought they might like it. He thinks I'd be embarrassed. He's like, mute yourself. I'm like, no, I don't really care. I'm kind of a character. So. whatever. Anyway.
Is nobody talking?
Wonderful. Wonderful. Now you're back.
Hello. Do you think we can get our chat skank friend Starlife to join the VC?
No, he never does. Ever. You can fucking invite him with a gold leafed fucking invite and he won't turn up, dude. He just chat skanks.
How about you, Myth? I don't think I've seen you around here before. Or is Myth someone else? And we've got an Eagles fan in the house. Eagles, Eagles.
Lame.
Rim dubs.
Fly birds fly, baby.
Fly birds fly.
What's your problem? You got a problem or are you a fan?
No, I'm not from the area, but I went to a bachelor party in Pittsburgh once with a bunch of EAGLES fans, and you could hear them throughout the city for 2 nights, screaming at the top of their lungs.
Make a lot of noise.
Oh, yeah.
Rabble, rabble. Oh, that was funny.
Home of the Green Man as well.
Yeah, flying over that flat plane.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I just have a hatred of the Eagles because I used to be a Giants fan, so that's my only bias there. So, anyway.
Yeah, I'm in Giants territory. Got to represent though.
I know, right? We can all just go back to the Eli days and we're all straight, you know? We're all good. That's how I learned the game, you know? So, yeah.
Well, you know, Eli's no Randall Cunningham, but go Vols. Well, that Ole Miss actually. Y'all rebel, y'all.
You just said
Anyways,
Old Miss. Oh, fuck. Well
that's
played.
Eli.
Well played,
I
man.
was taking Peyton there
Old
for a
Miss.
second.
Well said. No, you're funny. That was good.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a problem with the Manning brothers, then you have a problem with yourself. I think.
Right. Right. Like look in the mirror. They're spread out everywhere. What the hell are you talking about? No, I completely agree. So
I mean, Eli is
Omaha.
no Peyton.
Yeah, he's no Peyton, and he's no Randall Cunningham.
Yeah.
But he shows up in the big games.
Yeah,
Sorry
he came
for
through, took
turning
down
it
the Patriots
into
that year, so that was good.
I know, right? That was the year like I learned the game of football because you know as a cheerleader we never learn the actual sport that we're doing it for. And so then once I quit it, then I learned football with, you know, Eli running the Giants and I'm like, "Oh hell yeah." You know? Like that's pretty okay. Pretty okay. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, Eddie.
Hi man, how are you doing?
I'm very well, Edward. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Are you a flat earther?
Of course.
Wait, you are?
Yes.
Right. I'm sorry. I have a question, right?
Okay, as long as it's not retarded.
No, I'll try. Okay.
Okay.
But
I'll
I'm
tell you
new.
if it's retarded, don't worry.
I'm new to this subject. I don't know that much about it. I haven't spoken to that many people.
Okay.
So whenever I hear this debate going on, I hear flat earthers criticize any piece of a photo reference, video reference that a globe tart might suggest. You know?
Are you a globe tart?
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah.
Sweet.
So I'm wondering, like, where's the evidence to support that there's a flat Earth? Right. Where is it? If it's not a round Earth or whatever, or semi-round Earth, if it's not that, then where's the evidence that it isn't a flat Earth? Like, I am convinced that if I put a balloon, one of those YouTube videos that you see, that a lot of flat earthers might say is filmed with a fisheye, I am convinced that if I use a video camera and put that motherfucker on like a balloon or some shit and shoot it up, all the way up, I'm sure that I can see a round Earth.
Go on then.
Well,
Do it.
okay. Well, I don't want to do it.
Why not?
Well, I'm not that invested, to be honest.
Okay. Well,
sounds like a lot of effort,
What if I said to you, I'm sure that if I go to the horse stables up the road from me, that I'm definitely going to see a unicorn. What would your reply to that be?
Yeah, I know it. I know what you mean. But I'm just saying, like, what if the flat Earth is real? Why hasn't the flat Earther put a video camera all the way up, right, and shown a flat Earth?
Well,
I haven't seen it, at least,
There's tons of high altitude footage without barrel distortion lenses, and it shows.
Yeah, but I want it at the exact same height as the videos from these globetrotters, like the exact same fair viable height.
I mean, 120,000 feet is like 3 or 4 times the average plane's flight, right? But, and there's tons of footage from that height.
And you'll see a flat Earth.
Yeah, you just see a flat horizon.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Do you know a
That's why
specific video?
Yeah, I mean, I can have a look. But I mean, this isn't even really a contentious issue. Most globalists say, "Oh, you just haven't gone high enough," or whatever.
I was watching a documentary about 9/11, and this one dude said that at a nice bright day, if you stood at a certain floor, you could see the rounding of the Earth. That's what he said.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
why do all these people then why do these people think that the Earth is round? Like, what explains that? Are they in cahoots with each other? Like, what's going on?
I mean, are you in cahoots with people?
Well, not that I know of, but I don't trust myself,
Right. So yeah, you don't need to be in
I'm
cahoots
sorry
with
to
anyone.
hear that, man.
Most people already believe it. So that's the answer.
So it's but like, let's just, I know you don't think that the person who said that is maybe telling the truth, right? But let's assume that he is telling the truth, and he actually is like, is there some optical illusion going on, or is it like, how flat are we talking?
That doesn't really mean anything, right? So flatness is like nothing's perfectly flat, right?
No, of course.
So when you say how flat are we talking, like, well,
I'm
not
trying
curving over distance.
No.
Is the answer.
Okay. Nowhere. Like, I would, like, maybe I could think about a theory where there are some places on Earth where it looks like, maybe on a large distance, that somehow it looks like there's a rounding on the Earth, but it's just a distortion. I don't know. But you're saying that's not it. These people are just, I don't know, lying to themselves.
Well, yeah, of course. But, I mean, people lie to themselves all the time, don't they? Why is this any different?
But you like where? So if you had to present like 3 basic facts about that could support your case on whether the Earth is, or if Earth is flat or not, like what would you say? If you can simplify it like that.
Yeah, sure. It's measured flat. It's practically used as flat. And yes, used, measured, and I guess that's it. And you need 2. And it looks flat as well, I guess. If you want a third one.
How does gravity work then?
I mean, what does that mean?
Well,
so do you think that if I drop a pen, it doesn't fall to the floor?
It does, obviously, it does fall to the floor. But I'm asking you because how I'm just saying, like, does that change anything on how the rest of the galaxy operates? Like, are the rest of the planets round, or is it just Earth that is flat, or are all the planets actually flat? Do they even exist? Like,
yeah, no, I got you. So here's what you need to do. You need to change what you've been taught and how you've been told to see things with what your eyes are actually taking in.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at, say, Saturn through a telescope or whatever, or if you look at Mars, what do you actually see?
Well, you see, you see a plate-like fucking object surrounded in darkness.
Yeah, so you see a disk of light in the sky, basically, right?
Yeah. Correct, yeah.
So how do either of us know what the fuck that is?
Well, I would assume that probably like photos and videos that they've shot.
Yeah, but
on
photos
Mars.
and videos of the same thing we already see, which is a disk of light, right? So how does anyone here or anyone on the surface of the Earth got any idea what that is?
Well, I would do an appeal to experts. I know it's cheese, but
Well, no, it's fallacious. That's why you don't do it.
But we do that all the time, you know.
Well, not in here. We don't.
No, I know, but like in general, you do that all the time as a person. You do that all the time. So.
Maybe. But normally you get away with appeals when it's not being contended by
Yeah,
someone.
but maybe, like, I'm just saying, my level of knowledge is like below 0. You know, I acknowledge that you guys know way more about this topic than I do. I'm new, you know, so I feel like I can do I can get away with it because I don't know jack shit. You know, I have all the knowledge from what, as you said, from what the education has told me. You know, so I haven't looked into this shit. I'm interested.
Yeah, sure. So then, I mean, go along with what I'm saying to you then, instead of just like going off into the weeds. Like when I ask you, what do you actually see?
No, I answered that.
No, I know you did. I know you did.
Mhm.
So then that's the thing, isn't it? Like we don't know what that is. But when you ask about, what about the other planets, or whatever, it's like we don't know that is actually what they are. That's just the story, isn't it?
But haven't we flown around, like, for example, the moon? Haven't we seen the different angles of the moon and, you know, determined that it's round?
Well, yeah, who are you appealing
Not
to?
actually. No, we haven't.
What?
Who are you appealing to?
No, I'm just saying, like, well, I'm pretty sure we've flown around the moon, right? We've seen the different, like, 360 degrees around it.
The moon's that's a Pink Floyd album. We only see, we only see that one face of the moon.
So you're appealing to someone, right?
Why, have we flown around the moon? I don't know.
Right.
Have we?
Have you done that yourself?
No, but do you have to do everything yourself in order to determine or know that something is true or not?
When something is contentious and you want to prove it to someone else, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, but this is kind of hard, you know, going to the outer space and shit, you know.
But that's the easiest. The easiest things to lie about are the things that people can't verify. That's why I did the unicorn example. So if I say to you, "Oh, there's a stable up the road, and if I go there, there's going to be a unicorn," well, cool, I guess that's a cool story. But until you go and check that out. Are you going to believe me just because I said so?
Well,
Just like the Haitians eating the cat's nuts.
there are like more factors involved, you know. But
Well, what factors are involved?
well, if we're gonna entertain this example of yours, you have to add a little bit more. You know, you'll have to add more details basically, because what you're saying right now, it's not really subpar to what I'm saying. I'm saying.
No, it is.
No, if you want, no, because it's complete. You're coming up with an example that I could verify myself. You know, like even for you, you can't verify yourself that the Earth is flat. Like you'll have to go to outer space or some shit and see
You're
down below.
expecting me to believe you when you tell me, right?
I don't know. I don't like. I believe what the education system has told me to believe, right? And you're saying that is false, and then you know, where's the evidence? And it's
I'm not
like,
even saying it's false. I'm saying you've made a claim. Can you back it up? And the answer is no.
no, honestly, no, I can't. No, I've said that. I can't.
Okay. Well,
I can't. I don't have the. What do you mean? So there's no reason. Wait, you only want to talk to people who have the financial means to fly themselves to outer space? Like, it's gonna be a small group of people you can talk to about this, man.
You're getting, are you? If you make a claim, then it is your burden to provide evidence for that claim. If you're making a claim that you can't provide proof for, that's not my problem. That's your problem.
I'm just saying. Well, I feel like the fact that, well, I don't know. Like, I can't. I'm sure that there have been people in this VC who can come up with like scientific fucking reasons and mathematical equations and shit to argue that we do know for a fact. I don't like, but listen, I don't know. Like, I'm not that person. I don't know.
Prove anything. Equations
I have no.
don't prove anything.
Okay, was this an example? You know, of someone who might have joined this VC earlier and tried to prove the existence.
Don't prove anything, dude.
Okay.
They don't prove anything. I don't know what else to say. If you think an equation proves something, then I don't think you.
Yeah, but then enlighten me and teach me how you can prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, like I said, it's measurable. It's practically used, demonstrated as flat and stationary. So,
how is it demonstrated?
I mean, what do you see?
Yeah, but I mean, what I see is just a minute fraction of reality.
Sure, but if you're making a claim that goes counter to what you see, then you need to provide the evidence, right?
No, but like just because you see the Earth being flat everywhere, then like that's it.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that that's where you start, and if you're making a claim counter to that, it's your job to provide the evidence.
Yeah, but it's not like, let's say I'm at the ocean, and I would ask you like, do you think that there's land on this planet? And you'd say, well, I'm not seeing any land, so obviously there's no land. Like such a short-sighted way of looking at things.
There is though, so that actually goes with my example.
Yeah, but it's hypothetical. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Confirmed what I told you. So if you're making a claim that's counter to observation,
but it doesn't. I know it's a.
We provide evidence for that, right? And we can provide evidence that land exists. So
how do we like? Do you, for instance, doubt about the how deep the oceans are as well?
Have you been down there?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't. I do doubt that.
Like, no, never.
on board of this.
I'm just asking. It makes sense if you would say yes.
We don't even have the equipment to do that.
Oh, you can go pretty deep, you know. And
No, I don't, because I think that some things, if us as humans are gonna die from the pressure, then why would we do it on either side? That's the point. So no, I don't think either of us know what's on either end. But I'm not gonna like fight about either side. You know what I mean?
You don't think that David Cameron motherfucker when
It's a slight coincidence that.
Slight coincidence. So there's that.
I was just gonna say.
I don't know. I don't. Like I'm open to change my mind and learn more. But if the only piece of evidence I get is like, well, if you look outside, you can see the Earth is flat, then I'm like, I'm just saying, I'm just being open and honest about it. It's not convincing,
When you pour your glass of water, what level is it?
No. I'm not a flat earther, man. You're good. I just don't know where you're from, and it's kind of confusing me. Like, are you a Pikey? Like, I don't get where you're from, and it's a little bit confusing for me. So
that's to keep it a mystery, okay? That's more fun.
Well, then I'm not going to answer a shit to a mystery. Then how about that?
I wasn't talking to you initially, so.
I know.
Okay. That's weird how someone's nationality has anything to do with this.
Flat. What then?
No, I don't know. Like that's, for example, if you go, I don't know this. I haven't been to the Burj Khalifa or the World Trade Centers, right? But if I have to believe that one dude that I saw in the documentary about 9/11, I can only imagine that if I go up to the top floor of the Burj fucking Khalifa and stand there on a clear as fuck day, I'm so shit gonna see the, the roundings of the Earth. I'm just wondering, like, how can you argue with that? You can see that with your own eyes, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
But you see the curving of the Earth. What do you mean
Curvature of the
by
Earth.
that?
Yeah,
Curve of the globe.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm just going on. I don't know if you were there
Or like
earlier.
a mountain. You see a mountain where Earth curves up from horizontal.
No, I added the context earlier, so I saw this in a documentary about 9/11, and some dude said that. He said that at the top floor you could see the curvature of the Earth. So I was like, oh, that sounds pretty epic, right? I'm just trying to add that to this discussion, and in this example, you can stand on the top floor of the Burj Khalifa, which I think is even higher than the World Trade Center is, and you maybe on a clear day you could see the curvature of the Earth. I don't know. I've never been there, but I can imagine it be true.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff's flat, so you got to go.
I don't know.
The Burj Khalifa.
Okay, well that dude was fucking lying then. Jeez, I hope he didn't survive.
Eddie, no need to start bringing Jesus into it. You're the same guy who had, previous to 10 minutes ago, thought you had seen more than one face of the moon.
Yeah. Yeah. On video. Now, did I deny that? I didn't deny that.
You're so sure about what you would see when you're not even really paying attention to what you've seen already.
No, listen. I'm being completely honest, and I will admit.
I get it.
I don't have the knowledge.
I'm not giving you that much of a hard time.
No. I'm just saying that. If I Google, have we flown around the moon? It's like meet the 4 astronauts who will fly around the moon. When was this? 2023. Like list of missions to the moon. I don't know, bro. Shit.
Yeah. Well, look. Think of all the Godzilla Mothra films.
Like, I know in my mind, it's just, why would China and fucking America be in cahoots about this big ass lie?
Why not?
Get it? Why? Fuck it. I don't know. I don't see it.
They all go to the Olympics together, don't they?
Yeah. It's all, why? The Olympic Committee is behind this shit? I mean, it's politics. It's politics.
Competition to see who can make the best space film.
Yeah, but wouldn't it? Well, listen. Just imagine the fucking the fallout of the American public when China can prove that the whole moon landing is a lie, right? Look, that shit. That shit would be epic, bro. That shit would be epic to ruin America's reputation. Why are they not doing that? It's so simple.
It's not believable. We're
What do
all
you
not
mean?
conservative things you can actually put that propaganda on. Stop inserting the China bull crap, please.
Well, they're enemies. They're enemies of each other. They're fucking enemies of each other.
Not. So
They are. They are.
They're not. So stop lying. Thanks,
No, you
bye.
have these fucking communists and you have the capitalists. It's
No,
clear as day.
Let's use this term. They're elitist.
Yeah, they're champagne socialists. They're champagne socialists, which are they're worse. But no, like that. That's what I'm saying. Fuck. There's no real. In my humble, honestly, I don't want to offend anyone here, seriously. But in my humble opinion, there's no real evidence for a flat flat
I
Earth.
guarantee you,
That's
you will never.
Occam's
You will
razor,
never
bro. It
offend
doesn't make
me. I would
sense to me.
recommend you go to a different server, my friend. I would
What do you
recommend that
mean?
you go to a
Why?
different
Hold on,
Why?
Sydney.
What the fuck? What the
Time out,
fuck, yo?
Eddie and Sydney. Calm
I'm
out.
sorry.
Calm
I
for a
apologize.
second.
I apologize.
No,
Okay.
no need to apologize. You couldn't offend me if you tried. But Eddie, Occam's razor isn't the best thing to run to if you're going to try to tell the story of a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space chasing a sun. That doesn't sound like Occam's razor to me, does it?
I don't know, man. I know what you. I get it. I get it.
Okay, well, you
I get
brought
it.
it
I
up.
get it.
You
I know. I
brought
get
it
it. I
up.
know. Listen. I get it. I understand. I understand your perspective. Like I understand it. It's just.
Well,
I'm just.
do you acknowledge that wouldn't be an example of Occam's razor?
No, nah, not really.
Oh, so you're just one of these that waits to talk instead of letting things sink in.
No,
Oh, go ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
I am honestly willing to
So
change my mind on this.
listen, okay, that's fine. So doesn't
But
the
I'm just not
fact that
convinced.
our shared experiences are of a stationary Earth, yet you're convinced that there's a reasons as to why we don't experience motion? Right. So if you have if you have a spinning ball orbiting a star that's hurtling through nothingness, that doesn't sound like Occam's razor to me, friend. How could it be?
Maybe. Well, just because something is real complicated doesn't mean that it's it makes sense at the end of the day.
Huh?
I mean,
Like
I could be real technical about. Oh, I can't actually, but if I had the knowledge, I could be real technical about the engineerings of an aeroplane, right? I could be real technical about that, and you would say, "Oh, that doesn't make no fucking sense. It's bullshit. There's no Occam razor involved in here." And at the end of the day, we're talking about a fucking airplane.
But an airplane you can touch and feel, and you can see, and you can run.
Yeah, but if you have millions and millions of fucking dollars to spend, you can buy yourself a ticket into outer space. You could do commercial spacewalk, and you could see it for yourself.
No, you
right?
can't. That is the claim.
But these motherfuckers did it, right? On SpaceX, they bought themselves a ticket. They went up in the air. And they saw it.
Nope, and they saw flat Earth.
Yeah, and Shatner came back down crying.
Yeah. Okay, because it was so beautiful, you know.
They didn't. That's just you believe. You just believe what they say. You can't. You don't have any direct evidence of any of this curvature.
Those photos you see have a fisheye.
Yeah, that's what everyone. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. When was the fisheye lens? Wait, when the fisheye lens invented? 1906. Fuck me.
That's right.
So I'll be
goddamn. That's not funny.
Do you know why?
Oh, you thought that was going to be a proof, huh?
No, no. That's the first time I'm googling. I'm not trying to do a gotcha or some shit. I'm just curious, shit. Well, that sucks. Oh, I don't know, man. There has to be a reason why everybody would lie about this one thing, right? Which is so meaningless at the end of the day. Like, come on, in your day-to-day life, do you really care? Do you really notice that the Earth is round or flat? Like,
you're wrong.
It's such
hiding something.
Okay. What? Like, what am I wrong? Is this not a meaningless lie? Like, who cares? Like,
what do you mean meaningless? You are here defending it.
No, whoa, no, wait. It's an interesting discussion. Don't get me wrong. It's a really interesting discussion. But the lie itself, right, that we are discussing, which is interesting, but the lie itself is not that meaningful. I guess.
It is.
Oh.
How do you notice the Earth being flat in your day-to-day life?
Why don't you point to exactly who is lying?
Yeah, it's China, it's America, it's almost every country that has a space program, bro. And I'm not sure that every country is in Russia. Take Russia, for example.
Can you be specific?
Wait, you want me to name all the space agencies by name?
Who is like? Well, NASA says that the Earth is flat and stationary, so I don't think you can use them.
NASA said
but
that.
Who is lying to you? Just tell me.
Listen. You might. Hey. into the
simple.
break, you might not have noticed you Enola Gay, but you have just dropped a knowledge nuke on my head, okay? When, like, NASA saying that the Earth is flat and stationary, I'm like, this is the first time I'm hearing this shit. Can you link that? Into the break?
Okay, I'll put a document in the chat for you.
Yeah, but it's like a long ass document, and you want me to read in its entirety? You can just highlight.
Jedi actually already put it, and it has a flat, non-rotating Earth highlighted for you.
Oh, wait, where can I see this shit? Jedi. Oh, wait, let me see.
Pause. Am I the only one that's like, Eddie gets this, like, you know, exception card for like being a mystery origin? I'm not really cool with that, but this is a fun conversation. So,
Hey, I love you too. I love you too, sweetheart.
No, he's lost in imagination. We know exactly where he is.
like, we can all just go to that textbook anytime. So, sure, willing suspension of disbelief. Yeah, sure. Go to
Wait,
that.
what do you mean? I actually don't know jack shit about this. Like, what do you want me to say?
Get back to your game. I saw it right. Are you still playing? Or no?
I'm playing old. Well, I'm not playing old school RuneScape right now, but.
No, Eddie's interested. Eddie sounds interested. Glad to have you here, Eddie.
I'm trying to listen. I've been in this VC before, and I've I've just listened to people speak, and people who are globetrotters are muted quite a lot, you know. So I'm doing everything I can not to offend anyone. I'm trying to be as honest as I can about this. And as respectful as I can about this, without being like an annoying troll or anything.
No,
But I'm not that convinced
I don't want to be
easily.
a buzzkill to you. I'm not an asshole. I promise. I'm just like, everybody on Discord is like, oh, untrustworthy, you know. So it's not anything personal.
Fine, I get it. I get it. I don't mind. I don't mind defending
where
it.
the hell are you from, man? I can't get
Yeah.
your dialect. So I'm just sitting here like, where are you from, man? I can't get it.
London.
So.
I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, right on. Beautiful waterfalls there, I've heard. So.
Why? What? Wait, I'm not. What? I'm the Netherlands. You know that really. You'll love it. It's that really flat country. You know, there are no hills.
Yeah, she's confusing your dam system.
Oh,
Isn't that
waterfall.
funny? Oh yeah, probably.
What? Oh, we have nice thick dams. You know. My grandpa helped. My grandpa helped build one of our greatest dams back
That's wonderful.
in the day. Yeah.
See, I love that. I love that stuff, man. That's why I always like. I'm not even like in America anymore, but I'm always like that American asshole. I don't mean to be. I'm just sitting here like, this guy can't be that. Okay.
I'm trying. I'm honestly trying. I don't want to get muted. You know, you guys. It always seems nice, but as soon as it gets a little eaty, people bring out
Keep
the
asking
mute.
for it, Eddie.
Wait, calm the fuck down. Okay, you know I can fire back. No worries. So listen, isn't it? I don't know, but this.
Eddie, you're very chatty. Shut up, mate. I'm trying to talk to you. Are you going to read the document that was posted?
I'm reading. I'm literally reading it right now.
Awesome.
And I was about to.
I've got 35 others if you want.
I'm just. Wait, what do you mean? Sorry?
I've got 35 other documents from aviation authorities around the world, including NASA, the Royal Air Force, the American Air Force. Got loads of them, all referring to the Earth as a stationary, non-rotating plane.
The same document says that the aircraft is perfectly rigid and has constant mass.
That's awesome stuff.
Okay, well, does a flaccid
Wait. What?
non-rotating mean something else, Imbo? Let's talk about your flaccid fuselage. What kind of difference do you think that'll make?
The fuel usage?
Flaccid fuselage. You don't like the rigid body, you want a flaccid fuselage. So what kind of difference do you think that would make?
The fact that because you make these assumptions, this doesn't mean that they have to represent reality.
Yeah, it is meaningless. You just said you just made a vacuous claim statement that is meaningless. So, okay. Moving on.
Wait, but okay. I'm just like as I'm reading this document, and I could be wrong, but I'm interpreting it as just a model of what would happen to an airplane if the Earth was flat and stationary, just to see what it would do. But you're saying there are like 35 more documents of this, and that makes me to believe that there's more context to. I don't know. This is like first time I'm reading this shit.
It's not a model of the Earth, it's how the aeroplane or anything that's in the sky, but specific airplanes within this instance have to treat the Earth. So flat and non-rotating.
Yeah, this is more in response to the claim that there's Coriolis effects going on, which somebody has to account to, or that they have to account the curvature on the Earth. None of the big space agencies or the Army have that in their assumptions. They're actually assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Shit. Oh.
That stuff is flat.
Well, why isn't there like a flat Earth millionaire somewhere that can like fucking like I don't know, be a contestant to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and go up in the fucking space and see for himself and report back to us, so we know for sure. You know, a neutral entity maybe.
I mean, those guys all suck. Oh my god, they all just suck. So I don't know.
All the flat Earth millionaires are just grifters, grifting off the flat Earthers.
I heard that
themselves.
Like Will Duffy.
You guys aren't that fond
Like
of the
Will
flat
Duffy,
Earth
like
society,
Einstein,
right?
Like Whitsitt.
You guys don't like the
Will
flat
Duffy,
Earth
he's a
society,
he's a
right?
pastor of a church.
No, we don't.
4 indictments for fraud.
So
and now he's
we'll
doing
sell you
another
some
fraud,
flat Earth.
and you're buying his fraud again.
Yay, honey!
Like that?
We'll sell you flat Earth T-shirts and coasters if you need.
Oh, and then hoodies that make you fast, and buy my kratom. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about which?
Croton. It's croton.
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 Croissant.
But yeah, so you were talking about like Will Duffy, like he's a blatant fraud.
What the fuck is Lil Duffy, bro?
He's doing all right.
How is he
He's
a
doing all
fraud?
right.
How is he a fraud? What's he
He's got
done?
4 indictments for fraud.
Okay, so but it's inconsequential.
Oh, now since it's your Will Duffy, it's okay to be a fraud. Okay, I get it. I get your double
What
standard.
does that mean, though? No, but what does that mean? Like, what are you trying to say by that?
That you have a double standard.
Not necessarily. It's quite contextual and specific.
Is in court in the case about defrauding some customers.
That's a very specific thing. Like, financial fraud is financial fraud. It doesn't really, like, it. I don't know. It doesn't translate.
Yeah, that's actually real fraud. Somebody selling some shirts, you could call them a grifter, but it's not fraud. It's actually receiving the T-shirt that they wanted to buy. So you have a double standard. You're actually being harsh on people that actually deliver a product, and you're giving a pass to somebody who's a blatant fraud.
So this is.
I find that
conflation.
very hypocritical.
When the product is, it's not the product necessarily. Like, there's financial fraud and there's like being a fraud, which is, it's not a legal thing necessarily, whereas financial fraud is a legal thing. So there's two sensitive use of the word. It's one of them is a colloquial, just to describe.
The one is just your feeling.
Character.
You don't like somebody.
So
they're
it would be a fraud in the sense that
you don't like him.
No. I don't mind him. He seems like a cool guy, to be honest. But like if my
Split
specific
in
suspicion
words.
is he doesn't believe that the Earth is flat, and so his fraud would be that his character is fraudulent in that he's telling everyone that he does believe in a flat Earth, so
What
that they buy
evidence
his
do you have of
merch.
this? So what evidence do you
also
have that
money
he
as
doesn't
well.
believe the Earth is flat?
It's also money as well, dude. So, for example, you can have a Zoom call with Witsit for $250.
Exactly. There you go. BRB, I gotta make some food.
So conclusion, being in a case for fraud doesn't really make you, somebody who engages in fraud. It's contextually different.
Now, I have a more important discussion and topic. I am debating whether to just get a bag of chips, right? Or put some nice chicken in the oven. But that's gonna take a while. And I'm hungry. I don't know what to do.
Well, have your bag of chips while your chicken is cooking.
Holy fuck, I can have best of both worlds. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh
This
my
is the
God.
life we live.
Yo, that's why adult life is best life, man. Fuck. I can make my own bad decisions. Thanks. Yo, what's up with this fucking server? Every time someone joins or leaves, I get disconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah, Discord got that itis.
Sure.
Hey.
Yo, man. Welcome to the, welcome to the, Square Earth section of the Flat Earth Society.
Oh, we're in prayer at the moment to the flat Earth.
I've
The
deviated.
flat is an aspect, it's not a shape.
I've completely deviated from believing that the Earth is a globe, nor is it flat. It is in fact a square.
Squares are flat. You are retarded.
Yeah, that's why actually, you should be in
Hold
partial
on, I'm
agreement
praying.
with me then.
Lord, give us patience with these imbeciles. Thank you.
Amen.
Too late for you. You just go back to the globe, bro. You'll be fine. That's more your speed.
Welcome to the globe.
Well, okay, but why can't it be a square? Honestly, like if let's say it is, like, what? Yeah, why can't it be a square?
You
It's
said
not
it couldn't
round.
be a square. We're not talking about a shape, claim, you donkey. We're saying it can't be a ball because there's no curve and there's no spin.
Okay.
There's space. There's none of this nonsense that you were told as a child. That's all in your head. Imagine.
How do you know that?
Well, there's no
Because-
evidence of it. Just as
Because
there's
it
no
doesn't
evidence
there's
of
no?
another side of a cube Earth.
There's no
What do you
evidence
mean?
of a globe.
Self-evident that we're not
curvature.
moving.
There's no motion.
It is
I
self-evident that we don't
disagree.
move.
It's not.
Yeah, it's simple.
It's
Go
absolutely
outside,
it's
bro.
self-evident
Go
that we're not
outside.
moving.
Go
I
outside.
disagree. I don't trust you. It doesn't make
outside.
sense.
You don't
That
trust
has
your
nothing
own
to do with
senses.
trust.
You don't trust us.
So-
Trust the Earth. Go and check with the Earth.
So it doesn't make sense that it wouldn't be moving because, like,
What are you talking about?
like,
You've never experienced it to be moving.
no,
How would
but
you say
like,
that
there's a
doesn't make
whole bunch
sense?
of other stuff, like things like when
there's
things
nothing.
like are still, like
Yeah, when it's
they.
still, because you're not moving. The only time you might have felt Earth move is if you were in an earthquake.
No, but that's a separate thing.
And that's the only thing that will make you feel Earth moving, because Earth isn't moving.
But that's not the Earth moving. It's like Earth
Yeah,
below
it's
you.
ground
Like
beneath
there's
your feet
two
moving.
senses of the word Earth that are being used there.
So when you're not in an earthquake and you don't feel Earth moving, that is Earth moving. But when you're in an earthquake and you feel Earth moving, that's not Earth moving.
They're two different things.
Sound confused?
They're
my
not
friend.
equivalent.
Yeah, well, they're not,
This
because
is a problem
in one
with
case
scale.
the Earth is moving. That's in an earthquake. In the other case, it's not moving. That would be all the rest of the time.
But that's a conflation, because what I'm saying is, like, Earth is a thing, and colloquially, the Earth below your feet is a conceptual thing. But
No,
when
it's
you
a
say
physical
the
thing.
Earth, it is.
The concept
But like
would be it
Earth can
moving,
just
that you
refer to like
can't
a
detect.
big clump of dirt, or you could also use it to describe the quote unquote
Well, it doesn't
planet
matter how
that
you
we're stood
describe
on.
it. The fact is, it's not moving what you're standing on, unless you're in an earthquake. You don't feel it move.
That's not true.
Okay, when do you
Well,
feel
I
Earth
mean,
moving?
it's partially true, but like it's not.
Oh, well, tell me
It
when you feel
doesn't
it moving.
mean
When
that
do you feel
that's
it moving?
actually what's happening. Like,
Or does it mean the
so
opposite is happening?
what do you mean by feel? Am I allowed to use my eyesight as feel?
Yeah, do you think you see the Earth moving?
I think I see the consequence of it moving.
So you
in
don't see
many
the Earth
ways.
moving. What do you see moving exactly?
I see the sky moving, the things
Okay,
in the sky moving.
So like the sun moving.
Yes,
Okay, so how does that tell you the Earth is moving?
because the stars are also moving, and the moon
Yeah,
is
so the
also
sun, moon,
moving,
and stars
and the
moving. Fine.
luminaries are also.
Sun, moon, and stars. Yeah, the sun, moon, and the stars are moving. So
From what I think I believe that I understand about just how the nature of reality works, it makes
the
much more
reality would be
sense.
what you can experience. Now, this is the bit where you recall the story you were told, and you have repeatedly been told, but that's not you observing or experiencing Earth moving. That's you experiencing the luminaries moving and defaulting to the story you were told, which says that means you're moving. But you don't actually have any evidence for that. They've never given you any.
That's a bit of an unfair assumption. Like, I'm starting,
Okay. What
yes.
evidence did they give you? What evidence did they give you that the Earth is moving?
So I'm not talking evidence that somebody has given me. What I'm trying to describe is that some apparently very intelligent people have derived these hypotheses based on.
Yeah, you can. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are. You can theorize anything. If you can't measure it, you can't detect it, then it's bullshit.
No, but it's what they describe about the nature of reality that they believe that they have discovered.
Yeah,
So,
but belief based on no empirical evidence,
no, based
observation, or
on.
measurement is useless.
Okay, so for example, if you throw a tennis ball, all right, then it's a tennis ball thrown and it'll go in front and it'll land. But if you shoot a tennis ball really fast out of like a high pressure cannon or something, it rips itself apart because of the nature of reality.
What has this got to do with the Earth not moving?
Well, this has got to do with the nature of reality. Like everywhere we test the physics and the nature of reality,
Right, but the nature of
it
reality
tells us a lot of
tells us.
information about
Yeah,
how
but the only thing reality
the
tells
atoms,
us,
the
and
thing that
reality is
makes up
what we
things,
experience.
how it
No.
behaves in
If you're
Non
different
talking about
combinations.
sequitur.
reality,
Yes.
hold on. No.
It's a
If you're talking
non
about
sequitur.
reality, you're talking about what you can experience with your five senses. That would be reality. What you
Yes.
experience with your five senses is a flat, motionless Earth. Nothing else.
So if you're unwilling to think it through, you're never going to be able
It's
to
not about thinking
determine
it
this
through.
information.
You're
It
talking
is.
about
It's exactly
imagination.
about thinking it through.
No, it's
Because
not.
Ad hom.
the very
You
thing, that's not ad hom. Ad
What
hom
are you
is
talking about?
Absolutely is an ad
insulting
hom.
somebody instead of addressing a point. No,
We
it's not
need
an
to
ad hom.
talk about,
So
It's
you need to be
exactly what you're
specific
doing.
then, because on the one hand, you're talking about reality, that's five senses. If you want to talk about imagination, how you imagine a spinning ball, that's a different thing. Don't say reality when you then want to talk about imagination. If we're talking about
I'm
reality, it's the five senses, yeah? So which of your senses tells you the Earth is a spinning ball?
My eyesight.
Okay, what do you see of a? You don't see a spinning ball Earth. What are you talking about? You mean on TV?
I see the stars going around in the sky.
Right, so you see the stars move. Okay, fine. I see the stars move too. Yeah. So how does that?
Yeah.
You're saying, but right. So you don't see the Earth move. You see the stars move.
Yeah.
See, we're on the same page. Okay, good. So yeah, in reality, we see the stars and the sun and the moon move, not the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I've got a
Go from
question.
there. So we've got the sun, moon, and stars moving. Then what?
So they move in pretty consistent ways depending on where you're located on this Earth.
Yep. They all move in repeated cycles. Yep.
And there's this idea that if it's a sphere, that it's spinning on an axis, and if we go to the top of that axis,
Whoa!
we
An
can see
idea
that
of a sphere. Okay, where are you getting that idea of a sphere from? Where's that coming from?
it's coming from the observation in the sky.
No,
In the north, you can see
the
Polaris,
observation.
and in the
we already
south, you can see the Southern Cross.
Well, we already
And
discussed the
in the north,
observation
the
is
sun
only
stays
of
in the
the
sky
sun,
for
moon,
a
and
long
stars
time,
moving.
while it's
Yeah,
not in
yeah,
the
yeah.
south. And then in the south, it
yeah.
stays in the sky for a long time, while it's not in the north. And
Right, so we observe
because
the
of the
sun, moon, and
nature of
stars
light
moving. Cool.
and the nature of things that we believe emit light and how intensely they emit this light,
Yes, we see
we
the
can make
luminaries
some
moving.
determinations about how that light might be hitting us from where it is. And if we can see that specific light for a long time in the north while we can't see it in the south, and then we see it in the same way that we saw it in the north, it
So you see the
implies
light, you
that
see the
the
luminaries
thing that
moving
we're
in
on
some
is a
places and not in
three-dimensional
others.
object where there are literally people
Where
relatively
does the
upside
ball
down
come
from
in?
where we're standing, where they are.
No. You don't get any antipodal standing upside down from looking at the lights in the sky. Again,
Yes,
you're
you do.
just
You really
substituting.
do. You really
No,
do
you
if you
don't. You
actually
can
try and consider
claim
it.
that, but
How do you explain that to me?
Well, the way that we see this specific light, the sun, the way we see
I
it for
see the
many
sun.
days, for months in
I
the
see the sun
north, while we
moving.
don't see it in the south, and then we see
Right.
the opposite in the south compared to the north.
No, you
Like,
see
this
you still see
implies
the
that
sun
that
above your head
sun
in
is
the south.
shining on a 3D object.
No,
And
it just
so,
implies that the sun is moving above your head. That's what it tells you.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Like,
The
you can
sun is above
determine
your
a lot
head,
more
yeah?
about it. Like, it's foolish to think that that's all you can determine from it. Like, that's a
It
really
tells you the sun is
dishonest
above
take.
your head. The sun is
It's
above your
like you're
head and
allergic
it's
to
moving.
thinking. This is strange.
What are you talking about,
Why
though?
do
What
you
are you
see,
talking
he can
about?
refuse?
only ad hom. He can only ad hom
Yeah,
at
that
this
was
point.
ad
This guy,
hom because
yeah,
You're
this
spazzing out.
this guy is
you're
not.
You're
This guy
spazzing
can
out because he's
only attack a
already.
person when he.
Hold on. Yeah, he's already realized that he's literally got zero argument. He's only talking about the sun, moon, and stars moving. He needs to link that somehow to Earth being a spinning ball, but he doesn't know how.
Well, the way that we can see the sun, the way that we can see it in the north, and the way that we can see Polaris and the stars spinning around Polaris in the north and in the south.
What way? Be specific. Be specific
And the
in your stories.
direction,
What
the
way?
direction that these stars spin, east to west, is that
They
right?
spin, right? So
That would
they
just
spin,
be
right?
the stars
It's one
moving.
of
Yeah, so just the stars moving. Fine. So
and
what about the
but
stars
they spin
moving?
clockwise and
Yeah,
counterclockwise
they
in the
spin.
opposite hemispheres.
So
Like,
they
it
spin,
tells me
not
that.
us.
When do you get
Okay,
to the
so
Earth?
what I was
You're
saying about a
lying
tennis ball
first
ripping it, no,
place.
what I was saying earlier about a tennis ball ripping itself apart, it makes more sense that we would be spinning than the stars all
No, it's
spinning
not a question
perfectly
of
This
together
moment you
around.
were saying the truth. They
It's not a
spin, not the
question
Earth.
of makes more sense. Hold on, Necros. Listen, it's not a question of makes more sense. Of course,
It's absolutely a question of makes sense when you have to consider the nature of reality, what physics is.
Story you've been told. That's just the story you've been told. What
No, but
matters
it's
is
not.
what you
It
can
keeps
provide
being
evidence
true.
for. No, it doesn't. Listen, what
the
matters is
fundamental-
the evidence you can provide. What matters is the evidence that you can provide. So you're going to make the claim that the Earth is spinning? Who measured that? Provide the evidence.
I measured it.
You measured it.
Yes,
How did
and
you
I'm
do that? How
describing
did
to
you
you
do
how
that?
I did. I looked at
No,
the
you're talking about the
stars.
stars. No, you're talking about the
Yes.
stars moving, not the Earth.
Yes,
measure
and
the Earth
from the
moving?
stars, I
Yeah,
can
your
determine.
measurement is confirming what we told you. The stars are the ones moving, not us. And you said that you
Stars.
confirmed it many times. You say, yeah, they spin. Yeah, they spin. You see them
Okay,
spinning.
so
And in
it's
your
either
imagination, you make a translation for what you see in reality.
Okay, let me
Right?
ask you, how fast are we moving? How fast did you measure it?
I don't have exact speeds, but about a day. Like we like from
A day
when
is
the
not a
sun
speed.
rises to when
A
the
day
sun.
is
It
not a
is
speed.
it
You said you
absolutely
measured
is a
it.
speed. It's a
A
measurement of
day.
time. So it's distance over time.
Measurement
So
of
one
time.
rotation, one
Oh wait, okay,
travel
no, a
through
rotation.
space
A
time
rotation.
for a
Okay,
Dude, you
so
day.
knew how
how
fast you
fast
were
are we
going.
rotating?
A
How
It
day.
fast
doesn't
are we
matter how
rotating then?
fast you're going. Like it's about a day.
Yeah. Like how fast are you driving your car? A day. Dirk.
Well, I can measure it like with the car. What it is, you measure the size of a wheel, and then you can roll that wheel a certain amount of times, and you can say that wheel would make 10 rotations in half a mile,
So
and
in
then
a
I can
car,
then
in a
I can
car, would
measure
it
that
say
and say and make a gauge that
Yeah,
says when
hold
my
on, dude.
wheel travels 10 times,
well,
rotates 10
that's an
times.
outcrop.
Yeah, Nicholas Cage has been trying to get in multiple times. He's been very patient. You there?
I would just say that this whole conversation, and really the whole of science, of Western science as a whole, is founded upon the idea, falsely, that abduction is the correct way of determining things, that abductive reasoning is how you determine something to be true or false. And that's what I less than free is saying right now. He is taking the insane abductionist position of
Am
who
I though?
has the yeah,
If a
yeah,
wheel, if a
yeah, you
diameter
are.
and I
Because,
measure that over half a mile and it turns a certain amount of times, can I not then say that the
no,
wheel
no, you
moving
can't.
that
No, you
many
can't.
rotations is down to that
No,
distance? No, why not?
You're trying to measure
okay,
the Earth
okay.
moving.
I'll explain exactly why. That has been disproven by philosophy for thousands of years. Zeno's
Describe.
Zeno's paradoxes completely refute that, because if you want to
What
travel
is
from point
this?
A, if you want to travel from point B, okay, there is an infinite number of numbers on a ruler
Yes.
between point A and point B. So you
Yes.
can't actually travel 7 miles an hour. You can't. In reality, you can't. It's a useful
Okay.
fiction. You
No,
can't.
but it's
It's
close
not
enough.
real. No, it's
It's
not.
close enough.
No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is.
Because is there an infinite number of numbers?
Yes,
Oh,
sure.
here, listen, let's not go down this road.
Therefore, between 0 meters and 30 meters, there's an infinite number of numbers in distance terms from A
Yes,
to B.
but if I
Therefore,
travel
you can't.
that 30 meters in one day, I'm moving 30 meters a day.
No, you're
Right,
not,
so how?
because there's an
Hold
infinite
on,
number of
hold on,
numbers.
hold
That
on,
doesn't
guys.
make
We're
any
talking about the
sense. Like
infinity
there are,
number of
yes,
numbers.
like so a mile is anywhere, or a kilometer, for example, is anywhere from 999.00001 to not 1,001
Doesn't matter.
point. Like it's
Just tell us how
ridiculous
you
to say
measured it.
that.
It's not because as I've just
We
said.
take an average.
It's
Like
not.
we take an
It's not
average.
real.
You've taken this off topic. You've taken
It
this off
is real
topic.
because okay, so for example, I've made the same 300-mile journey,
Am I
all
coming
right,
through? The mic working
in
here?
many different cars, all right,
Yes, you have
and they
physically
all
traveled.
read a very very similar amount of
Yes,
distance.
but you've the fact
I'm
that
gonna
you've
mute
traveled.
both of you if you don't just stop so we can actually get it on topic. You're pulling him off the topic. He's trying to prove that the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, because
So
he's
that's what
using
we're trying to
abduction.
ascertain.
He's
Well,
using
this is what we're trying
abduction.
to ascertain from him because he said he measured it. He didn't say
Yeah,
he
because
abducted it.
but mathematics is worthless. It doesn't
No,
prove anything. You
no. This
can't
is what
prove
we're going to
anything
talk
with a
to him
number.
about, Nicholas. So
Yes,
by
math
less
is
than 3
worthless.
Jesus.
Math is worthless, but you're the one arguing for it right now. I
No, I'm
said
not.
a day.
I'm saying that numbers is worthless. I'm not saying math.
Nick, stop with the
Okay.
numbers.
Okay.
I'm saying the numbers are
Right.
worthless as well.
Guy, go back to how you measured the Earth was rotating. How fast is it rotating, and how did you measure it?
So during the day, the sun goes across the sky, and then when it
Right, so the
sets,
sun's moving. Okay.
yeah, when it sets, the stars start appearing, and I see the same shape as stars, and I watch them throughout the night as they sort of move across the sky. And some
Right,
people have
we've already
taken
been
some
through this.
photographs, okay, and it shows what exactly I'd expect to see.
Yeah,
Alright,
the sun and
and so-
stars moving. Fine. How do you prove the
Yes.
Earth is moving?
Ooh, Because the way that they move across the sky
at different speeds.
At different speeds, exactly. And the way that they form an image, for example, if you take a long exposure, it's
would still just show them moving, not the Earth.
compared to, for example, what I understand about a tennis ball being thrown really hard and ripping itself to pieces. It makes more sense that maybe the massive thing I'm on is spinning rather than those things moving at just
So it's just a maybe. It's a maybe.
Yeah.
It
is a maybe. It's absolutely
so
a
you
maybe.
don't know. Okay, so you didn't
No,
measure
I don't know. I don't know. But like these things,
Okay,
they
you
all
don't
add up.
know.
That's not the only
Has anyone
thing.
measured it? Has anyone measured it?
Yeah.
Or is it just
One
maybe
day.
it?
It takes about a day.
Okay, who
And you
measured
can
it?
measure a
Sorry,
day
this
because
is
Okay,
where
who
I jump.
measured it?
Sorry, this is where I jump in a little bit
somebody's
because
made clocks and they
dude,
seem to
hello,
match up very good to
and let
what a
other
day
people
is.
speak, dude.
Go
So
on.
the sun and the background field of stars move at a different speed from each other. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Good.
It's
So how the
fascinating.
fuck have you measured the rotation on the Earth when the things that you're observing are moving at different speeds?
Well, like I said, the sun, for example, it takes a day, and so
No. I would also ask.
I posit that the thing I'm on is spinning one rotation per day, and I can
Did you
break
hear
that
what I
down
said?
to.
Did you hear what I said?
Go on.
The
What did you
sun
say?
moves at a different speed to the background field of stars.
Okay, so
they're moving at two different speeds, the thing that you're
yes,
looking at. But you're saying
that's
the Earth
fine.
is rotating at one speed, but the things you're looking at are moving across the sky at two different speeds.
Yeah, because I can make a difference between the speeds that those things are moving.
So
I can
what is the
recognize that.
rotation of the Earth causing? Is it causing the sun to move across the sky or the background field of stars to move across the sky?
Both of
Because
them.
they're moving at different speeds.
Okay.
So what
that
the
wouldn't
hell are
be
you talking
it's just
about?
the Earth moving at one speed.
He didn't know that. He didn't know about
Dude.
sidereal rotation.
No, but that doesn't change anything.
Now, when you say
You
that
could admit
you've
that.
measured, when you've
Refute your
measured,
argument.
Yeah, I've measured. It takes about a day. That's
No,
the
you haven't
precision of
measured
my
the Earth
measurement.
moving. You already said this. It was a maybe. You don't actually know. You're just looking at the sun moving, and you're guessing that the Earth might be moving. That's what you said.
Okay, the way that I understand things moving, it's odd that they all move exactly
Okay,
together.
so you don't know if the Earth's moving. Has anyone measured the Earth to be moving?
No, sorry, not exactly together. I've said this 3 times now.
Go on.
The sun moves at a different speed to the
Okay, but
background
all
field
of the
stars.
stars. Okay, yeah,
So
excluding
not
the sun and the luminaries, all of the
exactly
stars move at
sorry,
exactly the same
you
speed.
probably need to listen better because I've said this 4 times now, and you're just going, nah, just going to ignore you.
I'm clarifying what I'm saying.
Said exactly the same is what you said.
Okay, and
Completely
what I meant by that,
disregarding what I said. Do you know what
what I
sidereal day is?
what I meant by that is that all of the stars move in unison together, and then the sun on its own, we can exclude that from what I'm saying moves all together. I'm sure you knew that, but
No
just
shit, not all the stars. What we call wandering stars, what they call planets.
excluding
They are
these
moving
luminaries.
in different speed as the
Yeah.
stars. So you have the planets. Each wandering star is moving at its own speed, and
Yes.
also the moon
Yes,
has
this
its
is.
own
We
speed,
understand
and
this.
also the
Yes, this
sun
is.
has its
We all
own
know
speed.
that. That's what I'm
So
saying.
now you will have to
We know
recall
that
it
the
again.
luminaries move at different speeds. Like they're very specific. We can
Right,
count
so that doesn't
those
make
almost
sense
on
if
one
it's the Earth.
hand.
That doesn't make
Two
sense if
hands.
it's the Earth's rotation causing it. Then, so that just refutes your argument.
He
Yeah, you
keeps
just
saying
said they move at
things
the
are
same
moving.
speed. The stars don't all
Oh,
move at the same speed either.
okay.
So you
Imperceptibly,
can't tell that it's the Earth
they
moving
do.
because those things are moving with different speed. If they were moving at the same
This
speed,
isn't.
yeah, well, I could
This
tell,
isn't the
I could
only proof,
excuse
though.
you, and I could tell that you was mistaken by the background moving at the same speed. But
You're
no,
making a
those
mistake here
things.
of like the only.
So they are moving, and you said that that one day is the sun, the time that the sun takes to come back the same place. You didn't measure the rotation of the Earth. You measured how much time it takes to the sun to come back to its own to the first place.
Yes,
Such
but
starting
Yes, so
point.
none of
this
that. None of that
information
is
doesn't
evidence.
stand alone. The question is that it's a ball and it's spinning, and so we
Yeah.
start. Yeah,
Have, and it seems like there's no evidence. What you've said isn't evidence of the Earth spinning.
I never necessarily said that it was on its
Okay, so
own.
what
Like
is
there's
the
lots of there's more parts.
What is the evidence?
There's
What
more
is
parts to it.
okay? Like
So
what?
the seasons as well, for example. So it
Well, that's
takes
not
a
showing you
year.
the Earth spinning either.
It
That's the
sort
same
of
thing.
is.
That's just the sun's position. Has to do with the sun again. And the same illogical fallacy.
If I hold a ball up, it makes the same shadow as what's on the moon.
Holding balls up. You need to prove that you're on a ball to begin with. You haven't done that.
I'm trying to do that. Like,
don't start with holding a tennis ball. That would be begging the question that you're on a ball to begin with.
yeah, I'm literally begging for the answers to these questions, though.
Measure the
We're
curvature,
asking
mate.
you the
Measure the
question.
curvature.
Okay,
We're looking for the
it's
evidence
there.
that it's the big spinning ball that you've been told.
Yeah, Peter.
And you just said so far it's not.
Here, let me catch Peter up real quick. So far, he said he's measured the movement of Earth, and that measurement is 1 day.
One rotation.
Did you try? Did you try to help him, Crit, by telling him about space mysticism? Maybe that will help.
No, we're trying to figure out how he measured this 1 day, and he said by the stars and the sun, but then he was informed that they move at different speeds, and then he acknowledged that, and then just reset back to 1 day again.
One of the classic techniques that heliocentrists use to obfuscate their position is this term measure, which is a very nebulous term. When you say that you measured it, what school of geometry were you using to measure it? Were you using Euclidean geometry? No, it's not, because Euclidean
my own eyes a day. I don't care to be any more precise.
But all these arguments.
You are using a unit of measure, which is a day, which is that cycle that the sun is taking to come back to its own place. So you didn't observe anything. You haven't done anything. You are telling us that it's a day. That day was established by that rotation before you. So you're not doing anything.
I understand that's fallacious, though. You understand that's fallacious, though. I mean, you're saying
But there's more. There's more. Like there's more to it.
Saying you experience a day-night cycle. That's not the same thing.
Okay, but there's more to it. So the wider question is that it's a ball, or that it's a 3D shape close to a ball.
If there's evidence, just tell us the evidence. Show us the evidence. Don't just
Okay,
waffle.
the sun that I use to measure the day, it also shines on the underside of clouds sometimes. So that would mean to me that somehow it's going below the level that clouds are. And if that was true,
the sun itself or the rays?
The sun itself must be what's going below the clouds.
Or the light.
Why must that be the case?
Because the way that I observe light behaving in every other aspect of life.
What other options did you consider?
That it's magic.
Does light reflect off of surfaces?
Yeah, it does.
Awesome stuff. So
but when you have the light source above it's yes, but I know what you're going to say, and I'm going to counter that.
Let you fucking say it.
Go on, fucking say it, then, mate.
Yeah. So you understand that light reflects off of surfaces,
man,
don't you?
Yes.
Good. So did you take that into account? Because you just said magic.
Yes, I did.
You said magic, dude.
That was my alternative, but I'm willing to describe why I don't think it. Yes, but I'm willing to describe why I don't think. No, I'm willing to describe why I don't think it's magic.
Don't get triggered. Stop talking to people.
That's what you said, dude. You said magic. You didn't
Yes, to make a separate sarcastic point. Oh my goodness, dude.
Because you realize that you never.
Dude.
It's because you realize that you'd never considered any other option because the only options you've ever considered are globehead related.
Okay. What is the other option? What is another option?
Well, what did Jedi just tell you?
Nothing.
He's too busy
forgotten already.
He said it reflects off surfaces.
Oh, okay. So what would that mean?
What that would mean is that the light could reflect off the surface and then hit something underneath lower than it was. But also, I have a counter to that. I have more. I have a counter to that. I knew this is what I'm saying. I literally knew he was saying that, and I have a counter to it.
You didn't know shit.
Hear me out. Listen, when you have a light source above something that it's also reflecting on, you can see the effect that the source is almost outweighing the reflection. You can see that there is also light still above, even though there is light reflecting below. And this looks very. You can test this light. This is how light works. We can see this in every aspect. We see light working where reflections are. If there is a source above it and it's a translucent surface like a cloud, you can see more light is coming from above than it is from the reflection, or at least that they're almost equal.
Excuse me, chatting. Have you got these measurements? Have you?
Yes.
Inference. Good. Provide them.
Maths was bollocks. What I'm providing is the light. That's light source provides a stronger light than the reflection can.
You said magic.
I said magic as a fucking joke, dude, to make us, because you asked me what else could it be, so I said magic. You haven't given me an alternative because what you did describe, I have also described. I've included that in my description.
This is why you can't take this guy seriously.
Not at all.
You said nothing. So what did I say that's wrong? Is the source not going to provide a stronger light than the reflection? All you said was a reflection. I can take a reflection and say, yes, I have considered a reflection, and here is what I consider about that reflection. What else do you have? Why is the sun shining on the underside of the clouds when it's not shining on the top?
How do you know it's not shining on the top? Have you got
because I can see the clouds are translucent, and I can see what it looks like when the sun is shining on the top, and they don't look like that when the sun is shining on the bottom. I can compare to what I saw earlier in that same day to what I'm seeing now in the evening, that the sun is shining on the underside of a cloud. The extrapolation is not that difficult. I've seen it many, many times in my life, and you probably have too, but you choose to ignore it.
No, you choose to make shit up.
You can shine a torch on the top of a piece of paper, all right? And you can see that when you're shining the torch on top of this paper and you have a mirror under it, and the torch is also maybe off the edge of the paper that it hits the reflection and shines back up as well, you can still see that there is a light source above the paper, the translucent paper, and that there is light being reflected up above. But when you take the torch below, you can see that there's no light source above the paper, but there is definitely, obviously, the light source below. And this shows that even though there is a reflection casting light on the bottom, that you can still see with translucent objects like clouds and paper that there is a light source above that might be the thing reflecting on the bottom. And that's exactly what happens. So when in the evening the sun is shining on the underside of the clouds, it's obvious that there is not a source above them shining also down on them, like it was in the middle of the day, that same day, for example.
Hey, how are you?
So that combined with the rotation of one rotation per day, the fact that the sun somehow goes lower than the clouds, like there's two things already to make me think that, yeah, I'm probably not on something that's flat unless the sun is going into the floor. And I also know that that's not true because I know that it passes across the day, and I know other people across the land, and I know other people in other countries, and they're saying, "Oh no, it's this time for me." And I was like, "Yeah, so it was that time for me earlier. So the sun must be the thing that moved around to them, or."
Oh, there it is.
So, yeah. I did misspeak. I did misspeak.
You got there.
But that no. But you've forgotten already. You've forgotten already the shining on the.
No, you got there. You were able to get there by logically considering other observer dependencies. What did they observe? Like, did they observe one day, or did they observe the sun move? And you got there. The sun moved. Hey, Peter, you're hot micing. Peter. Peter.
I need to mute him.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you got there, dude. That's it. So now that
You know I misspoke that. You know that I misspoke, and I don't believe.
No,
Okay.
that is the truth of what you saw. You're just trying to lie to yourself that you saw yourself move.
Wait, but guys, if he says that he misspoke, let's just entertain that idea. Okay, let's just let's not deadlock this interesting conversation on this one specific detail. If we could just continue on with it.
No, what's going on here is that he's been repeating a monologue ever since, like the same thing over and over again. Finally, when he's
I get that. Yeah.
So he realizes the sun moves, so we'll just keep it. We'll just go with it. He could say he misspoke, but I'll just say at this point, he finally got it. He saw that the sun, from point A to point B, you got one observer, the other observer. Both of them live on a stationary Earth, and he said the sun moved across the sky, was above one person, next to the next person.
Well, let's see what he has to say for himself. You know, this is I've been listening. It's been really interesting. So thanks, everyone involved.
I was hoping we got another speaker to move on to. Did Nicolas Cage go or?
Yeah, I'd rather move on because these guys will rinse and repeat that same monologue.
Once it goes, Eddie, once it goes circular, it's okay to say, "Hey, we're going to move on to another speaker."
Yeah, it's not my place to tell you otherwise.
What do you got to say?
Oh, well, I've said a bunch of shit already, bro. I've said enough.
Do you think
I'm here to listen?
Does the sun move or does the sun not move?
Honestly, I've never thought about that. I'm just here to listen, bro. I'm not here to want to discuss anything with.
Just is very simply. What do you observe? Do you observe the sun to move, or do you observe the sun not moving?
I think that motherfucker moves, bro. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not hard to say like, oh, I'm trying to trap you. I'm trying to get.
I'm really retarded at this topic. Like I'm severely retarded when it comes to this topic. But I find it really interesting. And that's why I'm more inclined to listen than to make any arguments.
No, you're not retarded about this topic. You always about this topic. You say the sunrise, sunset. You never say the Earth spin. You never say that at all.
I'm not making an argument, please. I don't want to discuss anything.
I'm telling you that you said an argument. I'm telling you that you know it.
He wasn't talking about you. He was talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, he was just adding in you as people, not you.
In general, we people, we never say that it's the Earth spinning. We talk about those things in the sky as they are the ones moving. Sunrise, sunset.
Yeah.
Moon when the sun is in the middle of the sky. We don't say that we will spin to put the sun in the middle of the sky. No, we talk
also say
about
that the sun
those
goes
things
down
as
and
being
that the
moving
sun goes
objects.
below the horizon.
Which is what? What's the horizon?
But you got a lie in your microphone.
So just real quick. Even though yes, I might have said the sun moves, I still don't believe.
Okay, dude. You can't even be honest about what you said. It's right there in the rules. Blatant dishonesty gets you a mute. If you're ready to be honest, just let us know. Like we're here to have an honest conversation, not some chase some hamster running around in the wheel. And when you finally speak from the heart, then like, oh, okay, now I don't mean you caught me in the moment of honesty. Disregard that. No, fuck that. We'll take your honest word for it. And it's repeatable, observable, and measurable. You could take that to the bank. The sun moves across the sky, and everyone in here, even you, knows that's true. So
what?
I think that was Zembo earlier, right? This is someone who's like him. Is he here? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Zembo.
What about me?
Did you just talk to me a minute ago?
What?
Yeah. What?
Do you mean when I said that we also say that the sun goes below the horizon?
The horizon, yeah. So what is that? What is that horizon you speak of?
It's a place in which the sky appears to meet the ground.
Yeah, I would go with that's pretty much my definition. So it never actually happens, right? The sky never actually touches the ground.
I mean, it's true, but it's not, because there's never like a meetups of the lines of sight. The meetup actually happens. What doesn't happen is that things in the sky, like the sun, doesn't physically touch the ground. Like it doesn't go into the sea. It literally touches the sea. It only appears like that because the sun is behind the Earth, so the Earth gets in front of the sun and
Well, here,
obstructs
let's look at that surface of that Earth. Which one matches? A curved surface, a flat surface? Which one looks more like what you see the sunset?
I would say that for this observation, the curved surface matches more.
Don't look at the image I just posted there. Which one of these things is like the other?
Why did everyone suddenly stop speaking?
Is that one guy gone? That Jesus guy? I see he's still here. He's muted. Shit.
So we'll look at the surfaces you got. You got a choice of curved surface, flat surface, and then what you actually see, the real surface of Earth. Which one? Yeah, your audio is not broken, Embo. You're disconnecting and rejoining.
Okay.
For people
I think my audio is back. So sorry for that.
Yeah. So look at the image I posted there. You got curved surface, flat surface.
Curved surface.
Which one do you think? Which one matches?
I would say that flat matches more in this comparison.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? So you could say that surface is what? Is that surface Earth, or is that surface not Earth?
The one on the very bottom is the Earth.
Yeah, so you'd say real surface, and it's really flat.
Well, for his observation, it seems too much the flat predictions.
Yeah,
but
it's
there
pretty
may be
interesting,
some.
isn't it? It's what you call a clue, maybe.
Yeah, but there may be some other environmental factors that could make it work on the globular surface that you haven't accounted for in this observation. Therefore, it isn't analogous. Like, for example, because on the small scale model, the surface is very smooth, but on the Earth is like rough because the water is wavy.
Yeah, so it's got some new incidence of light. Every time it hits a wave, it deflects back down.
Kind of.
How about this one here? What do you see there?
I see the sun half below the horizon, and Chicago probably also half below the horizon, in front of the sun.
Now, how would you get that to work if the sun was going below the horizon?
Normally, like the Earth is blocking Chicago, and then Chicago is additionally blocking the sun. And the Earth is also blocking the sun.
The curve of the Earth?
Yes.
So how much curve would be there?
I have no idea. I have no data about the observer's height. I have no idea about the distance to this.
What about, don't you guys use like angular size to determine how far away something is? If you know the angular size of these objects, wouldn't you be able to tell how far away you are?
Yeah, if you also know their actual size, then you could triangulate it, yes.
Do you know the actual size of Chicago?
I could Google it probably.
And then you could figure it out? Could you reverse engineer it?
I could if I knew how much degrees this photo covers, because I don't even have that information. If I even angularly only, I would know how much degrees this covers, how wide is the field of view of this photo, then I would be able to do that. But I don't even have that information. Like, this photo could be either a very extremely zoomed in crop of the entire field of view, or it could be a like wide angle shot, and you wouldn't know that.
How about this one here?
Actually, I have an idea, because the sun has a fairly constant angular size, so you could determine this based on the sun in the background.
And what do you think compared to the what's going on the right side there?
I think it's an inferior mirage, when you have a mirrored image of what is happening created below the actual thing. It happens when you have like a layer of because normally gas, the atmosphere becomes less dense when you go up, and this happens when you have like a local inversion where the less dense gas is actually below the more dense gas. Like, for example, I saw that when I was on vacation in Italy, where it's very, very hot during the summer. I saw that happen over the roofs of the cars that were on the parking lot there. They were hitting the air above them so extremely that it was creating an inferior mirage above the roof of the car. Because the warmer air is obviously less dense. That's why the balloons float, for example, by hitting the air inside of it. So I guess it had to be taken over some hot asphalt road, which is heating the air in the same way as the car does.
Yeah, or like they say, the sun is heating the surface of the Earth.
Yes, although I've heard, I don't know how true is that in the case of the ocean there is additional factor of humidity, that the air above the ocean is additionally humid, and actually this even more important factor in creating an inferior mirage than the temperature. Because humid air is also less dense.
See, it seems like from my point of view here is that you guys like to only pick certain observations. You don't want to use all the observations. Just say, hey, look at this one here, look at that one, and ignore everything else.
I disagree with that. I would say that I rather observe this behavior more commonly among our flat friends. For example, the black swan phenomenon. It's a photo, which is actually a one photo of a collection of series taken by the same guy, where he went to the beach, and in one of his videos he said that during like 3 months he was going there almost every day, and the rigs were almost always below the horizon. And he took this one photo, and flat earthers took this as a proof.
A proof of what? What's the proof of?
Of the Earth supposedly not being a sphere.
Of what? A sphere of?
A sphere of this given radius.
Yeah. Yeah, and for you too, that should be proof of that. But you use a different metric. You say using refraction, it's bigger. It appears to be bigger than it is. So you should agree. You should be like, you know what? That's really interesting. Here's a photo that clearly debunks the radius of Earth. And you say, but the radius of Earth is actually smaller than it appears because of this thing called refraction, superlumining. But instead, you don't like that because you kind of planted your flag on the geometric curve of the Earth, blocking objects bottom up. And now that you don't see that, and you saw the geometric curve of the Earth much farther, now you're kind of stuck. And you have to say, hey, this observation does debunk 3959, but your excuse doesn't match what we said earlier. So you have to admit you were wrong. You were wrong about bottom-up obstruction. And that's what Mr. Sensible did. And one of the that's why when people say something, it's kind of nice to be able to get them to say, yeah, like the last guy, I saw the sun move. Well, good. You're honest about that. Now we can start having a conversation. Mr. Sensible, after look at all the evidence for Black Swan, said you have debunked the radius value. You've done this. So the radius of Earth is not 3959. What it is 3959 plus something else.
I don't really think it's rational to assume that the Earth is changing size as a function of time. And obviously the location of the observer was kept constant. I believe we can all agree that the shape of the Earth was also kept constant. So logically, the variable that caused this observation has nothing to do with the actual radius of the Earth.
What do they have to do with then?
I believe the only thing constant there would be the atmospheric conditions. I mean non-constant, variable.
Yeah, it varies. You see this one before?
Yes. The Chicago over Lake Michigan.
Yeah. You know, why is this one important?
No idea.
Well, because everyone on news, the people saw this on the news, they're like, holy shit, all of Chicago should be blocked by the geometric curve of the Earth. None of it should be seen. So on mainstream news, they said, you know what? This is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage. So Rob Skiba, God rest his soul, said, I'm going to test that. I'm going to be at this location. I'll have Chicago in view, and I'll drive a boat across Lake Michigan. And at some point, if it's a mirage, it would disappear. He kept Chicago in view the whole way. Start to finish. It never got out of view. So was there just an instantly smooth transition from mirage to actual Chicago? What do you think happened there? Why was this mirage always visible until you saw the real thing without break? There wasn't a break where the mirage kind of vanished. You saw the curve of the Earth, and then you went over the curve of the Earth again, and then saw Chicago. What do you think happened there?